Preface of Short History of the Christian Church. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tricia G. Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. Preface. The present work has as its basis the series of 5 short histories by the same author, which appeared in the following order: The Reformation, 1884; the Early Church, 1886; the Medieval Church, 1887; the Modern Church in Europe, 1888; and the Church in the United States, 1890. Reversing the order of the first 2 volumes, the Short History of the Reformation and the Short History of the Early Church, the 5 volumes form a connected history of the Church nearly down to the present time. From this experiment of brief histories of the several periods, it has been illustrated anew that the popular taste for the condensed treatment of the secular sciences can be safely applied to the domain of theological science, and to no department with greater hope of success than to historical theology. These summaries have met with a reception far more generous than could have been expected, and the indications are not wanting that they have led students of church history, and even general readers, into the broader paths laid out by Neander, Geseler, Schaff, Hagenbach, Fischer, and other masters of this fascinating and growing science. What was done in the short history for each period has seemed proper for all the periods taken together. The result is the present work, Short History of the Christian Church. All the matter contained in the separate short histories has been examined with care, and large portions in every period have been rewritten. Fundamental changes have been made, such as a summary of literature at the beginning of each chapter, important additions to the part assigned the Reformation, and especially such enlargement of the parts relating to the European Church in the modern period, and the Church in the United States, as to amount to an entirely new treatment. The method pursued in the short history of these periods has been abandoned, and the result is practically a new history of each period. In these important departments, namely the literature for each chapter, the survey of the later European Church and the American Church, and essential aid in every part of the work, I have had the valuable cooperation of the Reverend John Alfred Faulkner, B.D. This scholar has elsewhere given ample proof of the true historical instinct. Among all the younger men who are digging in the rich mines of historical theology, I know of no one who is likely to bring to the light a gold of finer quality or richer luster, or whose pen bids fairer to make the Church of the past a wise instructor for the Church of the future. The Index of Authors and General Index has been prepared by a friend in other labors, the Reverend Albert Osborne, B.D. For the important section of Ecclesiastical Statistics in the appendix to this volume, obligations are due to Henry K. Carroll, LL.D., of the editorial department of The Independent, New York, and general agent for the statistics of the churches for the present United States Census. No part of the treatment has been so delicate, or conducted with so much misgiving, as that of the various American denominations. But fairness has been uppermost in mind throughout. Yet it would be a great pleasure to welcome any suggestion, from whatever quarter, where there may seem the least lack of that high impartiality which is essential to anyone who makes bold to pass, and would lead others, along the paths of history. It is earnestly hoped, however, that not even a seeming injustice has been done to any one of the noble churches which have grown up amid the manifold ecclesiastical life of the United States. Washington, D.C., December 1st, 1892. End of Preface. Part 1, Chapter 1 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, The Early Church, A.D. 30 to 750, Chapter 1, The Church and its History. The visible church consists of the organized believers in Christ and the followers of his life. General history reveals the constant presence of a superintending providence. The rise and fall of nations is not an idle play of human passions. Schiller's aphorism is just a recognition of God's constant watchfulness and justice, quote, "The world's history is the world's judgment," end quote. The wild currents have never been permitted to flow on without divine control. When the hour came for the wrong to cease, the controlling hand intervened. The result was always the triumph of the right. In the history of the Church, the divine superintendence has been far more prominent. While in secular history the spiritual forces lay largely in the background, in the life of the Church they have come out boldly into the clear foreground. Though often in the wrong and divided in opinion, the Church has been saved from fatal error and downfall by divine interposition. Even when it has been grossly superstitious and the teacher of false doctrine, God has always raised up true servants, who became the heroes of a holy cause and the heralds of a brighter day. The champion of a wrong cause has always had his plans fail through the work of some brave and pure opponent. There has been an Athanasius to meet every Arius. To counteract a Leo X, there has always arisen a fearless Luther. To show when the divine force has controlled all human events, and made them subserve the steady progress of God's servants, is the mission of him who treats the history of the Church. The office of the historian of the Church is not to untie a tangled skein, but to follow the golden thread of the divine presence in all Christian ages. When our Lord's Passion had occurred, 3 important works were accomplished. He had communicated his gospel to men, he had set a spotless example before the world, and he had achieved universal redemption by his voluntary death. His subsequent resurrection and ascension were the visible proofs of the truth of his doctrines. They were more than this. They were the twofold assurance to his followers, then and in all later ages, that they who believe in him and love him shall enjoy his constant presence during life, and afterwards enter upon the inheritance of heaven. Christ, immediately before his ascension, commanded his disciples to remain in Jerusalem until they should be endued with power from on high. Here lay his promise of spiritual endowment for their ministry. It was, at the same time, a direct lesson that a special spiritual preparation and plenitude were, for all time, a requisite for the successful preaching of the gospel. Without the descent of the Spirit at Pentecost, there would have been no impulsive power in Christianity. The Pentecost was the Jewish national Thanksgiving Day. It was the Feast of Weeks, or Harvest Feast Day, which commemorated the gift of the law to Moses, and at the same time gave occasion to return thanks for the annual products of the soil. Its observance was associated with the most touching memories connected with the founding of the theocracy, and with the subsequent preserving care of a bountiful Creator. Jews in all lands united with their brethren in Palestine in an annual visit to Jerusalem to celebrate the day. The first Christian Pentecost came on the 50th day after our Lord's resurrection, and the 10th after his ascension. There were Jews in the sacred city from all parts of the known world. On that day, the promise of the Spirit's descent was fulfilled. Cloven tongues of fire flamed above the heads of the disciples. The miraculous gift of utterance was imparted. The multitude of Jews was attracted to the place where the disciples were. Each worshipper, whatever his language, understood the preaching. Peter explained to the people the significance of the scene and applied the descent of the Spirit to the work of our Lord. The result was the addition of 3,000 to the body of believers. The organization of the Church took place immediately after the remarkable scenes at Pentecost. Measures were soon taken for a unifying ecclesiastical polity. Even before Pentecost, a new apostle, Matthias, was chosen in place of the fallen Judas. Orders of ministers and lay members were established for the preaching of the gospel, the care of the needy, and the building up of the body of believers. Only a general organization, however, was effected. The most simple arrangements were made for government, as the believers were as yet but few and confined to a narrow territory. The more elaborate polity was left for the future needs of the Church, to take its shape according to the expansion of the societies into all lands and nationalities, and their individual requirements. The practical life of the Christians was at once simple and beautiful. It was a type of all the essential qualities which Christ had taught, as requisite for pure living and final salvation. There were both a simplicity of faith and that intense brotherly love which had their practical demonstration in the equal distribution of temporal possessions. The community of goods did not arise from a divine command, but was merely the natural effect of that broad charity which arose from the love of Christ and the possession of the Spirit. The real majesty of the early Church lay in its spontaneous quality. All thoughts centered on the memory of Christ as a personal Savior, and in the consciousness of his continued presence. To crown all, there was a fervor in communicating the gospel which knew no bounds. The whole world seemed small. Its farthest horizon alone was to be the limit of teaching. What the apostles had felt and known was now their sole passion. There was little difference between the apostle and the unlettered believer. Each, in his own best way, was to preach the new life in Christ, that all men might share its sacrifice here and its holy joy hereafter. Pentecost was the practical divine testimony to the universal adoption of the gospel. The removal of the natural limitations of language was a providential indication of the application of Christianity to every class and condition. It was the divine endorsement of the command to the disciples to preach and teach the word throughout the world. End of chapter 1. Part 1, Chapter 2 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 2. The Scenes of the Labors of the Apostles. The Acts of the Apostles are the chief source of information concerning the fields of work of the different apostles. But the epistles of Paul and his associates contain frequent statements which serve to supply missing links in that more formal history. To these may be added the supplementary accounts of writers from the 2nd century to the 4th, many of which, however, are only vague suppositions or impressions which existed in oral form in the early Church. Peter represented the Jewish type of Christianity. He was slow to learn that Christianity was designed for all men. Pentecost should have been enough, but even this great lesson did not satisfy his intensely Jewish character. After important labors in Palestine, extending as far north as Antioch, he came to the council in Jerusalem. Here, at the moment of supreme test, he wisely changed his position and united with Paul in removing all Jewish ceremonials as a condition of entrance into the Church. Henceforth all bonds with Judaism were broken, and Jews and Gentiles became Christians on precisely the same terms. There are good reasons to suppose that Peter made an evangelistic tour through portions of Asia Minor, for his first epistle intimates previous labors in Pontus, Galatia, Cappadocia, Asia, the province, and Bithynia. He also says that at the time of writing he was in Babylon. If this was the Babylon on the banks of the Euphrates, and we believe it was, he was, no doubt, attracted thither by reason of the large Jewish population resident there. It seems to have been understood by him and Paul that he should confine his labors to the east, while Paul should occupy himself with the west. There is no historical proof that Peter founded the church in Rome, or that he was ever there. His residence there is not mentioned by the earliest writers in their lists of the first bishops of the western metropolis. The first mention was by Dionysius of Corinth, A.D. 170, who speaks of Peter's death in Rome. The concurrent later testimony of the early Christian writers as to his residence and death there is worthy of credit. But while we are without definite proof of Peter's presence in Rome, it is not impossible that he did spend a brief period there, and that he died about the year 67 in the persecution under Nero. There is, however, not the least foundation for the belief that Peter was ever bishop of the Church. Paul towers far above all the apostles in the majesty of his character, the scope of his genius, the depth of his learning, and the sublime quality of his labors. Educated in both Jewish and pagan learning, after his miraculous conversion he became an apostle, in every sense able to cope with the antagonism of the combined foes of his age. His call was to the Gentiles. He made 3 great missionary tours. The first was begun in A.D. 44 and embraced Cyprus and then Asia Minor, where he visited Perga, Pisidia, Antioch, Iconium, Lystra, and Derbe. Paul's second missionary journey began A.D. 48. He went northward through Syria into Asia Minor and visited Cilicia, Phrygia, Galatia. He then crossed the Aegean Sea into Macedonia. He began his European ministry in Philippi, and went thence southward into Greece as far as Corinth. From thence he went to Ephesus and returned to Jerusalem. He entered upon his third tour, A.D. 52. He went again into Asia Minor, taking Galatia, Phrygia, and Troas on the way. He then crossed into Macedonia and Illyricum. He returned to Troas, and, passing by the Aegean islands, proceeded back to Jerusalem. Here he was arrested and taken a prisoner to Caesarea, where he was 2 years in confinement. He appealed for justice to Caesar and was taken to Rome. He remained there from A.D. 59 to 61. He was now released, and, as we believe, entered on a fourth tour, embracing a visit to Crete, Macedonia, Corinth, Nicopolis, Dalmatia, and Asia Minor. He was a second time arrested and taken to Rome. He suffered martyrdom in Nero's reign, A.D. 66. John represented the mediating element between Judaism and paganism. His attachment and scene of labor seem to have been, for the first 20 years after Pentecost, chiefly in Palestine. He was present at the council in Jerusalem, A.D. 50. For 20 years, or until A.D. 70, we lose sight of him entirely. The probability is that he labored in the valley of the Tigris and Euphrates, with Babylon as the center, and returned to Jerusalem, whence he fled to Ephesus on the capture of that city by Titus. We find him now in Ephesus. His residence was intermitted by his exile to the island of Patmos. He died in Ephesus about A.D. 98, when about 100 years old. The labors of the other apostles are largely matter of conjecture, derived from the writings of Hegesippus, Eusebius, and Nicephorus, who framed their suppositions from the floating oral traditions in the Christian communities. James the Elder suffered martyrdom in Jerusalem about A.D. 44. James, our Lord's brother, preached in Jerusalem and finally died there a martyr. It was believed that Philip labored in Phrygia, Simon Zelotes in Egypt and the neighboring African coast, Thomas in India, Andrew in Scythia, Asia Minor, Thrace, and Greece, Matthias in Ethiopia, Judas, called Libaeans or Thaddeus, in Persia, and Bartholomew in Lycaonia, Armenia, and India. The uncertainty as to fields of labor of most of the apostles is one of the marvels of the Scriptures. One fact is clear, however, that the trend of the world's Christian life was westward. On the distribution of the gospel into the more stable parts of the Roman Empire, we have full light in the accounts of Paul's labors. All the just and vital interests of Christianity centered in that one man's work. Rome was to be the point of departure for the sowing of the truth in the north and farther west. Here Paul brought his life and labors to a triumphant close. But with his martyrdom he had only begun his work. His example and writings, and the two are inseparable, have been, ever since, The permanent and necessary treasures of the Church. The present current of the truth is a reversal of the old order. It is from the fields then barbarous and largely unknown to the geography of those times towards the Old East. What the apostles could only begin will be completed, in the eastern countries, by the laborers sent out from the warm heart of Western Protestantism. End of chapter 2. Part 1, Chapter 3 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. The Greek and Roman Conditions. The pagan literature, in the earliest period of Christianity, was a beautiful piece of human workmanship. No temple in stone was so symmetrical and elaborate as that of Greek and Roman letters. From rude beginnings, it had grown into such majestic and firm proportions that, to this day, it challenges the admiration of the world. The classic achievements in the whole field of literature, art, philosophy, and legislation are the common inheritance of man. When Christianity came forward with its strange claims upon the confidence of men, there was but little in its exterior which could awaken sympathy. The most despised land had produced it. Its founder had suffered death on the ignominious cross. Its first apostles were of humble origin, and, with the exception of Paul, not one had drunk at the classic fountains. That a new faith, with such multiform disadvantages, should venture upon such a hostile field, where the literature and traditions of many centuries held firm ground, seemed a hopeless task. But the heroism of the first preachers of Christianity was not disturbed by the number or strength of the enemy. The promise of success was the basis of their faith. They wrought on and expected triumph over every foe. Which should win, the obscure Christian, who had never fought a battle, or the cultivated pagan, who had never lost one? The path of the Greek to mastery had been through all fields of intellectual development. Out of the old Pelasgic cradle he had grown to the full grandeur of Attic manhood. The blood of many tribes flowed through his veins, and he had absorbed the strongest and best elements of all. In epic and dramatic poetry he produced Homer, Hesiod, Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides. The Greek was a lover of form and color. He caught his inspiration from the wild and beautiful scenery of his islands and broken coast. Apelles and Phidias became the incarnation of his passion. In his long battle for federation he had produced such great lawgivers as Solon and Lycurgus. He was of fervent temperament, and, living always in a feverish political atmosphere, he had developed Demosthenes, Aeschines, and Isocrates, orators who have swayed audiences in all later ages. In philosophy, the Greeks labored with great industry. The growth of their systems was contemporaneous with their national prosperity. The dealing with the fundamental questions of human being and destiny by Socrates and Plato reveals a deep moral purpose. There are two great periods of Greek philosophy separated by the downfall of Alexander's empire. The former extends from B.C. 600 to B.C. 324. Within this short space arose all the best thinkers, who founded the Ionic, the early Pythagorean, the Eleatic, the Atomistic, and the Sophist schools. The culmination was reached in the three systems of Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. The second period extends from B.C. 324 to A.D. 530. The schools of the Decadents rose and fell at this time, the Stoics, the Epicureans, and the Skeptics. To this was added Neoplatonism, founded by Plotinus. The most spiritual of the entire circle of Greek philosophers was Plato. In many departments of his philosophy, such as the unity and spirituality of God and the immortality of the soul, he made, though unconsciously, very near approaches to the truths of revelation. It was the habit of early Christian teachers to regard his system as kindred to Christianity. Eusebius said, "Plato alone of all the Greeks reached the vestibule of truth and stood upon its threshold." Justin Martyr, Clement of Alexandria, Origen, and Augustine, in the early period, and Schleiermacher and Neander in the recent period, were led to Christ through Plato as their guide. The best systems in the group declined with the political supremacy of the Greek Confederation. Those which succeeded the loss of national independence were the systems of despair. When Christianity arose, the prevailing Greek philosophy was skeptical. The mythology had lost its firm hold, while philosophy, which was the substitute offered by the profoundest thinkers, proved its own inability to satisfy the cravings of the soul for salvation and to be the solution of its great problems. Pagan faith and thought were unavailing to meet the spiritual wants of man. The soul could not live on the triumphs of art or literature or eloquence or legislation. Christianity came forward with its sublime truths and made proffer of them to the world. Paul, preaching Christ on Mars Hill, looked back upon a long pathway of dead systems of Greek genius, and forward upon the rise of Christian creations in their place. Great as had been the thinkers of the Stoa and the Academy, greater still was the messenger of Christ. His system was the permanent truth. When Christianity began its career for the world's possession, the Roman rule was universal. The literature and religion were shaped from Greek models, but the Romans gave to everything a practical direction. Law was the Roman habit, and to govern was the Roman passion. The Romans had no sooner conquered a rude tribe than they converted the territory into a new province and gave it all the qualities of a firm part of the empire. Palestine was an integral part of the great domain, governed by Roman deputies, who were closely watched at the same time that they were entrusted with large authority. Paul, the Greek preacher, enjoyed and asserted the rights of Roman citizenship. Great highways, built at great expense for the rapid movement of armies, connected all parts of the broad territory. These made easy the rapid dissemination of the gospel. The apostles could move along these stone roads with ease, and so convert paths for soldiers into highways for the triumphant march of the messengers of the peaceful gospel. The difficulties confronting the Church throughout the Roman Empire were, however, of formidable character. The entire body of the people was hostile to any spiritual religion. What did not appeal to the senses had no attraction to them as an object of worship. The hold of the old mythology was lost, and a general skepticism as to all beliefs prevailed. But the emperors regarded the preservation of the ancestral faith as the great bulwark of the throne. Political government and fidelity to the prevailing mythology were held to be inseparable. Hence, Christianity was bitterly opposed, so soon as its antagonism was discovered. It was seen to be hostile to the elaborate temple service. The emperor, who was also Pontifex Maximus, or supreme priest, was held responsible for the support of the state religion. The temples and pagan rites must be sustained. The more closely Christianity came into view, the more stringent became the measures for its suppression. The Christians made no concealments. They absented themselves from the temples, threw off all faith in the ruling mythology, and openly declared their hostility to it. When Christianity appeared, the moral depravity of the Roman Empire was at its lowest ebb. The stricter morals of the Republic had disappeared in the wild licentiousness of the empire. It was an age of excesses, which the satirists, with Juvenal and Persius at their head, held up to universal contempt. The degradation of women was complete. Even in Athens the wife was a slave, and possessed no legal rights. She could bequeath only a measure of barley to her offspring. Her present depression in Turkey is a fair picture of the old pagan conditions. Her mental endowments were declared to be of inferior grade. She was supposed to excel in duplicity and treachery. Marriage was a loose bond, with only the shadow of political institution. A low estimate was placed on childhood. In Sparta, the maimed children were a burden to the state because useless as soldiers. Only boys had an importance in the eye of parents. Stealing was a virtue in a boy, provided he could do it so cleverly as not to be detected. Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle never went so far as to enforce the element of religion in education. Children were not taught reverence for their parents. Jupiter, the son of Saturn, hurled his father from the throne, shut him up in Tartarus, and parceled out the universe between himself and his two brothers, Neptune and Pluto. With this picture of filial brutality as the basis of the pagan mythology, what better estimate could be expected of childhood? All the types of parental love were based on admiration of heroic deeds. When Xenophon was told that his son had died in battle, he replied, "I did not request the gods to make my son immortal or long-lived, for it is not clear that this was suitable for him, but that he might have integrity in his principles and be a lover of his country, and now I have my desire." Children, according to the pagan thought, were only machines for fighting future battles. Christ achieved no greater revolution than when he elevated childhood into equality with manhood. His one declaration, "Of such is the kingdom of heaven," was a fatal blow at the world's prevailing estimate of children. Slavery was universal. It underlay the whole political and social structure. In Attica, as early as B.C. 309, according to Demetrius Phalereus, there were 20,000 citizens and 400,000 slaves. Among the Romans, the slaves were not regarded as persons, personae, but as things, res. The doors of the wealthy Romans were guarded by ostiarii, or slaves in chains, who lay like dogs before their kennels. When a gentleman was murdered, and his assassin could not be found, the crime was supposed to have been committed by a slave, and all the slaves, with their wives and children, were put to death, to make sure of the offender. Tacitus says that when Pedanius Secundus was murdered, as many as 400 innocent slaves were put to death. Slavery extended to all parts of the empire, and the number in Rome was constantly kept up by the inflow of captives in the wars. End of chapter 3. Part 1, Chapter 4, of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, The Attitude of Judaism towards Christianity. The Jews regarded themselves as the world's teachers and lawgivers. They alone, of all peoples, believed in the unity of God. Their history was a long chapter of splendor and defeat. When they escaped from Egyptian bondage and reached Palestine, their first form of government was theocratic. God raised up judges to meet special emergencies in their history. From this, they degenerated into a monarchy, which, after the death of Solomon, was divided into two kingdoms, Israel and Judah. Unity in both government and faith was gone. Israel was overcome by the Assyrians, and Judah by the Babylonians, and both nations were led off into exile to the valley of the Tigris and the Euphrates. Only a small portion of Israel, or the 10 tribes, returned. The captives of conquered Judah were cured of their polytheistic tendencies, and, preserving their identity under Cyrus and his Persian successors, returned to Palestine. After the dissolution of the empire of Alexander the Great, who had conquered Palestine B.C. 332, the Seleucidae ruled in Syria and the Ptolemies in Egypt. Between these two, the Jews led a subject and timid life, and finally submitted to the Seleucidae. The Greek religion was foisted upon them, but they rebelled, and determined to preserve their old faith and to conquer their rulers. Matthias and his 3 sons led the revolt. For a time they were successful, and hoped to restore the old Davidic splendor. Pompey was at this time in Asia, at the head of the Roman army. he was invited to settle the dispute. He entered the country, besieged Jerusalem B.C. 63, and, as was the Roman wont, took possession of the country and united it with the Roman Empire. The Jews had now lost all independence. Their later revolts had no other effect than to tighten the Roman hold, and to disperse small bodies of colonists around the eastern coasts of the Mediterranean. The Samaritans were a mongrel religious body. They consisted of returned Jews from Assyria, who brought with them those elements of pagan worship which they had absorbed during their captivity. They settled in the valley of Shechem and built their temple on the top of Mount Gerizim. The sect still exists and consists of about 150 people. Their city is Nablus, which lies in the valley between Mounts Gerizim and Ebal. They have a high priest and are still in possession of their revered copy of the Pentateuch, believed to be the oldest in the world. The Pharisees were the most educated of all Jewish classes. Their teachers were versed in the law and represented the hopes, the narrowness, and the ritualism of the people. They taught a national revival. They originated as a class about B.C. 144 and aimed to restore the waning faith to its old Mosaic strength. Inclined to allegorical interpretation and devoted to traditions, they aimed to supplement the Scriptures by traditional accretions. The Sadducees originated, according to some, with Zadok, who lived about B.C. 250. They strove to restore Mosaism, but rejected tradition. They absorbed some of the elements of pagan thought, especially the doctrines of Epicurus. They rejected angels, the resurrection of the body, the immortality of the soul, and the divine interference in human affairs. The Essenes originated about B.C. 150. Their belief was Jewish, with Persian elements. They prayed towards the sun, and held that virtue and vice inhered in matter. They led a monastic life and practiced community of goods. All of these sects were in full strength at the time of Christ. The Essenes were retired, but the Pharisees and Sadducees were strong and prominent. But all the sects disappeared with the destruction of Jerusalem by Titus, A.D. 70. The Jews are the wanderers of all history and all continents. From the time of their captivity in Assyria and Babylonia down to the present day, they have held their pilgrim staff in hand. About B.C. 350, we find a large colony on the shore of the Caspian Sea. Syria, under the reign of Seleucus Nicator, B.C. 312 to 280, received a vast Jewish population. In the insecure interval between Alexander the Great and A.D. 70, they had gone, in colonies, into Syria, Mesopotamia, Armenia, Asia Minor, Crete, Cyprus, and the Aegean Islands. In Lydia and Phrygia there was a colony of 2,000 families. They generally preserved their identity. The most concentrated Jewish population outside of Palestine was in northern Africa. Egypt, Libya, and Cyrene abounded in Jews. Alexandria was their chief center. Even under Alexander, the founder of the city, large numbers settled there, while he assigned 8,000 Samaritans to the Thebaid. Extensive privileges were granted to the Jews. They not only thrived in commerce, but developed thorough and broad scholarship. Philo, who attempted to harmonize Jewish theology and Greek philosophy, was a Jew, whose learning was profound and worthy of high praise. The Greek version of the Old Testament, the Septuagint, was a great triumph of Jewish learning. The first Jewish colony in Rome consisted of captives brought by Pompey from Palestine. They were assigned a distinct part of the city, which they have occupied ever since, the present ghetto. Julius Caesar granted the Jews special favors. They were declared freedmen, libertini, had their synagogues, observed their festivals, and held the Sabbath as a sacred day. The cultivated Romans, however, always despised them. They were the usual objects of raillery and satire. Juvenal held them up to contempt by saying they prayed to nothing but the clouds and the empty heavens. The apostles observed a common plan in preaching the gospel. They went first to the Jews and then appealed to the outlying populations. Paul's success among them was often signal, but from them came also his most bitter foes. There were great advantages in making the Jews his first auditors. They were already familiar with the sacred history antecedent to Christianity. They had heard of the marvelous career of Jesus. Their annual visits to Jerusalem to attend the festivals had made them acquainted with the popular estimate of the new gospel. To the Jew first was his invariable plan. But there was no long pause. Also to the Greek was the next step of the tireless preacher. End of chapter 4. Part 1, Chapter 5 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. The Period of Universal Persecution. The political prostration of the Jews embittered them against the Christians. There was nothing in common between the Jewish sects and the early church. The skepticism of the Sadducees and the disappointed hopes of the Pharisees combined to intensify the popular hate. The council in Jerusalem cast Peter and John into prison and put Stephen to death. A general persecution, under Herod Agrippa, A.D. 44, broke out, and James the Elder fell a victim to its rage. The Christians took refuge in Pella, beyond the Jordan. Bar Kokhba led a final popular Jewish revolt against the Roman authority, A.D. 132, but was defeated by Julius Severus, and Jerusalem became a heap of ruins. The Roman Emperor Hadrian tried to destroy the attachment of the Christians to the sacred associations of the city by erecting on Calvary a temple to Venus, and, over the Holy Sepulchre, a statue to Jupiter. But his efforts, while pleasing to the Jews, had no material effect. The Jews, now that all hope of national independence was gone, established a school at Tiberias, where they tried to achieve with the pen what they had failed to accomplish by the sword. Their misrepresentations of Christ and his doctrines formed an important element in the general literary attack on Christianity during the first 3 centuries. Christianity soon extended beyond Jewish bounds and became a thing which might well arouse the fears of the whole Roman Empire. In Rome, the Christians were regarded as simply a new Jewish sect. And when, in the middle of the 1st century, a disturbance arose among the Jews of Rome, both Jews and Christians were banished by the Emperor Claudius. Nero represented the popular hostility to Christianity. He was believed to have set fire to Rome, where the flames had full sway for 9 days. He threw the blame, however, on the Christians, and resorted to the most barbarous methods to show his rage. He even had some Christians smeared with pitch and burned alive, while he caused others to be sewed in the skins of wild beasts and thrown out to the dogs. The persecution continued until his death. Under Domitian, A.D. 81 to 96, a milder policy of hostility was observed, the oppression of the Christians being chiefly confined to exile and the seizure of their property. The 12 tables of the Roman law forbade the existence of foreign faiths within the dominions, but the habit had been to conciliate the conquered provinces by toleration of the existing religions. The appearance of the Christians, however, was the signal for revival of the old prohibition. The bonds uniting the Christians were close. Their separate services were declared an act of hostility to the country. They were accused of disobedience to the laws, and of a spirit ripe at any moment for insurrection. They were charged with immoral practices in their services. All popular calamities, such as earthquakes, inundations, pestilence, and defeat in war, were attributed to them. A popular proverb ran thus: Deus non pluit, due ad Christianos. It does not rain, lead us against the Christians. Tertullian has left this record of the Roman habit of charging the disciples of Christ with all possible calamities. Quote, "If the Tiber overflow its banks, if the Nile do not water the fields, if the clouds refuse rain, if the earth shake, If famine or storms prevail, the cry always is, "Pitch the Christians to the lions." Trajan, A.D. 98 to 117, continued the policy of his predecessors, but in milder form. He gave orders to the proconsul Pliny, in Bithynia, not to seek out the Christians, but, when charges were brought against them, to give them opportunity to recant, and, in case of refusal, to sacrifice them to the gods. The persecution under Trajan extended to Palestine and Syria. Under Hadrian, A.D. 117 to 138, and Antoninus Pius, A.D. 138 to 161, the popular fury against the Christians increased to great violence. While these emperors granted the Church no favor, their attitude was less hostile than that of some of their predecessors. Marcus Aurelius, A.D. 161 to 180, was thoughtful and calm. He was a Stoic by profession, and, while he had no warm reverence for the national religion, he showed no sympathy with the Christians. He was repelled by their devotion to Christ and their readiness to suffer. He tolerated violence, and under him the persecutions at Smyrna, where Polycarp suffered martyrdom, and at Lyon and Vienne, in Gaul, took place. There was now a slight relaxation of violence, but under Septimus Severus, A.D. 193 to 211, the Christians were treated with cruelty. The persecution was widespread, and the martyrdoms were numerous. Alexander Severus professed to be an eclectic in faith, and regarded Jesus as one of the gods. He placed a bust of Christ beside those of Abraham, Orpheus, and Apollonius of Tyana. He instituted no active measures of hostility. Decius had but a short reign, A.D. 249 to 251, and yet he improved his time industriously by endeavoring to exterminate the Christians. His persecution was general, and as violent as that under Nero. The reign of Decius was succeeded by a brief interval of peace, which was brought to a close by the hostile attitude of Valerian, A.D. 253 to 260. Under Aurelian, Diocletian, Galerius, and Maximinus, the persecution raged with varied fury. Great political complications arose. The changes in the imperial succession were frequent, and new methods of repression of the Christians were constantly adopted. During the whole time, however, the Christian Church grew in numbers and aggressive force. From A.D. 64 to 313, when Constantine granted an edict of toleration to the Christians, persecutions prevailed about 70 years. All forms of torture and violent death were adopted. There was no security at home. The exiles were numerous, but the Christians carried their faith and life with them to their new places of abode, where they built up societies, which in turn became centers for the wider dissemination of the gospel. Christianity had conquered in the realm of political life. It was now safe from the hand of any Roman ruler. End of chapter 5. Part 1, Chapter 6 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Christian Worship. The Christians were at first greatly attached to the temple in Jerusalem. They met within its precincts. There was no disposition to erect separate sanctuaries, and, had there been, the means to meet the expense were too limited. In time, however, the hostility of the Jews made it impossible to convene in either the temple or any room near it. The Christians were, therefore, driven to private houses, where one room served the purpose of a sanctuary. A small platform, cathedra, served for the speaker or reader, while a table, ara, was used for the celebration of the Lord's Supper. The services consisted chiefly of reading selections from the Old Testament, the apostolical epistles, and, latest of all, the Gospels. The reading was attended with copious exposition. The day of the elaborate homily, with a short scriptural passage as a mere motto, had not yet arrived. All that was said was meant to give to the hearer a deeper knowledge of the divine word. Singing of psalms and hymns was an important part of the service. It might be led by an individual, but the music was by the whole congregation. The Psalms of David and the rhythmic parts of the prophecies furnished the favorite basis. Prayer was connected with the singing, and the congregation responded, Amen, at the close. The concluding part of the service was the Lord's Supper. Until about A.D. 150, the agape or love feast was connected with the communion service, but, because of its abuse, was afterwards separated from it. After the prayer, the kiss of charity was given, and the apostolical benediction was pronounced. There were two sacraments in the early Church, the Lord's Supper and baptism. After the Council at Jerusalem, which abrogated the Jewish initiatory ceremonial as necessary for admission to the Church, baptism was held to be the only visible condition of reception. The formula, in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, was observed from the beginning of the Apostolic Church. With respect to the mode of baptism, on which there has been much discussion, there can be no doubt that in the age immediately succeeding, the apostolic immersion in water was nearly, if not quite, the universal custom. This is now established beyond question by the teaching of the 12 Apostles, one of the earliest remains of post-apostolic literature. At the same time, it is now equally indisputable that sprinkling or pouring was allowed when immersion was impracticable, and some of the earliest frescoes represent this as though it were a common mode. But it was not till much later that the Church entered into her full liberty, and restored what many consider the apostolic mode, and the one most accordant with the spirit of Christianity, as well as with the symbolism of the ordinances. The Sabbath, or seventh day, continued to be observed by the Christians who had entered the Church from Judaism. But the Sunday, or first day of the week, was also observed in memory of the Lord's resurrection. Gradually, the Sunday became more prominent, and finally, the observances of the seventh day was discontinued entirely. Those members of the Church who had been Jews were inclined to regard with reverence the festivals to which they had been accustomed in their former communion. These, however, they relinquished, with the exception of two, Easter and Pentecost, to which also the Gentile Christians adhered, as these festivals commemorated two great events in Christian history, our Lord's resurrection and the descent of the Spirit. End of chapter 6. Part 1, Chapter 7 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, The Life of Christians. Every part of Christian life was in direct antagonism to that of the pagan Greeks and Romans. The Christians obliterated all social and national differences. No sooner was a new member received than he found himself in the midst of a brotherhood. These Christians, says Bunsen, belonged to no nation and to no state, but their fatherland in heaven was to them a reality, and the love of the brethren, in truth and not in words, made the Christian congregation the foreshadowing of a Christian commonwealth, and a model for all ages to come. The relief of the poor and suffering received early attention. Paul collected contributions from the Greek Christians in Asia Minor for the poor in Jerusalem. All his epistles prove that the poor in each society were constantly in his mind. No needy body of believers was forgotten in its silent sorrow. When, later, persecutions became violent and widespread, the spirit of apostolic sympathy was sustained in all its fervor. The pagans neglected their needy. Their religion had no heart, but the Christians sought out the suffering and helped them with lavish hand. During the pestilence in North Africa in the middle of the 3rd century, the pagans deserted their sick and dying and stripped their bodies of valuables, while the Christians divided their means with the suffering, cleared the streets of decomposing bodies, and nursed the sick with tenderness and devotion. The early prominence given to woman was an important factor. Elizabeth, Anna, and Mary, the mother of Jesus, became early witnesses, however unconscious, to the dignity and worth of woman in the Christian system. The women mentioned by Paul in his epistles were examples of devotion and wisdom in the spread of the gospel. In times of persecution, women presented a sublime spectacle of readiness and composure in the hour of death. Perpetua and Felicitas, who cheerfully welcomed martyrdom, became types of womanly heroism in every part of Christendom. Christianity triumphed not only in the broad field of territorial expansion, but in the more subtle department of the whole structure of social life. Paganism was only a whited sepulchre. Its splendor was an exterior thing alone. It created no happy homes, for woman was without worth and children were no blessing. Wherever the Christians lived, they built up happy households. There was no attempt made to emancipate slaves. Obedience on their part was inculcated. Spiritually free and equal to their masters, their religious prerogatives did not elevate them above their station. Ignatius, died about 115, counsels slaves to serve the more zealously, that they may have the greater reward. Not until Chrysostom, in the 4th century, do we find any discussion of the evils of slavery, and proposals for a gradual emancipation. At the same time, Christianity applied its humane spirit to the slave. Paul's chart of freedom ran thus: "There is neither bond nor free." The slave, the moment he became a Christian, became a brother with his master. As Christianity expanded, its tendency was to bring the oppressed and the oppressor together upon a common plane of brotherly equality. Paul's appeal to Philemon, to show kindness to the slave Onesimus and receive him back again, was an index of the power of Christianity to soften and even obliterate all the asperity attendant upon bondage in man. End of chapter 7. Part 1, Chapter 8 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Ecclesiastical Organization. The constitution of the early church was in part of divine ordering, but this was only in outline. The apostolate was fundamental and original, but temporary. It was designed as the great introductory force, which should cease so soon as it had served its purpose. From this, as a basis, the permanent orders of presbyter and deacon developed. A large measure of liberty was left to the judgment of the Church, as new exigencies and larger growth might demand. To the temporary officers belonged the apostles. The condition was that the apostles must have seen Christ in the flesh or in his risen state. Their work was evangelistic and organizing. Then came the prophets. They were inspired by the Holy Ghost for the special work of teaching higher revelations. Foretelling events was not their controlling function, but the revelation of God's will, especially in the choice of persons for great service in the Church. The prophet was not necessarily an apostle, but the apostle was a prophet. Paul, Agabus, Simeon, Barnabas, Manaen, Judas the Evangelist, and Silas belonged to the prophetic class. After them came the evangelists. They were preachers without defined limits, and were aids to the apostles, or, as Rotne says, apostolic delegates. Their work was preparatory, the preaching in new societies until organization was established. Philip, Timothy, Titus, Silas or Silvanus, Luke, John, Mark, Clement, and Epaphras belonged to the evangelist class. The bishops or presbyters were the highest permanent officers. The word bishop, episkopos, was of Greek origin and was in common use among both Greeks and Romans as a political supervisor. The societies of the West, which consisted of members from paganism, used the word for the chief or superintending pastor, as they were already familiar with it. The converts from Judaism naturally took the synagogue as their model, and as the elder pastor, presbyteros, was the chief or superintending pastor of the synagogue, they applied it to the chief pastor of the Christian church. There was not the least difference in the original duties of the bishop and the presbyter. In each case, he was the spiritual head of one church or society. Later, when churches increased, and the supervising office was of wider scope, the Western word supplanted the Eastern, and the term bishop was used, while that of presbyter went into the background. But the bishop, in the early and pure period of the church, was of no higher order than the presbyter. The duties of one were those of both, to feed the flock of God, taking the oversight thereof. 1 Peter 5, verse 2. The deacons were both an order and an office. The duties were minutely described in the Scriptures. Acts 4, verses 1 to 8. They aided the apostles, had care of the poor and sick, assisted in administering the Lord's Supper, and preached. The deaconesses were a special office designed for caring for the sick, the aged, the female poor, and the instruction of orphans. End of chapter 8. Part 1, Chapter 9 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Ebionism and Gnosticism. Christianity was making steady progress in every field. Some of the more advanced thinkers, in both Judaism and paganism, saw in the Christian system so much that commended itself to universal confidence that each proposed to adapt it to his own faith and philosophy. This was a new plan, more dangerous to Christianity by far than outward opposition. In each case, the overture was strengthened by people within the Christian fold, who responded to the flattering proposition, though without representing the spirit of the whole body. After the council in Jerusalem, which settled the great Pauline principle of the freedom of Christian converts from the Mosaic law, there remained a body of Christians who would not accept the conclusion. Jerusalem was their center. They were of two classes: those who saw in Christianity the fulfillment of all that was worthy in Judaism, and those who were more conservative and refused to acknowledge the new faith as the culmination of Mosaism. Out of these two tendencies sprang Ebionism. It held that the Mosaic law was still in force. Its close observance was a necessity for salvation. Christianity fulfilled the law, but did not abrogate it. Christ was the prophet of Israel's deliverance. He was a mere man. His generation was natural. The divine Spirit entered him at baptism. Christ was a good Jew. His piety was his claim to messiahship. He performed miracles, and he supplemented the law by his own commands. The Ebionites rejected Paul's writings as not Jewish enough. They had communities in Asia Minor, Cyprus, and in Rome, and existed down to the 4th century. The Nazareans more nearly approached Christianity. They accepted Paul's writings and held that Christ was the Son of God and that his generation was divine. They disappeared in the 4th century. The Alcezaites, or Sampsians, were of similar Jewish proclivities, but had a stronger Oriental element in their faith. They kept the Jewish Sabbath, retained sacrifices, held that oil and salt were emblems of spiritual communication, and prayed with their faces towards the sun. The Gnostic system was a combination of the new Platonic philosophy with Oriental theosophy, the two proposing to appropriate certain Christian elements. Philo, a learned Jew of Alexandria, born about B.C. 20, furnished the most decided contribution. He aimed to unite Judaism and Platonism. He regarded God and the world as forming a dualism, both finite and infinite. He believed that God could not assume visible form, but can reveal himself to the soul. The Logos was a divine emanation, which the Holy Spirit, the divine wisdom, imparted directly to the first men, and to all who have since striven after likeness to God. From the fundamental ideas of Philo, the great Gnostic system developed into special systems, but all of them were strained accommodations to Christian ideas. Cerinthus, A.D. 100, was the earliest representative of the Jewish form of this strange philosophy. He held that Judaism was the world's preparation for Christianity, that Jesus was the natural son of Joseph and Mary, and arrived at his pure state at baptism and by his holy life, that his death was not a mediatorial service, but that he would come again and establish a vast earthly kingdom. Basilides taught in Alexandria about A.D. 130. He held that the universe is a dualism, deity and matter. Between these there is a great multitude of eons, or emanations from God, who record his glory and make it fruitful. Each nation is ruled by an eon. The Jewish eon taught by means of Moses and the prophets. But truth was universal. Greeks, Jews, and Persians shared it. The highest eon was accorded to Jesus at his baptism. Basilides was cautious, not committing himself to any of the extremes which constituted the body of the Gnostic system. Valentinian, A.D. 138, first taught at Alexandria, but afterwards removed to Rome. He was at first a Christian, but withdrew from the Church. He borrowed his chief ideas from Plato. His fundamental doctrine was emanation. The supreme God lives in silence and solitude, but, to be perfect, he must love, and in order to love there must be an object. So he began to emanate. The eons are personalities which emanate from him. Man, the Logos, and the Church are divine emanations. Man is redeemed through the Logos. The crucifixion represented the divine might by which the world is purified from sin. Valentinian was the founder of the largest Gnostic school. His chief disciples were Heraclion, Ptolemaeus, and Bardesanes. The Ophites, serpent worshippers, were the first of this class. They existed as a small sect in Egypt at the time of Christ, and afterwards adopted a perverted type of Christianity, but retained a large measure of Oriental theosophy. The Pleroma, or highest spirit, develops itself in eons, and from the fourth one there floats a ray of light, which combines with matter and becomes the world soul. Man is created. To defeat his elevation, the serpent is prepared. The serpent becomes the type of all wisdom, and is worthy of worship. Man, by his fall, first arrives at the consciousness of freedom and mastery. There were two minor Ophite sects, the Cainites and the Sethians. Carpocrates built his system out of fragments of Buddhism and Neoplatonism. He placed all faiths on the same plane. Orpheus, Pythagoras, Plato, and Christ were quite the same, according to him. His sect degenerated into wild libertinism. In Mani and the Manichaeans, we reach the limits of Oriental Gnosticism. Mani made the faith of Zoroaster the basis of his system, but added a superstructure of Buddhism and Christianity. Fatalism pervaded the whole structure. The sect continued down to the end of the 3rd century, when Diocletian issued an edict for its suppression. The Ophites elevated man to supreme importance. Their estimate has been characterized in the following lines. O thou citizen of heaven, thou much praised man! From thee comes Father, through thee comes Mother, those two immortal names, the parents of the eons. Saturninus, who died about A.D. 174, held that the Supreme Father has produced, by intermediate archangels and powers, 7 angels, who are the sovereigns of the material world. Among them is the God of the Jews. Man was created, but with infirmities. The Savior came to aid him towards final development. Tatian was a native of Assyria, but emigrated to Rome. His chief tenet was antagonism to marriage. He died in A.D. 174. The Eneratites and Hudopastrians were followers of Tatian. The tendency to decline was manifested in all the Gnostic schools. Marcion, who lived about A.D. 150, and his followers represented the reformatory movement. He avoided all the extremes of his predecessors, but leaned towards Christianity. He recognized Paul as the only veritable apostle, admitted one gospel, a distortion of Luke, and rejected all tradition and esoteric doctrines. In his later years he is said to have regretted his Gnostic vagaries, and to have sought readmission to the Church. Of all Gnostics, he was the nearest approach to the true Christian. The service which Gnosticism rendered to the Church was to make the pagan mind acquainted with some fundamental Christian truths, to disintegrate the fabric of the pagan philosophy, and to prove, by its own fruitless endeavors, the impossibility of combining any system with Christianity. It also stimulated to theological investigation and to the study of the Scriptures. Basilides and Heraclion were the first to comment upon the whole Gospels. Gnosticism helped towards the elevation of the bishops and to a higher regard for the rites and doctrines received from the apostles. The Gnostics were a proud class. They set out with claims to all knowledge, approached Christianity as they would any other faith, and proposed to weigh it in their own small balance. They made reason the test of religion, and were devoid of all appreciation of the spiritual life. The danger to Christianity of all the Gnostic systems was in winning Christians to the adoption of them. But the Christian teachers were prompt in giving warning of their dangerous nature, and no great secession to them ever occurred. The Christians, as a body, regarded the Gnostics with aversion, because of the claim of many of them that they believed in the best part of Christianity. While Marcion was the nearest approach to the Christian, the interview of Polycarp with him one day, as the two met in a street in Rome, indicates the Christian hostility to all Gnostics. Polycarp was stopped by Marcion, who said, "Do you not recognize me?" The father replied promptly, "Certainly I do. I know the firstborn of Satan." End of chapter 9. Part 1, Chapter 10 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Pagan Literary Attack. The growing importance of Christianity in the mind of the pagan world became very apparent in the attempts now made in literature to destroy its very foundations. By the beginning of the 2nd century, it became evident to the cultivated Romans that something more than imperial opposition was necessary to arrest the new faith. Every persecution left Christianity more solid, aggressive, and hopeful than it found it. During the 2nd and 3rd centuries, the two hostile forces proceeded together, the sword and the pen. Each pursued its own path, and each hoped to win by help from the other. The Christians met the imperial opposition by non-resistance, but ceaseless evangelization. They met the antagonism of literature by such bold and masterful logic, and by such strong appeal to facts, that the whole structure of paganism was shaken by their arguments. The Greek and Roman writers saw in Christianity certain peculiarities well calculated to give them alarm. They had to deal with a new historical phenomenon. They saw, first, that the new religion was based upon certain writings, reaching back to the dawn of history, and culminating later in the life of the founder, and in the exposition of his doctrines. Second, that there was an historical basis for Christianity. Third, that it dealt with fundamental moral themes. Fourth, that the people professing faith in the doctrines never grew weary of them. Fifth, that the doctrines developed pure and heroic lives. Sixth, that the scriptural cosmogony was more reasonable and consistent than that of Hesiod. Seventh, that the character of Christ was without a blemish. And eighth, that his death had imparted to his followers a zeal which nothing had been able to arrest. To overcome such a system was a serious problem, but both Greek and Roman writers, with much self-consciousness, did not hesitate to undertake the task of demolition. The wise methods by which their work was met by Christian writers, and the fearless spirit in which the latter wrought, was a great surprise. It was one of the wonders of all literature. The hostile attitude of even general historians can be seen in mere allusions. Tacitus dismisses the subject by saying that Christ was the founder of a new sect, that he had been crucified by Pontius Pilate, that his system was a deadly superstition, and that the Christians were obnoxious to the human race. Antoninus says that the soul must be ready to leave the body by a mere wilful rejection of the evils of existence. Juvenal sneered at the Christian adoration of the heavens. Arrian reports Epictetus as protesting against the Galilean fearlessness of danger, and the doctrine that God created all things. Lucian was as severe on Christianity as on all other religions, all of which he cast into a common vortex of worthlessness. He called Christ a magician, and parodied the career of Jonah, our Lord's walking on the Sea of Galilee, and John's description of the New Jerusalem. The literary men of the Roman Empire looked upon Christianity as a miserable superstition, too contemptible for candid consideration. When Tacitus called it a pernicious superstition, excitabilis superstitio, he represented the sentiments of the haughty intellectualism of paganism. Celsus, Porphyry, and Hierocles were the strongest assailants of Christianity. Celsus lived about A.D. 150. He held to a chief deity, a superintending providence, and the immortality of the soul. These views he derived from the Platonic philosophy. But when he examined Christianity, he lost sight of the parallel of these fundamental truths with the Christian system. His antagonism was bitter. He assailed the Old Testament, but leveled his attacks chiefly against the alleged weaknesses in the career and character of Jesus. Porphyry, born about A.D. 233, aimed to show that the pagan world presented higher magical characters than Jesus, and that the gospel history abounds in hopeless contradictions. His Candid Treatise Against the Christians was an attempt to show a parallel between the sorcery of Apollonius of Tyana and Jesus, with a large balance in favor of the former. Obscurer writers followed willingly in the footprints of the leaders. Satire, fiction, poetry, indeed all forms of literary effort, were employed to hold up Christianity to contempt. The principal grounds of hostility were: 1. The alleged contradictions in the Scriptures. 2. The uselessness of Christians to the existing state of society. 3. The philosophical absurdity of the Christian system. 4. The claim of the humanity of Jesus at the same time with that of divinity. 5. The immorality of Christians. This charge was based upon the secret meetings of Christians. It was never seriously believed. On the contrary, the moral life of believers stood out in beautiful contrast to the pagan immorality. That sorcery should be confounded with bad morals was natural to the pagan mind, familiar with the nameless licentiousness and wild communism connected with the Eleusinianism and other mysteries. This and all the other charges were summed up by Tertullian in a single sentence, which he placed in the mouth of universal paganism as its final argument against the Christians: "You have no right to exist." The most which the pagan writers could hope from their attack was to prevent new accessions to the Church. They wrote for the pagan mind, not with any view to disturbing the Christian's faith in his own religion. This they were not so foolish as to imagine possible. The Christian body was too firmly knit to give ground for such a delusive expectation. No serious defection ever occurred because of the pagan attack. On the contrary, the numbers steadily increased. But the main object also failed completely. Paganism was in process of disintegration, and while the assailants flattered themselves that they were achieving a literary success, the result was a total disappointment. The pagan walls were failing too rapidly to be propped up. It was an effort for the impossible. Even the well-timed attack of Celsius owes its preservation to the pen of Origen. End of chapter 10. Part 1, Chapter 11 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. The Christian Defenders. We now come to a brighter picture. The writing in defense of Christianity is called the Apology, and the writer an apologist. It is from the Greek word apologia, which meant a work written for resistance. But the apologies of the early church were more than this. They were not only counter-arguments, but aggressive weapons. It was a fierce warfare upon the enemy's camp, followed by a hot pursuit. There were two classes of apologists, the Greek and the Latin, according to the territory in which they occupied and the language in which they wrote. But there were further differences. The Greeks belonged mostly to the 2nd century, and their writings exhibited a profound intimacy with the Greek philosophy. Some of them had studied in the Greek schools and entered the church only in mature life. They endeavored to prove that Christianity was the blossom of all that was valuable in every system. They stood largely on the defensive. The Latins, on the other hand, were aggressive. They lived mostly in the 3rd century, were more argumentative, wrote in a clearer and more methodical style, and carried the warfare into the hostile ranks with an energy equal to the Roman soldier on foreign battlefields. Their perspective of Christianity was that of universal conquest and permanent dominion. The principal Greek apologists were Aristo, Quadratus, Aristides, Justin, Melito, Miltiades, Irenaeus, Athenagoras, Tatian, Clement of Alexandria, Hippolytus, and Origen. Aristo's dialogue between Papiskos and Jason was an attempt to prove the truth of Christianity and the messiahship of Jesus as the fulfillment of the Old Testament. Quadratus addressed an apology to Hadrian, A.D. 131, with a view to stop the persecutions of the Christians. Aristides proved Christianity the culmination of the best systems in the classic world, and the one which should supersede all else. Justin wrote 2 apologies, A.D. 136 and A.D. 162, showing that the Christians were not responsible for public calamities, that they were true Roman citizens, that pagan philosophy and mythology abound in falsehood and contradiction, and that the only source of truth is the Scriptures. Athenagoras, in his Embassy of the Christians, applied a philosophical method to Christian defense. Tatian, who died about A.D. 176, wrote an address to the Greeks, showing the ridiculous origin of the Greek religion and science. Clement, in his Pedagogue and the Stromata, exposed the emptiness of the whole pagan fabric. Hippolytus wrote against the pagans, the Platonic philosophy, and the Jews. Origen, born A.D. 185, wrote a work consisting of 8 books against Celsus, in which he exposed the weakness of the whole pagan structure. Tertullian stands at the head. His Apologeticus, written about A.D. 200, is the most brilliant piece of apologetic writing in the early church. He showed that persecution was no final damage to the Christians. His other writings covered nearly every contested point. The supernatural element in Christianity was brought by him into great prominence, and defended with masterly skill. Cyprian wrote about the middle of the 3rd century. His attack on pagan idolatry was merciless, and could not be answered. Arnobius, about A.D. 303, surpassed all the apologists in his use of the miracles of Jesus as a weapon of Christian attack. Lactantius, the Christian Cicero, wrote his Divine Institutions A.D. 320. Footnote: the date here, A.D. 320, is of the 2nd edition, addressed to Constantine. It was written 307 to 310, or perhaps earlier. His strength lay less in the force of his argument than in the purity and beauty of his style. The objection that Christians were disloyal to the state was met by the answer that they were true to the emperor, obeyed all laws which did not interfere with Christianity, never conspired against the government, and never produced robbers, assassins, or traitors. Purity of life was proven as the outgrowth of pure doctrines. Tertullian said, quote, "We live a life free from reproach. We live among you. You can see us every day." To the charge that natural calamities were produced by the Christians, he replied, quote, "Why do you suffer too? Why do your gods let you have these trials?" The inspiration of the Scriptures and purity of doctrine were fundamental arguments in all the apologetic writings. To these came the divine character of Jesus. When the assailants repelled the miraculous power of Jesus, the apologists replied, quote, "Do you not say that your Aesculapius restores the lame and the halt, that your Orpheus, Zeno, and Cleanthes know the Logos, and that Plato, in a letter to Hermias and Coriscus, speaks of a Son of God?" The purity of Christian morals was held up by the apologists in striking antagonism to the sensuality of paganism, which could produce only caricatures of good morals. The origin of the pagan gods was exposed with fearless skill. The apologists said, with Tatian, quote, "What has become of your Juno, that she produces no more gods?" Arnobius said, defiantly, quote, "Your gods abound in passion. Some are drunkards, others are murderers, and multitudes are licentious." When this battle of 3 centuries was over, it was easy to see that the victory of the Christian writers was complete. It began with the pagan expectation of destroying the logical basis of Christianity, but ended by the exposure of the corruption of the Greek and Roman faith and the weakness of the boasted philosophy. Every department of Christian truth was defended by the apologists. Their arguments broke down the opposition, while they constitute a storehouse of Christian defense to which all later Christian writers have appealed with success. The indirect service of the attacks to the Church was great, in that all Christians were compelled to study the groundwork of Christianity on every side. The laity were driven to read their Bible. The private member, over all Christendom, could give a reason for the faith that was in him. By the end of the 5th century, the conflict was over. The apologists were the last to leave the field. The Christian now lived in a larger place. He was marching on to universal conquest. The words of one of the apologists expressed the attitude of all believers. Quote, "Every country is the Christian's fatherland, and every fatherland is the Christian's country." End of section 11. Part 1, Chapter 12 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The Christian Schools. From whatever side the Christian convert came, he brought with him the love of the school. For ministerial training, the Jews had, from distant times, the prophetic schools, under the care of their wisest teachers. In Athens, Tarsus, and Alexandria, the Greeks possessed celebrated universities, which even Roman students attended, for the completion of studies pursued in Italy. The proper dealing with both Christian and pagan thought made a thorough ministerial culture necessary. The preacher of the early church lived in an atmosphere of opposition, and, to succeed, he must be well acquainted with not only the truth he would defend, but with the false system he would combat. The life of St. Paul furnished a remarkable illustration of this. The whole tendency of his character, career, and acquisitions was on the side of careful training. Timothy and Titus represented a group of young men who were inducted into Christianity through the labors of that apostle, and, by personal attendance on his journeys, were prepared to succeed him and the other apostles. It was a beautiful legend of the whole period that the aged John stood at the head of a theological school in Ephesus, whither young men flocked from all quarters to gather from him memorabilia of our Lord's ministry and personality. By the middle of the 2nd century there were 3 great Christian schools. The most important was that of Alexandria. This city was the chief seat of philosophical culture in the world after the destruction of the literary prestige of Athens. All currents of thought, from both East and West, flowed thither for 2 centuries. Plato, because of the sway of Neoplatonism, was a familiar name. Here Christianity and pagan learning came into close conflict, and finally the Christian school took the place of the pagan university. The catechetical or Socratic element prevailed at first. The most active period of this school covered 2 centuries, A.D. 200 to 400. Pantaenus was the founder. He and Clement stood at its head in the 2nd century, Origen, Heracles, and Dionysius in the 3rd, and Didymus the Blind in the 4th. In addition to these, we may reckon Gregory Thaumaturgus, Petrus, Pamphilus, and Eusebius, who, though not formally connected with it, yet sympathized with its tendencies. The theological characteristics were sympathy with the better Greek philosophy, an emphasis on intuition and the subjective life, and a disposition to allegorize the Old Testament narratives. Origen, though brilliant, was an unsafe guide, especially in his adoption of an indefinite series of creations, the soul's pre-existence, a pre-Adamite apostasy, and a final universal restoration. The school of Asia Minor consisted less in a formal educational center than in a group of theological writers and teachers. The whole region had been a scene of active theological thought since Paul's day. In the 2nd century, it leaned towards a literal and Judaistic type of Christianity, but in the 3rd it assumed a broader character. It opposed Gnosticism and suppressed Montanism. Polycarp, Papias, Melito of Sardis, and Hegesippus were its leaders in the 1st period, and Irenaeus, Hippolytus, and Julius Africanus in the 2nd. The chief pursuit of the school of Antioch, in Syria, was the criticism of the sacred text and the statement of doctrinal theology. Its founders were Dorotheus and Lucianus. At first it sympathized with the Alexandrian school, but was alienated on the rise of Origenistic and Nestorian controversies. Its most prosperous period was A.D. 300 to 342. Theodorus, Eusebius of Emesa, Cyril, Apollinaris, Ephraim, Diodorus, John Chrysostom, and Theodore of Mopsuestia belonged to it. The center of the school of North Africa was Carthage. To this place, and not to Rome, Latin Christianity was indebted for its prevailing type. Cyprian, Tertullian, Minutius Felix, Commodianus, and Arnobens were its leading representatives. It was distinguished for its heroic zeal for the unity of the Church, for aversion to Gnosticism, for an exact and literal biblical interpretation, for an abhorrence of theological speculation, and for energy in developing the practical and evangelistic side of the Church. Its period of greatest prosperity was A.D. 200 to 330. The general tendency of the schools was to lead the Church in its doctrinal and general literary development. They were rallying points for Christian defense and for broader plans of Christian work. Their influence extended throughout the Christian world. Many men were drawn towards them from the most distant regions, imbibed their spirit, and either went back as preachers and teachers into their own country, or far away into new regions, to extend Christianity. Some of the teachers, as Origen, were of wonderfully magnetic spirit, and imparted both their energy and doctrines to younger minds. End of section 12. Part 1, Chapter 13 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Liberation under Constantine. We have now come to consider the outward relations of the Church. What was the bearing of the empire upon Christianity? The period of persecution was passing away. The Church, meanwhile, was not despondent, but making full plans for future triumph. A revolution in the imperial policy was close at hand, and the forces were in full play which should soon bring about the liberation of all Christendom. By the military successes of Constantine, who, A.D. 306, was called from the command of the army in Britain to succeed his father as Roman emperor. But, before getting securely in place, he had to conquer 5 competitors, 3 in the east and 2 in the west. It mattered not that some were blood relatives. Kinship was only a trifle in those days, and soon Constantine had disposed of all contestants to his claim to his father's crown. Constantine declared himself a Christian in sympathy early in his reign. Before the decisive battle of the Rubra Saxa with Maxentius, which should secure his rule, he claimed to see in the sky the sign of the cross, with the words, En toto nika, by this conquer. He accepted the token as an argument in favor of Christianity, gained the battle for the crown of the Roman Empire, and henceforth avowed his belief in Christianity. His vision, though in the line of his sympathies, was probably only a shrewd method to attract the Christians to his support. He carried the labarum, a standard inscribed with the cross, in all his subsequent wars. His policy was at first to make all Christians the supporters of his rule, and, by granting concessions, to heal the alienation from the empire which the repressive policy of his predecessors had produced. He published, A.D. 313, an edict tolerating Christianity as one of the legal religions of the empire. But in the year 323 he enlarged the scope of his favor, and made Christianity the established faith of all his dominions. Among the chief special acts of Constantine in favor of the Church may be mentioned his ordering the civil observance of Sunday, his confiscation in the East of pagan temples for Christian churches, his emancipation of slaves, his exemption of the clergy from military and municipal duty, and his ardent promotion of Christian education among his subjects. The good and the bad were employed in the imperial support. It was a happy day when the Christians could walk abroad without fear of persecution. But there were grounds for concern. Constantine left but little for the Church to do for its own government. He claimed the right to supervise religion, as the emperor had always done in the case of paganism. He accounted himself still the great high priest, or Pontifex Maximus, and claimed the prerogative to compose differences, decide questions of religious policy, call ecclesiastical councils, and appoint the leading officers. Then, again, he retained many pagan institutions. The heathen temples were supported out of the state treasury, certain respect was paid to the national divinities, and even soothsayers were still used for help in battle. Constantine was a mixed character, not willing to lose the sympathy of the pagan citizens, and yet clear-headed enough to see that further hostility to Christianity would be fatal to his rule. He had no faith in paganism, but would not suppress it. His line of conduct was, to allow it to go on as he found it, and yet to help the Christians to conquer it. He was, of all successful rulers, the most successful trimmer. The course of Constantine was attended with serious danger to the Church. This did not arise from the assumption of guardianship over its affairs, but from making the whole Christian body a part of the machinery of state, and employing the state as the supreme judge of its inner and outward life. Hitherto the Church had been a grand moral unity, held together by ties of love and doctrine. But now it was absorbed by the state. Its framework was lost in the body politic. Freeman says, "The Church conquered the state." This is a great error. Constantine's adoption of Christianity as the state religion was the conquest of the Church by the state. All the moral forces of the Church were now impaired. The bondage of the Church to the state, thus early begun, produced the great evils of the following 12 centuries: superstition, the purchase of office, the angry controversy about theological trifles, the moral corruption of the clergy, and the ignorance of the masses. Milton, in his translation of a passage of Dante's Inferno, thus characterizes the evil of Constantine's favor. "Ah, Constantine, of how much ill was cause, not thy conversion, but those rich domains that the first wealthy pope received of thee." Charlemagne, and not Constantine, was the first to confer temporal power on the papacy. Dante was not far astray, however, for Constantine's patronage was the entering wedge for Charlemagne's donation. Neander says, with truth, "The reign of Constantine bears witness that the state which seeks to establish Christianity by the worldly means at its command may be the occasion of more injury to the holy cause than the earthly power which opposes it with whatever force." Constantine could have helped the Church greatly by simply removing all political disabilities and permitting the Christians to develop their polity and spiritual forces as God might lead. End of chapter 13. Part 1, Chapter 14 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Reaction under Julian. The 3 sons of Constantine divided their father's empire among themselves. Not one was his equal, on the battlefield or in government, but each pursued his father's policy of favoring the Christian religion. The Christians were uncertain as to what would be the result when Constantine's immediate family should have passed away. The outlook was far from flattering. When Julian came to the throne, there were grave apprehensions that he would renew the old war upon the Christians. For a time he was silent, but after a while he exhibited a spirit of refined opposition to all Christian institutions and doctrines. Julian's antecedents were calculated to prejudice his mind against Christianity. He was a nephew of Constantine, and was practically imprisoned in Cappadocia because of supposed danger to the rule of Constantine's sons. He was educated in the languages and sciences under the oversight of the Arian bishop Eusebius, and was prepared for clerical service as a lector. But he regarded himself a victim of Christian persecution. In time he acquired liberty, by his brother Gallus becoming emperor in the East. He visited Constantinople, became acquainted with the pagan philosophy, and studied and adopted divination. On the death of Gallus, A.D. 354, he was carried a prisoner to Milan. On his release he went to Athens, and was initiated into the mysteries of Eleusis. The reign of Julian began in A.D. 355. At first he shared the empire with Constantius, but on the latter's death Julian was declared by his soldiers the supreme ruler of the Roman Empire, on the bank of the Seine, where the Hotel Clugny, the heart of old Paris, now stands. He early developed great military skill, and was successful in war. He here disappointed everyone, for he had been supposed to be only a recluse and a man of books. He regarded Constantine's family as fair Christian representatives, and hence he rejected Christianity and revolutionized the imperial policy. He took up his abode in Constantinople and adopted immediate measures to convert it into a pagan city. His one great object was to suppress Christianity and restore paganism to its old grandeur, but with such improvements as might be derived from Oriental or any other sources. He issued no formal edict against Christianity, but raised barriers on every hand. He claimed that his philosophy taught him toleration of all faiths, but this was a thin disguise. He was bitter towards the religion of Christ. The principal measures by which Julian sought to suppress Christianity were: 1. his encouragement of schism and strife among Christians. 2. The prohibition of Christian schools of learning and the study of classic authors by Christians in the belief that Christianity could not exist without the classic basis. 3. His removal of disabilities from the Jews, and his proposed, but abortive, restoration of the temple at Jerusalem, that he might prove the falsity of Christ's prediction, Matthew 23:38 and 24:2. 4. His requirement that the soldiers should attend pagan worship. 5. His withdrawal of existing immunities from the clergy. 6. His failure to punish his heathen subjects for deeds of violence against Christians. 7. His punishment of Christians for the slightest offenses. His support of pagan services, and the rebuilding of the temples at public expense. And 8. His authorship of a work, now lost, in defense of paganism. Julian's reign was short, lasting only 20 months. He died while on a campaign against the Persians, A.D. 363. It was currently believed by the Christians that his last words were, Tandem vicisti Galileia. Thou, O Galilean, hast conquered after all. Footnote. This is a legend for which there is no foundation. End footnote. He was a compound of elements not often found in one individual. He was fanatical in his treatment of the Christians, shrewd in political plans, brilliant as a military commander, cultivated in all the learning of his age, vain in the extreme, and wildly superstitious. He not only believed that Christianity was sure to die, but that he was the destined instrument to kill it. He had the egotism to believe that he excelled in literary work, an infirmity for which royal authors have generally been distinguished. Like Frederick the Great, he was never so weak as with pen in hand. His proposed new eclectic religion was heterogeneous beyond description. It was a mixture of Neoplatonic speculation, the arts of jugglery, the moralizings of Rome's best Stoic thinkers, and the wild dreams of Persian fire-worshippers. Here and there a grain of the golden truth of the Bible was dropped in, but not enough to cover the glaring shallowness of the general scheme. His god was the Mithra, or sun-god of the East, beneath whom were numerous tutelary divinities, derived from Grecian paganism and Alexandrian Gnosticism. His methods of rehabilitating paganism were on the Christian plan. He re-established the priesthood on the basis of the Christian ministry. His pagan bishops preached to the people and expounded the pagan mythologies. He foisted into pagan use the constitution of the Church, provided for penance, excommunication, absolution, and restoration, twisted Christian psalmody into the heathen rites, whose choirs chanted and congregations responded after the most approved ecclesiastical mode, and provided hospitals for the sick, destitute, and orphans, and gave alms after the manner of the Christian diaconate. But all failed. Even an emperor could not mix Christianity and paganism. He was the last ruler on the Roman throne who was hostile to Christianity. He passed into history as Julian the Apostate. The epithet is probably a misapplication, as it is not likely that Julian was ever a real disciple of Christ. Two of his teachers, Mardonius and Ecebolius, were strongly tinged with the spirit of paganism, and he early imbibed a profound hatred to the religion of his persecutors. End of chapter 14. Part 1, Chapter 15 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, The Monastic Reform. During the persecutions of the first 3 centuries, some of the Christians relapsed into paganism. A portion of these afterwards regretted their apostasy, and wished to return to the Church and be received as penitents. Within the Church there prevailed 2 sentiments concerning them: a lax view, which exacted but little more of the penitent than a pledge of future fidelity, and a severe view, which kept the applicant for readmission on a long probation, and, in many instances, would not receive him at all. These two views, however, took a wider range than the readmission of the lapsed into the Church. The imperial favor was already bringing in disorders of many kinds. Many Christians, both East and West, protested against them, while the more wealthy saw no real danger to vital Christianity by making certain social concessions. The former and stricter class found expression in the life and career of Montanus, a native Phrygian. Montanus, A.D. 156, like the people among whom he was reared, was fond of the marvelous and ecstatic. The old national worship was that of Cybele, who was here honored as nowhere else. Divination and clairvoyance were believed to be priestly endowments. Political disaster only fanned the flame of devotion to Cybele. In time, Christianity made its way among the people, and here grew up some of those churches of Asia, such as Laodicea and Colossae, to which John addressed epistles. But the natural temperament remained undisturbed, and the people carried into Christianity the same firm fidelity to their new faith which they had entertained towards paganism. The followers of Montanus demanded a return to the apostolical life of the Church. He had been a priest of Cybele, and, when he became a Christian, he was as warm for his new faith as he had been for his old one. There was not a trace of idolatry left in him, but his nature was quite the same. He remained the visionary and the prophet. He proposed to regenerate the life of all Christendom. He saw departures from the old simplicity and purity, which he regarded himself as the chosen instrument for removing. His place, therefore, was that of the reformer. It was an obscure region to produce a man of such superior claims, but he stood out before the whole Christian world as the representative of the old and pure faith. Montanus combined the practical and visionary to a remarkable degree. He claimed that there are three persons in the Godhead, Father, Son, and Spirit, and that, through the third person, the Paraclete, God prophesied to the world. The world will speedily end, and then the millennial reign of Christ will begin. The real church is the pure church. Nothing but absolute purity must be allowed in it. There is a universal priesthood of believers. Penitence must take place after sin, but sacrificing again to idols should exclude from total restoration to the church. But God may still forgive. The expansion of Montanism went rapidly on. Communities sprang up, not in Phrygia alone, but in many other regions. They were small societies in the general church, ecclesiolae in ecclesia, like the pietistic organizations within the bosom of the German Protestant Church in the 17th century. The bishop, Julianus, tried to win them back, but, failing, adopt severer methods. 2 councils were held, at both of which the Montanists were condemned. Rome favored their cause at first, but afterwards settled down into a sentiment of firm opposition. The looser discipline of the Western Christians was not likely to harmonize with it. But in Gaul there was a close sympathy, where the bonds between the Christians and those of Asia Minor had always been very close. In North Africa, the view of Montanus gained new favor and great prestige through the support of Tertullian. He advocated the universal necessity of a stricter discipline, and eliminated some of the vagaries of original Montanism. His name gave it new respectability, but, with even this great advantage, the system was doomed. The condemnation by the councils, the visionary speculations of Montanus, and the preeminence of ecstasy, vision, and chiliasm in the movement, were as millstones about its neck. Its stronger qualities were overlooked in the vigorous warfare upon it. The episcopacy found it an inconvenient thing, as its tendency was to curtail the episcopal prerogative. Montanism was bitterly opposed to all centralization of authority. The Roman emperors opposed it everywhere. At last it disappeared, even in Phrygia, and is found only in a sect in North Africa, bearing the name Tertullianists. Justinian issued 2 edicts against Montanism, A.D. 530 to 532, after which it sank beneath the waves of more exciting questions. End of chapter 15. Part 1, Chapter 16, of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, Controversies on Christ. Rise of Arianism. The principal scene of this important controversy was Alexandria, Palestine, and Constantinople. The question was concerning the divinity of Christ. Both Jews and pagans very early united in opposing this doctrine, believing that it was vital to the Christians. John's Gospel, the inspired apology, proves how early our Lord's divine character was assailed. Later there came, as accessories towards a low Christological view, the vague teachings of the Antiochian school and the incongruities of the theology of Origen. The period during which the controversy lasted is divided into 2 parts, A.D. 318 to 361 and 361 to 381. Arius was a presbyter of Alexandria. He derived his theological ideas from the Antiochian school, which emphasized the unity of the divine nature and looked with great alarm on any doctrine which would seem to destroy it. The outbreak in Alexandria took place A.D. 318. Alexander, Bishop of Alexandria, advocated the eternal sonship of Christ and his equality with the Father. Arius opposed him, holding that there was a time when the Son did not exist, that, having a beginning, he cannot be of the same essence with the Father, that he was a creature and not creator, that he was divinely illumined, and therefore the Logos, that he is subordinate to the Father, and that the Holy Ghost is subordinate to the Son. The issue was clearly defined. For a time, Alexandria was the sole scene of the controversy, and the participants were the bishop and his presbyter. Alexander called a synod in Alexandria when Arius was deposed. But violent opposition arose to this summary dealing with a man of the pure life of Arius. The scene now widened. Constantine, the emperor, ordered the contestants to stop the quarrel. But no attention was paid to the command. The strife raged with increased bitterness. When the emperor was informed by Hosius, bishop of Cordova, whom he had sent as a special messenger to Alexandria to inquire into the state of affairs, that the controversy was no trifling matter and would not cease at a mere order, he convened a council. The Council of Nicaea, A.D. 325, was the most important assembly of the early Church. It was attended by representatives from every part of Christendom. Even India sent its bishop. There were about 300 bishops, besides many of the inferior clergy. Constantine arrived during the session and presided over the deliberations. Athanasius stood at the head of the Orthodox party. The result of the council was the condemnation of Arius and the passing of the celebrated Nicene Creed. Arius now became an exile in Illyria. Constantine, influenced by the persuasions of certain bishops, but particularly by the entreaties of Constantia, widow of the Emperor Licinius, invited Arius to his court, ordered Athanasius to receive him back into the Church, and threatened deposition and banishment in case of refusal. Athanasius replied that he could not acknowledge as Christian those whom the whole Church had condemned. The emperor then ceased his importunities. But the Arians made Constantine believe that Athanasius was a political enemy, charging him with preventing the sailing of the Egyptian fleet with supplies for Constantinople. He was thereupon banished to Treves, in Gaul, A.D. 336. The subsequent history of Arian opinions was checkered. Athanasius and Arius stood before the Christian world as the representatives of orthodoxy and heterodoxy. The changes in imperial sympathy were frequent, the Arians enjoying quite as much the sunshine of the palace as their orthodox adversaries. The General Council of Sardica, in Illyria, AD 343, renewed the conclusions of Nicaea, but Arian opinions still gained ground in the East, while in the West the opposition was only tacit and negative. When Julian gained the throne, he recalled Athanasius from exile, but afterwards banished him again. That ruler was ready for any measure by which Christians could be pitted against each other. The Council of Constantinople, AD 381, condemned the Arians once more, and 2 years later the Emperor Theodosius issued an edict against them. In the remoter parts of the empire they gained strength. Some of the ruder tribes adopted their view. Ulfilas was a Gothic bishop of Arian views. The celebrated Codex Argentius, now preserved in the University of Uppsala, Sweden, was his translation of the four Gospels into the Meso-Gothic language of the end of the 4th century. The Vandals and Moors of North Africa became Arians, but were conquered because of a rebellion during the reign of Justinian. Gradually, the heresy disappeared alike from the centers and the outlying provinces. By the end of the 6th century, the only Arian people left were the Lombards of Italy. The Arian controversy was remarkable for its wide extent and the number and character of the men engaged in it. Some laughed at it as a fight over a Greek letter, but it involved the very heart of Christianity. It prevented Christianity from ever dwindling away into a mere religion of culture, a philosophy without saving power, by bringing it into the full consciousness of its divine origin. Many of the Arians were men in thorough sympathy with the Christian faith, but they did not, and probably could not, see the full logical result of their views. End of chapter 16. Part 1, Chapter 17 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. The Later Controversies. The new issues were largely related to the person of Christ. The Arian strife turned entirely upon his divine nature, but questions connected directly with this doctrine arose which absorbed universal attention and continued long after the Arian controversy had ceased to divide the Christian world. These new issues related to the person of Christ in his incarnate existence. The singular characteristics of these collateral controversies, which were separate currents flowing out of the Arian fountain, lie in the fact that they became permanent factors in the Church. For from them have come the present Coptic and Nestorian churches, with some smaller subdivisions of Oriental Christianity. Apollinaris believed that the prevalent Christian view of the two natures of Christ savored of both Judaism and paganism. He held that the divine Logos first attained a personal existence in the man Jesus, that full divinity and humanity in one were impossible, and that the human is only the organ for revealing the divine. By ignoring the essential features of our Lord's humanity, and involving it with the divine to such an extent that it had become a mixed essence, Apollinaris subjected himself to the charge of heresy. His opinions were condemned by the synods of Rome, AD 375 and 378, by the Council of Constantinople, AD 381, and by the imperial decrees, AD 388, 397, and 428. Apollinaris withdrew from the Church in AD 375 and died AD 390. The Nestorian controversy raged over a broad territory, and excelled all others of the time in its vigorous vitality and its power to project itself into the later ages. It was another product of the restless and inventive Antioch. Nestorius became Bishop of Constantinople, AD 428. He saw the danger of Arianism, and, in his zeal to defend the full divinity of our Lord, went so far as to do injustice to his humanity. He went well beyond Apollinaris, and yet was in a measure of sympathy with the Pelagians, because of the total absence of fatalism in their system and the large place which they gave to the freedom of the will. His opinions were that Christ possessed two natures, the divine and human; that there are not two persons, however, but only one; that there is a perfect union between the perfect God, the Word, and man, which is expressed by the word sunapheia, conjunction; that the divine so far transcends the human as largely as to absorb it; and that God the Son did not endure human suffering or go through human experiences. Instead of regarding Christ as the God-man, Nestorians held that he was the God-bearing man. The body of our Lord was simply the vehicle of the divine, the temple of the Logos. These views attracted profound attention. They were advocated with so much warmth and ability, not only by Nestorius, but by many who rallied to his support, that they spread with marvelous rapidity, and extended from the shores of the Aegean Sea to the boundaries of India. They were condemned by several councils. The Emperor Zeno, A.D. 489, dissolved the Nestorian school of Edessa, and hoped in this way to arrest the heresy. But here he failed. It was a system which could live without a theology. The Nestorians can still be found, even in name as well as doctrines, in Kurdistan and the valley of the Tigris and Euphrates. Humboldt bears witness to their contributions to the arts and sciences in the East, while their schools and hospitals have been of benign influence during all the intervening centuries. Augustine, born in Tagaste, Numidia, A.D. 354, was led to adopt Christianity while young through the example of his devout mother, Monica. He afterwards became worldly, and wandered far from the principles and example of his early life. When 33 years of age, he was restored to a pure and happy state, and was baptized by the aged Ambrose, Bishop of Milan. His mother, who never lost faith in him, and who had followed him in all his wanderings over many lands, had the great joy of witnessing his restoration to the Church. He became a presbyter in Africa, A.D. 391, was appointed Bishop of Hippo Regius in Numidia, A.D. 395, and died there, A.D. 430. The theology of Augustine was as follows: Man was created pure, in God's image, and possessed of a free will. He was tempted and fell, and in him all humanity sinned. But man was capable of restoration, not of himself, but of God's grace. This grace comes not because man believes, but precedes faith, and is given that he may believe. From this grace all the stages of repentance, conversion, and final perseverance are reached and passed through. Now, as grace is a free gift of God, and precedes all active faith on man's part, and as experience shows that not all men become converted and are saved, it must follow that God absolutely predestinates a certain number to salvation, decretum absolutum, and that the rest are left to their merited damnation. There were many departments of this new system, and Augustine defended them all with fervor and logical skill. His purity of life and noble character added great force to his theology. Out of the Augustinian theology sprang the Pelagian controversy. It marked the entrance of the Anglo-Saxon into the broad domain of the general theology of the Christian Church. Pelagius was a monk of Britain, who resided in Rome, and about A.D. 409 began to propagate his doctrines. He attacked the Augustinian system on every side. He controverted the innate depravity of man, and held that man was created mortal, that Adam's fall has made no change in human nature, and has exerted no influence on his posterity, that the heart is a tabula rasa, or blank, and has no inclination to virtue or vice, that man's will is perfectly free to choose virtue or vice, that Christ became man, not to save by his atoning blood, but to aid us by his doctrine and example to attain to everlasting life, that baptism is a necessity, and that children dying unbaptized reach a lower grade of salvation than the baptized. Pelagius succeeded while in Rome in winning to his doctrines the acute and learned Celestius. Both were of pure life and ascetic tastes. They went to Africa, A.D. 411, and afterwards Pelagius proceeded to Palestine, while Celestius remained in Africa and became a presbyter. The deacon Paulinus opposed the Pelagian system and became a strong aid to Augustine. In Palestine it encountered a strong opponent in Jerome, but the Synod of Jerusalem, A.D. 415, declined to condemn the doctrines of Pelagius, and intimated that the whole controversy was a Western affair, and was of no special concern to Eastern Christians. The African Church, however, took up the question, and the two synods of Mileve and Carthage, A.D. 416, condemned the Pelagians. An appeal was made by Pelagius to the Roman bishop Innocent I, but the latter died before it reached him. His successor, Zosimus, espoused the Pelagian cause and wrote an endorsement to Africa. But a new synod was called in Carthage, A.D. 417, which confirmed the former action against Pelagius. The Roman emperor, Honorius, now took part in the strife, and banished the Pelagians from Rome. This brought Zosimus to drop his Pelagianism, and he wrote a circular letter against it. Suddenly the scene of controversy was shifted to the east, with Constantinople as the center. The Third General Council of the Church was held in Ephesus, A.D. 431, and Pelagius and Celestius were condemned, at the same time with Nestorius. The controversy assumed a milder type later in the West under the name of semi-Pelagianism. The sharpness of both Augustinism and Pelagianism was toned down. The result was the triumph of a mild type of the Augustinian theology, adopted by the Synod of Aranico, Orange, A.D. 529. Other controversies grew out of these larger ones. Each district had its own views, while individual communities were distinguished for their espousal of some leader, which meant bitter hostility against his competitor. There was no want of hair-splitting. The philosophical terms of the Greek schools, which it was thought were dead, again came to life, and were hurled with energy from men to men and land to land. Theotokos, God-born, a word used by Nestorius, was heard from Gaul and Italy to the borders of modern Tibet and India. All Christendom was divided by a single letter of the alphabet, one half crying homoiousia, like essence, and the other half responding with equal fervor, homoousia, same essence. Gregory of Nazianzus bears the following witness to the extent to which the theological discussions pervaded all classes. Quote, "The city, Constantinople, is full of people who dogmatize on incomprehensible questions. The streets and marketplaces are the scenes of discussions of the old clothes dealers, the money changers, and the vendors of green groceries. If you ask how many oboli he asks for his produce, he will respond by dogmatizing on the begotten and the unbegotten. If you inquire the price of bread, you will get for answer, the Father is greater than the Son, and the Son is subordinate to the Father. If you inquire, is the bath ready? You will hear, the Son was created from nothing." End quote. The results of the agitations were, on the whole, favorable to Christianity. At the moment they must have seemed not only fruitless, but of infinite damage. This is always the judgment of the age which produces theological discussions. Controversy seems only evil when in progress. But, judged by later generations, one sees the good results. The agitations of the apostolic period, and of the 4 centuries succeeding it, aroused the Christians to a sense of the importance of formulating their doctrines. They were led to meet in great councils, to compare views, and lay down those creeds, one by one, which have served the purpose of doctrinal statement for all later ages. The masses were brought to examine the Scriptures with great care, and to see how far the prevailing doctrines were supported by them. The average Christian was led to distinguish between truth and error, and to perceive the vast danger which came, in a rude age, from propagating falsehood. It was a time of test. The furnace was at a white heat. Every truth which lay at the foundation of Christianity was subjected to the flames. The pagans from without had attempted, by their attacks, to destroy Christianity. But, in the period of controversy, the Christians examined their whole body of truth with their own hands. They now gave proof that they could discuss together with as much animation as against their common foe. The Council of Nicaea, A.D. 325, which determined the divinity of Christ, and that of Chalcedon, A.D. 451, which determined the union of the two natures in him, undisturbed and unmixed, made immortal statements. Hence, even in the midst of the controversial period, we can easily see positive advances of the cause of Christianity. End of chapter 17. Part 1, Chapter 18, of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, Ecclesiastical Schisms. Division in the Church was intimately connected with the controversies, but the formal successions did not arise so much from differences of opinions in theological speculation as in practical life. Felicissimus was the originator of an important schism, A.D. 251, which extended from Carthage to the shores of the Atlantic. Cyprian, the bishop of Carthage, opposed the monarchical system of the episcopacy advocated by Cyprian, and when the latter fled from Carthage at the breaking out of the Decian persecution, Felicissimus denounced him for cowardice and led a revolt against him. With his fellow presbyters, he at once began to receive the lapsed into the Church on the strength of the certificates which they had obtained from the confessors and martyrs. Cyprian denounced this course, and when he returned he was excommunicated by a party of Felicissimus, who chose Fortunatus for their bishop. The discontented presbyter went to Rome to try to win over its bishop, Cornelius, but failed. The schism caused Cyprian much trouble. The Novatian Schism, A.D. 251, was produced by Novatianus, with Rome as the scene. The origin lay in the corrupt measures by which Callistus, after many adventures, arrived in Rome and secured election to the episcopacy. He granted absolution to all the excommunicated alike. He permitted a second marriage, and even a third, to his clergy. After his death, the lax party continued in force. In A.D. 251, the presbyter Cornelius was chosen bishop, and his methods were similar to those of his predecessor. Novatianus, a presbyter, opposed him with great spirit. He claimed that the Church consisted of the pure only, that there could be no chaff among the good wheat. An important secession was the outcome, with Novatianus as leader. It extended into the East, and in Phrygia received strong support. It lost strength, however, with the death of its leader, and in time went into decay. The Donatist schism arose from the same general cause as the other separatistic movements, but it involved more serious questions, assumed larger proportions, continued longer, and made a more thorough encroachment on the life and organization of the Church than any previous schism. It began with the question of the practical religious life, but soon extended into the domain of ecclesiastical discipline, and then entered the larger sphere of the relation of the Church to the state. In North Africa, the spirit of martyrdom during the persecutions assumed, in many cases, the form of a monomania. Christians, in large numbers, thought that by voluntary death they could atone for all former errors. Fanaticism took the place of a calm and resigned submission to the inevitable. Then came reverence for the bones of the martyrs, and for the places of their death. Many Christians thought they saw in special places and relics the abode of sanctity and the source of blessings. The question now became of such interest that elections to the episcopal office turned upon fancies arising out of this fanatical spirit. Donatus, a Numidian bishop, appeared at Carthage A.D. 311, opposed the election of Caecilian as bishop on the ground that he had been consecrated by Felix, a traditor, or renouncer of the Scriptures, in the time of persecution. Donatus stood at the head of a stricter party, and would surrender nothing to the more lax Christians. The entire Church of North Africa was involved in the strife. From words the difference went so far as secession. A council at Arles, in France, condemned the Donatists, but they had warm supporters and bore persecution firmly. Though Constantine never favored the Donatists, and always decided against them, yet he did not persecute them. He ignored them. Julian favored them, and reinstated them in full power. For 20 years they had peace, during which time they built churches, organized societies, built up a vast ecclesiastical system, and were represented by their own bishop in the Nicene Council. After the death of Donatus, the sect divided into extremists and moderates. In course of time, the schism lost its hold upon the favor of the people and disappeared. The Meletian schism arose A.D. 305 to 311. During the Diocletian persecution, when Peter was metropolitan of Alexandria and Meletius was bishop of Lycopolis, in the Thebaid, the latter took advantage of the imprisonment of the former to ordain ministers in dioceses outside his own. He complained that, as many bishops were absent, the Church was suffering for want of their services. The bishops who were in captivity remonstrated against his course. Meletius held to the stricter view, and Epiphanius reports that Meletius was the representative of the stricter party in the Church. An Egyptian synod took measures against Meletius, and condemned him for assuming functions not belonging to him. The schism extended over all Egypt, and was not without powerful support in other regions. 29 Meletian bishops were present at the Council of Nicaea. Their ordinations were recognized as valid, and they long continued in office. But the schism itself was condemned, though in mild terms. After the council, Meletius continued his schismatic course, but without real success. He afterwards combined with the Arians. After the middle of the 5th century, the Meletians disappeared from history. End of chapter 18. Part 1, Chapter 19, of Short History of the Christian Church, by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, The Scriptures and Tradition. The need of a fixed and complete canon of revealed truth was felt by the Church in its earliest period. As to just what writings were canonical, the authority rested first with the Jews. Of these there were 2 classes: the more exact and literal, who lived in Palestine and preserved most fully the traditions of their ancestors, and the more free and inexact, who lived in Alexandria and were inclined to permit doubtful books to enter the recognized canon. The Christians looked to the Palestinian Jews as the safer guides, and hence modeled their canon on the more conservative plan. The need of the Scriptures, and of knowing precisely what constituted the canon, was pressed upon the early Church with great force. The apologists heard from all sides the bitter lament, "You are divided as to your sacred books. Tell us what they are." Hence, every safe means was employed to get at uniformity. Some Christian teachers were inclined to admit doubtful books. For example, Origen defended the narrative of Susanna against the attack of Julius Africanus. He was equally energetic in his plea for Tobit and Judith. Barnabas declared the 4 books of Ezra to be inspired. Tertullian attached the same value to the Book of Enoch. Hermas elevated to similar honor the Book of Eldam and Modal, two men whom tradition alleged to have written a prophecy in the wilderness. Melito, Bishop of Sardis, visited Palestine, A.D. 170, with a view to getting at the best understanding concerning the Jewish view of the real canon. He gives the Old Testament canon in his commentary. He rejected Esther, Nehemiah, and the Apocrypha. It may be said that, by the beginning of the 2nd century, there was a general understanding among Christians as to the more important books of the Old Testament canon. They are some of the same which the evangelical Protestant Church of our times regards as inspired. There was more hesitation and uncertainty in arriving at agreement on the New Testament canon. The whole period of the early Church was one of intense literary fertility. Many books were written by Christians, which the average believer had loved so dearly, and which had been so helpful, that it is not surprising he should place them close beside the works of Paul and John. The Epistle of Barnabas, Clement's Epistle to the Corinthians, Polycarp's Epistle to the Philippians, the Shepherd of Hermas, the Gospel of the Hebrews, and the Apocalypse of Peter had each its friends. The Muratori fragment, which proceeded from the Roman or North African Church, gives the first list of canonical books. The Gospels, the Acts of the Apostles, 13 epistles by Paul, the first epistle of John, and the first epistle of Peter. As early as A.D. 170, these were adopted as the canon, but with a general belief that time would show it necessary to make the list larger. There was a difference of sentiment, according to the country and even the community. The 2nd and 3rd epistles of John and the Apocalypse were in general, but not universal, use, for the Peshitta is the only version omitting them. Jude was accepted by the great body of the Church, but James was admitted by the Syrians only. Greek and Syrian Christians admitted the Epistle to the Hebrews, but the Western Church for a time rejected it. 2 Peter was longer in dispute than any of the New Testament writings. Origen and Eusebius declared against it, but other teachers were equally warm in their advocacy. The Christian scholars were not inclined to hasten towards a conclusion. They were not willing to decide in one century what a more thorough scholarship in the next would make it necessary to revoke. But in time they reached a general understanding. The Synod of Hippo in North Africa, A.D. 393, under the leadership of Augustine, gave a list of the inspired books, which is the same as that in our present 27 books of the New Testament. It also put the seal of its approval on the Apocrypha of the Old Testament. The ancient Church, and the Church of the Middle Ages, with occasional dissent of individuals, held to the Apocrypha. The Council of Carthage, A.D. 397, adopted the same resolution as that of Hippo. Shortly afterwards, Innocent, Bishop of Rome, gave his approval to the conclusions of the councils of Hippo and Carthage. From this time forth, for 11 centuries, there was no change in the sentiment of the Church as to its canonical scriptures. The Council of Trent, which met A.D. 1545, to promote the interests of the Roman Catholic Church against the new and vigorous Protestantism, in elevating the Apocrypha to an equal honor with the other sacred books, merely reaffirmed the decisions of Hippo and Carthage. In a time when the copies of the Scriptures were only in manuscript, and of great cost, much value was attached to the personal recollections of the apostles and their immediate successors. Tradition, or matter handed down from father to son, was rich in reminiscence, and not likely, for 2 or 3 centuries, to go very far astray from exact history. That the narratives of aged Christians, which they had heard many years before from their seniors, should possess great interest and permanent value to the societies where they belonged, is not surprising. There is a rich glow and delightful fragrance in the words of Irenaeus to Florin, in which he repeats what he had heard, when very young, from the lips of the aged Polycarp, who had been taught when young by John, and who had told him much of what the beloved disciple had repeated concerning the miracles, doctrines, and life of our Lord. Irenaeus thus continues, "This I, Irenaeus, too, heard at that time with all eagerness, and wrote down, not on parchment but in my heart, and, by God's grace, I constantly bring it up again to remembrance." The later tradition, as understood many centuries afterwards, and playing an important part in the faith of Christian people, carried with it three elements: apostolic origin, Catholicity, and communication by the bishops. But the early tradition was simply the unwritten truth, and orally communicated from one generation to another. Origen and Irenaeus went further than most teachers in their large place they gave to tradition. Tradition was regarded as a treasure of priceless value, because preserving the golden links by which the memorabilia of the apostles and companions of our Lord were treasured. In the earliest period, tradition was the only available source of Christian faith and knowledge. With the close of the New Testament canon, the apostolic writings began to assume prominence, and threatened to become the only standard. But the Gnostics and other heretics could, and did, appeal also to Scripture. This again brought tradition to the foreground as the test of what the Scriptures taught. The great fathers of the 2nd and 3rd centuries constantly appealed to it with triumphant force. The Arian controversy also made much of this form of teaching. By appealing to the true ancient interpretation of certain passages of Scripture, the Catholics overthrew the Arians at Nicaea. It was an appeal to exegetical tradition. Tradition thus maintained its supremacy alongside of Scripture until it came to be petrified in the creeds and decisions of councils. The ancient Church never attained to the grand conception of the Scriptures as the sole rule of faith. End of chapter 19. Part 1, Chapter 20 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, Apocryphal Writings. The inventive spirit of the early Church can be fully seen in the large mass of apocryphal works. While the close of the scriptural canon sealed the fate of all such writings, there was still a strong local attachment to some of them. One of the chief sources of these apocryphal productions was the Ebionistic and Gnostic heresies. The great body of the Church was busied in resisting these heresies, and yet the Ebionites and Gnostics themselves produced many such works, and to the great outlying world the Christian Church had to bear the responsibility for the authorship of works produced by its own heretics. The authors of the spurious writings confined themselves to no narrow territory. The whole realm of thought lay open to them, and they roamed at large. They were as much at home in the patriarchal times as in later periods, and were as skillful in writing works in the name of the Roman Clement as of Paul or Isaiah. The 5 favorite fields were: 1. Old Testament history; 2. The life of Jesus; 3. The life and labors of the apostles; 4. The epistles; and 5. Ecclesiastical polity and discipline. The Book of Enoch enjoyed large popularity. It was a product of the century immediately preceding Christ, but in the 2nd century it underwent adaptations to the new Christian conditions. It has been preserved in a translation from the Ethiopic manuscript. The Testimony of the 12 Patriarchs, written by a Jewish Christian, contains prophecy and admonition. It claims to have been written by the 12 sons of Jacob, who instruct their posterity on various duties, and foretell our Lord's incarnation and the downfall of Judaism. The Apocalypse of Moses, Isaiah's ascension to heaven, the 4th book of Ezra, and the prophecies of Hystaspes belong in the same prophetic category. The Sibylline oracles were in 14 books, and were an imitation of the Roman Sibyllines, which enjoyed wide popularity. The Christian Sibyllines were designed to promote Christian interests. They were prophecies concerning the second coming of Christ, the destruction of Rome, the coming of Nero as Antichrist, and the final triumph of Christianity. The Christian apologists made frequent appeals to them, though with varying confidence. They claim, in the text, to have been written by a daughter-in-law of Noah. This was certainly far enough back to satisfy the most antiquarian taste of the times. The apocryphal accounts of our Lord were abundant. The first Gospel of St. James the Less was a minute description of the alleged early life of Christ and the personal history of Mary. The Gospel of the Nativity of St. Mary, the history of Joachim and Anna and of the birth of Mary and the infant Savior, the history of Joseph the carpenter, the Gospel of the infant Savior, and the Gospel of Thomas furnished a vast mass of legendary matter, which, though worse than valueless, shows at least how profoundly the thought of the Church was centered in the life and person of Jesus. The Gospel of Nicodemus, the Acts of Pilate, and the Epistles of Lentulus bear on the Passion of our Lord, and are very minute in legendary details. To the spurious apostolical correspondence belong the Epistle of Barnabas, the Epistle to the Laodiceans, an Epistle to the Corinthians, in the Armenian language, the correspondence of Paul with Seneca, the Epistle of Ignatius to the Mother of Jesus, and the Epistles of the Holy Virgin to the inhabitants of Messina, Florence, and other cities. The Apocalypse of Peter, the Ascension of Paul, and an Apocalypse each by Thomas and Stephen, and a second Apocalypse by John, are only a small portion of this luxuriant department of spurious Christian literature. The Apostolical Constitutions was the most important writing on discipline and order proceeding from the early Church. It is a collection of 8 books of instruction for both the clergy and laity on practical duties and ecclesiastical usages and polity. They claim to have been written by the apostles, but really arose at different times, no part having existed earlier than the 3rd century. The first 6 books bear internal evidence of having been written in the last quarter of the 3rd century, while the 7th and 8th indicate an origin not earlier than the 4th century. The apostolic canons are brief rules for ecclesiastical discipline and law. They were issued in the name of the Roman Clement as an authentic work of the apostles, but were afterwards declared by the Roman bishop Hormisdas in the 6th century to be apocryphal. The Second Trullian Council, AD 692, rejected them as authority for the Eastern Church. They were never recognized by the Western Church. End of chapter 20. Part 1, Chapter 21, of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21, Theology during the Early Period. On the fundamental Christian doctrines, there was a general agreement among Christians, both East and West, even before the first formula of truth was established, namely, by the Council of Nicaea, AD 325. There was a bold discussion of great themes. The daring of those first heroes for the truth is astounding. With only a brief history, and writhing in the agonies of martyrdom, they nevertheless wrote on themes of the broadest character. There was a difference between the Greek and the Roman Christian. The Greek was speculative. He caught up the terminology of Aristotle and the rest, and thrust it boldly into his argument on the eternal generation of our Lord. There was no subject on which he did not enter with boundless enthusiasm. The Roman was more careful. He had less to say, but more to do. He went beyond his pile of manuscripts, and thought of a stronger organization of the Church, a firmer body of believers, a more solid Christian phalanx for the conquest of the world. But beneath the speculation of the Greek and the practical aggressiveness of the Roman, there was one faith. With all the differences in the schools, there was but little difference in the ruling theology. The divine character lay at the foundation of all doctrine. Here the Christian mind came into severest antagonism to the Greek polytheism and the Oriental dualism. The Christian believer regarded God as creator and preserver of the universe. No attribute in modern evangelical theology was denied him in the patristic period. Only when the Christians began to consider the relations of the three persons in the Godhead and God's revelation of himself to the world do we observe variety. But even here there was essential unity. Tertullian varied from the general view in supposing God must have a body. This he did because of the misfortune of his philosophy, which was borrowed from paganism, that corporeity is a necessity of all existence. Origen and the school of Alexandria controlled the Church in avoiding all corporeal representations of deity. The whole patristic Church said, "We accept the divine character. We do not need to prove it. Its proof is in us and beyond us." Arnobius said, "To attempt to prove God's existence is not much better than to deny it." Origen, Clement of Alexandria, and Athanasius agreed in saying that the only possible knowledge we can have of God is based on grace and the Logos. The methods of proving the unity and trinity of the Godhead were not fortunate. Instead of adhering to the language of the Scriptures, the theologians made use, as well, of the dialectics of Aristotle, and of the example of the elder faiths of India and of Persia, to show a parallelism. Yet there was no compromise, no disposition to reduce the Christian doctrine to the plane of any other faith. The term triad was first used by Theophilus of Antioch, while Tertullian was the first to introduce the word Trinity into Christian theology. While all the fathers accepted the three persons, there was a difference of opinion in regard to the equality of essence. Justin's view expressed, however, the general and final belief of the Church. The three persons exist, they are of equal quality, beneath all the variety in the universe there is a unity of operation by the one God. Christology was the most fully developed of all departments of theology. The Logos of Alexandria became the Logos of the Christian world. Some teachers proved the incarnation of our Lord by a process of necessity. That to reveal is a divine necessity, just as the gem must shine. But this was a low plane of logic. The prevailing method was, God is all-loving and all-wise, and he willed the salvation of man, and by the only means possible. God's nature is to bless. He is not an introspective character. His goodness is operative when it is needed. It was the Father's good pleasure to reveal himself. His will absorbed all necessity. Our Lord was generated by the Holy Ghost, born of the Virgin Mary, and led a human life. This life was sinless. Justin, Theophilus of Antioch, Tatian, and the Pseudo-Ignatius held that the Son existed from all eternity co-equally with the Father, but that, before creation, he proceeded from the Father and began to lead a separate personal existence. Irenaeus taught Christ's separate and personal sonship with the Father. Tertullian, that the members of the Trinity were of the same substance, but constitute a succession. And Origen, that the Logos was of eternal generation. The differences of view were sought to be settled by the Council of Nicaea, A.D. 325. The Christian thinkers had been in danger, on the one hand, of emphasizing the humanity of our Lord to the detriment of his divinity, and, on the other, of allowing his divinity to absorb his humanity. But the perfection of each nature finally entered into the permanent faith of the Church. The final Christology of the period reduces itself to this: Christ was eternally coexistent and cooperative with the Father. He permitted the full penalty of sin to be visited upon himself. His death was voluntary and achieved our redemption. He rose from the dead, ascended into heaven, became our high priest, in the fullness of time he will come to judge the world, when he will reward the righteous and punish the guilty. The discussions on the Logos threw the consideration of the Holy Ghost into the background. The adversaries of Christianity knew that Christianity must stand or fall with the divinity of Christ. There was no emphatic and general discussion of the doctrine of the Holy Ghost before the 4th century. The views concerning the Holy Ghost were quite vague. By some he was identified with the Word, and by others with wisdom. Tertullian was the first to distinctly assert the personality of the Spirit, though he subordinated him to the Father and the Son. Origen followed him in this, but was undecided as to his nature. The General Council of Constantinople, A.D. 381, formally laid down the doctrine of the divinity of the Holy Ghost, which has ever since been maintained by the Church. Cosmology was a fruitful field of speculation. Is matter eternal? Was a question which Persia had hurled at the Western mind, and because Christianity answered no, the whole Oriental philosophy opposed the new religion. The Christian claimed that his sacred books taught that only an eternal God could create matter. Tertullian spoke for the whole Church when he said that God did not need the world for his own glory, but that creation was for man. The pagan believed in a past golden age. The Christian looked back upon lost paradise, but his eye was keen to foresee a perfect restoration. He studied man in relation to the future. Sin passed from our first parents upon all humanity. Theophilus of Antioch and Tertullian taught that man can arrive at spiritual excellence by the development of his spiritual faculties, through his own choice and the quickening power of the Spirit. 3 views on the union of soul and body were advocated. 1. Pre-existence of the soul before union with the body. 2. The soul is transmitted through Adam to all generations. 3. Each soul is created with the body at birth. Each of these 3 views had its advocates, but the third became the prevailing opinion. The world's social life is impure. Against this stands the Church, organized purity, God's children, His bride, the foreshadowing of His everlasting kingdom. It is a living body of believers. There may be unbelievers in the body, but, in the main, the Church is pure, and God will take care to preserve its character. The object of the Church is the culture of the soul until released from its bondage. It is the depository of the divine truth. God has furnished in the Church, according to Cyprian and Irenaeus, the universal operation of the Spirit. There was a disposition on the part of some teachers to associate a sacrificial union of the Holy Ghost with the water in baptism. Origen says that baptism is the beginning and the source of the gifts of the Spirit. Baptismal regeneration was thus taught by many of both the early and later fathers. Gregory of Nazianzus called baptism the sacrament of the new birth. Cyprian spoke of the regenerating water, and Augustine of the sacrament of birth and regeneration. The Greeks were much inclined to emphasize the spiritual gifts, while the Latins were more cautious, and attached great importance to the previous spiritual state of the baptized. In the general faith of the Church, there was not only a belief in baptismal regeneration, but a disposition to assign to baptism an effect so important that it became the custom to postpone its reception till the close of life, for fear of losing its precious effect. Some writers emphasized the ethical disposition of the soul, but the universal tendency was to exaggerate the effect of the baptismal waters. The act of baptism, in the adult, was the human sign of a divine act of grace performed upon the soul. Tertullian disapproved of infant baptism. Origen favored it, and described it as an existing usage. Cyprian, speaking for the Western Church, did the same. The usage was universally acknowledged by the middle of the 3rd century. The Lord's Supper was the human sign, divinely appointed to keep in mind the death of Christ. Ordinary bread and wine mixed with water were employed as symbols. After the 2nd century, none but baptized persons could partake of the Lord's Supper. During the patristic period, there are occasional traces of the doctrine of transubstantiation, as in a theory stated by the fertile Irenaeus, that the elements, under consecration, have the effective power of the body and blood of Christ. Transubstantiation seems to have been taught in the highly rhetorical language of Ambrose, Chrysostom, and others, and to have had considerable advocacy in private circles. But many of the fathers made more or less distinction between the sign and the thing signified. The words, "This is my body," were sometimes construed as a liturgical accommodation, meaning the representation of the body and blood by the bread and wine, and not literally a substantial transformation. The Church loved to think of a peaceful and happy future. The early coming of Christ was expected by many, while some of the more serious teachers and scholars thought they saw in the New Testament abundant warrant for the speedy introduction of the millennium. But all such hopes were soon eclipsed in the Christian mind by the broad and white harvest field to be reaped before his coming. In the Alexandrian theology, we find the first traces of a purgatorial fire. Origen made the final fire, which should destroy the world, as the same fire which should purify all souls. During the first 3 centuries, the general Church believed that all who die enter an intermediate state, but after the 4th century, the opinion prevailed that the wicked abide in Hades, waiting for the final deliverance, and that the disciplinary dealing will cleanse them from all impurities, while the righteous will immediately enter into the presence of God. The present life was regarded as the only probationary possibility. The final restoration of the wicked was advocated by Origen, who even admitted the devil to its benefits. But here, as in other fields, the Church was slow to be guided by the warm fancy and generous sympathy of the imaginative African. The process of theological adjustment was slow, and attended with great difficulty. The differences in race, climate, and intelligence were serious, and, before a theological consensus was arrived at, there was the appearance of hopeless diversity. This diversity continued long after the Council of Nicaea. One council would establish Arianism, another would overthrow it. But the Council of Nicaea had the great effect of placing the doctrine of the divinity of Christ beyond doubt as a fundamental doctrine, and of teaching the Church that there was to be a written standard of universal faith, determined by the Church in its representative capacity, that the doctrines of the Church would not be left to the temporary triumph of some acute dialectician, that an emperor could not make and ordain a Christian creed with any hope of success, and that theology is not a stagnant science, which admits of no enlargement with the flight of centuries and with the growth of the general domain of knowledge. It is not likely that, notwithstanding the controversies on theological questions, the faith of the Christians was seriously agitated. The hair-splitting sophistries of Christian debaters, who had brought their pagan dialectics with them into the Christian fold, did not disturb the average Christian. Those men had little to do with the determination of doctrine. The general body of plodding and fervent members, who knew no logic but the facts of the Gospels, were the principal agents who kept the Church close to its original moorings. Although the most abstruse doctrines were discussed with great intensity among the people, the mass of the faithful remained true to the Orthodox Church. The theology of the matter-of-fact believer was exact and closely knit. He was not disconcerted by the jargon on the process of the Logos towards manifestation, or the procession of the Holy Ghost also from the Son, or whether only the wicked enter Hades. He knew that Jesus was born in Bethlehem, that the Holy Ghost was the divine Comforter, and that the believer's Lord would not inflict on him a long suspense after martyrdom before permitting him to behold his face. The Nicene conclusions, far from being the mere fruit of theologians, were the faith of the great commonwealth of believers throughout Christendom. The real master at Nicaea was neither Athanasius nor Constantine, but the humble believer, who might be keeping his flocks beside the Euphrates, or cultivating his patch of lentils in the Thebaid, or singing his psalms beneath his thatched roof on the outskirt of a dark forest of the Germania of Trajan's day. End of chapter 21. Part 1, Chapter 22 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22, Ecclesiastical Government and the Roman Primacy. The early period of the Church was marked by a simple government. The offices and orders were few, derived from the Scriptures, and administered without ostentation and formality. But the enlargement of territory, the multiplication of societies, the dealing with the lapsed and other classes requiring special dealing, and, above all, the bringing of the Church into union with the state, increased the offices to an alarming extent. The political system of Rome entered more and more into the Christian mind as a model for government. The metropolitan center and the synodal bond were derived directly from the imperial arrangement for the government of provinces. Under Constantine, the Church became only the smaller within the larger empire. Simplicity of government continued until about the end of the 2nd century, but after that the tendency was towards a complex polity. For at least 3/4 of a century before Constantine, the new taste had exhibited itself, but when he converted Christianity into the state religion, all obstacles were removed and offices multiplied. Of the minor clergy, the subdeacons came first. They assisted the deacons in subordinate services. The acolyths were assistants to the bishops in many subordinate relations. At the communion service, they filled the cup with wine and water, and helped in the manual duties of the communion. The lectors, or readers, appear as a clerical order early in the 3rd century. They had charge of the sacred books of the society, read prescribed passages to the congregation, and usually consisted of ministerial candidates. The catechists were only occasionally a special order, their duties being performed by presbyters, deacons, and lectors. When the congregation was very large, they were called into exercise to propose candidates for admission to the church. The hermeneuti, or interpreters, interpreted the sermon and scriptural selections into the language of the people, when the language was not Greek or Latin. This was the case in the Carthaginian church, where the language was Punic. Singers, or praecentors, were used in the larger churches to aid in music. The lowest official rank was the ostiarii, or doorkeepers, who served as ushers, preserved order, and had charge of the sacred buildings. Some of these offices were in force by the beginning of the 3rd century, others not until the middle of the century. During the following century we find the other subordinate officers: the economos, or trustee of church property, the defensor, or attorney, the notarius, or secretary, who recorded and preserved official records, the parabolani, or nurses of the sick, and the fossores, or grave diggers. The chief clerical work of the greater clergy devolved upon the deacons and presbyters, whose functions remained the same as at the beginning. When the Roman Clement wrote his epistle to the Corinthians, A.D. 95, there was no difference between bishop and presbyter. The presbyter was the pastor, with all the sacred ministerial functions. The bishop was, at the beginning, the same. During all the early centuries he was only the presbyter, but with a larger government, embracing a group or territory of separate societies. Originally, the church or congregation elected the bishop, and invited neighboring bishops to consecrate him to his new office. Then, in the 3rd century, the bishop was elected by brother bishops in adjoining territory, after the manner of the election of an apostle. By the middle of the 3rd century, the election of a bishop was confirmed by the votes of all the bishops of the province, in presence of the laity and by their consent. The Council of Nicaea gave the bishops of the province the right to elect without lay participation, a mode very popular in the West, but not in the East, where the laity continued to exercise the right of both veto and direct election. The bishops were elected sometimes by acclamation of the multitude, as in the case of Cyprian, and the bishops, presbyters, and other clergy were compelled to submit. It is historically true that in such cases the choice was generally a wise one. The people knew their man. With time, the prerogatives of the bishop enlarged. At first, his power was limited by dependence on the cooperation of the presbyters. He could nominate the clergy, but could not advance to orders without the vote of the presbyters. He could not determine doctrinal questions, or discipline, or general administration. He had to summon the clergy of the diocese and submit the questions, and abide by their vote. The government of the local society was vested in the hands of the laity, and the presbyter was only the spiritual guide. The process by which the bishop became the chief officer was this. From the first society another radiated, and still others from them, until there was a group of churches which extended even into the suburban parts. The parent church was held in highest esteem. The bishop's residence was supposed to be in connection with it, but over each church there was a presbyter, and over all the bishop, whose spiritual functions were no greater than those of the humblest presbyter in the diocese. There was some variation, according to place, in the independence of the individual society. In Constantinople, for example, the presbyters of the mother church served the 3 filial churches in order. There was a tendency of the richer suburban churches towards independence. In time they were grouped, and had their bishop, who was called a chorepiscopos, or rural bishop. This office became a source of serious disorder. The rural bishop was not acknowledged to be equal to his brother in office in the city. Several of the provincial synods of the 4th century took from the rural bishops the right of nominating the clergy. Finally, the chorepiscopos was abolished by the Council of Laodicea, A.D. 360, and of Sardica, A.D. 347, though his office continued for a long time afterwards. Its functions gradually became merged into the order of the presbyters. The metropolitan authority was closely related to the diocese. The word metropolitan does not appear before the Council of Nicaea, but the idea had been in force from the earlier period of the expansion of the Church. The city where the gospel was planted, and from which it extended into other regions of the province, was the maternal city of the Church of the whole territory. In due time, other societies, remote from the center, were formed, which grew in number and importance, and were grouped into dioceses. But the connections were kept up with the central authority. Rome, for example, was the original Italian church, but other cities in due time received the gospel, such as Tusculum, Tibur, Velitrae, Ostia, and Portus, each of which became a diocese with a separate bishop. Now, the bishop living in the original society was the metropolitan. He was always regarded with peculiar reverence because of his supposed attachment to the doctrines and usages of the Church. The metropolitan had important rights. He could convene provincial synods, preside over them, and see that the conclusions were enforced. There were 6 metropolitans, those of Rome, Antioch, Jerusalem, Alexandria, Ephesus, and Corinth. The patriarchate was a higher office than the metropolitanate. The number of metropolitanates was reduced to 4 general patriarchates: Rome, Alexandria, Antioch, and Constantinople. This was an imitation of the political division by Constantine of the whole Roman Empire into 4 prefectures. The patriarchs consecrated the metropolitans and the bishops of the diocese, summoned the synods of the whole patriarchate, had supervision of all general ecclesiastical affairs, even the court of final appeal, and could have legates at foreign courts. The Patriarchate of Alexandria comprised 6 provinces, Antioch 15, Constantinople 28, and Jerusalem 3. Many things contributed to give preeminence to the Roman bishop. The Church of Rome was distinguished for its conservatism. It was firm in the midst of many heresies. After the overthrow of Jerusalem, it was believed to be the oldest apostolic church. Its good quality of faith was well known, or, as Paul says, had been spoken of throughout the world. In the giving of alms, in missionary zeal, and in doctrinal purity, the Roman Christians had no superiors. The certain residence of Paul in Rome, and the already growing impression of Peter's sojourn there, were important apostolical associations, which clothed the Roman society with great sanctity. By the middle of the 2nd century, there was frequent mention of the primacy of Rome. In the early part of the 3rd century, there was a revision of the recognitions, in which the idea of a Roman primacy was made very prominent. So soon as this intimation was expressed, there were strong views against it. Cyprian declared that each bishop is equal, and that the Church is a unit. "Be it so," cried Origen, when he heard of the new Roman claim to foundation by Peter, and therefore preeminence. "But if Peter is the only one on whom the Church is built, what becomes of John and the other apostles? Is Peter, forsooth, the only one against whom the gates of hell should not prevail?" Irenaeus spoke in a similar strain, and yet the trend of the general policy was towards Roman centralization. Each new Roman bishop advanced beyond the claims of his predecessor. Zephyrinus held that he alone should be arbiter on the discipline of penitents. Victor assumed the same right on the Easter controversy, and Stephen asserted a similar claim on the baptism of heretics. The resisting force lay in the Eastern Church, where Antioch was leader. But there was little cohesion in the East. It was regarded as provincial, while in spiritual affairs Rome came constantly into more prominent leadership. In due time, little or no attention was paid to the Eastern protests. When Firmilian, the obscure bishop of Cappadocian Caesarea, dared to charge Stephen of Rome with boasting of episcopal superiority, he was only laughed at in the western metropolis. Constantinople was called New Rome. When Constantine made the obscure Byzantium, which had been subordinate to Heraclea, the capital of Thrace, his vast capital and the center of imperial authority, much advantage to the Church was expected. But the result was not satisfactory. When he passed away, there was little purity left. The palace became a nest of intrigue and revolution. The Turkey of our times, with its plots and counterplots and its nameless corruptions, is only the modern reflection of the depravity which dwelt in the imperial home of the successors of Constantine. The members of the court frequently hurled theological terms at each other, while the wranglers of schismatics were transferred to the homes of the nobility with little loss of bitterness. As in the Bosphorus one sees the tumultuous flow of northern and southern waters, so, beside its beautiful and historic banks, in the 4th century, one could see the meeting of all the conflicting thoughts which agitated the whole Eastern Church. Each new party hoped for success from imperial favor. The agitations around the eastern half of the Mediterranean became so serious as to retard missionary operations, to threaten unity, and to promote spiritual decline. In the West, the life was more steady. There was no emperor to lean upon. When an Eastern heresy reached Rome, it was generally throttled or vivisected without much ado. The Roman Church life had the equipoise of power and of faith in its high destiny. It was willing to hear any new thing which came to it, but not to go out in quest of novel ideas. It possessed neither the wish nor the talent for theological invention. It was willing to wait and to profit by blunders elsewhere, but not to look backward except to gather up supporting traditions for a steadier and farther march into the future. End of chapter 22. Part 1, Chapter 23 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23, Sacred Seasons and Public Worship. The festal cycle of the Christian world gradually assumed fixed form. The tendency was towards an enlargement upon the apostolic limitation. But each addition was achieved after heated discussion. The Jewish Christian, after losing the traces of the Jewish calendar, was slow to add any new day which might be suggested by the Gentile Christian. The first day of the week for sacred services came constantly into more frequent use than the seventh. But the Jewish Christians continued to use both the first and seventh days, until the first generation had disappeared, when the influence of Gentile Christianity became predominant. Barnabas, Ignatius, and Justin furnish positive proof of the early substitution of the first for the seventh day. That it was called Sunday because of a Saxon god is an old error for which there is no foundation. The first day, however, was associated with the sun in the oldest mythologies. George Smith found on a tablet at Nineveh mention of Sunday as a day of rest. It was a day of gladness because of the great gift of our Lord's resurrection, the day of new light, the day of the sun. Wednesday and Friday were also used as days of service, but never in the high sense of the Sunday service. The Wednesday service was designed to commemorate our Lord's arrest by the Jewish council, and Friday to commemorate his death. Those days, the 4th and 6th of the week, were called the stations, a military term, as a reminder that the Christian is a soldier and must be on his guard against the enemies of Christ. Of the yearly festivals, the Passover was the most important. It signified the festal commemoration of the sparing of the firstborn of Egypt, and, in a Christian sense, the memorial celebration of the death of Christ. The great Easter controversy arose on the duration of the Easter fast. It was only a question of a few hours, but the whole church was divided on the trivial matter, the Western Christians contending for the longer time, and the Eastern for the shorter. From Gaul to Pontus, the discussion swept. Synods were called, and the strife became bitter. But the Western view prevailed, and those who held to the Eastern opinion either withdrew their opposition or concentrated into a little sect, the Quartodecimanians, whose home was confined to Asia Minor and proconsular Africa. They had but a short existence. The Roman bishop Victor refused to acknowledge as Christians all who sympathized with the Eastern view, and excommunicated them. Pentecost gained additional strength in the Christian mind. While the Jews celebrated it in thankful commemoration of the harvest and the gift of the law on Sinai, the Christian revered it and placed it very high in his calendar in commemoration of the outpouring of the Spirit after our Lord's ascension. Epiphany was observed in the East towards the close of the 2nd century. A commemoration of the Nativity was prefixed to it, but became an independent feature about AD 386. After that, Christmas was observed with greater or less attention in both the East and the West. The growing reverence for the martyrs led to special services on the anniversary of their death. By a happy thought, the day of the martyr's death was called his birthday. Processions were made on these days to the scene of the martyrdom. Churches were erected over the remains of the martyrs. Memorial sermons were preached on the anniversary, and the special day was added to the calendar. This tendency, innocent and natural in the first 4 centuries, afterwards became a superstition, and brought many evils into the Church. On the memorial martyr days, the Lord's Supper was celebrated, with a view to continued fellowship with the martyrs. It was called an oblation or sacrifice for martyrs, sacrificium pro martyribus. It must be remembered, however, that during the entire patristic period, these memorial days for martyrs were no part of the order of the Church. They grew out of the fame and merit of Christians who died sooner than renounced their faith in Christ. The martyrology of the Roman Catholic Church, the large use of images, and the realistic services were all of a much later and less spiritual origin. No mention is made of special buildings for Christian worship until the close of the 2nd century. Tertullian, who died about 230, speaks of going to church and of going to the house of God. The church was on the plan of the Jewish temple and the synagogue. It was called the Lord's house, the house of prayer, the house of the church. The architecture of the first churches was simple, and gave no promise of the subsequent splendor of the basilica and the cathedral. The interior of the church consisted of 3 parts, the vestibule, the nave, and the choir. The congregation assembled in the nave, and here the pulpit was erected, the scriptures read, and the sermon delivered. The choir was used alone for the clergy, and for the readers and the singers. It corresponded to the Holy of Holies of the Jewish temple. It was separated from the nave by a lattice or railing and curtains, and was elevated above the nave. In the center of the choir was a wooden table bearing the symbols of our Lord's death. In the rear, following the semicircular wall, the higher clergy sat, while the bishop sat on a cathedra or raised seat. Even before the time of Constantine, reigned 306 to 337, pictures of Scripture events had been set up in churches. The early church was familiar with such representations, and with symbolic images, as the Roman catacombs testify. There was very early, however, a distaste for all representations of deity or sacred characters. Clement of Alexandria expressed the sentiment of his age, quote, "The custom of daily looking on the representation of the divine being desecrates his dignity." End quote. The time had not, as yet, arrived when Christian art was employed to clothe our Lord's person with ethereal beauty and sweetness. The theology of the times attributed to him the sad and homely visage of prophecy, and it was a quaint fancy of Tertullian that he could never have been despised of men and have suffered death for them, if in his person he had manifested his heavenly glory. Origen held that his whole person was repulsive. The Eastern Church has never deviated from this view. In the Greco-Russian Church of today, whether amidst the barbaric splendor of the Cathedral of St. Isaac in St. Petersburg, or in the more ancient Church of the Transfiguration on the Kremlin, it is the same sad and austere countenance which we discover in the ancient frescoes of Ravenna. The Council of Elvira, A.D. 305, declared against the use of all images in sacred buildings, though its decisions were never respected out of Spain. The Western Church was inclined early to the use of images, and this preference was one of the causes which finally led to the division of the East and the West. End of chapter 23. Book 1, Chapter 24 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Ecclesiastical Discipline. Careful training was early observed in the spiritual life of the Church. No sooner was a society organized than the closest attention was paid to the religious instruction of the young. The converts of Pentecost were immediately received into the fellowship of believers, but the work was only just begun. There must be edification. Each believer was regarded as a temple, not finished, but susceptible of all beautiful and symmetrical forms. He must be built up. Hence, full provision was made for instruction and training. Paul's epistles abound in intimations that constant attention was paid to the domestic training for Christian life and for careful instruction in biblical knowledge. The new adult convert had everything to learn. He had just come in from paganism. No miracle could compensate for the previous absence of religious truth. When one embraced the new faith, or, as the phrase of the time went, laid off the toga for the pallium, he was a blank. The catechumens were required to pass through a severe discipline. There was no fixed time for terminating the catechumenate. While the apostles baptized immediately on profession of faith, the patristic church moved more slowly, for experience taught them that nothing was lost by a longer process before full membership. There were 3 classes of catechumens: the hearers, the kneelers, and the petitioners. The hearers would come to the general service, and hear the sermon and the lessons, but could not remain for prayers. The kneelers could also hear the prayers and even the prayer of the imposition of hands. The petitioners could hear the entire service, and petition for baptism at the next public appointing, which was usually Easter Sunday. When the petition was accepted, the names of the candidate and his sponsors were recorded in the diptych, or register. Then came a close examination, or scrutiny, which lasted 20 days. When public baptism and reception took place, the new member was admitted to the Eucharist. After the period of persecution had closed, the time for the duration of the catechumenate became briefer than before. The apostolical constitutions favored 3 years. The Synod of Elvira laid down 2, but the Synod of Agde shortened the time to 8 months. The apostates were the more difficult class to manage. The temptations to apostasy were numerous. In some regions, the process of restoration continued for years. In others, when penitents were ready to suffer martyrdom, the ordeal was brief. In the African Church, many apostates secured letters of peace from men just before suffering martyrdom, and with these as authority, they boldly demanded admission again into the Church. One man, Lucian, boldly declared that he had granted peace to all apostates in North Africa, and had declared their sins absolved. And Cyprian, in a gentle mood, cried aloud that the Church must keep peace with its martyrs. There were 2 classes of sins, the venial and the mortal. But martyrdom was regarded as the completion of any penitential experience. In the latter part of the 3rd century, the penitents were more largely classified: mourners, hearers, kneelers, and bystanders. A bystander was the most advanced. He could advance up the nave of the church, join in all the prayers of the church, and witness the celebration of the Lord's Supper, but not participate in it. During all the stages towards restoration, the penitent must give practical proof of sincerity by abstaining from all diversions, by observing all the public fasts, by giving liberally towards the support of the poor, and by assisting in burying the dead. Restoration was completed by admitting the penitent to the Lord's Supper, by the prayer of absolution and reconciliation, and by the imposition of hands by the bishop. The penitential presbyter was the special officer who supervised the penitents during all the stages of restoration. It was his duty to see that all requirements were met, that the bishop was duly notified of the progress made by the penitent, and that the time was fixed for final restoration. But his chief duty was to hear under oath of secrecy the private confession of penitents. He also laid upon them the necessary penances. But this officer, though a forerunner of the priestly confessor, was appointed simply for convenience in the service of church discipline. The confessional, as a prerequisite for communion in the case of all Christians, came in several centuries afterwards. The office of the penitential presbyter was abolished A.D. 390 on account of a scandal occasioned by a deacon, the facts of which were revealed in the confession of a prominent woman of Constantinople. End of chapter 24. Part 1, Chapter 25 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25, Christian Life and Usages. The charitable spirit of the Church in the apostolic time took larger form in the patristic period. There was no need of Christians in one place which did not awaken sympathy everywhere. When Cyprian saw that the Numidian Christians could not pay the required ransom of their captive brethren, he took a large collection in Carthage for that purpose, and sent it to them, with a letter full of fraternal expressions. Dionysius of Corinth lauded the Roman society as the helper of Christians without distinction from its very origin. Dionysius of Alexandria, in a letter to Stephen, Bishop of Rome, paid the same tribute. Basil of Cappadocia wrote a letter of thanks to Rome for money sent him to redeem captive Christians from their barbarous foes. Demetrius drew a striking picture of the sacrifice of Christians during the pestilence in Alexandria. Gifts for the support of the Church were made at each service. Often these consisted in wares, or produce of the soil, according to the pursuits of the people. In the East, a fixed sum, or the tithes, was held to be the proper standard of annual beneficence. But in the West there was no rule. The great teachers opposed any defined measure, saying that the Lord required all that could be spared. A careful record, the matricula, was preserved of all the details of the benefactions. The incentives to knowledge were very great. The transition from paganism to Christianity was a thorough revolution. The field of Christian knowledge was a new world. In the schools, catechetical exercises prevailed. The secular sciences were subordinated to religion. Christianity did not build up its great libraries, but the books written by the leading Christian thinkers were already read with profound interest. Each church was the center of knowledge. Copies of the Scriptures were expensive, but were multiplied, and each church possessed several copies, together with expository and other works. All these were for the benefit of the congregation in the intervals of service and during the week. There was a special room for the use of books, which was called the Frontisterion, or thinking shop. One of the first impulses of the new Christian who was possessed of means was to employ copyists and have the entire Scriptures transcribed for loaning or presenting to other churches or private circles. Even during the time of persecution, so many copies of the Scriptures had found their way into private hands that the pagan wrath was aroused. During the Diocletian persecution, especially, their possessors were ordered to deliver up vast numbers of them. Even the pagan enemies secured copies, for the works of Celsus, Porphyry, Hierocles, and others give abundant proof that the authors must have had a personal inspection of some portions of the Bible. The domestic life was in direct contrast with everything pagan. There were, therefore, no reminders of the old idolatry. The typical Greek and Roman houses had been profusely adorned with figures, busts, and monograms of favorite divinities. But even this was a decline from the early Roman austerity. For nearly 2 centuries after the founding of Rome, no citizen had so far accommodated himself to the superstition of Greece or Egypt as to erect a statue to any deity. But the times brought sad changes. The excavations in Pompeii and the many memorials of art from the Roman ruins show how thoroughly the later art was superseded by a gross idolatry. The Christian's first impulse was to put away all such things. He lost no time in blotting out every trace of the obedient Mercury, the majestic Apollo, the generous Ceres, and even the omnipotent Jove, from doorway, court, and hall. But he was not satisfied with this severe absence of all symbolism. Even the more cautious Christian writers encouraged a safe and proper counterpart to the polytheistic symbolism of their pagan adversaries. Clement of Alexandria urged the use of Christian symbols on seal rings, and named as proper figures the dove as an image of the Holy Ghost, the fish with reference to the call of Zebedee's sons to be fishers of men, the ship as an emblem of the advancing church, the lyre as a type of Christian joy, and the anchor as an expression of hope. The crucifix was never used. Every great teacher was an industrious correspondent. Paul had set the example, and it was diligently followed by his successors in evangelization. Epistolary writings had long been a favorite Roman fashion. Cicero, Seneca, Pliny, and many other authors chose the form of the letter to an individual in order to inform the public of their views on many special subjects. The fathers of the Church chose, therefore, a means of information which they found in use already, both from apostolic and pagan example. The letters of Polycarp and Origen, and the 86 warm and nervous epistles of Cyprian, were only a small part of the epistolary benefaction of those times to the later Church. A number of the apologists addressed their works to Roman emperors. The Christians were largely represented among the commercial and laboring classes, and often changed their abodes. They followed the lines of commerce. As in the United States, many Christian people from the Atlantic seaboard have gone into the far western regions and taken with them their religious spirit and built churches, so, in the 3rd and 4th centuries, the Christians observed the new openings of business and planted Christian societies in the places where they settled. Between the old and new societies, a frequent correspondence was maintained. Christians who went upon a journey for any purpose were often the bearers of letters, to be delivered on the way or on reaching the place of destination. When these letters arrived, being on a durable fabric, either papyrus or parchment, they became the permanent possessions of the society or the individual receiving them. The synodical letters, which were written after each session of the provincial synod to similar bodies in other provinces, will convey some idea of the extent to which official relationship was carried. When action was taken on a schism, or on any special subject, the utmost promptness was employed to communicate the fact far and wide, while a bishop, on being chosen to the office, was equally prompt in sending notifications of his election to his colleagues in every part of Christendom. The most distant parts of the Church were brought into close relationship also by personal visitation. The Fathers were busy travelers. Many parts of the East were even safer then for the stranger than they are today. The Christians followed classic examples. The Greek and Roman authors had been in the habit of visiting places which they described. Homer certainly saw the Troad, for the Iliad bears internal evidence of a personal examination. Herodotus journeyed in many lands, now among the priests of the Upper Nile and now in Asia Minor, endeavoring to verify the country by contact with the people and their land. Sallust visited Africa, in order to be faithful in his picture of Jugurtha. Jerome lingered long in Palestine, in order to make sure work in his exegetical studies. Papias, Bishop of Hierapolis, conceived the happy thought of visiting Palestine, and trying to find among the most aged people of different countries some who had seen our Lord in the flesh. For, said he, I did not think that I could get so much aid from the books as from the words of those living and remaining. Out of this tour grew his Explanation on the Discourses of our Lord. Polycarp, in his extreme age, or about A.D. 158, visited Rome, to come to an understanding with the bishop and Acestus concerning the baptism of heretics and the observance of Easter. Irenaeus labored in Asia Minor, Gaul, and Rome. From the journey of Hegesippus from the East to Rome came many interesting facts concerning early church history. Among these was the finding of Manetho's catalogue of the kings of Egypt. In those days we regard the journey of Ararat as an undertaking of remarkable difficulty, but Julius made it in the interest of sacred science, and identified it as the mountain on which the ark had rested. He also visited the Dead Sea and located the site of Sodom and Gomorrah. Clement of Alexandria was a diligent traveler over 3 continents. Origen appears to have visited every part of the Christian world, including far-off Persia. Rufinus studied the monastic life by personal observation among the monks of the Nitrian desert. Jerome was an ideal traveler in the interest of sacred learning. He located himself in Palestine in order to learn the idiomatic construction of the biblical text from contact with the people. He employed, as a special teacher in Hebrew, a Jew who instructed him by night, lest the Christians might learn of it and take offense. He even visited Cilicia in order to learn the deep force and subtle meaning of Paul's epistles. It need not occasion surprise that, with such pains, Jerome should easily stand at the head of the Latin Church, and that to his patient and thorough scholarship the world should be indebted for the Vulgate version. This is the beautiful justification which he gave for this sojourn in Palestine. Quote, "As the history of the Greeks is better understood by him who has seen Athens, and Virgil's 3rd book by him who has sailed from the Troad to Sicily, and from there to the mouth of the Tiber, so do the Holy Scriptures become clearer to him who has seen Judea with his own eyes, and has made himself acquainted with the recollections of the old cities and the names of the places, whether they are the same or have been changed. Therefore I had it in heart to undertake this work, in connection with the most learned Jews, so that I have wandered through the country from which all the churches of Christ take their tone." End of chapter 25. Part 1, Chapter 26 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. The Church in the Catacombs. The Roman catacombs are excavations, often at great depth, made by the Christians for the burial of the dead. The Roman never continued his warfare with other faiths after death. He allowed the Christians every liberty in the disposition of their dead. The catacombs had been already in use by the Jewish residents of Rome. At first they probably made a mere opening in the hillside, or a hollow beneath a shelving wall, as their fathers had done in Palestine from remote times. But, later, the Jewish burial place became an approach to the Christian catacomb. Some of these Jewish wall catacombs are still in existence, as, for example, one opposite the catacomb of San Sebastiano, and another nearer Rome in the Rondaniani vineyard. The galleries are the same as those of the Christian catacombs, only less ornate and regular. The Jewish type is everywhere recorded by the 7-branched candlestick or other Hebrew symbols. In the earlier Roman times, burial was the method in use, but cremation came into use later, probably as a result of the importation of the Persian idea of the evil in matter. But burial was still performed by many of the older Roman families, as can be seen in the monument of the Scipios before the Porta Capena of Rome, now within the walls. The graves of the Nassos, 4 Italian miles from Rome, on the Via Flaminia, consist of chambers hewn in the tufa, with horizontal niches for the bodies in precisely the same way as the Christian catacomb. There was one difference, however, between the pagan and the Christian burial place. The pagan catacomb was exclusive, like the palace, being confined to the family. But the Christian catacomb was for the whole brotherhood of faith. The ties of life were to continue after death. The poor and rich should be together in death, as they had worshipped and suffered side by side in life. No private burial place in Rome could be alienated by sale. In all deeds, the burial place was exempted in the sale of a villa and grounds. The catacombs were all along known in Rome and in the Christian world. The barbarian invasions from the 6th to the 8th century ruthlessly desecrated them, but in the 14th and 15th century they were still visited by pilgrims. A new discovery, however, took place in May, 1578. Some workmen in a field along the Via Salaria came across a mysterious opening in the earth, which led to the finding of passages, frescoes of infinite variety, Greek and Latin inscriptions, and several sarcophagi. From that hour, subterranean Rome took its place as a priceless storehouse of Christian science. Until then, the burial places of the early Christians had awakened but little interest. Jerome relates that, when a schoolboy in Rome, he and some of his companions frequently went down into the graves and looked at the dust of the martyrs, and that they wandered through the long passages and caverns, and saw the bodies on either side, and that the darkness was so profound that his boyish imagination was strongly excited by the scene, so that he could not help thinking of the words of David, "Let them go down quick into hell," and of the words of Virgil, "Terror surrounds me, even the silence itself is horrible." Antonio Bosio, born in 1575, was the first to reveal the rich treasures which had lain concealed for 13 centuries. No difficulty was too great for his tireless spirit. One catacomb after another was opened by him. He created a new science. He devoted 30 years to these explorations and to the preparation of his great work, Roma Soterranea, and died in 1629. His book did not appear until after his death. John Evelyn, who visited Rome in 1645, and Bishop Burnet, who made a sojourn there 40 years later, were the first writers to reveal to the English world the extent and significance of the Christian catacombs. During the time which has since elapsed, the catacombs have been emptied of their greatest treasures, which have been deposited in the Museum of St. John Lateran, the Vatican, and other places in Rome. Some have found their way to other parts of Europe. The Christian Museum of the Berlin University contains the best collection of memorials from the catacombs to be found outside of Rome. These, with other objects illustrating Christian history, have been gathered through the energy and zeal of Professor Piper. The descent into a catacomb is through a church or chapel, which has been built over the entrance. The passages vary in size and length. The aggregate extent is a matter of conjecture. De Rossi, the greatest of all the later explorers and writers in this rich department, supposes the length of the passage of all the catacombs to be equal to the length of the entire Italian peninsula. Marchi reaches an estimate of a third larger. It is not likely that all the catacombs have been explored. As late as 1848, the magnificent catacomb of Praetextatus was discovered, while in 1874 de Rossi discovered the catacomb of St. Petronilla, a small but very rich storehouse of sepulchral Christian art. No safe approach to the probable number of fixed paintings, carvings, and inscriptions which have been taken from the catacombs can be made. In the Lateran Museum, in the sarcophagi alone, there are 276 scriptural carvings. The catacombs were continued, in a gradually lessening degree, as places of burial down to about AD 410, when the West Goths plundered Rome. They tell the story of the faith and usages, and especially of the Scriptures, down to that date. Every part of the Old Testament was known to the Christians. The word pictures of the Old Testament are everywhere reproduced in rude frescoes. Noah in the ark, the offering of Isaac, Moses taking off his shoes, the translation of Elijah, Daniel in the lion's den, and the 3 Hebrews in the fiery furnace were favorite topics, as bearing on the tribulations of the church of the time. The New Testament furnished many themes. No scene in our Lord's ministry remained unnoticed. Such subjects as indicated a brighter future, as the ever-growing vine and the sower and the seed, were special favorites with the rude Christian artist of the earliest period. Many scriptural citations were employed. The scroll, standing out of a cistus, or manuscript case, was frequent. Paul was represented in this way, with evident reference to his writings. Where 2 scrolls lay before a figure, the meaning was that the deceased made no difference between the Old and the New Testament, but accepted both as the equal and inspired Word of God. Orthodoxy and Christian defense are plainly taught in the symbolism of the catacombs. Christ was everywhere mentioned, either by name or rude figure. The humblest grave bore at least the fish, which, in Greek, consisted of the monogram of Christ, ichthus, Jesus Christos, Theon Uios Soter, Jesus Christ, Son of God, Savior. But no word or picture has been found in these silent passages which calls up any of the violent controversies which swept over the Church. Neither has there been found a suggestion of an heretical vagary. Sometimes pagan pictures were given, but always to teach with greater force the Messiah's kingdom. 3 representations of Christ as Orpheus have been found, 2 by Bosio in the Catacomb of Domitilla, and 1 by de Rossi in that of St. Callista. In the 2 former he sits between 2 trees, crowned with the Phrygian cap, and playing on a lyre. Beasts come thronging about him, and hear his notes, and are charmed and tamed by the melody. Doves, peafowl, horses, sheep, serpents, tortoises, a dog, and a hare at a lion's feet, hear the music, and mingle together in Edenic simplicity and peace. The whole is a symbol of our Lord's peaceful empire, and also an indication of the disposition of early Christians at Rome, as in the theology of Alexandria, to make paganism bring its offering to our Lord's altar. Theseus, slaying the Minotaur, was made a type of David slaying Goliath. One beautiful figure, gilt on glass, and dating from the end of the 4th century, represents our Lord with radiated head. He holds the globe of universal sovereignty in his hand, while at his feet stands the cistus, containing the gospel scroll. The Trinity was always represented in such a way as to indicate an equality of persons. De Rossi furnishes examples of firm faith in this doctrine, where the monogram of Christ is combined with the triangle. The representations of Christ were all of the cheerful, hopeful, and triumphant type. Only twice, among the sculptures of the Lateran Museum, is he represented during his Passion. He everywhere appears as the Good Shepherd. The catacombs received the bodies of martyrs in many a bitter persecution, but the relatives and friends of the departed uttered no syllable of sorrow. The word death is always avoided. In pace was the universal legend. Rest and triumph were uppermost in the mind. The dead were, at least, at peace. The grave was surrounded with images of beauty, peace, and joy. It was only after the persecutions were over, and the authors had taken their places in oblivion, that any symbol of suffering was placed in a Roman catacomb. The record of martyrdom was studiously avoided, and not only that the Christian might give no indication of disputing the divine preeminence of the man of sorrows, but that the Christian was not willing to show, even by figures on a wall of a tomb, that he remembered the agony which a persecuting hand had produced. Death had no terror to him, and the persecutor only hastened the day of peace. From the symbolism in the catacomb, one would think that the Christians were living in palaces, and that kings were their servants. The hare feeding on grapes, the luxuriant palm tree, the vase of flowers, the loaf of bread, and the dove with the olive branch were met with on tablets taken from all the catacombs. The historical suggestions were sometimes very rich. An epitaph in the cemetery of St. Domitilla, dating from the 1st century, shows the early entrance of Christianity into the imperial household. The clank of the slave's chain was never heard in a Christian home. So completely and promptly did slavery disappear that of the 11,000 epigraphs from the catacombs, only 6, and 2 of these doubtful, contain any allusion to the evil, and then only in brief and simple language. There is not a trace of Mariolatry in any early inscription or symbol of a catacomb. The word Maria never occurs until A.D. 381, and then only after the word Livia. The earlier inscriptions were brief, like the breathings of the stricken soul, such as, "To the dearest mother," "To the sweetest child," "God raise thy soul," or "Peace to thy spirit." Later, however, when the catacomb was used only as a cemetery, and not also as a place of refuge from the destroyer, the epigraphs became more fulsome and rhetorical. A beautiful epigraph, "Received to God," dating from A.D. 217, but frequently repeated afterwards, proves that the poor soul had passed through its ordeal here and needed no purgatory. In De Rossi's compilation, comprising 1,374 different epigraphs, there is no example of prayer for the dead. Clerical celibacy finds no support in the catacombs or any early tombs. An inscription, found on the Ostian Way, to the wife of a deacon or subdeacon, ran thus: "Levite conjunx Petronia forma pudoris, his mea disponens sedibus ossa loco. Pescite vos lacrinis dulces conjuge nate." The word puer occurred frequently in connection with mature men. It was an index of the association of perpetual youth with the life of the blessed. Hence the surviving daughter or widow or son could well call the deceased father or husband boy, in view of the immortal youth on which he had now entered. The old Hebrew names had passed away, and the epitaphs show a transition, as in the Puritan depression in England and the New England history, where a firm faith in God and a recognition of his special deliverances in sore need blossomed out beautifully in the names which rejoicing parents gave to their children. Hence, in the epigraphs of the catacombs, we find such names as the following: Diodorus, God's gift; Fructuosus, fruit-bringing; Renovatus, renewed; Anastasia, risen; Irene, peace; Sabbatia, holy day; and Concordia, harmony. But all words in the catacombs abounded in hope and joy. End of chapter 26. Part 1, Chapter 27, of Short History of the Christian Church, by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27, Monasticism. Traces of monasticism can be found in all the great Oriental lands. Long before Christianity, and even before the conquests of Alexander in India, the monastic idea had gained great strength. Buddhism and Brahmanism made large use of it for extending their doctrines and holding their adherents. The idea of the inherent evil of matter lay at the basis of the monastic principle. It was supposed that contact with society diverted the mind from religious contemplation, and made it less worthy to be the abode of the worshipful spirit. Hence the only safety was to get far from men and their deeds. Nature must be found in her simplicity. The rude elements must be made familiar. Besides this, there must be scope for the exercise of self-denial and for the growth of Christian perfection, which it was thought could not be found in society. These were the thoughts which lay at the bottom of that Christian monasticism which played an important part in the early Church and extended down to the Reformation, and still holds undisputed sway in the Roman Catholic Church. Christianity found monasticism already prevalent in the Nazarites of Palestine and the Therapeutae of Egypt, and it is not strange that, in an age of great societal corruption, which overspread all pagan territory, many Christians should see in the separate life a relief from danger. Persecution favored the tendency towards monasticism. Exile was only another name for a secluded life. Many Christians went voluntarily into remote regions, dwelt in caves or groves, spent the day in works of charity, and much of the night in vigils. and courted nature in her wildest moods. The first monastic stage was voluntary solitude, without any movement towards a separate order. It was the individual mind looking for spiritual relief, but with no purpose to introduce a new departure in ecclesiastical practice. The next stage was a habit of removal to certain regions, where the monks lived within reach of each other. The third stage was the sanction and regular organization of orders, which took full shape in the Benedictines and other fraternities. The monks took 3 vows upon themselves: perpetual fidelity to the life and order, obedience to the abbot or head of the monastery, and chastity and poverty. A number of the fathers and writers led a monastic life, but without advocacy of a separate order. The tendency grew with the times. The Old Testament was searched for support. Elijah and kindred spirits in Jewish history, and John the Baptist, were brought in to support the monastic tendency. Egypt became a favorite place for the monks. Rufinus declared that there were nearly as many monks in the deserts as people in the cities. Montalembert says, "It was a kind of emigration of towns to the desert, of civilization to simplicity, of noise to silence, of corruption to innocence. The current once begun, floods of men, women, and children threw themselves into it, and flowed thither during a century with irresistible force." Paul of Thebes, in Upper Egypt, was the first Christian hermit. He lived during the persecution under Decius. He is said to have withdrawn to a distant Egyptian cave when 22 years of age, and to have lived there until A.D. 340. Anthony, who followed in Paul's footsteps, lived for a long time in extreme poverty in the Egyptian desert. The fame of the life of these 2 men went into distant lands, and their self-denial was imitated by many people in the countries lying around the eastern end of the Mediterranean. The Pillar Saints constituted a separate class. Saint Simeon was the founder of the group. After spending 10 years in a monastery and a short time in a hut as an anchoret, he mounted a pillar 72 feet high and 4 feet in diameter, where he is reported to have spent 30 years. He died at Telemessa, near Antioch, A.D. 459, and was buried with all possible ecclesiastical and military pomp. Tennyson puts in his mouth the following confession, after he had spent many years in this life of torture. Quote, "O Lord, Lord, thou knowest I bore this better at the first, for I was strong and hale of body then. And though my teeth, which now are dropped away, would chatter with the cold, and all my beard was tagged with icy fringes in the moon, I drowned the whoopings of the owl with sound of pious hymns and psalms, and sometimes saw an angel stand and watch me as I sang. Now I am feeble grown, my end draws nigh, I hope my end draws nigh, half deaf I am, so that I scarce can hear the people hum about the column's base, and I am almost blind, and scarce can recognize the fields I know. And both my thighs are rotted with the dew, yet cease I not to clamor and to cry, while my stiff spine can hold my weary head, till all my limbs drop piecemeal from the stone. Have mercy, mercy, take away my sin." End of chapter 27. Part 1, Chapter 28 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. The Age of Gregory the Great. The march of the Roman bishop towards priority throughout the Christian world was steady. The divisions of the Eastern Empire, the decline of moral life, the universal spread of controversy, and particularly the preeminent ability of several of the bishops of Rome, were calculated to advance the claims of that patriarchate above all others. The bishop Leo I, A.D. 440 to 461, was a man of strong intellect, and he did much to clothe himself with power and prestige. But the most eminent incumbent of the Roman episcopate was Gregory, who was called the Great, and ruled A.D. 590 to 604. Under him, every department of the priesthood and the episcopacy advanced in strength. His claims, artfully disguised, were of the most lofty kind. Gregory's character was of a striking quality. He was versatile and strong in everything he touched. In the development of the hierarchical idea, in theology, liturgical literature, pastoral oversight, monasticism, and missions, he was a master. His hand was felt in the whole field of the ecclesiastical life of his day. Born at Rome, A.D. 540, and descended from an ancient patrician family, he had all the advantages which wealth and education could bring. His parents designed him for service in the state, but he turned his attention to the church and advanced rapidly. Yet he showed no disposition to hasten matters. He possessed the virtue of patience in a high degree. Gregory, after his father's death, founded 6 cloisters and occupied one himself. He dedicated himself to a life of self-denial. He became deacon of the bishop Pelagius, and was sent as his representative to the court of Constantinople. He wrote a commentary on the book of Job, and pursued his studies with great energy. He was also a brilliant preacher, and wrote a book, Regula Pastoralis, the Pastoral Rule, full of lofty spiritual instruction to his clergy. On his return to Rome, and the death of the bishop Pelagius, he was chosen to succeed him. He declined the office at first, but afterwards accepted it, but apparently by pressure. Towards the emperor he manifested the profoundest respect, probably with a view to gaining by yielding. He called himself Servus Suorum Dei, servant of the Lord's servants. He devoted himself to the purification of the life of the Church and the enforcement of monastic discipline. He fixed the term of the novitiate to 2 years, forbade youths under 18 to enter a monastery, and ordered all ecclesiastical officials to seize those monks who wandered about the country like tramps, and to deliver them to the nearest monastery for punishment. He was especially active in his encouragement of missions. He organized the Anglo-Saxon and other missions, and sought to send the gospel into every part of Europe. He took the greatest interest in the English mission, and sent to Augustine very detailed instructions for his work. Under him, the authority of the Roman bishop advanced far beyond its former dimensions. He created the papacy of history. He preserved amicable relations with the emperor, though all the while holding firmly his ecclesiastical independence. End of chapter 28. Book 1, Chapter 29, of Short History of the Christian Church, by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29, The Expansion of Christianity. The evangelization of the nations continued with unabated zeal. Whether in persecution or after the liberty given by Constantine, the work of missions was carried on with equal fervor. There were 3 such fields. 1. The poor within the central regions of the empire. 2. The population of such farther provinces as were a firm part of the dominions. And 3. Those more remote tribes which were hostile to Rome, and were awaiting a good opportunity to satisfy their hunger for conquest by feeding on the dying empire. The Church extended its boundaries by exile and all the other means employed to destroy it. Both in Rome and in the larger provincial towns, the conflict between the gospel and pagan literature was intense and uninterrupted. The doctrines of Jesus gained steadily on the most finished products of pagan thought. Wordsworth's description of the conquest of the missionary over the Druids of Britain applies equally well to the whole battlefield of 3 continents. Haughty the bard, can these weak doctrines blight his transports? Whither his heroic strain? But all shall be fulfilled. The Julian spear a way first opened, and, with Roman chains, the tidings come of Jesus crucified. They came, they spread, the weak, the suffering hear. Receive the faith, and in the hope abide. When Athanasius was banished from Alexandria to northern Gaul, A.D. 335, not only did the young society in the latter country enjoy the presence of an heroic example, but the exile himself began his organizing work, and established the diocese of Treves, at that time the capital of Gaul. The powerful expansion went on rapidly everywhere. Indeed, during the period of suffering, the only safety to the Christians lay in their distance from the persecuting centers. Tertullian said defiantly to the whole Roman world, "We are of yesterday, yet we have filled your empire, your cities, your islands, your castles, your towns, your assemblies, your very camps, your tribes, your companies, your palaces, your senate. Your forum and your temples alone are left you." Antioch was the center from which the light of the gospel radiated eastward into the distant parts of Asia, and westward through Asia Minor. The pathway reached from the shore of the Aegean Sea to the west of China, a longer line of march than Alexander had made. Jerusalem lost its hold as a center of ecclesiastical power, and its spiritual dominion was divided between Antioch in the north and Alexandria in the south. Cappadocia and the entire coast of the Euxine Sea east of the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus were early a mission field. Colchis, Iberia, and Georgia were overspread with missionary labors. Armenia was Christianized by Gregory the Illuminator in the beginning of the 4th century. He provided that country with monasteries and seminaries, and was consecrated Primate of Armenia by Leontius, Archbishop of Caesarea. The Bible was translated into Armenian, and a large Christian literature was created. In the 3rd century, Persia had so far become evangelized that Ctesiphon became the seat of a flourishing society, and a point of departure for the expansion of Christianity further east. The doctrines of Zoroaster, it has been claimed, were attacked by a converted magician, Mobed, who, in a special work, held up to his countrymen the excellence of Christianity. He suffered martyrdom, A.D. 300, but was followed by laborers of equal ardor. Edessa, in Persia, became an important center of Christian learning. The Nestorian Christians, who were compelled to leave the Roman Empire, took refuge here and laid the foundations of a rich and influential Syrian literature. Missionary operations were carried along all the lines of eastern travel. From the valley of the Tigris and the Euphrates, the indications are strong that missionaries went far into the interior of India. Bitter persecutions befell the Persian Christians in the 4th century, but they remained faithful. The Church in Africa developed with amazing rapidity. Alexandria was the literary center for the evangelization of the entire delta of the Nile. Missions were planted along either bank, and soon extended far up towards the first cataract at Philae, and to the oases on either side of the river. Carthage, the ancient Punic capital, was intimately connected with Western Christendom. Many Christians came to both these cities, but in larger numbers to Alexandria from distant regions, where they became acquainted with the theology and life of the Church, and bore back again the fruits of their study and observation. The whole of proconsular Africa, including Getulia, Mauritania, and Numidia, whose western bounds were washed by the waves of the Atlantic, was evangelized by Roman and Carthaginian Christians. The great number of bishops in the 3rd century, dependent on the Patriarchate of Carthage, furnishes strong evidence of the extent to which Christianity had been propagated in the whole of western Africa, and of its strong hold upon the people. At the Synod of Labis, near Carthage, A.D. 240 or 242, 90 bishops were present, while 270 bishops signed the conclusions of the Council of Carthage, AD 308. Abyssinia was converted through two young men, Frumentius and Nedesius, who alone survived the massacre of the members of a scientific expedition conducted by Meropius, a Syrian philosopher. About the end of the 4th century, a translation of the Bible was made from the received Greek Testament of the Alexandrian Church into the old language of Abyssinia. The Abyssinian Church has always remained in connection with Alexandria, its boast being, "We drink from the fountain of the Patriarch of Alexandria." Feeble as Abyssinian Christianity is, it has preserved its existence, through an unbroken succession of Christian governors, from the 4th century to the 19th. With all its error, it may in truth be called the Waldensian Church of the Switzerland of Africa. The central field of interest was the continent of Europe. Christian missionaries continued the labors of Paul, and carried the gospel through Moesia to the Danube. Macedonia had numerous Christian societies, while even Illyricum had 2 dioceses. By AD 310, 3 bishops lived in Philippopolis in Thrace. The contact of the Goths north of the Danube, in Dacia, with Christianity, was a most important event. It was the opening of a new field of evangelistic labor, and had the important effect of bringing the gospel into relation with the many Teutonic tribes which constituted the eastern Germany of those times. A Gothic bishop, Theophilus, was a member of the Nicene Council. It was, however, through the labors of Ulfilas, a Gothic convert to Christianity, that the gospel spread widely among his people. He invented the Gothic alphabet, brought the Goths into literary relations with Roman culture, and opened up the pathway for Christian truth into all parts of the Ostrogothic territory. In Greece, it was not Athens but Corinth which became the ecclesiastical center of operations. Athens, however, constituted a diocese, and the 3rd bishop resident there suffered martyrdom AD 179. Aquileia, at the head of the Adriatic Sea, became a point of influence for the propagation of Christianity among the peoples of the Eastern Alps. Rome was the heart and hand of a vigorous and aggressive Christianity. The entire Italian peninsula had grown into episcopates. The first provincial synod was AD 303, but before this there had been 17 smaller synods and councils, attended by bishops of all Italy. Rome converted all Spain and Gaul into a missionary field. The Roman bishop was supreme. As early as the end of the 2nd century, Christian societies existed throughout Spain, and by the beginning of the 4th century, churches had been established in all the Gallic provinces. Vienne was an episcopal residence, AD 118. Lugdunum, Lyon, about AD 179, and Treves in the first half of the 4th century. Christianity was at first communicated to Germany, most likely, by soldiers in the Roman army. Where colonies were planted, as provincial centers of Roman authority, the gospel soon acquired a foothold. Colonia, Cologne, became a bishopric about the end of the 3rd century. At the same time, the gospel was introduced into Rhaetia by the bishop Narcissus. Christianity was also planted far in the north, along the coast of the North Sea. The apostle to Scandinavia was Ansgar, who was born AD 801, and whose remarkable triumphs belong to the medieval period. It cannot be doubted that the gospel entered Britain at an early period, or about the middle of the 2nd century. Rome, under Julius Caesar, had conquered the country and brought it into close relationship with Italy. In the Council of Arles, AD 314, 3 bishops from Britain signed the decrees: Eborius of Eporacum, York; Restitutus of Londinium, London; and Colonia Londoniensium, Lincoln. The location of these bishops proves that the whole of England was organized into a complete ecclesiastical system. Sucket, the original name of St. Patrick or Patricius, was born in Scotland about AD 400 of Christian parents of high rank. At the age of 16 he was taken captive by the pirates of the Scots and carried to Ireland, where he was employed as a shepherd. His Confessions, written in rude style, reveal his remarkable religious history. He devoted himself to the evangelization of Ireland. Through his influence, societies were planted, schools were organized, Christian literature was cultivated, and missionaries went out from that island to the continent. Columbanus, with 12 companions, went to France, AD 580, and began a thorough evangelistic work in the neglected parts of Gaul. He maintained independence of Rome and would not submit to her authority with respect to Easter. When people quoted to him the name of the great Leo, Lion, he replied, "Perhaps in this case a living dog may be greater than a dead lion." Gallus made Gaul the field of his labors. Willibrord, an Englishman, went to Ireland for his Christian education, and then gave his life to missionary labors among the Frisians, along the coast of the North Sea. Boniface, born near Exeter about AD 680, went to Germany and spent his life in that country. End of chapter 29. Book 1, Chapter 30 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. The Close of the Early Period. This rapid extension of Christianity was the most notable characteristic of the borderland between the early church and the medieval period. Missions were promoted by the very growth of the papacy. The bishops saw that their hopes of territorial power could be realized in the west and north rather than in the east, and each strove to surpass his predecessor in the good work. Missionaries and church officers were sent out from Rome with authority to plant missions, build up a literature, and indoctrinate the people in the truths of Christianity. In many instances these attempts failed, the missionaries were killed, and the old heathenism of the provinces triumphed over the young Christianity. But the tide of religious truth was too strong for final resistance. New efforts were made, and finally the old idols were removed, the temples were destroyed, and Christian chapels were erected in their place. Christianity carried with it the disposition to create a literature. The missionary was often a man of ardent theological tastes, and immediately began to adapt the growing literature of Christianity to the new people. Schools, as at Fulda in Germany, were at once organized. Here the scriptures were copied, elementary books were written, and small libraries were collected. Centers of theological learning were thus formed. The development of a literary taste was never interrupted, even amid the convulsions of the Middle Ages. The Christian pen and school were never disturbed by the storms of warfare with false faiths. The Venerable Bede represented the patient and scholarly class of his whole age. He was born in Durham, England, about AD 673, spent his laborious life of a century at the monastery of Wearmouth and Yarrow, and reared a literary monument of 40 different works, 25 of which were on biblical subjects. History and kindred topics were treated in the remaining 15. He died in great joy, singing psalms with his pupils, immediately after concluding his Anglo-Saxon translation of John's Gospel. Wordsworth, in a beautiful fancy, thus rebukes the idler by presenting the picture of the toiling Bede. But what if one, through grove or flowery mead, indulging thus at will the creeping feet of a voluptuous indolence, should meet thy hovering shade, O venerable Bede? The saint, the scholar, from a circle freed of toil stupendous, in a hallowed seat of learning, where thou heardst the billows beat on a wild coast, rough monitors to feed perpetual industry. Sublime recluse, the recreant soul that dares to shun the debt imposed on humankind, must first forget thy diligence, thy unrelaxing use of a long life, and, in the hour of death, the last dear service of thy passing breath. Christian doctrines assumed, by the close of the early period, a settled condition. The Church had elaborated its theological standards, while its creeds were now repeated from the deserts of Africa to the forests of Britain and the shores of the North Sea. The larger heresies had still a constituency, but were in rapid progress of disintegration. They throve only in the remoter provinces, more especially in the East, and were alienated from the sympathy of the great body of Christian people in all lands. When the Middle Ages began, other controversies arose which were largely speculative and had but little relation to the Arian and other great struggles. Roman centralization constantly gained strength. Church offices multiplied rapidly, and the close of the early period was the signal for larger measures for Roman primacy. The bishops of Rome were the real rulers of southern Europe, from the Constantinian dynasty to the reign of Charlemagne. The great wealth which had been at the command of the empire was now largely diverted into ecclesiastical channels, and was used to build large churches, organize missions, support a rapidly growing clergy, found schools, and create a literature. Superstition was the darkest color in the picture of the Church at this transitional period. Miraculous powers were attributed to the dust of the saints. The places where they died were hallowed, and were regarded as most fit sites for stately sacred buildings. The saintly calendar increased rapidly. Festivals were organized in memory of each one who had risen above the surface of his times as an exemplar of piety, devotion, and sacrifice. The condition of the people may account in large measure for the prevalence and force of the tendency towards superstition. When Constantine made Christianity the state religion, the many millions of the Roman Empire were thrust upon the Church for training and development. The burden was altogether too great. The people of the centers were still beneath the spell of the pagan traditions and gross superstitions which had grown out of polytheistic systems. The populations of the provinces were in even worse plight. Their ancestral faiths were a rude conglomeration of fetishism. There was not even a social elevation on which to build. It is not a matter of wonder, therefore, that when such heterogeneous and untrained multitudes were thrust suddenly upon the Church, for its care, the superstitious habit should be slow to yield to the new Christian conditions. When the Church passed into the darkness of the Middle Ages, the question was, could it endure the ordeal of vast wealth, superstition, and clerical assumption? When the Reformation came, the question was answered. Much was lost during the long night, but light came at last. The power of the Church to purify itself is the greatest proof of its divine origin, and the clearest prophecy of its certain conquest of the world. End of chapter 30. End of book 1. Part 2, Chapter 1, of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, The Medieval Church, A.D. 768 to 1517. Chapter 1, The Medieval Transition. The significance of the Middle Ages lies in their transitional character. The ancient period was the time of the planting, organization, and doctrinal establishment of Christianity. The modern period was to witness the application of Christianity to the social, intellectual, and moral needs of the world. Between these two lay the Middle Ages. It was the far-reaching mission of this remarkable period to test the power of Christianity for meeting the wants of new nations, to withstand the shock of philosophical schools, to sift and preserve the best that remained of the ancient world and pass it safely down for modern use, and, above all, to prove the ultimate power of Christianity to rise above the infirmities of those who professed it, and to lay the foundations of a new spiritual life by a return to the pure apostolic example. The office of the medieval Church was to conduct man from the narrow limits of the pagan to the Protestant world. The scattered threads of the 8th century were caught up and combined into unity. Bauer says, "This whole period can only be regarded by the observer as one of transition, at the close of which the varied elements which appeared in different quarters concentrate into unity, and thus show forth the Church of the Middle Ages in the full significance of their universal grandeur." The first period of the medieval Church extends from Charlemagne to the papacy of Gregory VII, A.D. 768 to 1073. This was the time of the full appropriation and unification of the Germanic and other northern elements. Mohammedanism, lying at the border line between the ancient and the medieval time, arose as a counterforce to Christianity. Papal supremacy in church and state culminated. The second period extends from Gregory VII to the removal of the papal see into France, A.D. 1073 to 1305. Here the absolutism of the papacy was broken, and the freedom of the people dawned. The monastic orders assumed larger proportions. Speculative science was introduced into theological inquiry. This was scholasticism. It perished in the same age which produced it. The Crusades were organized during this period. The third period continued from the removal of the papal see into France to the Reformation, A.D. 1305 to 1517. The papal unity was shattered. Humanism arose, which reacted upon the old order and made possible the revival of vital Christianity and a momentous activity of mind. With the thorough breakup of the pagan conditions, there arose a new order. The introduction of Christianity among the rude nations of the North had the effect of increasing a new literary spirit. No department of thought was left in its old stagnation. The quickening was intense. With the beginning of the Middle Ages, there was a departure from the old modes of historical statement. The old Frankish chronicles had been monosyllabic, and the roughness continued in the successors of Tredegar. But with the 9th century there came a smoothness and beauty in which one can see the effect of the close and finished masterpieces of the Greek and Roman period. Scientific inquiries arose, in part original and in part derived from the introduction of Arabic science through the Moslem invasion of Spain. Monasticism preserved the great works of the Fathers, and saved to the world, by patient copying, the richest productions of the masters of Greek philosophy and the drama, and Roman history and poetry. The knightly poetry of the 12th and 13th centuries attained to beautiful forms, and became the foundation and inspiration for much of the poetry of the most recent centuries. New and bolder types of architecture were applied to sacred buildings, and the most impressive edifices of modern times here took their origin. The plastic arts were developed for the first time in Christian directions. Dante, Petrarch, and Boccaccio were at once children of medieval thought and prophets for all the future. The Italy of today is not less their creation than it is that of Garibaldi and Victor Emmanuel. Political solidification was in progress. The love of liberty, and its certain possession by the world's numberless millions, were born in the time which has passed by the name of the Dark Ages. Looked upon in retrospect, there is almost no priceless intellectual or political treasure of the 19th century whose precious seeds were not cast in the ready soil between the 9th and 16th centuries. End of chapter 1. Part 2, Chapter 2 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The Reign of Charlemagne. The process of centralization north of the Alps began with Charlemagne. His rule was the signal of death to the tottering Roman Empire. It was also the first prophecy of the ascendancy of the new Gothic nations of the north and of their firm place in the later life of Europe. In him the old classic conditions disappeared, and the new political life began its career. Charlemagne, called by the Germans Karl der Grosse, ascended the throne on the death of his father Pepin in the year 768. He divided with his brother Carloman the Frankish Empire, Charlemagne taking Austrasia, Neustria, and other parts of the eastern Frankish dominions, while Carloman ruled over the western parts, or France and a large part of Germany. Carloman died in 771, and Charlemagne united his own empire with that of the rest of the family, and claimed rule over all, without regard to the rights of his brother's family. The soil was now prepared for the new European life, the Church and the State working hand in hand for universal dominion. Charlemagne's methods were the creations of a masterful shrewdness. He regarded himself as a theocratic lord. His notion of himself was not that he was a mere successor of Constantine or Augustus Caesar, but of David or Solomon, the head of a vast theocracy. But the Roman bishop must not be offended. He must be outwardly treated as high priest, though Charlemagne secretly regarded himself as the real possessor of the highest religious functions. But the pope must be made to feel that his rights were respected, yet, at the same time, must remember that kings and conquerors have their rights, and that without temporal rulers there can be no successful and safe church. Towards the pope, Leo III, he acted with unfailing respect, and was at the same time constantly receiving from him such favors as strengthened his hold upon both his subjects and the Church. Charlemagne's motto was, "The Church teaches, but the Emperor defends and increases." To Leo III he made the following declaration of their mutual relations. "It is my bounden duty, by the help of the divine compassion, everywhere to defend outwardly by arms the Holy Church of Christ against every attack of the heathen, and every devastation caused by unbelievers, and, inwardly, to defend it by the recognition of the general faith. But it is your duty, Holy Father, to raise your hands to God, as Moses did, and to support my military service by your prayers." Leo III accepted this declaration in the most complaisant manner. The preparations had been laid in the preceding movements. Rome was constantly at the mercy of the bold and ferocious Lombards. They threatened to sack the Holy City and possess themselves of its vast wealth. In 734, Gregory III induced Charles Martel to help him against the attacks of Luitprand, king of the Lombards. Again, when Charlemagne's father, Pepin, was aspiring to destroy the Merovingian dynasty, Pope Zacharias gave his official approval to the deposition of the Merovingian king, Childeric III, and in this way caused Pepin to be placed upon the throne, and to become the founder of the Carolingian dynasty. This obligation of the Emperor of the Franks to the Pope was never forgotten during Pepin's reign. Later, Pope Stephen II personally visited Pepin in France, and secured his pledge to come down with his army and defend him against the new Lombard chief, Astolph, who had invaded the Greek Exarchate, a group of 5 cities and the interlying territory along the eastern coast, extending from Rimini to Ancona. Astolph was also besieging Rome. Pepin defeated the Lombards A.D. 772, took possession of the Exarchate himself, and appointed the Pope as patrician of the Exarchate, A.D. 754. The Pope was thus made a temporal ruler. It mattered not that the Exarchate was a part of the Byzantine Empire, and that protests were made against it. Pepin gave, and Stephen II took. This was the beginning of the temporal sovereignty of the papacy, which only came to an end after a reign of 11 centuries, or in 1871, when Garibaldi and Victor Emmanuel marched into Rome. The final and complete cementing of papal and imperial interests took place under Charlemagne. Desiderius, the new Lombard king, invaded the Pope's territory and laid siege to Rome. Adrian I, the now reigning Pope, appealed to Charlemagne for help. It was given, and Charlemagne invaded Italy with a great army and defeated the Lombards. He confirmed and enlarged the previous gifts to the Pope, went to Rome, and was received with great pomp by Pope Leo III. By a clever piece of stage management, in the midst of the magnificent Christmas festivities of the year 800, Leo III advanced towards Charlemagne and placed upon his head a golden crown with these words, "Life and victory to Charles Augustus, crowned by God the great and pacific emperor." It was a well-laid plan, and faithfully carried out. The bells from the many domes of the Eternal City preached the new gospel of the brotherhood of Pope and Emperor. The multitude shouted their glad acclaim, and the city ran wild with new joy. The meaning of the coronation was clear enough. Charlemagne had lacked the endorsement of the Church. He had long coveted it. Such an attestation of his imperial rights would forever silence the claims of his brother Carloman's children, and give him such prestige as would defy all opposition. Then, as compensation for his vast papal service, he enlarged the papal territory and placed the papacy itself, as a temporal sovereignty, on a plan entirely new to history. The later relations of Charlemagne and the Pope were fraternal, always a part of the general policy of mutual advantage. The emperor was no sooner crowned than he threw off his northern costume and put on the tunic, the chlamys, and the sandals of the Roman. When he came to leave Rome, and Leo III exchanged kisses with him, and he was lost to sight behind the hills of the Champagne, Europe entered on a new career. The Northern Empire was to strengthen and protect the papacy in every emergency. On the other hand, the papacy must give its spiritual approval to the empire. Beautiful as this management appeared, it had its dangers. Each was slave to the other. The papacy could only be upheld by imperial arms. The empire would be in constant danger of strifes of succession without the participation and coronation of the papacy. The time came, later, when it would have been convenient for both parties if Charlemagne had never seen Rome, and no pope had put upon his head the crown of the Caesars. End of chapter 2. Part 2, Chapter 3, of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Church and State under the later Carolingian rulers. The example of Charlemagne was on the side of imperial predominance. He never meant the least surrender to the Pope of absolute control over the Church. He knew the ancient power of the Roman emperors over the religious affairs of the state, and adhered to his notions of theocratic responsibility. It was convenient to have a pope crown him, but the august ceremony produced no restraints. He regarded himself the full suzerain of Rome and of Rome's pope. How little importance Charlemagne attached to the papal coronation may be seen in the fact that, in 813, when he wanted to associate his son Louis with him in the government of the empire, he, with his own hands, placed the crown upon the young man's head. The Carolingian successors to Charlemagne were a group of steadily dissolving lights. The family intellect diminished to a lamentable degree. But there was no relaxing of imperial claims. Each ruler asserted his sovereignty over the religious functions of Europe. All the Carolingians adhered to the appointment of bishops, as their father and his predecessors had done. The civil rulers frequently sold the episcopal office to the highest bidder. The Council of Orleans, in 549, and that of Paris, in 557, had protested against such methods, but the evil continued. Dagobert I, in 631, appointed his treasurer, a layman, to the see of Cahors. All the barbaric rulers ignored the authority of the Roman bishop. Even Boniface was made Archbishop of Mainz by royal hands. Charles Martel rewarded his soldiers with the best sees in his realm. The brightest dream of many a bronzed warrior was to spend his last years with the peaceful crozier in his scarred hand. As the Carolingian line continued, there was a rise of papal prerogative. No exception was taken to Charlemagne's appointments because of his prestige and of his service to the Church, but his weaker descendants had no such claims, and were regarded with no such awe. The result of the imperial appointment of church officers was that the incumbents should feel that, their authority coming from the civil ruler, they were not directly subject to papal mandate. The trend was to create an independent episcopacy. This was of the greatest concern to the popes. The bishops would not obey orders. They had direct contact with the people, and the matter must be changed. The popes, during the later Carolingian rulers, succeeded in good measure in getting the episcopal appointments dependent on Rome rather than on the civil ruler. The effect was to strengthen the papacy at the expense of the empire. Why not? No Charlemagne now wore the crown. The government of the Church was, under the Carolingians, a part of the general machinery of the state. Under both Pepin and Charlemagne, the body which legislated for the state did the same for the Church. The clergy were represented, but they only served ornamental purposes, just as the bishops now do in the British Parliament. Charlemagne divided his general legislative assembly into three bodies, bishops, abbots, and counts. The first two attended to ecclesiastical matters, while the last regulated political affairs. The showing was fair. There was the appearance of political liberty. The fact was, the emperor controlled all three orders. Charlemagne required the bishops and abbots to furnish a contingent of soldiers for his armies in proportion to the amount of property which they held officially. In 801, he forbade the clergy all direct participation in military life. The extinction of the Carolingians was simultaneous with the complete ascendancy of the papacy. For about a century there had been pleasant understandings, which were of great mutual advantage. Charles the Fat was a slender shadow of the great Pepin and the greater Charlemagne. In 855 we find the Neustrian bishops declaring to Louis the German that they were not obliged to do homage or swear fidelity to their sovereign. Synods, councils, and popes were now growing clamorous for the primitive mode of electing bishops. By the time the last descendants of the great Charles were spending their closing days as mere weak functionaries in the palace of Leon, the Church found herself proprietor of more than all her old prerogatives, and holding her new territory with a grasp which only relaxed when she reached farther for a larger slice. She paid back the princely gift of land from Pepin and Charlemagne by an independence and haughtiness quite new even on the bank of the Tiber. End of chapter 3. Part 2, Chapter 4 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. The Fictitious Isidore. Every period of religious ferment exhibits a disposition to fortify the opinions of the present by an appeal to the past. The tendency applies to the evil as well as the good. During the first period of the Middle Ages, there prevailed in the whole of Latin Christendom a calm and subdued desire for papal elevation, which, notwithstanding the outward fraternity between emperor and pope, was preparing to assert itself whenever the right hour struck. The papacy had advantages over the imperial rule of a family. The son might be a poor and weak successor to his father, but no man could seat himself on the episcopal chair of Rome without at least some measure of ability. There was a division within the narrow rule of the ecclesiastical government. The metropolitan bishops were appointed by the emperor, but the bishops in general were supposed to be appointed by the pope. The classes were thus arrayed against each other. By a shrewd manipulation of public sentiment, the episcopal and papal interests received a strong support in a skillful forgery. A Spanish archbishop of the 7th century, Isidore of Hispalis, performed for the German Church the distinguished service of making it acquainted with a number of important classical and patristic works. He died in 636, and left behind a name of great repute for mental and moral endowments. His services and fame were used as authority for a forgery, in favor of Roman authority as against the political ruler. The entire Church was deceived, but it was a most welcome deception. The secret lay concealed long enough to fortify every branch of ecclesiastical authority, to make political rulers tremble, and to make Rome ready, when the Carolingians ran out, to extend her spiritual scepter over all rulers. The pseudo-Isidorian decretals combined all the qualities of a perfect deception. They represented a class, and yet were the best of their order. A collection of canons and epistles of Dionysius Exiguus, for example, had been generally used in the West. Isidore of Hispalis had written a collection of important canons not found in that of Dionysius Exiguus, and by his work had contributed greatly to the centralization of ecclesiastical authority in Rome. How could this same work be carried further now that the Carolingian Empire had gained such great prestige and threatened to eclipse the Roman bishop, and had been implored to come and help him fight his battles against the Lombards? Isidore, now in his grave, was therefore used to build up this endangered cause. It was pretended that he had left behind a set of decretals, the doings of former councils, which had never seen the light. Now, thanks to good fortune, they had been discovered. They were soon scattered as widely as rapid copyists could multiply them. No compiler had dared to go back further than the authority of Siricius, whose pontificate extended from AD 384 to 398. But this forger was no timid character. He boldly rushed back to alleged decrees of unknown councils, and to letters claiming to be written by Clement and Anacletus, bishops of Rome contemporary with the apostles, and by nearly 30 of the apostolic fathers themselves. The contents of the forged work were enough to condemn it. It was divided into 3 parts. The first contained, in addition to the authentic 50 apostolical canons, 59 spurious decretal writings of Roman bishops from Clement I to Melchiades, or from the end of the 1st century to the beginning of the 4th. Even the reputed donation of territory by Constantine to the papacy, a thing which never took place, was brought in to help the common interest. The second part comprised only authentic synodal canons. The third presented some real decretals, but, besides these, there were 35 spurious ones, which were held to have been written at various times from Pope Sylvester I, who died in 335, to Gregory II, who died in 731. The one purpose pervading the entire work was to prove, by early authority, the independence of the bishop. The Church must protect herself and her priesthood. The bishop must be made independent of his metropolitan. When a bishop is tried, it must not be before a metropolitan or a secular tribunal, but before the pope alone. Even a clerk must be tried before an ecclesiastical court. An offense against a priest is an offense against God himself, for a priest is very dear to God, the very apple of his eye. No charge against a bishop can be declared sustained unless supported by 72 witnesses. The court must consist of 12 other bishops. Only the Pope can convene provincial synods, and his approval is necessary for the efficiency of their decrees. The former opinion that the decretals were intended to prop up the primacy of Rome is now abandoned by the majority of scholars. The opinion is at present divided between two views. The first is that the purpose of the publication was to form a general code of Christian discipline and government necessary at a time of general insecurity in society and of confusion in church affairs. The second, and perhaps the better view, is that the real meaning of the decretals was to free the bishops from their dependence on the state and on their metropolitans and provincial synods. The authority of the Pope was recognized and emphasized, but only for the sake of the bishop. The authorship of the decretals has remained a secret. That Isidore never wrote the collection can be seen in the barbarous Latin of the 9th century, citations from works of late authorship, clumsy anachronisms throughout the collection, the absence of all testimony to the authority of the more ancient portions of the decretals, and the attempts to meet contemporaneous prejudices. Never in the whole history of literature was a fabrication obscured by more doubt, or permitted to pass so long without challenge. The date of publication ranged between AD 844 and 857. It was probably written in the Frankish Empire of Rome, but the evidence is not decisive. The most plausible theory of authorship is that Archbishop Riculf, AD 786 to 814, brought the genuine Isidore from Spain, that this was enlarged and corrupted by the Archbishop Autear, and published at Mainz, and that the copying was done by the Benedictine monk Levita, who may have had no suspicion of the fraud he was perpetrating. The influence of the false decretals was such that popes, councils, synods, and minor ecclesiastical officers appealed to them as final authority. They were brought out to decide questions which shook the Christian world. After the year 864, they were habitually used in papal rescripts as having binding force. Their genuineness was never questioned until the 12th century. The first doubts were raised by Peter Comestor. But the fraud was never proven until the 16th century, when the first Protestant church historians, the authors of the Magdeburg Centuries, exposed the successful trick. Since then, the better Roman Catholic historians have abandoned the decretals as authentic, but hold them to be a pious fraud. Moeller calls their author a romanticist. Cardinal Newman, however, goes further, and with his characteristic candor calls the decretals a forgery. End of chapter 4. Part 1, Chapter 5 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Mohammedanism. Muhammad, the founder of the faith which bears his name, was born in Mecca, Arabia, about AD 570. He sprang from the Quraysh tribe, who were the rulers of Mecca and the surrounding country, and protected the Kaaba, an ancient temple and the center of the old national worship of Arabia. His parents died when he was young, and he was left to the care of his grandfather. He exhibited his warlike taste when 20 years of age. Of these first experiences he afterwards said, quote, "I remember being present with my uncles in war. I shot arrows at the enemy, and I do not regret it." End quote. He followed the vocation of a shepherd, and said, "Truly no prophet hath been raised up who hath not done the work of a shepherd." His youth was spent in better ways than was the case with most young men about him. He avoided the prevailing licentiousness, was reserved, and very early showed signs of hostility to the usual idolatry. Khadijah, a rich widow, put him in charge of her caravan, which was about to start for Syria. On his return he married her. He was at this time 25 years of age, and she was 40. The wealth which was at his disposal gave him opportunity for meditation, and for carrying out his plans as the founder of a new religion. Mohammed claimed that he fell into rhapsodies, during which he had his alleged revelations. His wife was one of the first to accept his claims to the prophetic calling. 40 or 50 others rallied about him, even before he made public his claims to special revelation. He called his religion Islam, or surrender to the will of God. He despised idols of every kind, and appealed to his countrymen to return to the old Abrahamic faith. He preached the fundamental doctrines of Judaism, the resurrection of the human body, the final judgment, and rewards and punishments according to the life on earth. Great opposition was soon developed, and he, with 15 adherents, went across the Red Sea to Abyssinia. This was the first Hegira, and he was 47 years of age at the time. In 3 months he returned. In a moment of weakness, or for purposes of the final success of his new faith, he yielded to the popular idolatry so far as to say of the 3 idols, Lat, Oza, and Manat, "These are the exalted goddesses whose intercession with the deity is to be sought." But he soon recovered from this position, and denounced idolatry, root and branch, more bitterly than ever. He made a second flight into Abyssinia, where the Christian king, Negus, gave him a favorable reception. In fact, the religion of Mohammed, so far, was not antagonistic to Christianity, but friendly to it. But in due time the difference could be seen, and when once Mohammedanism was on its full career of conquest, there was no further friendship. There are traces, however, in the Koran, of Mohammed's acquaintance with the main facts of the life of Jesus. He probably acquired it when on his caravan journeys in earlier life to Syria. There were, also, Christians living in various parts of Arabia, and probably in Mecca, through whom he must have become thoroughly conversant with Christian doctrine. After Mohammed arrived at his 52nd year, his success was more decided than before. Mecca was slower to accept his creed than the distant places. At Medina, the new faith gained great strength. Mohammed removed thither A.D. 622, and shared in building the Grand Mosque, which afterwards occupied an important place in Mohammedan history. Mecca and Medina were at swords' points, the former being opposed to Mohammed and the latter favoring him. The Battle of Bedr was the result. Mohammed was victorious. Though the first blood was not shed here, this was the real beginning, on a large scale, of the sanguinary career of Mohammedanism. Mohammed gained steadily on his enemies. He conquered one tribe after another, until he became feared throughout Arabia. He sent legates to foreign courts, and received answers and gifts in return. He died, while making preparations for a campaign on the Syrian border, when 63 years of age. The Koran contains the system of Mohammed. He claimed to have received his communications miraculously, and that they should be the law of faith and practice for his followers for all time. "This day," said Mohammed at his farewell pilgrimage, "have I perfected your religion unto you." And from that day to this, the Koran has never undergone any change, and is the standard of faith and life of the 173 millions who constitute the Mohammedan world. It is a medley of legend, history, Jewish patriarchal traditions, and sensual doctrine. It permits polygamy, and awakens the courage of Mohammedans by promises of worldly pleasures in the future life. It is severe on idolatry, and declares the unity of God. There is a great confusion of chronology. Many of the moral precepts were mere accommodations to Mohammed's infirmities. Polygamy is allowed by the Koran at the mere whim of the husband. Divorce takes place with equal ease. Slavery is recognized as a civil institution. The Mohammedan is obliged to fight for the extension of his cause. The church and the state are one and the same. Fatalism abounds throughout the system. Under Abu Bekr and the later successors of Mohammed, The new faith was propagated with amazing rapidity. Arabia was conquered by the prophet himself. The caliphs who came after him subdued Egypt, all North Africa, Syria, Persia, Asia Minor, northern India, Spain, the south of France, and the Danubian principalities. The progress in Western Europe was arrested by the victory of Charles Martel at Tours, A.D. 732. The conquests in the countries around the eastern portion of the Mediterranean Sea were more easy, because of the strifes of rulers and the dissensions of Christians. The progress of the Mohammedans into Central Europe was not arrested until 1683, when John Sobieski, the Polish king, defeated the Turks with great slaughter at Vienna. End of chapter 5. Part 1, Chapter 6 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, The Schools of Charlemagne. The rulers immediately before Charlemagne were of barbarian origin, and had no sympathy with the classic treasures. They could not appreciate the literary wealth of the countries which they conquered. They even had little respect for the poetic literature of their own countries. Theodoric could not even write his own name. Charlemagne introduced a new order. He was the first of the barbaric rulers to see the importance of learning, and, while not educated himself, he knew the value of education as a source of prosperity for his dominions. He surrounded himself with learned men. Alcuin of England was his adviser in all literary matters. Charlemagne entrusted him with the organization of schools, and had him report constantly concerning the state of education among his subjects. Guizot calls Alcuin the intellectual prime minister of Charlemagne. Longfellow draws the following picture of Alcuin in the Palatine School. In sooth, it was a pleasant sight to see that Saxon monk with hood and rosary, with ink horn at his belt, and pen and book, and mingled love and reverence in his look. Or hear the cloister and the court repeat the measured footfalls of his sandaled feet, or watch him with the pupils of his school, gentle of speech, but absolute of rule. But Charlemagne had other scholars about him, such as Clement of Ireland, Peter of Pisa, Paul the Deacon, Eginhard, Paul of Aquileia, and Theodulf. These were the true paladins of his literary court. The old universities of the classic world had been located in the lands overrun by the Saracens, and were now blotted out of existence. Their place was occupied by seminaries, where only theology was taught. The education of the better part of Europe was in the hands of the Church. The episcopal seminaries had been seats of clerical learning from the primitive period, but these had been interrupted by the onslaughts of the barbarians. Charlemagne saw their value, began to restore them to their old importance, and enlarged the curriculum of study. Out of these episcopal seminaries grew, 4 centuries afterwards, some of the great universities of modern Europe. Charlemagne took pains to establish grammar and public schools. These were purely secular, and were of popular character. They were preparatory to the seminaries and to all the secular professions. Theodulf, Bishop of Orleans, was deputed to establish village schools for all classes. Then, for the first time in Europe, learning was made free for all. For the children of his court, Charlemagne had schools connected with his palace, or the school palatine. To enrich the more ignorant portions of his empire, he provided endowments for the support of schools. England, Italy, and Greece were drawn upon to furnish manuscripts for the new libraries. A special imperial constitution was adopted, which regulated the course of study and all other matters connected with the schools. The old trivium and quadricium arrangement was adopted. Under the former were embraced philology, logic, and rhetoric. Under the latter, music, arithmetic, geometry, and astronomy. Here the average monk, like Eginhard, grew up in logic point device, perfect in grammar and in rhetoric wise, science of numbers, geometric art, and lore of stars, and music knew by heart. A minnesinger, long before the times, of those who sang their love in Indian rhymes. A strong theological bias was given to all studies. Music was largely limited to chanting, and astronomy to the calculation of Easter. The emperor took great pains to locate his schools in proper places. That he was wise in his selection can be seen in the fact that some of these schools have existed ever since. He established about 50 schools of high grade. Italy, Germany, and France were most favored. Among the schools which he organized were the following: Paris, Tours, Corbie, Orléans, Lyon, Toulouse, Clugny, Mainz, Treves, Cologne, Utrecht, Fulda, Paderborn, and Hildesheim. The cultivation of national literature by Charlemagne was a favorite pursuit. He ruled over a heterogeneous people. Some of the tribes were advanced and already had a taste of the classic fountains, but the most were in dense barbarism. The emperor caused grammars to be compiled in the languages of his Teutonic subjects, and collected the bardic lays of Germany. He required that the sermon should be preached in the vulgar tongue, and that the common people should have the Apostles' Creed and the Lord's Prayer in their own languages. Stripes and fasts were the penalty of neglect. Special measures were taken for the circulation of the Scriptures. Copies were multiplied by the monks and were distributed among the schools. Many found their way into private hands. Theological literature received a strong impetus. The monasteries became busy places, and many of the monks became authors. Their works were largely reproductions of the Fathers, but occasionally the quiet atmosphere was disturbed by an original manuscript. The decline in literary activity began immediately after the death of the great Charles. The Church fattened on his educational beginnings. The bishops and other clergy took education into their own hands. The Carolingian kinglets were unable to cope with Rome when it began to grasp for the possession of the schools. From the 6th century to the 8th, the education of Europe had been ecclesiastical. Under Charlemagne it had broadened to a remarkable degree, and struck its roots deeply into the popular life. It was made the affair of the state, and contributed infinitely to the development of the Church. But now a return to the old order took place. The clergy having secured the school, its broad scope was destroyed. Its general adaptation to the professions and popular education was narrowed. The state lost it, and never gained it until the Reformation of the 16th century. End of chapter 6. Part 1, Chapter 7, of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Theological Movements. The Procession of the Holy Ghost. The antecedents of this controversy are to be found in the Trinitarian strifes of the early centuries. It was a discussion between the Greek and Latin Christians, and was called the Filioque, and from the Son, controversy. The Eastern Church contended that the Holy Ghost proceeded from the Father only. The Latin contended that he proceeded also from the Son, Filioque. Augustine had been the chief defender of this view, he having carried the doctrine of the Trinity to its logical sequence. If Christ were divine, then the Holy Ghost must proceed from him not less than from the Father. The argument was complete. But the Eastern Church gradually adopted the other view, that the Holy Ghost proceeds from the Father alone. The discussion was animated. The result was that this question was an important factor in the division of the Eastern and the Western Church. Its results, therefore, extend far beyond the early medieval period. They have had their bearing on the theology of the Greek Church in modern times, which is the same now as when all Europe was divided on the Filioque question. Adoptionism. This doctrine also was the result of earlier theological discussion. The Council of Chalcedon, A.D. 451, had declared that in Christ there is one person, but two natures. This became the doctrine of the Church in both East and West. But in the 8th century, a new interpretation was made in Spain by the Archbishop Elipandus of Toledo. He was aided in reaching this conclusion by the Bishop Felix of Urgel. These men taught that Christ, in his divine nature, is the real Son of God, but that in his human nature he is only Son of God in an adopted sense, as a name and title. Aetherius and Beatus opposed Elipandus and Felix, and defended the orthodox view. Great excitement was created throughout Spain, where the Mohammedan rulers troubled themselves little concerning the ecclesiastical conflicts, but were delighted to see Christians devour each other. The heresy of Felix spread into the Frankish dominions, and finally attracted the attention of Charlemagne. The Narbonne Synod of 788 was indefinite. Felix appeared before the Synod of Regensburg in 792, and, his doctrine being condemned, he recanted and made his peace with the Church. On his return to Spain, he recalled his recantation. The Frankfurt Council of 794 reaffirmed the condemnation of that of Regensburg. In the year 799, Felix once more repudiated his adoptionism, after a 6 days' further debate with Alcuin, but enjoyed thereafter little favor from either party. Elipandus lived in Moorish Spain, and never renounced his adoptionism. The heresy lived but a short time after the death of the chief promoters. Anthropology. The doctrines relating to human salvation came up for new consideration. Chief emphasis was placed on the elect. Augustine had declared that God determines the number of the saved, but his teaching on the divine reprobation was negative, that God passed over the non-elect. Gottschalk taught that the wicked are as fully predestinated to damnation as the righteous are to salvation. His was a doctrine of twofold predestination, bipartia predestinatio, electorum ad requiem, reproborum ad mortem, a double predestination of the elect to salvation and of the reprobate to death. Erigena opposed Gottschalk's doctrine, on the ground that it was an abandonment of the saving power of God's grace and an abolition of the functions of the human will. The Lord's Supper. The Greek Church was the first to teach a doctrine approaching transubstantiation, or the change of the bread and wine into the real body and blood of our Lord. The work on The Sacrament of the Body and Blood of Christ, by Paschasius Radbertus, which appeared in 2 editions, A.D. 831 and 844, was the first book which proceeded definitely to formulate this view. Transubstantiation, however, had been often approached in previous writings on the subject. This view was opposed by vigorous theologians, with Ratramnus at their head. In the middle of the 11th century, Berganer of Tours held unmolested the more spiritual view. But he was finally compelled to sign a formula repudiating his opinion. By the end of the 11th century, however, the doctrine of transubstantiation gained such official favor in Rome that it was accepted by the Church. Image controversy. The use of images in the Church was a subject of violent controversy. Traces of undue reverence for them can be found as early as the 4th century. Not only were the Eastern and Western churches divided on the subject, but in each there were subdivisions of disputants, 3 being in the Eastern, and as many in the Western. The periods of controversy in the Greek Church are as follows. First, A.D. 726 to 754. Second, 754 to 813. Third, 813 to 843. In the Frankish Empire, 3 parties were represented at the Synod of Paris, A.D. 825. A peculiarity of this remarkable controversy was the intense interest aroused in all lands, and the length to which the contestants went. Mobs of monks, the violence of soldiers, and the daring of iconoclasts, image-breakers, were common features of this exciting time. In the East, after many changes of fortune, in 842 the images were solemnly brought back into the churches, and image worship has continued from that day to this, the orthodox doctrine of the Greek Church. Oddly enough, however, only flat pictures are revered, while raised images are forbidden. The Synod of Paris, referred to above, true to the prevailing sentiment of the Frankish Church, condemned images, but the opinion of Gregory the Great, died 604, who favored images on account of their educational and devotional use, finally prevailed in the Roman Catholic Church. End of chapter 7. Part 2, Chapter 8 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, The Rule of the Popes. Leo IV, A.D. 855, to Gregory VII, A.D. 1085. The reign of the popes of Rome was never uniform. Where one was learned and was alive to the wants of his times, another was devoted entirely to the building up of his authority. The same absence of uniformity applies to their moral character. One might be virtuous and command the respect of the whole Church, but his immediate successor might be just the opposite. The tendency was towards the evil side. The temptation was to resort to corrupt measures, not only to secure the office, but to administer it when secured. Between Leo IV, A.D. 855, and Benedict III, it was alleged that a female pope, Joanna, was elected and ruled. John XX, for this reason, called himself John XXI. The chronicles of the 13th century were the first to make full mention of a female pope. Protestant historians have been divided, some claiming that the proof is certain, while others hold that there are better means of proving the growing immorality of the papacy than the brief rule of a pope of another sex. We do not find sufficient proof in favor of a female pope. Nearly every competent authority, at the present time, looks upon the whole story as a fable. It was a Protestant historian, David Blondel, 1649, who was the first to subject the charge to a critical examination, and who destroyed all its claims to credence. But the moral methods in use were dark enough for that, or any similar violation of ecclesiastical precedents. Nicholas I, Hadrian II, and John VII were involved in complications with the Frankish rulers. The new gift of temporal possessions was now bearing its legitimate fruit. It was easy to see that the attention of the popes was directed just as much towards political as spiritual matters. No period in the history of the papacy has been more corrupt than in the time of the pornocracy, A.D. 904 to 962. Italy was divided between hostile factions. The noble families were arrayed against each other. The ruling pope was strong or weak according to the success of the nobles whose cause he had espoused. For a half-century, a wicked woman, Theodora, ruled the papacy. She was the daughter of a noble family. Her daughter, Maria, was almost her equal in genius and crime. These two women put into the papacy whom they chose. Theodora caused John X to assume the papacy. After her death, he endeavored to throw off his dependence upon her daughter, but he failed. Maria was too strong for the ungrateful successor of St. Peter. She put Peter, the Pope's brother, to death before the Pope's eyes, and then smothered the Pope himself in the castle of St. Angelo, A.D. 928. She immediately placed her son, John XI, in the papal chair. We now come to the opposition of the German emperors to the papal authority. Henry I was the first to assert a measure of independence. but the popes were constantly in need of help from the emperor's army. On the other hand, the emperor was in need of the pope's approval and coronation, because, if the pope released the citizens from fealty to the emperor, the power of the latter was broken. The excommunication of an emperor by the pope was sure to bring untold evils to the former. There were, generally, competitors to the succession, and the man who had the pope's favor was almost sure to be winner in the imperial game. The misconduct of certain popes was so flagrant that the people would not endure it. For example, Benedict IX, while a boy, became pope, but his crimes caused the people to eject him. They put Sylvester III in the papal chair. Benedict aimed to get it again, but he could not hold it, and sold it outright to Gregory VI. There were now 3 rival popes. Henry III of Germany was invited in to settle matters. Clement II was elected, and he paid back his benefactor by crowning him Emperor of Germany and Patrician of Rome. Gregory VII was the son of a mechanic, and arose from the humblest monastic life. He bore the name of Hildebrand. He could easily have been pope at an early period of his life, but chose to gain power and add to the papal authority by getting men of his choice in office. He was the Warwick of ecclesiastical history, the maker of popes. On the death of Alexander II, A.D. 1073, he was elected pope, though against powerful opposition. The time had come when he could safely throw off the mask. The people cried out, "Hildebrand is pope! St. Peter has elected him!" The strife between Gregory VII and Henry IV of Germany was one of the most bitter in the whole history of temporal and spiritual authority. The usual request for the imperial sanction was sent to Henry, the last time that this custom was observed. Gregory determined to elevate the papacy at all hazards. His course brought him into collision with Henry IV. For oppressing the Saxons and permitting the sacred vessels to be despoiled of their jewels, which were now worn by the favorite women of Henry's court, Gregory threatened the emperor with excommunication. Henry resented the insult with great promptness and spirit. It was now a struggle of authority. All Europe was interested in the duel. Henry called a synod at Worms, A.D. 1076, which deposed the pope as a violator of imperial rights. Gregory cast back upon the emperor his anathema of excommunication, and declared all his subjects released from allegiance. Henry's princes, who were fast losing respect for him, declared that they would have another sovereign if the anathema were not removed by the pope by a certain time. The result of the strife was the division of the whole Western Church. Henry saw that the reins of power were fast slipping away from him, and he resolved on penitence. He made a journey to Italy to regain the favor of the pope. At Canossa, A.D. 1077, he humiliated himself by doing the pope the menial service of holding the stirrups of his saddle. The result was pardon. But the end was not yet. Henry repented of his repentance, and withdrew it. Parchment depositions flew back and forth. Henry deposed the pope, and, in turn, Gregory deposed Henry. The affair took a larger form than writs of ejectment. It came to bloodshed. Armies were summoned, campaigns were conducted, and Italy and Germany swam in blood. Henry captured Rome, A.D. 1084, and the pope became a prisoner in the castle of St. Angelo. But Gregory spoke no word of surrender. He withdrew to Salerno, where he died, A.D. 1085. His last words, which expressed the rectitude of his intentions, and which are engraved on his tombstone, were, "I have loved righteousness and hated iniquity, therefore I die in exile." The outcome was a victory for political independence. The later fortunes of the papacy were fluctuating. The result of the long and bitter struggle between the empire and the pope was to create an independent spirit north of the Alps. After Henry's triumph, the emperors were always disposed to assume more control and a larger independence of the papal authority. The charm of Rome's rule north of the Alps was broken forever. The ban of excommunication had lost much of its terror. Here, in this long struggle between Henry of Germany and Pope Gregory VII, lies the entering wedge of the Reformation. For 6 centuries there lingered in Germany a doubt of the papal authority. The political rulers never forgot the example of Henry. His capture of Rome and his disposition of Gregory were of great force in all the religious struggles of Germany. They proved a powerful example for the Saxon princes in their support of Luther and the Reformation 6 centuries after Henry IV stood all night barefooted in the snow at Canossa before the Pope's palace, and held the stirrups when the august successor of St. Peter chose to mount his horse, but atoned for it all by capturing Rome itself, deposing Gregory, and shutting him up in the castle beside the Tiber. End of chapter 8. Part 2, Chapter 9 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, The Gregorian Reform. The moral decline of the 10th century was so great that not even the most extreme apologists for the papacy have been able to present a defense of it. When the Carolingian dynasty died out in 887, and a new one took its place, this decline began in full force. The papacy had been gaining strength with every year, and when the 10th century began, such evils prevailed in the Church as to threaten its very life. The most far-sighted of the leaders saw the danger, and that the Church itself had become only a vast piece of political machinery, using unholy measures to advance its end. Even so warm a eulogist of Rome as Baronius says that in that period, Christ was as if asleep in the vessel of the Church. Rome, the very heart of the Church, presented a repulsive picture. The churches were neglected, and a dissolute life distinguished the priesthood. Cardinal Newman makes the following admissions. When Hildebrand was appointed to the monastery of St. Paul in Rome, he found offices of devotion neglected, sheep and cattle defiling the house of prayer, and monks attended by women. The excuse was that there were predatory bands from the Campagna, which gave trouble. But in Germany, where there was no such apology, things were even worse. In France, the same evils of spiritual decline were apparent. The offices of the Church were sold, almost as at an auction. An archbishop of France, who tried to silence the powerful witnesses against him when arraigned for simony, confessed his guilt, and 45 bishops and 27 other dignitaries or governors of churches came forward and confessed the criminal mode by which they had obtained their offices. Heinemar thought it necessary to issue a decree against the pawning by the clergy of the vestments and the communion plate. The nobles had their younger sons and relatives ordained for the sole purpose that they might be put in charge of lucrative benefices. Others had their dependents ordained that they might be willing instruments for any service in the household. The domestic priests served the tables, mixed the strained wine, led out the dogs for the chase, looked after the ladies' horses, and superintended the tilling of the land. Hildebrand, when he became pope, bearing the name of Gregory VII, addressed himself to remedy the evils. He, more than any man of his times, saw the necessity of a thorough moral awakening. The long experience through which he had passed, and his intimate acquaintance with the clergy and the laity in Rome and throughout the Church, had given him rare opportunity for learning the real life of the time. Hence, when the power was once in his hands, he wielded it with great vigor. He strove in every possible way to eradicate simony and all the other ecclesiastical crimes from Latin Christendom. He looked after the conduct of the clergy, and attempted to bring it up to a loftier moral plane. There was no department of discipline which he did not observe with a keen eye, and which he did not attempt with vigorous hand to improve. The marriage of the clergy was almost universal. The canons of the Roman Church had long before enforced the celibacy of the clergy. In the reply of Pope Nicholas I to the Bulgarians, 860, in the conclusions of the Synod of Worms, 868, in Leo VII's Epistle to the Gauls and Germans, 938, in the Councils of Mentz and Metz in 888, in the Decrees of Augsburg, 952, and in Benedict VIII's speech and the decrees at Pavia in 1020, the practice of clerical marriage was severely condemned. The entire official record of the Church for 2 centuries, but not before, had been against the marriage of the clergy. Gregory, before anything else engaged his attention, set himself to work to correct the custom. But he little dreamed of the opposition which he had to encounter. His canons were met with the bitterest opposition. In Germany the opposition was intense. In France the Archbishop of Rouen was pelted with stones when attempting to enforce the new Gregorian reform. In Normandy many churches had become heritable property to the sons and daughters of priests. In Rome the antagonism to the canons of Gregory was even more violent, if possible, than elsewhere. Many of the churches had become scenes of wild nocturnal revelry. Priests, and even cardinals, celebrated the Lord's Supper at irregular hours for the sake of gain. Clerical immorality was universal. The enemies of the Gregorian canons, under the very eyes of Gregory himself, met his reformatory measures with relentless fury. It was not so much a rebellion against the war made on the marriage of the clergy, but of rebellion against the whole system of reform in the life of the clergy, from bishops up or down, as one may think, through all the clerical strata. The clergy saw that they were watched as by the eye of an eagle. They knew, too, the vigor of Gregory's hand. But he received only threats for his pains. With undaunted courage and perseverance, he labored for the independence and purity of the Church until his death. He effected but little, except that he sowed some good seed for later times. Gregory was now 60 years of age, and was afflicted by an illness so severe that he thought himself dying. But he recovered. These were his words, quote, "We were reserved to our accustomed toils, our infinite anxieties, reserved to suffer, as it were, each hour the pangs of travail, while we feel ourselves unable to save, by any steersmanship, the Church which seems almost foundering before our eyes." End quote. In the midst of his sorrows, on witnessing the violent opposition on every quarter, at home and north of the Alps, he cried aloud, "I live as it were in death, shaken by 1,000 storms." End of chapter 9. Part 2, Chapter 10 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, Moral Life and Ecclesiastical Usages. The morals of the higher clergy were, thus, the darkest feature of the times. The example of the papacy, leaving out Gregory, and now and then another pope, was not favorable to episcopal purity. As many of the bishops secured their office by purchase or political intrigues, the effect of their administration could not be expected to be of an elevated spiritual character. Cincius, 385, was the first pope to order clerical celibacy. Leo the Great, 440 to 461, repeated the decree and extended it to subdeacons. Successive synods gave the same injunction. Gregory VII, however, was the first pope to enforce these laws with inflexible purpose. For in all the countries of Western Europe, these ascetic regulations were constantly disregarded. The 10th century was especially distinguished for the general immorality of the clergy. The original jurisdiction of the bishop extended over the matter of all penances within his diocese, but the tendency was to withdraw this lucrative trade from the episcopacy and let it be an affair for the pope to regulate by special agents. The legates whom the bishops had sent to Rome with reference to penances were clothed with special powers by the popes, and even papal absolution was declared to individuals on whom penance had been pronounced by the bishops. The tendency was to increase the authority of the pope. The nobles were on the side of the bishops. It was the question of a territory against Rome. The Council of Pavia, in 876, declared in favor of the papal anathema as against that of a bishop. The papal management of penances went on with undisguised force. The profits were enormous. They added vastly to the papal treasury, and were in full force down to the time of Martin Luther. The reverence for the Virgin Mary was one of the peculiarities of the times. The rise of chivalry tended to increase the respect for woman throughout Europe. The religious respect for the Virgin had some bearing upon the growing custom of giving woman a larger place in social life. Learned writers indulged in speculations as to the Holy Mother's divinity. She was the Queen of Heaven, the Mother of God, and her praises went far and wide. The miraculous achievements and lofty virtues of some of the pagan divinities of the north, such as Freya, were transferred outright to her. Relics came into use far more than in the preceding period. The pilgrim to Palestine, on his return, brought with him enough sacred relics of the saints to supply a church. Each relic was the center of a throng of associations, and was supposed to be endowed with great power. The chapel became famous, which could boast a single one. Diseases were supposed to be easily curable by touching a relic. The imagination never had a larger field for play than here. The saints of the whole past were drawn upon to help the ills of the present. The eastern countries furnished many of the most precious relics, but Italy was most productive of the holy manufactures. The Frankish monastery of Sentula, for example, was so highly favored that it could boast a miniature cottage belonging to St. Peter, a handkerchief of Paul, some hairs from St. Peter's beard, some souvenirs from the graves of the murdered innocents at Bethlehem, some of the Virgin Mary's milk, and some of the identical wood which Peter did not use, but which he would have used, to build the 3 tabernacles impulsively proposed by him on the Mount of Transfiguration. The church festivals increased during this period. The saints' days grew to an alarming number, for the motives to enlarge the calendar were very strong. The day of commencing the year was changed from Easter to Christmas, though at Florence and Pisa the year dated from March 25th down to as late as 1749. Dionysius Exiguus, A.D. 556, began the year with January. As early as the 4th century, a festival in honor of all the saints was celebrated in the Eastern Church. When the Pantheon was fitted up for Christian worship by Pope Boniface IV, 608-615, it was dedicated to the Virgin and all the saints, and its day of dedication, May 13th, was celebrated as a festival for the saints. The origin of All Souls' Day, November 2nd, illustrates the credulity and ignorance of the times. On his return from the Holy Land, a pilgrim gave out that he had seen in Sicily flames bursting out of the earth, and heard the wailings of the poor souls held in durance. These unfortunates implored him, he said, to go to the monastery of Clugny, and to pray the monks to have mercy upon them, and by prayers and alms to free them from their pains. From this time, 998, the abbot of Clugny, Odilo, celebrated the souls of all deceased believers on the day after All Saints, and the practice spread to other monasteries. In the 9th century, the All Saints festival was made general throughout the Church. End of chapter 10. Part 2, Chapter 11 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. The Public Services. During the period of aggressive missionary life, the sermon assumed a larger place than usual. The missionary was compelled to teach orally in order to instruct the people in the rudiments of Christian doctrine. Charlemagne saw the inaptitude of the Frankish preachers for their public office, and, to remedy the difficulty, commanded Peter Diaconus to prepare a homilarium, or collection of sermons from the Fathers. This was to be a model for homiletic composition, if not a work which the preachers might directly use in preaching. This is the first instance, of which we have account, in which encouragement was given, from an authoritative source, for the homiletic fracture of the Eighth Commandment. The homilarium was designed to be used especially on Sundays and feast days. Down to and beyond the Reformation, this book continued to be used extensively in the Roman Catholic Church. There was no pulpit as yet. The preacher continued to stand on the platform in front of the high altar. Pulpits, however, of the greatest artistic interest, belonging to the 13th and 14th centuries, have been found in England and on the continent. Music was diligently cultivated. The old Gregorian chant was supplanted by the Ambrosian melody. In Germany, during the latter part of the 9th century, short verses in the rude German tongue were sung by the people. This was the earliest trace we have of the later rich German hymnology. Charlemagne paid great attention to music. He founded singing schools throughout his dominions, especially at Metz, Soissons, Orléans, Paris, Lyons, and other central places. The first knowledge we have of an organ in the West was the gift of one to Pepin in 757 by the Byzantine emperor Copronymus. Another Byzantine emperor, Michael I, made a present of one to Charlemagne, who placed it in the imperial church at Aix-la-Chapelle. These instruments were of robust quality, as they had but 12 keys, and required the vigorous use of the performer's fist to make the keys produce the desired melody. Charlemagne gave strict orders that the people should unite in the singing at the public service, especially in the Gloria and Sanctus, but his orders had only small effect. Among the more noted hymn writers between the 7th and 9th centuries were Paul Wernfried, Theodulf of Orleans, Alcuin, and Rabanus Maurus. The Pentecost hymn, Veni Sancte Spiritus, was popularly ascribed to Robert of France, who died in the year 1031. Veni Sancti Spiritus, et emite colitus lucis tuae radium. Veni Pater Pauperum, Veni dator manurum, Veni lumen cordium. Consulator optime, dulcis hospes animae, dulce refrigerium. En labore requis, en istu temperes, infletu solatium. O lux beatissima, reple cordis intima tuordum fidelium. Sine tuo nomine nihil est in homine, nihil est in oxium. Lava quad est sordidum, riga quad est aridum, sana quad est satium. Flecte quad est regidum, fove quad est frigidum, rege quod est devium. Da tuis fidelibus, en te confidentibus, sacrum septenarium. Da virtutis meritum, da salutis exitum, da perenne gaudium. Amen. This hymn is well known in the translation of Ray Palmer, Come, Holy Ghost, in Love. The older Pentecost hymn, Veni Creator Spiritus, was formerly ascribed to Charlemagne, but now with more reason to Gregory the Great, died 601. The great increase in relics, and the enlargement of the number of saints, led to a multiplication of chapels. Each chapel had its name, according to the saint to whom it had been dedicated. No confessionals had as yet been erected, though Leo the Great, died 461, had officially recognized private confession as a legal institution, and in the 8th and 9th centuries the practice was made compulsory. With all the increase in superstition, this masterpiece of decline had not as yet been invented. The baptistry, which had previously been outside of the church building, now began to be included within the church. Bells came into use. The tower, which had hitherto been an independent structure, became connected with the church edifice. The christening of bells in churches was an ecclesiastical usage throughout the Middle Ages. A capitulary of Charlemagne, 787, forbids the baptism of cloci, by which is probably meant the small bells in everyday use. At any rate, the order was never observed. In the 10th century it became customary to give the bells a name. In 968, Pope John XIII consecrated the great bell of the Church of the Lateran and gave it his own name, Joannes. The arts were now departing from the classic models and undergoing the influence of the new northern nations. The Byzantine architecture, as exemplified in the rich buildings of Ravenna, was employed to some extent. Generally in Italy the basilica still prevailed. North of the Alps there was no disposition to be confined to either Roman or Byzantine style. Einhard, the court builder of Charlemagne, was the most celebrated architect of the times. Shrines for relics, candelabra, and other adornments of the sacred buildings were of elaborate and rich workmanship. The imperial treasury spared nothing in order to add to the splendor of the sanctuary and the copiousness of the ritual. Great wealth was expended in copying the scriptures. The miniature paintings in the devotional books of the times were models of painstaking and costly outlay. Even in the British Isles, much care was bestowed on the copies of the favorite authors of the patristic times. The Irish monasteries produced some of the finest specimens of early Christian art, which have come down to our own times. On the continent, the monasteries of St. Gall and Fulda took the lead as patrons of the arts. Tutilo, died 912, of St. Gall, was architect, painter, sculptor, poet, and scholar, the Michelangelo of his age. End of chapter 11. Part 2, Chapter 12 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, The Writers of the Times. The classic masters of Greek and Roman thought were at no time entirely forgotten. It is a peculiarity of the age that all the temporal rulers, beginning with Charlemagne, though often profoundly ignorant, were never wholly forgetful of the debt of their people to the creators of literature. Now and then even a barbaric ruler surrounded himself with scholars, who not only reflected their learned light on the court, but were of influence in promoting a thirst for knowledge throughout the dominions. The example of the Goth Ulfilas, one of the most thorough scholars of his day, was powerful over rulers and the scholars of their courts in the later times. Scholars before Charlemagne were numerous, and yet, because of the general distractions of the times, were not of wide influence. The most learned men were servants of the Church, and hence science was confined chiefly to theology. Boethius and Cassiodorus, who furnished under the patronage of the Ostrogothic court, contributed largely to the preservation of both the classic and the patristic writings. The monasteries of Scotland and Ireland produced many scholars, whose fame went into all lands. The communication between those countries and Rome was frequent, and many treasures were taken back to them from Italy, which proved of great value for the study of the Greek and Roman writers, and of the Fathers as well, for many centuries. Theodore of Tarsus, the Venerable Bede, and the scholar Hadrian were at the head of Anglo-Saxon learning. The most powerful promoter of learning in Britain was Alfred the Great. The War of Races had done much to destroy all taste for scholarship. The ravages of the Scandinavian piratical tribes made the land a waste. But that wise king restored science to its former elevated position. His own example was a model of literary aspiration. He founded monasteries, churches, and schools, and built the school which afterwards grew into the University of Oxford. He invited learned men into the country, and he himself translated, though very freely, the works of Boethius and Orosius, made a paraphrase of Bede's Ecclesiastical History, and translated and circulated among his clergy Gregory's book on Pastoral Care. The scholars of Charlemagne's court constituted a bright galaxy of masters in literature. The emperor was constantly in search of learned men. He did not care where they came from or what their opinions were. The brightest ornament of his reign was Alcuin, an Anglo-Saxon. While this man was on a journey to Rome, he was introduced to Charlemagne. This was in 781, and down to his death in 804, Charlemagne would not permit the calm and learned scholar to leave his service. He commanded Alcuin to superintend all the educational movements of his broad dominions. He sent him on important diplomatic missions, and found that he could trust him in the most delicate duties. In 796, he gave him the abbacy of Tours, which became, through Alcuin, a celebrated seat of learning. Paul Diaconus was of Lombard origin. He had been a member of the court of the Lombard king Desiderius. Yet Charlemagne, after subjugating the Lombards, won him to his service. But the scholar was ill at ease. The loss of his country was a sorrow which he could not overcome, and after getting released, he withdrew to his former monastery, Monte Cassino, and died there. It is from Paul Diaconus's poem on John the Baptist that Guido of Arezzo derived his names for the musical notes. Ut queant laxis, re sonare fibris, mi ra gestorum, fa mulituorum, sol ve pollutum, labri reatum, Sancte Johannes. Leidrade of Leon, Theodulf of Orleans, and Paulinus of Aquileia were also bright lights of Charlemagne's court. End of chapter 12. Part 2, Chapter 13, of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, New Missions. The spread of Christianity continued steadily. From the centers in Germany and France, missionaries went out and labored in the darker European countries. There was constant communication between Britain and the continent. Missionaries from Ireland, the Holy Isle, and from England crossed the Channel into France and cooperated with continental missionaries in founding missions among the heathen dwelling in the remoter parts of Europe. The monasteries kept up a close brotherhood. That there was great missionary fervor in them can be seen in the number of monks who went out from them, and threaded the forests and climbed the mountains of rude and barbarous peoples, and spent their lives amid all possible dangers in endeavoring to extend Christianity. Many of them fell by violent hands. No people parted with their ancestral idols without regarding the first Christian preachers worthy of immediate death. Sometimes the rulers were the first to accept the gospel, but often it ascended from the poor and the lowly, step by step, until the throne was reached, and Christianity was publicly proclaimed as the faith of the state. Harold, king of Jutland, was aided to the throne of his fathers against his competitors by the Carolingian emperor, Louis le Debonair. Harold and his queen were baptized in the Cathedral of Mentz. There is no knowing how much conscience was in this proof of their espousal of Christianity, but it is a fact that the Danish king and queen ever afterwards befriended the gospel, and did their utmost to plant it throughout their dominions. Ansgar, a monk of Corby, accompanied them back to Denmark, with a view to organize the Christian church in that country. The mission in Denmark was resisted by the people. A rebellion was excited against Harold, and he was obliged to flee from the country. Ansgar was also compelled to leave, but instead of giving up his missionary work, turned his eyes towards the still more savage Sweden, and determined to plant missions there. In the year 831, Ansgar, with Wittmar, a brother monk, as companion, proceeded to Sweden with gifts for the king of the country. They were attacked by pirates while on their voyage, and lost all their possessions, such as the gifts for the king, their sacred books, and their priestly robes. They barely escaped with their lives. They reached Birka on the Malar Lake, and were hospitably entertained. The king welcomed them, and in a short time his counselor, Haragar, became a Christian convert. A few Christians were found already there, but there was no organization. Ansgar remained a year and a half in Sweden, and then returned to Louis, to whom he brought friendly letters from the King of Sweden, and gave a full account of his experiences. Louis established an archiepiscopal see at Hamburg, with a view to operating directly upon Scandinavia. Ansgar went to Rome, where he was consecrated to the archiepiscopal office and deputed to preach the gospel to the northern nations. Hamburg was desolated by a Danish army, and the see was united with Bremen. Ansgar removed to the latter place. He made a second visit to Sweden in 855. He died in 865, but before his death had the pleasure of seeing Christianity taking firm hold throughout Scandinavia. He was one of the most beautiful characters of the whole medieval period. In charity, personal exposure, fearlessness of danger or death, and sublime devotion to his work, he was surpassed by no one of his times. He said, "One miracle I would, if worthy, ask the Lord to grant me, and that is, that by his grace he would make me a good man." The first positive accounts we have of the introduction of the gospel into Norway is that it was carried thither by some seafaring youth. It is not unlikely, however, that the Norwegian pirates who organized and made expeditions along the western coast of Europe came in contact with Christianity, and that some of their prisoners were the means of preaching it afterwards in the country to which they were taken. Olaf the Thick, King of Norway, called Saint Olaf, was the first to organize the church on a permanent basis. This he achieved in 1019, but only after the most violent measures. The gospel reached Iceland from Norway. During the 10th century, Christianity was fully established in the island. The bishops were always elected by the people. There was no formal organization of a mission there, the first preachers being merely transient missionaries. Olaf Tryggvason established Christianity permanently in the country. This was secured at a public assembly of the people. They accepted the gospel, but reserved the right to worship their former national gods in private if they wished. From Iceland, Christianity extended to Greenland. A bishopric over the latter country was established shortly after the introduction of the gospel into Iceland. Even from these remote regions, Rome was careful to gather gifts for her treasury. The Greenland Christians paid their tithes to Rome in walrus teeth. Cyril and Methodius, two Greek monks, were the first to introduce the gospel among the Bulgarians. Cyril was a theologian, and Methodius a painter, and the latter's pictures of the Day of Judgment had as much to do with the conversion of the country as the arguments of the former. These people had conquered the tribes along the lower Danube, and had settled there and also in Macedonia and Epirus. The Bulgarian prince, Bogoris, was besought by Greek, Roman, and Armenian missionaries to adopt each of these forms of Christianity. He looked towards the Pope, Nicholas, for advice, and during this formative period of the Bulgarian Church, its relations were with Rome. Moravia was, in the 9th century, a large and powerful kingdom. In 863, the king, Radoslav, requested the Greek emperor, Michael, to send him learned men, who should translate the Bible into the Slavonic tongue and explain it to the people. Cyril and Methodius were accordingly sent. They composed a Slavonic alphabet and translated the Gospels, Acts of the Apostles, the Psalms, and other parts of the Bible. This procedure awakened the opposition of the German missionaries, who regarded it as a measure hostile to their own language and methods. For many years the Moravians suffered greatly. The Archbishopric of Prague was established in 973. The misfortunes of the Moravians culminated when they were attacked and overrun by the Magyars. When peace came, they were no more a nation, but a mere province of the Kingdom of Bohemia. The Russian Princess Olga, in 955, went down to Constantinople, where she embraced Christianity. She endeavored to convert her son, Svatoslav, to Christianity, but he was proof against all her importunities. Her grandson Vladimir, however, was more accessible to the truth. After a long period of reflection, and the sending out of messengers into different lands to examine all the various faiths, he accepted Christianity and caused churches to be organized, and the people to be instructed in the use of the Slavonic scriptures and liturgy. The Wends lived between the Saal and the Oder, and were distinguished by their wildness and their fidelity to their idolatrous worship. They were divided into many tribes. The Emperor Otho I conquered them, but they regained their independence in 983, and in 1047 Gottschalk united them into one kingdom. He strove to introduce Christianity among his people, but was assassinated, and the land reverted to idolatry. The restoration of Christianity was not finally effected until 1168, when the last Vendic idol was burned by Absalon, Bishop of Roskilde, amidst the rejoicings of the people. Poland received the gospel through Christian refugees from Moravia, when that kingdom was broken up. When in 966 Mieczysław, Duke of Poland, was married to a Bohemian princess, it was the signal for the formal adoption of Christianity in place of idolatry. Relations with the Roman Church were established. The rude peasantry, however, fondly cherished the memory of their pagan rites for a long time. Hungary first became acquainted with Christianity through the instrumentality of certain of her princes while visiting Constantinople. Many German slaves, who had been captured by the Hungarians in war, brought their religion with them, and contributed largely towards its establishment in their new country. Duke Géza, who reigned from 972 to 997, was a mixed character, for he both sacrificed to the gods of his people and built churches for Christian worship. Under Stephen, his son, who reigned from 997 to 1038, Christianity became the religion of the country. Stephen was successful in developing, as well, the material interests of his country, and in bringing it into close relationship with Germany. He was a remarkable man. He traveled from one end of the country to the other, preaching, baptizing, building churches and monasteries, founding schools, and organizing governments. He changed the constitution from a tribal union to a kingdom, and, largely through his own efforts, Christianized the whole country. He is rightly called Saint Stephen of Hungary. He received the golden crown from the Pope with the title of Apostolic King. A remarkable evidence of the power of Western Christianity in Hungary is the fact that from the time of Stephen to the beginning of the present century, Latin has been the official language of church, court, school, and government. Strong measures were taken by the ruder Hungarians, after Stephen's death, to restore the old idolatry, but they were unsuccessful. The Finns were conquered by Eric the Saint, King of Sweden, in 1157. The forests were vast, and the population far away from the current of European life. Hence, the attachment of the ancestral idolatry was intense. The ignorant peasantry were largely under the control of the magicians some time after Eric's labors to introduce Christianity. From Livonia and the German districts along the Baltic, the Christians passed over into Finland, and labored assiduously for the conversion of the people. The Esthonians, a people along the Baltic, were forced to accept Christianity in 1211 through a powerful religious order, the Brethren of the Sword, whose aim was to see that the northern idolaters should become Christian at all hazards, if not by peaceful measures, then by the sword. End of chapter 13. Part 2, Chapter 14, of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, Schism between the East and the West. Early differences existed between the Church in the East and the West. They were due in part to political relations and in part to antagonism of temperament. The removal of the Roman capital to Byzantium brought political considerations into predominance over religion, while in Rome the growth of episcopal power gained supreme ascendancy. The Greek was speculative, fanciful, excitable, and wandered wildly into doctrinal paths. The Roman Christian was practical, steady, and conservative. He was slow to accept any novelty, but, having once admitted it, it was next to impossible to induce him to surrender it. The doctrinal divergence between the East and the West was first perceptible in the variety of teaching on the divinity of the Holy Ghost. The Council of Constantinople decided, in 381, that the Holy Ghost is equal in essence with the Son, and that both are consubstantial with the Father. The Western teaching, guided chiefly through the clear and logical intellect of Augustine, held that the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son. In 589, the Toledo Council, in accordance with this view, added to the symbol of Constantinople the term filioque. Roman primacy was also a ground of violent antagonism. The Bishop of Rome held that his decisions should apply to the entire Christian Church. The growth of the papal primacy was rapid, and subject to only temporary interruptions, and was therefore looked upon by the Eastern Church with grave suspicion. The Eastern Church held that the Patriarch of Constantinople was equal in rank to the Roman bishop. But this was not only not admitted in Rome, but indignantly rejected. There was no dependence upon Roman approval of the decisions of Eastern councils and synods. What was regarded as orthodox on the Bosphorus might be promptly decided very heterodox on the bank of the Tiber. Here was a large field for bitter antagonism. The entire political and ecclesiastical life of the two regions grew more discordant with the years. Often the animosity was as intense between them as though neither East nor West professed the Christian religion. The ecclesiastical laws and usages were also calculated to widen the chasm. The Greek Church accepted 85 of the apostolic canons, while the Latin Church acknowledged but 50. The controversy on images in the sacred buildings fluctuated with great violence and during a long period. The result was that the Greek Church rejected them, while the Roman endorsed them, and gave the type for the abuse throughout Western Christendom. The Latin Church declared against the marriage of the clergy, while the Greek Church permitted all its clergy, excepting bishops, to remain in the marriage relation, provided that at the time of their ordination they were already married. The eating of animals strangled, the use of the figure of a lamb to represent Christ, and fasting on Saturday were permitted by the Latin Church, but rejected by the Greek. The Second Trullan Council in 692 so sharply defined these differences that its action was a violent factor towards the Great Schism. Photius, Patriarch of Constantinople, invited all the Eastern patriarchs to a council which convened in 867. Here he formulated the points of difference between the Greek and Latin Christians, and gave a catalogue of the doctrinal and other alleged vagaries which the Western Christians had committed. The Pope was even declared deposed, and the information extended to the Western Church. the complete schism took place in 1054. Constantine Monomachus, the Byzantine emperor, having in view a war, applied to the Roman Pope for friendly support. This overture awakened the wrath of Michael Cerularius, Patriarch of Constantinople, and of Leo of Achrida, Metropolitan of Bulgaria. They wrote a letter to the bishops of the Latin Church, charging it with grave doctrinal errors, and urging it to renounce them. This letter reached Pope Leo IX. He was greatly excited, and bitter letters passed between Rome and Constantinople. The Pope sent 3 delegates to the latter city, but only a fiercer animosity ensued. The closing signal of an open and final rupture was given by the issuing of a public excommunication of the Patriarch by the legates, in the Church of St. Sophia, and their withdrawal to Rome. Attempts at reunion were subsequently made, but the divergence increased with time. The doctrinal differences became more prominent, while the constant growth of the papal authority in the Latin Church made conciliation impossible. During the Crusades, which united all Christendom, strong attempts to restore the unity of the East and the West were made, but in the end proved fruitless. The Council of Lyons in 1274 declared the reunion complete. The Eastern delegates accepted the Roman Confession of Faith and acknowledged the primacy of the Roman Pope, while the Roman delegates agreed that all existing usages of the Eastern Church might in future be conceded to it, while the Nicene Creed, without addition or comment, might remain in permanent use. This pacification was brought about by the Eastern Emperor Michael Palaeologus. But when he died and another took his place, the old schism reappeared in full force. Efforts at restoration continued to be made until the middle of the 15th century. But when the Byzantine Empire went down, in 1453, all serious and general attempts ceased. End of chapter 14. Part 2, Chapter 15 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, The Anglo-Saxon Church. The conflict of tribes and races in Britain was violent during all the early Christian centuries. There was nothing in the condition or pursuits of the people to give the least indication of the later controlling influence of the Anglo-Saxon race in modern civilization and the evangelization of the world. There was enough of booty in the land to attract warring tribes and freebooting sailors from the western part of the continent. The native races in Britain were at war with each other. An invasion made the conflicts only more intense. Scandinavia and Germany furnished the chief assailing elements. Probably no place has ever been the scene of more bitter tribal warfare, or contained a greater number of tribes to the square mile, than the British Isles. The tendency was towards unity. Alfred succeeded in conquering the Danes and driving them into the territory about the present London. Harold, the last Saxon king, was defeated at the Battle of Hastings, 1066, by William, Duke of Normandy, who founded the present dynasty. This was the great historical event which first gave unity to the English people. There are no positive data as to the means by which Christianity was propagated throughout Britain, but the evidence is clear that it secured a strong footing in many parts of the country during the domination of the Romans. During the early centuries, the relations between British Christianity and the churches of Gaul and Rome were very intimate. But the Saxons, in their great invasion in 449, destroyed the Christian worship practiced in the eastern parts of Britain. Christianity, therefore, was professed chiefly along the western coast. The relations between this limited type of Christianity and the continental churches became sundered for a time. There was little communication between them. In the meantime, the British Church developed on an independent basis. Its Christianity was a continuation of the apostolic type, and exhibited but little harmony with that of Rome. In the year 596, the Church of Rome sent legates to Britain to resume the old relations of daughter and mother. There was strong opposition on the part of Britain to accept any overtures. The divergence of the British Church from that of Rome consisted more in usages and details than in fundamental doctrines. The British clergy did not adopt the tonsure of their Roman brethren, but shaved the forepart of the head instead of the crown. The Church of Britain did not acknowledge the primacy of the Roman Pope, or the confessional, or purgatory, or the Easter cycle of 19 years adopted by Dionysius Exiguus, or the sacramental character of marriage. Whether the Briton or the Roman would conquer in matters ecclesiastical depended largely on the native princes. By the year 660, the Anglo-Saxon heptarchy was overspread by the Christian religion. This entire territory was intensely British in its profession. Kent alone was favorable to Rome. The kings of the whole country, with all their preference for a native church, without any control from the continent, were induced by Oswy, king of Northumbria, to accept the sympathy and protection of Rome. The diplomacy in behalf of Roman ascendancy was managed with great shrewdness. Oswy called the Council of Whitby in 664. Both interests were represented by able advocates, Rome by the gifted Wilfrid, and Britain by Colman, Bishop of Lindisfarne. The result, however, was easy to foresee. The king was intent on affiliation with Rome. The council decreed accordingly, and Oswy took care to see that the decrees were rigidly enforced. The union of the British kings under the Roman banner led Scotland and Ireland in the same direction. Scotland surrendered to Rome in 700, and Ireland in 704. The monks of Iona were the last to yield. They finally surrendered in 716, and thus passed away the last remnant of the early British national church. Alfred the Great was the most powerful agent for building up and extending Christianity during the early period of the British Church. He was king of the West Saxons, and was born in 849. After his conquest of the Danes, he made it one of the conditions of their surrender to him that their chiefs should receive baptism. Fearless in battle, Alfred was not less wise in government. He reduced the Saxon laws to a code, encouraged commercial activity, and spared no pains to educate and elevate his people. He saw the necessity of spreading good books among his people, and composed several himself for the special purpose of contributing what he could towards their intellectual development. He deplored the ignorance of his subjects, and declared that almost no one living north of the Thames could translate a Latin letter or comprehend the church ritual. He fostered clerical education. He rebuilt the old monasteries, founded schools, gathered books from every possible quarter, and invited learned men from abroad to settle within his dominions, and aid in the educational and ecclesiastical development of his people. In the Christian works which proceeded from his own pen, less regard was paid to original thought than to the reproduction of Christian classics. The chief of these were the translations of Boethius's Consolations of Philosophy, and of Gregory's Pastoral Care. To the English of all later times, Alfred remains the ideal ruler, the wisest, best, and greatest king that ever reigned in England. End of chapter 15. Part 2, Chapter 16 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Arnold of Brescia. The long quarrel between Henry IV and the papacy gave rise to a new force in Italy, which was now felt far and wide. The claims which the Pope made to supreme authority awakened the alarm of certain serious minds, who saw here an element of great danger to the spiritual interests of all Christendom. In addition to this, a desire for local independence was awakened. A process of violent disintegration went on, especially in the Italian cities. The people arose against the high claims of an ecclesiastical rule, and cities vied with each other in an attempt to cut loose from these restraints. That the clergy should hold such power, not only in Rome, but throughout Italy, was considered a curse which must be done away with, and the sooner the better. It requires but little time for a great popular aspiration to find its incarnation. The strong desire of many thousands in Italy to reduce the prerogatives of the clergy and the papacy to the primitive status of voluntary poverty and purely spiritual life and government found its representative in Arnold of Brescia, born about the end of the 11th century. He had been taught in a good school. Though an Italian, he had gone to Paris and placed himself under the care of Abelard, whose spirit he had imbibed. He possessed rare gifts of eloquence and popular leadership. He returned to Italy, where he boldly proclaimed against the excesses of the priesthood, and indirectly against the bold claim of the Pope to secular authority. He was guarded in his expressions concerning the papacy, and entered no theological protest. But against the universal life of the clergy he proclaimed inveterate hostility. He held that the priests should renounce all holding of property, and live on the free will offerings of the people. His fearless method and defiant exposure of the prevailing vices of the time rallied to his standard a multitude of adherents. Among them were many cultivated people and nobles, who saw in him a safe and pure leader. But when the awakening which he produced became alarming to the existing authorities, he was opposed by the Pope, Innocent II, who banished him from Italy. He fled to France and then to Switzerland, and in both countries continued to preach the need of a universal reform, and the return of the Church to its original simplicity. Arnold had accomplished a great work in Rome. The popular sentiment was in his favor. The needful reform which he had preached gathered strength during his absence, and the people whom he had influenced now revolted against the Pope. Arnold came back to Italy, went to Rome, and stood at their head. He was not only the spiritual leader of the city, but, in a certain sense, also the political head. In the Eternal City he was what Calvin was 4 centuries later in Geneva, the administrator of civil and ecclesiastical affairs. Arnold's eloquence was overwhelming. The multitudes gathered about him with increasing enthusiasm. He forgot his religious standpoint, and, inspired by the remembrance of the grandeur of old Rome, he became a political reformer. Rome should stand free, independent of the Pope and Emperor, ruled by no single man, but by the Senate and people. Then the old greatness would be restored. The citizens revolted against the rule of the Pope, established a Senate, drove the Pope out of Rome, passed laws requiring the Pope to live on voluntary offerings and throw off his temporal authority, and invited the German Emperor to come down to Italy and re-establish the old imperial rule on the banks of the Tiber. Lucius II led an army against the Romans, but was killed during the siege of the city by a paving stone. Eugenius III, who succeeded him, fled to France, and placed himself under the guidance of Bernard of Clairvaux. Eugenius was brought back to Rome by Roger, king of the Normans, but he was helpless. Arnold was still supreme, and the Romans were devoted to him. A young Englishman, who commenced life as a beggar, turned his attention to the priesthood, advanced through all subordinate stages until he became Bishop of Albano, and, on the death of Eugenius III, succeeded to the papacy as Hadrian IV, 1154. He hit upon a novel method of opposing the revered Arnold. He prohibited all public worship in Rome. This one act produced a powerful impression, and the people could not say that it was not within his province and a purely ecclesiastical deed. The Pope was now in the ascendant. Arnold was compelled to flee from Rome a second time, and was afterwards seized by the Emperor of Germany, Frederick Barbarossa, who gave him up to his enemies in Rome. No mercy was now shown him. He was hanged in Rome, the scene of his greatest triumphs, in 1155. To give additional indignity to his memory, his body was afterwards burned, and his ashes cast into the Tiber. During all the latter part of Arnold's career, the most powerful enemy he had to contend with was Bernard of Clairvaux. The latter not only opposed his doctrines and the general drift of his teachings in political matters, but shaped the policy of the papacy. He was the real adviser of the popes who, one after another, had to contend with Arnold, and, because of his weight with the Catholic masses, probably did more than all of the popes to undermine the influence of Arnold. To study the career of Arnold, and its unhappy end, one would conclude that it was simply a revolutionary episode in the turbulent age in which he lived. But we must take a broader view. He greatly weakened the confidence of the people in the strength of the papacy. He proved that it was possible for one man, endowed with energy, to overthrow, for at least a time, the temporal sovereignty of the popes, introduce a new political life in Rome itself, and mass the people to support his views. His most bitter enemies could not find any flaw in his moral character. His purity of life was in perfect harmony with the gospel which he preached. His powerful worth, and the temporary changes which he wrought, were the great forces which continued to work long after his martyrdom. In every later effort for reform, and even in the Reformation in Germany and other countries, the name of Arnold of Brescia was a mighty factor in aiding towards the breaking of the old bonds. Even in these latest times it has its historical value, for in the struggle of the Protestantism of New Italy for mastery of the thought of the people, that name is a comfort to all who are endeavoring to bring in the new and better day, from the Alps down to Sicily. End of chapter 16. Part 2, Chapter 17 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, The Waldenses and the Albigenses. More than once in the history of the Church, there has arisen from among the laity a bold and fearless reaction against the moral decline of the priesthood. The most notable illustration is to be found in the rise and growth of the Waldenses. They represented the protest of the private members against the prevailing corruptions in the Church. The Waldensians took their name from Peter Waldo, of Lyon in France, who appeared as a bold and fearless preacher of reform in the second half of the 12th century. He was a private citizen of large means, and with no relation to the clergy. He gave all his wealth to the poor, circulated religious books among the people in their own language, and exposed the vices of his time. This strong protest from the laity soon awakened the hostility of Rome. Neither Waldo nor his followers had any thought of seceding from the Church. Like the Pietists of Germany in the last century, they hoped to produce reform within the Church. But their efforts soon met with fierce opposition. The Bishop of Lyon issued a decree against them. The Pope, Alexander III, in 1179, treated them with the same bitter hostility, and 5 years afterwards they were formally excommunicated by Pope Lucius III. They grew rapidly in numbers, however, but were compelled to seek the mountain fastnesses of Piedmont, in Italy, where they found comparative security. They also established societies in Germany and in the mountain regions of France, but their existence out of Piedmont was always insecure. In some instances they existed as individual believers, but knew each other by secret signs, led a pure and devout life, and labored, by such methods as defied discovery, to produce a better life around them. They regarded ordination as unnecessary, preached against purgatory, the worship of saints and priestly absolution, and held that the real Church of Christ embraced many more believers than the Papal Church. The Waldenses were reinforced by the Catharists, who had arisen about the beginning of the 11th century, and had preached fearlessly against the corruptions of the times. They were a sect strongly tinged with Manichaeism, and had little in common with the Waldenses except their opposition to the Church. Rome had employed vigorous measures against the Catharists, who had rapidly gained strength in France, Germany, and even in England. The first Catharist martyrdoms took place in Orleans in 1022. When the Waldenses were gaining strength, notwithstanding the bitterness of Rome, the Catharists regarded their cause as identical with their own, and combined with them. The Waldenses were, at first, much less opposed than the Catharists had been, but in due time they stood alike as injurious and threatening in the eye of Rome. By and by a relentless warfare was declared against not only these heretics, but all similar reformatory bodies. Raymond Roger, Viscount of Beziers and Albi, represented the cause of the Reformers, who were grouped under the general term of Albigenses. Simon de Montfort, one of the Pope's legates to carry on the crusade against the Reformers, conquered them in battle, and was declared lord of the conquered territory. It is a beautiful illustration of the bond between Christians of all lands that when these Reformers were persecuted on the Continent, their sufferings awakened a universal sympathy. In many of the nations of Europe there were pure people who were praying for a better life throughout the Christian world. They watched with fear and trembling the persecutions of the believers in France and Piedmont, and believed that, though conquered today, they would be victorious tomorrow. In England this sympathy was intense, and the parties to the persecution were made to feel it. Milton, at a later day, put into ringing and immortal verse the English protest against the crusade made upon the Waldenses, not only in the time of Waldo, but many times afterwards. Avenge, O Lord, thy slaughtered saints, whose bones lie scattered on the Alpine mountains cold, even them who kept thy truth so pure of old, when all our fathers worshipped stocks and stones. Forget not, in thy book record their groans, who were thy sheep, and in their ancient fold, slain by the body Piedmontese that rolled, mother with infant, down the rocks. Their moans the vales redoubled to the hills, and they to heaven. Their martyred blood and ashes sow o'er all the Italian fields, where still doth sway the triple tyrant, that from these may grow 100-fold, who having learnt thy way, early may fly the Babylonian woe. End of chapter 17. Part 1, Chapter 18, of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, Thomas Becket. The English Church underwent important changes during the 12th century. The central figure was Thomas Becket, Archbishop of Canterbury and Chancellor of England. During the reign of the more capable Norman kings who succeeded William the Conqueror, the English Church was under the full control of the throne. The popes had little to do except to watch and wait. When Stephen became king, it was at once seen that he lacked the capacity to rule, and more especially to oppose the vigorous policy of such of the English clergy as wished to ally themselves with Rome as against the authority of the kings of England. There was a complete sundering of the relations of the clergy with the crown. The Pope was claimed to be the ecclesiastical head of England. When Henry II came to the throne, he undertook to restore the old relation, and to break up the bondage to Rome. The Diet of Clarendon, which met in 1164, carried out his wishes. Its principal act was to order the election of bishops in the royal chapel, with the king's consent. In civil matters, and in all disputes, the clergy should be amenable to the king. No cause could be carried to a foreign jurisdiction for decision without the king's consent. The same condition was required when any clergyman left the kingdom, and no member of the royal council could be excommunicated. This was a direct thrust at the power of the papacy over England. The battle now began in great fierceness. Thomas Becket was born in 1118. His education was purely secular, and he never became a theologian. His tastes were all in the line of military and diplomatic life. He became, however, Archdeacon of Canterbury and Provost of Beverley. The Pope wanted Stephen's son, Eustace, to be Stephen's successor to the throne, and to Becket belongs the responsibility of preventing it. For this service, Henry II appointed him Chancellor of England in 1155. He was now Henry's most willing agent. He went on a foreign campaign, in the War of Toulouse, and led the English soldiers to success. He spared no foes. He went again to France to secure the marriage of Henry's son to the daughter of the King of France. He was the most intimate and trusted friend of the king, and there was no difficult or delicate service in which he was not called upon to take the lead. In 1162 he was chosen Archbishop of Canterbury, and was thus the ecclesiastical head of England. We now find this man of the world in a new position. He had no more fitness for a religious office than the average soldier or diplomat. But he felt his new position, and immediately placed himself on the side of the Pope in his conflict with the king. He considered it his duty to be now a loyal churchman as before he had been a loyal chancellor. That Becket was entirely conscientious in this, there can be no doubt. Henry could hardly believe his own eyes. Becket, from being the fastidious courtier, the luxurious diplomat, threw off all his old methods, and assumed the appearance of the saintly character. He was at once transformed into the squalid penitent, who wore haircloth next his skin, fed on roots, drank nauseous water, and daily washed the feet of 13 beggars. He surrendered to the king his office of chancellor, and placed himself at the head of the party of the Pope. It was a duel of giants. Henry had, on his side, the Norman nobility and the decrees of the Diet of Clarendon. Becket had with him the Saxon masses and the agents of the Pope. It was a grave question, long undecided, which should win. Becket made due penitence for endorsing the decrees of Clarendon, and was granted pardon by the Pope. A charge for an old offense was brought against Becket by the king, at a council in Northampton, to the effect that when Becket was chancellor he had appropriated to himself 44,000 marks. Becket replied that he was not going to answer to charges for offenses while he was not consecrated to the service of the Church. He appealed to the Pope for justice, and fled to France. While in France, Becket's cause gained great strength. The Pope aided him in every possible way, and he had many supporters at home. Henry consented to an interview with him, but failed to appear. The king had agreed that Becket should return to his see, and that he would pay all Becket's debts and the expenses of his journey. Becket returned to Canterbury, and met with a cordial reception. Henry was frightened. He exclaimed, "Of all the cowards who eat my bread, is there not one who will free me from this turbulent priest?" Henry's agents, 4 knights, went to Canterbury, and, finding Becket unwilling to compromise, slew him in the Canterbury Cathedral in 1170. Reverence was paid the memory of Becket in a way new to England. The popular indignation amounted to a national uprising. Henry was regarded by the people as a murderer, though no proof has ever yet been produced which can convict him of intending that crime. His remark was made in great anger, and it is unfair to suppose that by getting rid of the priest his murder was meant, much less endorsed and directed. But the people are never logicians. They rush to conclusions. and so charged Henry with the crime. The king, to conciliate them, made a pilgrimage to Becket's grave, and did ample penance for real or imaginary hostility. 2 years later, Becket was canonized as St. Thomas of Canterbury. Henceforth, his tomb in the cathedral became the most popular place of pilgrimage in the whole Christian world, Rome alone excepted. Miracles were claimed to be wrought at his grave. At one time, it was alleged that as many as 100,000 pilgrims worshipped at the tomb of St. Thomas. These pilgrims were warmly encouraged by the court of Rome. They were regarded as helpful to the cause of papal supremacy in the British Isles, and plenary indulgence was granted every pilgrim to the shrine of the latest English saint. End of chapter 18. Part 2, Chapter 19 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. The Monastic Orders. Eastern monasticism, which in the early period had flourished in all parts, especially along the valley of the Nile, declined as the medieval period advanced. The monks had departed from their original pure and simple life, and had ceased to be examples for popular imitation. Eustathius of Thessalonica describes the monastic decline of the 12th century in the Eastern Church as deplorable. He speaks of the monks as a hypocritical and ignorant class, no longer worthy of the confidence or support of the Church. The most celebrated of all the Eastern monasteries were those of Mount Athos. They still exist, are held in high esteem, and are supposed to contain important literary treasures, still in manuscript, with which the Christian scholars of the West are as yet unacquainted. Eccentric types of monasticism manifested themselves in the East in the 12th century. Imitators of Simeon Stylites arose in large numbers. Many anchorites spent their lives in the tops of trees or in caves. Numerous devices were resorted to, such as the wearing of an iron shirt or other articles inflicting physical pain, in order to make the self-abnegation complete in the eye of God. Some of the monasteries were enlivened by theological discussions, though the general tendency was towards sloth and ignorance. In the cloisters at Mount Athos, the disposition towards mysticism and quietism prevailed for some time. As the Byzantine Empire declined and the Roman Church gained strength, the Eastern monastic life lost its place in the general life of the Church. Western monasticism developed with amazing rapidity. The Benedictines and Cluniacensians occupied a prominent place in the great body of the Latin Church. The wealthy and noble were attracted towards them. Not only were fabulous gifts made to them, but the nobility even left their estates, took on themselves the vows of poverty, and in all menial service placed themselves on a level with the monks. They became cooks, shepherds, carpenters, anything and everything which the monastic order required of its humblest members. Peter of Clugny, born 1092 or 1094, and Hildegard of Bingen, born 1104, were distinguished for monastic zeal. Bernard of Clairvaux, born 1091, was very successful in extending the work of the Benedictine order. He encouraged the reclaiming of wastelands and other works of material improvement. During the 13th century, there were no less than 1,300 Benedictine abbeys, this large increase from very humble beginnings being due chiefly to the reformatory energy and pure example of Bernard himself. The mendicant orders were a reaction against the vast wealth which was poured into the abbeys of the Latin Church. The adoption of the monastic life by the nobility had, no doubt, its effect in introducing a new and more dangerous taste than had hitherto reigned in those simple abodes. The orders which now arose repudiated all wealth, and professed to live on alms alone. The Fratres Minores, or Franciscans, arose from St. Francis of Assisi, who was born in 1182. He was distinguished for his zeal and popular eloquence. He was a model of poverty. Without money, shoes, or staff, he went through the country and preached the blessings of poverty to the multitudes. He applied to Pope Innocent III for authority for a separate order, and gained the object of his desire. The early stages of his career were without decided result, disciples growing but slowly in number. But after a certain point, his success suddenly broke upon him. By the year 1219, he had won 5,000 men to his order, and by 1264 there were, throughout Europe, 8,000 Franciscan cloisters, which were occupied by 200,000 monks. The Dominicans were founded by Dominic, who was born in 1170. The order was approved by Pope Honorius III. The tastes of its members were scientific. They were fond of theological discussion. They carried on a bitter controversy with the Franciscans over the question of Mary's exemption from sin, the Dominicans holding to the negative. In the year 1230 they had a theological school in Paris, which became a great center of sacred learning. Besides these chief orders, there were others, which were obscure imitations. Among them were the Carmelites, the Augustine hermits, and the Servites, Servi Beatae Virginis Mariae, servants of the Blessed Virgin Mary. The Beguines and Beghards were peculiar to the Netherlands. Lambert de Begue, of Louvain, is said to have founded the Beghard order about 1180. Both of these orders drifted into theological vagaries, and were finally condemned and persecuted by the Roman Church. The Council of Leon reduced the mendicant orders from 23 to 4, Dominicans, Franciscans, Carmelites, and Augustins. The knightly orders were an outgrowth of two forces, the regular monastic life in the Church and the physical needs called forth by the Crusades. The Knights Templars were founded by Hugo of Payens in 1119 and Godfrey of St. Omer. Baldwin, king of Jerusalem, opened a part of the sanctuary close to the temple for their occupation. They were greatly strengthened by the eloquence and influence of Bernard of Clairvaux, who, in 1128, gained an ecclesiastical confirmation of them by the Synod of Troyes. The Knights of St. John, though originally founded for purposes of benevolence, became also a famous military order. Schiller, in his Knights of St. John, thus portrays their prowess in war and their sacrifice for the suffering. O noble shone the fearful cross upon your mail afar, when Rhodes and Acre hailed your might, O lions of the war! When leading many a pilgrim horde through wastes of Syrian gloom, or standing with the cherub's sword before the holy tomb. Yet on your forms the apron seemed a nobler armor far, when by the sick man's bed ye stood, O lions of the war! When ye, the high-born, bowed your pride to tend the lowly weakness, the duty, though it brought no fame, fulfilled by Christian meekness, religion of the cross thou blend'st, as in a single flower, the twofold branches of the palm, humility and power. But from this high estate there was a sad decline. When the knights became strong, and were the objects of universal love and admiration, they began to depart from their original charity and poverty. They became wealthy and immoral, and finally lost the respect of the Church and the nations. After the Crusades, they settled on the island of Cyprus. In the year 1309, they captured the island of Rhodes, and lived there as the armed defenders of the faith. They maintained their ground till 1523, when they were forced to surrender the island to the Turks, after one of the most stubbornly contested sieges in history. Down to modern times, their valor against the Turks has been unsurpassed. In 1530, Charles V ceded to them the island of Malta, which they held until 1798, when Napoleon Bonaparte took it. It is now a British possession. The Brothers of the Common Life arose amid the distractions of the papal exile in France and the terrors of the Black Death. The order was the crystallization of a general desire in the Church for a new spiritual life. It was founded by Gerhard Grote, 1340-84, and produced such pure members as Thomas à Kempis, of the monastery of Agnesburg, near Zwolle, in the Netherlands, and other men of a similar intensely spiritual life. End of chapter 19. Part 2, Chapter 20 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, Monasteries as Centers of Intellectual Life. European learning had a safe refuge during the Middle Ages in the monasteries of the Latin Church. Some of the orders paid special attention to one science, and others to another, while still others occupied their whole time in ascetic discipline and works of charity. The monks of Monte Cassino, in southern Italy, were distinguished above all others in Europe for their scholarly taste. They possessed a very valuable library, and utilized it in the production of works which commanded the respect of learned circles throughout Europe. But the popes never looked upon the monks of Monte Cassino with favor. The great monastery was a very hotbed of liberal thought. From that place proceeded many an appeal in favor of greater intelligence, less superstition, purer morals, and papal reform. The appeals were fortified with a powerful array of thorough scholarship. The reputation of this famous monastery for liberal ideas was never lost. The monks continued from generation to generation in the same path of independent thought. It is believed that their attitude, even in these later times, has contributed largely towards the growth of those aspirations which have resulted in the abolition of the temporal power of the Pope and the unity of Italy, with Rome as the capital. The most frequent employment of the monks was the copying of the patristic literature. This class of works was very large, and the monks were so skilled in the use of the pen that their achievements in this department are still a bibliographical wonder. They wrote on parchment, and were acquainted with all the arts necessary for permanent transcription. They knew how to make ink from vegetable materials, which remains firm to this day. They prepared the skins for writing, and knew all the details of enduring and artistic binding. They were capable of exquisite illuminating. In the production of doctrinal works they were at their best. Many of the illustrations, in purple, silver, and gold, are still masterpieces of delicacy and finish. End of chapter 20. Part 2, Chapter 21 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21, Christian Art. Christian art in the medieval church was patronized in all the centers of thought. The monasteries were not wanting in even this larger field of intellectual development. St. Gall in Switzerland and Fulda in Germany excelled all places north of Italy. For some time the former stood at the head. Tutilo lived there. He was the Michelangelo of his time, being architect, painter, poet, and sculptor. The furniture for the sacred buildings grew into more artistic shapes as the Middle Ages advanced. The brass candelabra were of rich details. The wooden stalls and seats for the clergy and the choir were richly carved in all possible devices. The pulpits grew to be a vast mass of exquisite stone or wooden sculpture, and the screen between the nave and the high altar was frequently a place of metallic openwork, at once rich and beautiful. Each part of the sacred building was adorned with all the skill known to the art of the times. The churches, during the early part of the Middle Ages, were modeled after the classic type. The basilica ruled throughout Christendom. But in time the pointed ceiling and arch came into use, and marked the final transition, north of the Alps, to the magnificent Gothic. The Goths, who ruled in Ravenna, employed the Byzantine style. These churches are still preserved, and, because of their rich and numerous mosaics, are the best sources for the study, from ecclesiastical structures, of the earliest Christian usages. The 10th century was the darkest period, so far as art is concerned, in the Middle Ages. There was a universal stagnation. There was a pause in the building of churches, and a disposition to depart from the Romanesque style and to adopt the Gothic. In the 11th century there were evidences of a reviving taste, but in the 13th and 14th centuries the revival was in full force, not only in architecture, but in all departments of art. There was a general casting away of classic models, and the Gothic style became universal. The Christian mind seemed disposed to abandon all relationship with the Greek and Roman public buildings. The very reminders of them were avoided. The place where the Christian worshipped was, to the believer of the later medieval period, a rich and living growth. There must be flowers and leaves and vines in all the rich luxuriance of a German forest. The great window must not be of transparent glass, but colored with all the tints of the rainbow, so that the rays falling on the stone floor of the cathedral might suggest the falling of the light through the leaves and branches of great trees upon the forest floor. Then the window itself must be a repetition of nature in her happiest mood. The rose window became, in all Gothic architecture, the particular object in which the poetic fancy and artistic skill succeeded in the creation of one of the most beautiful objects ever used for the advancement of a sacred building. During this period, the cathedrals of Cologne, Strasbourg, Speyer, and other places were built. The Cologne Cathedral was modeled after designs of Conrad of Hochstaden. It was begun in the 13th century and finished in part at the end of the 15th. It was not till this century that the completion of this wonderful structure was seen. It was dedicated October 15, 1880, in the presence of Emperor William I and his Protestant court, the Catholic Archbishop of the city being in exile. Erwin of Steinbach was the architect of the Strasbourg Minster. It was begun in 1270, but Erwin died before the completion of his undertaking. His daughter Sabina took his place and carried on the work. The minster, however, was not finished until the 15th century. Glass painting, for the ornamentation of sacred edifices, came into use in the 11th century, with the growing taste for Gothic architecture. It was first used in the monastery of Tegernsee, on a lake of that name in the Bavarian highlands, and from that beginning it extended wherever the Gothic style was used in architecture. The plastic arts revived simultaneously with the medieval architecture. Nicholas of Pisa, who died in 1274, was the master in the ornamental uses of gold and copper. His genius made such rich and beautiful adaptations of these metals as to attract many into the same profession. Painting came into use, largely for the ornamentation of the interior of the sacred edifices. The Germans learned the art from the Italians, the latter having derived their models from Byzantium. But the Italians improved upon their Byzantine originals. These were stiff and formal, but in Italian hands they became soft and pleasing. Giunta of Pisa, Cimabue of Florence, and Guido of Siena were the first Italians to take away the sharpness of the Byzantine style, and to clothe the images of Jesus and the Mother with that gentleness and attractiveness which culminated in the masterpieces of the school of Raphael. End of chapter 21. Part 2, Chapter 22 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22, Christian Worship. The pilgrimages to the Holy Land and the progress of the Crusades increased the importance of church building. The relics brought back to every part of Christendom awakened a desire to construct beautiful chapels, and even great cathedrals, as fit depositories for such priceless memorials of early Christian life. And when these places were erected, the images were adorned with such stores of gold, silver, and precious stones as to bewilder the worshipper. The Sermon. The prevalence of monasticism added largely to the importance of this part of public worship. To establish a new order or to found a new crusade, there must be a vigorous appeal to the people. The monks were close students of human nature and were acquainted with all the mysteries of popular oratory. Many of them could sway an audience in the edge of a great forest, on the shore of a lake, or in the market-place with infinite ease. The religious fervor added vastly to the rhetorical effect. Peter the Hermit, when preaching his crusade, placed religious motives in the foreground. His audiences consisted of many thousands. He would preach until so wearied that he was compelled to lie upon the ground. He would then gasp his words, and these inaudible speeches were even more powerful in awakening sympathy for his cause than his loudest utterances. He was venerated as a saint while yet alive. His very hairs were preserved by the peons, and regarded with peculiar sanctity. Bernard, also, was a celebrated preacher, and the people never tired of listening to his magnetic appeals. Berthold of Ratisbon, died 1272, however, was the greatest of all the medieval preachers. His audience sometimes amounted to 100,000 people. He was a voice crying in the wilderness. Like Tauler of a later period, he declared in favor of a revival of spiritual life. He renounced indulgences and many Romish errors with all the fire and indignation of Luther. The general preaching in the sacred buildings was in the Latin tongue, but the Crusades and the advocacy of the orders and all the preaching to the great outdoor audiences were in the vernacular. As in art, so in sacred music, there was the same disposition in the Latin Church to depart from Eastern models. The Gregorian chants, so long in use, grew into neglect in the West. The music became more varied and involved. The Ambrosian melodies took the place of the older models. Duets became common. Constant improvements were going on, and the choral service in the cathedrals was cultivated to such an extent that it eclipsed all other parts of the devotional exercises. Huibald, who lived about 900, Reginus, 920, Odo, abbot of Clugny, and Guido of Arezzo, 1000 to 1050, stood in the front rank as leaders in the development of sacred music in Western Christendom. Hymnology increased in importance commensurately with the melody. There was not only a copious recasting of the earlier Greek hymns into the Latin, but also into the popular languages. There was, besides, a disposition towards original composition. The tendency towards sacred hymns was promoted by the Minnesingers, many of whose popular rhymes were interwoven with religious threads. Among the best Christian poets of the medieval period, we may mention Robert, King of France, Abelard, Saint Bernard, Adam of Saint Victor, Thomas Aquinas, Bonaventura, Thomas of Celano, and Jacoponus. Thomas of Celano wrote the celebrated Dies Irae. Dies Irae, dies illa, solvet seclum in favilla, teste David cum Sibylla. Jacoponus wrote the Sabbat Mater. Sabbat Mater dolorosa, juxta crucem lacrimosa, dum penebat filius, cujus animam gementem, contristatum ac dolentem, pertransivit gladius. End of chapter 22. Part 2, Chapter 23 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23, The Crusades, A.D. 1096 to 1270. The origin of the Crusades is to be found in the occupation of Palestine by the Mohammedan conquerors. The pilgrims from Europe cherished the warmest attachment to the sacred places. The Mohammedans not only now occupied them, but persecuted the pilgrims. The sanctuaries were profaned, and the venerated patriarchs thrown into prison. Christian merchants from Pisa, Amalfi, Genoa, and other rich Italian ports were fortunate if they escaped with their lives. The evil reports came back to Europe and took practical form in military expeditions against the Mohammedans. These were called crusades because of the cross, crux, worn by the warriors. Peter the Hermit was the apostle of the first crusade. Pope Gregory VII was the first, it is believed, who conceived the idea of sending from Europe an armed expedition, not only to punish the Mohammedan rulers, but to occupy the country and rule it as a Christian nation. His successors, Victor III and Urban II, indulged the same strong hope. All that was wanting was a popular leader, someone to fire the heart of Christian Europe. This man was Peter the Hermit. He had been a soldier under the Counts of Boulogne, but forsook his military career, made a journey to Palestine, and saw the indignities suffered by the pilgrims. Here he was aroused to great enthusiasm in favor of the conquest of the country by Christians from Europe. To Simeon, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, who was comparatively helpless, the Eastern Emperor not being able to do anything for the Christians, Peter said, "The nations of the West shall take up arms in your cause." Peter was true to his pledge. He returned to Europe, traveled through the German countries, and aroused the people to a frenzy of indignation against the Moslem faith. He presented a singular spectacle. He was a dwarf, wore neither shoes nor hat, and rode through Central Europe on an ass. His appeals were irresistible. The multitudes regarded him as the representative of a holy cause, and through him organized the first crusade. The varied fortunes of the Crusades furnish a striking historical picture. We find a rich combination of light and shade. Peter the Hermit and Walter the Penniless were the humble organizers of the great movement. Some military leaders rallied to their standard. The best blood of Europe was burning with sympathy with Christians in their aspirations to kneel beside the Holy Sepulchre at Jerusalem and rule over the land in which Jesus had lived. 6 different armies constituted the first crusade. They numbered 600,000 people, who were led by Godfrey, Hugh the Great, Tancred, Raymond of Toulouse, and Robert of Normandy. This crusade, begun in 1096, resulted in the capture of Jerusalem within 2 years, with Godfrey of Bouillon as king of the sacred city. The next crusade was on a still more magnificent scale. The kingdom of Jerusalem was threatened. Saint Bernard was the apostle. The kings became leaders. Louis VII of France and Conrad III of Germany led 1,200,000 men against the Saracens. The great object was to reduce Damascus as a support to the kingdom of Jerusalem. It was a failure, and only the mere fragments of the armies reached Europe again. Saladin, the great Mohammedan chief, conquered Jerusalem in 1187, and this was the signal for a new attempt to rescue the Holy City and the entire country. Germany under Frederick Barbarossa, France under Philip Augustus, and England under Richard Coeur de Lion united in a great crusade. This was a failure because of division among the leaders, but they succeeded in gaining from Saladin one concession, namely, the freedom of Christians from taxes and from molestation in visiting the sacred city. A fourth crusade, begun by the Knights of St. John, proved a failure. The Children's Crusade, organized in 1212, shows the extent to which the wild fanaticism of the times could go. 30,000 boys, united under the leadership of a shepherd boy, Stephen of Vendôme, set sail from Marseille for Palestine. Some of the vessels were wrecked, while the rest were driven ashore on the Egyptian coast, where the deluded boys were sold as slaves. The Sixth Crusade, under the direction of Frederick II of Germany, proved a success. Palestine was ceded to the emperor and became a Christian land. The Seventh Crusade lost all that the preceding had won. The Mohammedans recaptured the country. The last crusade was under the guidance of Louis IX of France, commonly called Saint Louis because of his deep piety and high moral principle. Keble, in his Christian Year, thus describes him: "Where shall the Holy Cross find rest? On a crowned monarch's mailed breast. Like some bright angel o'er the darkling scene, through court and camp he holds his heavenward course serene." After his death, Edward I of England took the leadership. But this crusade also was a hopeless failure. The land was in undisputed possession of the Mohammedans. Europe was exhausted. The cause was lost. While the direct object of the Crusades was not gained, there were important indirect results. First of all, it is likely that but for this important diversion to the Moslem conquerors, they would have invaded Europe in such vast masses as to gain a permanent foothold. The bravery of the Christians, their ungovernable enthusiasm, and their self-denial, as shown in the Crusades, proved to the Mohammedans the character of the foe with which they had to deal. They found that the Western and Northern Christians were far different from those populations of the Eastern Empire which they had easily conquered. The Crusades, with all their waste of men and treasure, seem to have saved France and Central Germany and Scandinavia, and even Britain, from the hand of the Saracen. They arrested him, held him at bay, and inspired in him a healthy terror of the Christian soldier from which he has never been relieved. The positive benefits of the Crusades towards the development of the people are numerous. The old feudal system of private warfare had long been a curse to the empire. The knight, with his retainers, could make war on his brother knight. All of Central and Western Europe was torn up by this feudal and predatory system. The Crusades broke it up and bound the people together by a common law. When the last Crusader came home from Palestine, he found himself the member of a broad commonwealth and not the head of a clan. The cruelty of rulers was arrested. The voice of the people was heard for the first time, and kings learned that there was a limit to their authority. Commerce took larger and freer shape. The far eastern countries were brought into close relationship with the western. Some new sciences, such as medicine and astronomy, were introduced into Europe. As a field for literature, the Crusades have inspired many writers in all subsequent times. As an aid for comprehending their spirit and the age in which they were organized, we may reckon Sir Walter Scott's novels, The Talisman, The Betrothed, and Count Robert of Paris, the scenes of which were laid in those heated times. End of chapter 23. Part 2, Chapter 24 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24, Arabic Philosophy. The literature of the Arabs developed in an extraordinary manner during the 11th and 12th centuries. With the 13th century it went into decline. There was a strong bond of unity between the Jew and the Arab. They were both alike hostile to Christianity, and the monotheism of the Jewish system was a fundamental factor in the Mohammedan creed. When the Arabs conquered Spain, they gave prompt attention to education. The universities of Cordova, Seville, Toledo, and Salamanca became, through them, centers of thought, which affected not only the whole Iberian Peninsula, but extended to the remotest learned circles of Europe. The Aristotelian philosophy was particularly attractive to them. The Arab scholars caught up its threads, interwove them with their own Oriental speculations, and produced a system of dialectics which Christian scholars were not slow to utilize. The Platonic system, with its warmth, had also its charm, and was interpreted with great vigor and skill. Algazel, who died in 1127 in Baghdad, was a learned Arab who gave proof of the speculative power of the Arab mind, even without the quickening influence of contact with European thought. In his Destruction of the Philosophers, he showed the glaring inconsistencies of philosophical systems, vindicated supernaturalism, and defended the inspiration of the Koran. His work was a skillful putting of the Mohammedan case, perhaps as plausible a plea for it as has ever been made. The Spanish transplantation of Arab speculation is to be found in the work of Tophail, who died in Seville in 1190. In his Life of a Young Yokdan, he undertakes to show that true philosophy is not the product of education, nor of any force from the external world, but of an effort of the mind from its own resources. Averroes, who died in 1198, by some in 1206, was the most gifted of all the Arab thinkers resident in Spain. He wrote against Algazel's work, calling his own book The Destruction of the Philosophers. He brought the Arab speculation out of the narrow affiliations with the Mohammedan system, and gave it a universal application. He held that true religion and a thoroughly logical speculation belong together, for the reason that the divine and human reason are naturally united. At the same time, he held that an affirmative might be theologically true and philosophically false, and vice versa. He was strongly opposed by Aquinas, and he was generally regarded with suspicion. His theories were provocative of skepticism. He expounded the philosophy of Aristotle and gave it a Neoplatonic coloring. His system was a grouping of the better elements in both Plato and Aristotle. The systems of Christian scholasticism were based largely on his speculations. End of chapter 24. Part 2, Chapter 25 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25, The Hohenstaufens in Italy. The Italian rule of the Hohenstaufens is one of the most romantic episodes in European history. Frederick I, otherwise called Frederick Barbarossa, or the Red Beard, was a man of remarkable genius. Since the time of Charlemagne, he was the most gifted occupant of the German imperial throne. He sought, at the expenditure of much blood and treasure, to restore the imperial power over the Lombard cities. His whole aim was to crush out the uprisings of Italian freedom. He had fierce conflicts with the popes over his rights in Italy. He was a man of earnest piety, and he finally became a martyr to the deliverance of the Holy Sepulchre. He was drowned in the Caliadnus in Cilicia, 1190, while leading one of the armies of the Third Crusade. His son Henry married Constance, heiress of the Norman kingdom of Lower Italy and Sicily, often called the Two Sicilies. Thus the Hohenstaufen scepter shadowed the whole of Italy. Twice this Henry, the Sixth, 1190-97, tried to conquer this inheritance for himself. After several vicissitudes, his son, Frederick II, was crowned emperor at Aix-la-Chapelle in 1215. On account of his extraordinary attainments and fine natural gifts, he was called the wonder of the world. He was far ahead of his time in the liberality of his sentiments. He gave profound attention to his dominions in Sicily. He had advised the settlement there of a colony of Saracens. The little affair was an outgrowth of the Crusades. Here he had a small army which stood ready to defend his cause. When he was crowned at Aix-la-Chapelle, he took upon himself the vow of the Crusader. His wife, Iolante, was heiress of the crown of Jerusalem, and in 1228 he set sail for Palestine. Here he was crowned King of Jerusalem. His possessions in Italy were, meanwhile, in danger of being blotted out through the vigorous management of Pope Gregory IX. Gregory had excommunicated him, ostensibly for delaying his departure for Palestine, but really, as we believe, to make him so unpopular with his people in the kingdom of the Two Sicilies that his rule could be terminated. But here Gregory failed. He was compelled to acknowledge Frederick as rightful ruler over the Two Sicilies. However, the struggles between Frederick and the popes continued from year to year. The popes used their utmost influence to weaken the force of the emperor, not only among his Sicilian subjects, but in Germany as well. The fall of the Hohenstaufens in Sicily was only a question of time. When Frederick died, the case was hopeless. Pope Innocent IV declared that Sicily was really a part of the States of the Church, and so took possession of it. Conrad IV left Germany to take care of itself, and undertook to regain the hold on Sicily. Conrad died before the struggle was over, and his son, Conradin, found not only a slender hold on Sicily, but simply a mere tithe of the ancestral possessions in Germany as his inheritance. At first, Manfred, a natural son of Frederick, took possession of the Two Sicilies, and held them against the forces and manipulation of the Roman Pope. What should the popes now do? They followed one another in rapid succession, but each one kept a careful eye on Sicily. They gave up the struggle at last because of the fidelity of the Sicilies to the Hohenstaufens, and sold their alleged right to the Sicilies first to England and then to France. Pope Clement IV aided Charles of Anjou to take possession of the Sicilian kingdom. Charles was crowned king after the Battle of Benevento in 1266, when Manfred was slain. Conradin now came down from Swabia and appeared upon the scene. He was defeated in the Battle of Tagliacozzo and taken prisoner and put to death in 1268. This put an end to the German rule south of the Alps. The popes were once more at ease, so far as Italy was concerned. It had been a bitter struggle. Though their rule was restored, the intense hostility which it had engendered on the part of Germany did not die out. The German rulers never forgot the affair, and, in the later centuries, lost no opportunity to put their bitter memories in practical form against the papacy. It was well, however, for the future unification of Italy, that the progress towards nationality was not complicated by the presence of Germany on her soil. In their opposition to the Hohenstaufens, the popes were working for a higher end than they had in mind. End of chapter 25. Part 2, Chapter 26 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26, The Jewish Philosophy. The development of Jewish speculation was contemporaneous with the Arabic, being confined to the 11th and 12th centuries. It was the old Neoplatonism of Alexandria coming to life again, and reappearing with intense vigor in Spain. There was no special attachment to the Old Testament, but a gathering into one of the various threads of Plato and other Greek thinkers, and their interweaving with Jewish theology. The result was a heterogeneous theology made up of the Old Testament scriptures and the philosophical systems, but with a warm sympathy with Mohammedanism. It was of so complex a nature that neither Moses, Plato, nor Mohammed would have recognized himself in any one of its fundamental principles. Grammatical exegesis was one of the main departments of Jewish philosophy. The leading representatives were Solomon Isaki of Troyes, Ibn Ezra of Toledo, and the three Kamei of Narbonne. These men flourished between A.D. 1075 and 1232. There was nothing brilliant in the achievements of any of them, or of those who imitated them. But their critical tastes and the application of exact methods to the expounding of the Scriptures were of great influence upon Christian scholars. There is reason to suppose that this school of Jewish thinkers, though far removed from the great centers of Christian learning, were influential on the later rise of humanism and the general awakening of a taste for the philological examination of the scriptural languages. Philosophical speculation was the other wing of the Jewish eagle in the medieval period. Here the Jewish thinker dwelt with greatest pleasure. His field was broad. All systems and lands were combined. Christianity, Greek philosophy, and Mohammedanism were a confused molten mass. These elements produced the later Kabbalism. Jehuda Levi of Andalusia, died 1153, had less sympathy with other systems than with the Jewish. His Book of Kossi was a romance. It represents a king of the Kosarians and a rabbi, Isaac Sanger, who conduct a dialogue. The outcome is a vindication of the Jewish religion. It is one of the ablest defenses of Judaism ever written. It has been translated into several languages and has been circulated in modern times. Its author was the greatest Jewish poet of the Middle Ages, and father-in-law of the greatest grammarian, Eben Ezra. Jehuda Levi was at once a poet, philosopher, and scholar. Maimonides was the most gifted Jew of the whole medieval period. He stands related to Jewish speculation as Averroes does to Arabic, each supreme in his own field. There was a close bond of sympathy between them. The Jew was a disciple of the Arab. Maimonides was born in 1135 in Cordova. He mastered the Greek and Arabic systems of philosophy and became an industrious author and profound thinker in many fields. Besides his devotion to philosophy, he was skilled in mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and Talmudic lore. He was an earnest and serious moral and religious character. His works were very numerous in both Arabic and Hebrew. But his most influential book was of popular character, The Guide to the Perplexed. It was a well-planned attempt to reconcile Jewish theology and heathen philosophy. It has exercised a powerful influence on that liberal development of Judaism which has had such scope in modern times. End of chapter 26. Part 2, Chapter 27 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27, The Scholastic Philosophy. Scholasticism derived its name from the monastic and Catholic schools, scholi. It was a system of philosophy which emanated from these schools and gave color to the thought of Europe from the 10th century down to the 16th. It was based on the dialectics of Aristotle and aimed to prove the truth of Christianity by the process of logic. Its history was varied. At one time, scholasticism was skeptical, refusing to admit as truth what could not be proven by dialectics. Again, it became orthodox and was a stout defender of the supernatural element. In the 13th century, it reached its highest stage. Mysticism appeared in the 12th century as the competitor of scholasticism for the attention and endorsement of Christian thinkers. The two represented opposite tendencies. Scholasticism declared that the intellect must be umpire of truth, while mysticism held that the feelings are our highest judge of the truth. Scholasticism was to the Middle Ages what rationalism is to the modern period. What cannot be proved must not be believed. Mysticism bore to the same period the relation which Schleiermacher's philosophy of religion does to the German theology of the present century. The heart is the seat of all true theology. Scholasticism had but slight bearing on the great spiritual movement which culminated in the Reformation, while the mystics were among the most powerful agents in preparing the way for Luther. The nominalists held that general conceptions, such as man, horse, and the like, are abstractions of the intellect, derived from the properties of the intellect, and possessing no existence beyond the intellect; that they are logical conveniences of expression, nomina mera, voces nudi, flatus vocis, mere names, simple sounds, the breath of the voice. The system has its modern supporters in Hobbes, Berkeley, Hume, Adam Smith, Stewart, and Hamilton. The realists held that general conceptions have an existence beyond the mere intellect of man, that such general terms as man, horse, and the like have a real existence apart from the manifestations to our senses. The nominalist believed, for example, that, taking man as a general conception, quote, humanity existed only in Socrates, Plato, Phaedo, and other individuals; that the term was only an intellectual device for indicating the common properties characteristic of Socrates, Plato, and Phaedo, by giving them the general name man, and thus embracing them in one class. End quote. The realist, on the other hand, believed that, quote, before Socrates, Plato, and Phaedo, or any other individual man existed, man, as an abstract idea, had an essential and immutable reality, and that Socrates, Plato, and Phaedo were men solely in consequence of possessing this ideal manhood. End quote. Between these two classes, the nominalists and the realists, the whole scholastic system was divided. Fulbert, who was Bishop of Chartres after 1007, was the first notable schoolman. His disciple, Berengar of Tours, started a controversy on the Lord's Supper. He held that the elements were changed, that Christ's body is present, but only in the form of bread and wine, and not in substance. The participant must have faith, for by this alone can the elements become effective. Berengar was opposed by Lanfranc, whose views were condemned by the Church at the Synod of Rome, 1050. Anselm, in his Why the God-Man, held that Christ made an active, vicarious sacrifice for the sins of the world. But Anselm does not declare that Christ endured the actual punishment for men's sins. Abelard represented the critical and skeptical element in scholasticism. As to the schools, he was a nominalist rather than a realist. Bernard arrayed himself against Abelard and triumphed. A modern compromise was effected between mysticism and scholasticism by Peter Lombard, but the elements were too antagonistic to be of large or permanent influence. The Thomists and Scotists were two culminating schools within the broad domain of scholasticism. Thomas Aquinas, the Doctor Angelicus of his age, taught in the University of Paris and died in the Cistercian convent of Fosca Nuova, near Terracina, in 1274. His Summary of Theology was an attempt to represent theology as a complete science. He held that revelation is necessary, that the knowledge of God is, in a measure, intuitive in man, that redemption is relatively, not absolutely, necessary, and that baptism has regenerative power. He claimed that true theology is derived from the union of religion and philosophy. His system represented the orthodox element of the scholastic philosophy. The Scotists derived their name from the founder, John Duns Scotus, the Doctor Subtilis of his time. He died 1308. While Aquinas represented the Augustinian theology and was a defender of the established doctrines of the Church, Duns Scotus followed in the footsteps of Pelagius and represented the free-thinking wing of scholasticism. He held that by our natural powers we can know the Trinity, that it was God's own good pleasure that there should be a redemption through Christ, but that God does not command good and forbid evil because they are good and evil. They are good and evil because he has commanded and forbidden. Nothing is sinful or righteous in itself. Duns Scotus gives large place to human merit, after the semi-Pelagian example. Johnson, in his English Dictionary, suggests that our word dunce is derived from duns, an achievement of his opponents, the Thomists. Raymond Lully, died 1315, was called by his contemporaries the Doctor Illuminatus. He saw in the course of scholasticism only injury to the general cause of truth, and aimed at a thorough reform. He devised a plan for teaching the truths of the gospel, and called his method the ars magna, or great art. He used certain letters to represent certain ideas. His plan was a mechanical one, and was designed not only to retain knowledge, but to prove the truths of Christianity. He endeavored to construct a universal science which would prove an irresistible argument for Christianity to heathen minds. But he misconceived the emptiness of scholasticism, and he could never get the Church to carry out his projects. He was of devout spirit and led a pure life. Neander says of him that he possessed the enthusiasm of a most fervent love to God, a zeal equally intense for the cause of faith and the interests of reason and science. Lully had a consuming ambition for the conversion of the Mohammedans and heathen, and it was while preaching against Islam in Bugia, a town in Algiers, that he was stoned out of the city by the Arabs, and left dying on the seashore. He was picked up by a pious sea captain, but on a June day, 1315, he sealed with his death the great idea of his life, to conquer Islam not by the sword but by preaching. Some clear thinkers, seeing no prospect of advantage to the Church from the scholastics, declared for the teaching of religion by the Scriptures and not by pagan dialectics. Roger Bacon of Oxford, died 1294, held that the only relief from the wretched quibbles of the speculations of the times lay in a thorough study of the Word of God. Robert, founder of the Sorbonne in Paris, wrote in defense of the same necessity for a close study of the written Word. Hugo Asanto Caro, died 1263, likewise insisted on the study of the Bible as the only solution for the evils of the times. He wrote a postilla, or commentary, and concordance of the biblical books. To him we owe the present division into chapters and verses. The philosophic strife of the times had long been bitter, and productive of little good. Both the nominalist and the realist had sought to find in the ancient philosophy some support, but had leaned on a broken reed. The air was filled with war cries. The universities fought each other with a spirit not less hostile than that of the Crusader when he marched to the rescue of the Holy Sepulchre. Heated authors hurled books and pamphlets at each other with relentless fury. Towns and villages, circles of the learned and the ignorant, and court and camp were divided by bitter quarrels on the force of logical definitions. Not since the theological controversies of the 4th century had Europe seen such a picture of the warfare of syllables. The only relief to the waste of words lay in the fact that it gave proof of the awakening of the European mind. Even scholasticism was better than inertia. In time it had done its work. Luther, with his strong broom, swept away the thick mass of Aristotelian dialectics, and sowed, instead, the seeds of Christian doctrine. End of chapter 27. Part 2, Chapter 28 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28, Abelard and His Fortunes. Of all the leaders in the great scholastic movement, there is no one to whom so great a personal interest attaches as to Abelard, 1079 to 1142. He gave promise at an early age of the remarkable abilities which distinguished his entire career, and attracted the profound attention of all Europe. His first plan for life seems to have been the career of a soldier, but he soon devoted himself to theological studies, and here achieved such success as to astound alike his preceptors and companions. He left his home, where he had enjoyed the teaching of the famous Roscelin of Compiègne, and repaired to Paris. William of Champeaux was at this time at the head of an abbey of St. Victor, which he himself had founded, and stood in the front of the theological and philosophical movement which had concentrated in that city. He was the first to give to the schools of Paris a university character, and to admit the laity as well as the clergy, and foreigners as well as natives, to the privileges of the highest education within the walls of a school of the Church. His liberal movement in this direction was the death knell of exclusionism in education, and the real preparation for the recognition, in all later time, of the rights of the poorest and humblest to all the wealth of science. Abelard placed himself under the charge of William, and developed with amazing rapidity. But in 2 years' time the young student differed so essentially from his master that he broke off his connection, and established the Abbey of St. Genevieve close beside his master's renowned Abbey of St. Victor. Abelard emptied the walls of St. Victor. The multitudes gathered about him. The eloquence with which he taught, the mastery of language, the skill in logic, and the magnetism of his personality attracted a constantly increasing audience. To the multitudes who came from various countries all Paris was as nothing. He was the one man for whose wisdom and example students from all parts of France, England, Spain, and even Rome itself had come with eager search. The success of his teaching, and the decline of William's school through that success, awakened the opposition not only of William, but of his friends and sympathizers. To get away from the persecution, Abelard left Paris, went to Melun, and began to teach with the same success which he had enjoyed in Paris. He went thence to Corbeil, and taught as before. Here his health failed, and he retired for several years to his native place, Palais, near Nantes. He then returned to Paris. From this time he devoted himself entirely to the study of theology. He left Paris and went to Laon, where he had as his preceptor Anselm of Laon, the pupil of the celebrated Anselm. This man soon became unable to withstand the boldness of Abelard's ideas and the power of his eloquence, and secured his expulsion from Laon. Then Abelard returned to Paris and established a new school, which was overwhelmed in a short time by throngs of students. He was now at the head of the theological world of Europe. His students were devoted to him, and his opinions were accepted by his admirers as final. This school became the very center of education for such of the clergy of Europe as desired a thorough scientific training. Guizot says of its success, quote, "In this celebrated school were trained 1 pope, Celestine II, 19 cardinals, more than 50 bishops and archbishops, French, English, and German, and a much larger number of those men with whom popes, bishops, and cardinals had often to contend, such men as Arnold of Brescia, and others. The number of pupils which used at that time to assemble around Abelard had been estimated at upwards of 5,000. This man was now at the zenith of his power. He was employed by Flaubert, a canon of the Cathedral of Paris, to be the private teacher of his niece, the rarely gifted Eloise. He had an improper relation with her, and his name was stained by the crime of which not even his bitterest foe could have had a suspicion. Desire of wine and all delicious drinks, which many a famous warrior overturns, thou couldst repress, nor did the dancing ruby, sparkling outpoured, the flavor or the smell, or taste that cheers the hearts of gods or men, allure thee from the cool crystalline stream. But what availed this temperance, not complete, against another object more enticing? What boots it at one gate to make defence, and at another to let in the foe effeminately vanquished. Abelard married Eloise, but the affair was kept a secret at her request. She was willing to suffer disgrace that his preferment might not suffer. He now took the vows of a monk, and entered the convent of Saint Denis, while Eloise took the veil as a nun in the convent of Argenteuil. He continued to teach and to write, with broken spirit, but with a multitude of admirers. He was charged with heresy for certain remarks in his Introduction to Theology, and at the Council of Soissons, in 1121, he was compelled to burn his book with his own hands. He afterwards returned to his monastery of Saint Denis, but left it and built an oratory in the name of the Holy Trinity, which he called the Paraclete. At his death, in the year 1142, he left his oratory to be conducted by Eloise. He gave a strong blow to the supremacy of the Church Fathers by his book Siè et Non, Yea and Nay, in which, by paralleled quotations, he shows their irreconcilable contradictions. But he gave no concessions to skeptical writers. Here lay the most difficult point in the opposition by the ecclesiastical authorities to the direct teaching of Abelard. Nothing could be proved, save by inference, against his orthodoxy. While he assumed the unity of the divine being, he held that there were diversities of his relations, in which the divine persons consist. He also affirmed a knowledge of God to be arrived at by the reason. But he never claimed that this was either complete or accurate or independent of the full scriptural revelation. His works consist of Letters to Eloise, Exposition of the Lord's Prayer, Exposition of the Apostolic Creed, Exposition of the Athanasian Creed, Book Against Heresies, Commentary on Romans, Sermons, Introduction to Theology, Epitome of Christian Doctrine, and various works of correspondence. The general effect of his teaching was to promote a critical and thorough method in the investigation of truth. End of chapter 28. Part 2, Chapter 29 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29, General Literature. The example of Charlemagne in rescuing the elder popular myth of the Franks from oblivion became very influential upon the popular taste. Poets vied with each other in tracing back the legends to their sources and recasting them in their own style. The tendency was towards the marvelous and exciting. A decidedly religious character was added, in many instances, to the purely heathen thread. During the 12th and 13th centuries, the poets used the religious factor to a remarkable degree. Wolfram of Eschenbach added religious poetry to his romantic verse. His Parsival contains frequent allusions to the efficacy of the atonement and the excellence of the Christian life. The Church had its warm eulogists in the troubadours of southern France. Walter of the Vogelweide sang panegyrics to the Holy Virgin. Gottfried of Strasbourg celebrated the glories of voluntary poverty and the longings of the soul for heavenly joy. The taste for legend was closely allied to the historical spirit. The treatment was far from orderly or philosophical. The best of the histories were mere chronicles. The whole of the 13th century was distinguished for its historical spirit. Arnold of Lübeck, died 1212, wrote The Chronicles of the Sclaves, a work continued to 1241 by Alberic of Liege. An important larger history was produced by Matthew Paris of England, who died in 1259. Chronological works were written also by Martin Polonus and William de Naugis of Saint Denis, France. Religious theatricals were employed to divert the people, and at the same time to instruct the popular mind in some of the more dramatic portions of the Scriptures. The Passion of Jesus was represented with a realism which produced great popular effect. Multitudes thronged from distant parts to witness, In the open air, all the details of the crucifixion. These have disappeared, with the single exception of the Passion Play, which is still performed, every decade, in the Bavarian village of Oberammergau. These theatricals were likewise used for a different purpose, to hold up the weaker side of the priests, and even of bishops and popes, to popular ridicule. The Feast of the Innocents was modeled after the heathen December festivities. The three Florentine poets, Dante, Petrarch, and Boccaccio, introduced a severer taste and elevated poetry to a dignity entirely new to medieval Europe. Dante's soul was stirred by the theological disputes and papal misdoings of his day. He saw the needs of the people and was their champion. He regarded the Church as utterly fallen, its doctrines thrown into the background, and its holy functions performed by unworthy hands. He believed in God's final justice, and in his Divine Comedy portrayed the certainty of rewards and punishments according to the deeds done in the body. His whole life was a tragedy, due to his heroic espousal of the cause of justice in Church and State. He led the people away from the dark present to a beautiful future. Without knowing it, he was the real prophet of the better day of the Great Reformation. End of chapter 29. Part 2, Chapter 30, of Short History of the Christian Church, by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30, The Great Schools. The decline after Alfred and Charlemagne was very marked. The latter established 50 great schools throughout his dominions. Alfred organized Oxford, and spared no pains to make it the center of Anglo-Saxon thought. He enriched the foundations by securing from the continent the best possible teachers and the richest literary treasures. But schools suffered a fearful decline throughout the 10th century. With the 11th century, however, there came a revival of literary taste, which continued until the 14th and 15th centuries. Some of the monastic schools now assumed larger proportions, and became, like Paris and Oxford, full-fledged universities. But the most of the universities seem to have taken their origin independently of both church and state. They were the popular creation of a taste for learning. Great teachers appeared in certain cities, and their fame attracted students from every quarter, and even distant countries. The teachers and the students were united by a common bond. Universitas Magistrorum et Scholarum, or the community of masters and pupils, became the origin of the general word university. At first, each great school was distinguished for its devotion to one science, as theology at Paris and Oxford, law at Bologna, and medicine at Salerno. In time, the university divided into 4 great faculties of theology, law, medicine, and philosophy. This division arose first in Paris, where the mendicant orders were proscribed by the other teachers in the university, and constituted themselves a separate faculty. This division in the faculties tended to increase the attendance of students. So great was the number that they constituted an important part of the population. The number ranged from 10,000 to 20,000 in some of the universities. They were divided, not according to the studies which they pursued, but the nationalities which they represented, and were called nations. Traces of this medieval division into nations and languages can be seen in the present German universities, especially the more provincial, where some of the clubs of students bear the names of the old tribal divisions. End of chapter 30. Part 2, Chapter 31, of Short History of the Christian Church, by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31, The Divided Papacy. The first great blow against the solidarity of the papacy was struck by France. Germany was now submissive to Rome. England was likewise brought into a docile attitude. Of all the great powers, France alone remained independent and continued disobedient. The traditional independence of the Gallican Church was a rich inheritance of the kings, and, while some were less exacting, others brought it into a prominence at once troublesome and threatening to Rome. Philip IV of France, 1285 to 1314, was of the latter class. He claimed to be head of the French Church, and rejected all interference with his royal prerogatives. Pope Boniface VIII, who ruled 1294 to 1303, resolved on a vigorous policy towards France. He determined to humble that country and make it fall into line with all the other nations of Europe. He found his match in Philip IV. The two were not unlike. Each was ambitious, selfish, and intent on perfect independence. France was at war with England, then under the rule of Edward I. Each of those countries had its strong and interested allies. On the side of England were the German king, Adolf of Nassau, and the Count of Flanders. On the side of France was the King of Scotland. Boniface saw in this great conflict an opportunity to follow in the great Gregory's footsteps and play the role of umpire. Edward, in order to carry on the war, had burdened his people with heavy taxes. Boniface boldly issued, in 1296, a special bull, the Clericis Laicos, in which he threatened Philip with excommunication if he levied such taxes. Philip replied indignantly with the words, "The Church does not consist alone of the clergy, but also of laymen. The freedom of the Church is divided between the clergy and the laity." The Pope saw that the subjects of Philip were in sympathy with their king. He was, therefore, powerless in his threats. He found himself deprived of his revenues from France, and feared most serious consequences. He accordingly resolved on mild measures. He hoped to conquer Philip by flattery. He even canonized Louis IX, the grandfather of Philip. A truce was patched up between the two, each making concessions. Philip accepted the arbitration of Boniface, but as a friend and not as pope. Boniface decided against Philip and in favor of Edward. This was the final blow to peace. France was defiant. Boniface, already advanced in years, now died. He was succeeded by an Italian pope, who reigned but a short time. He, in turn, was succeeded by Bertrand de Goth, who ruled as Clement V. This man, though he had been a favorite of Boniface, was already in secret relations with Philip, and had made pledges to support his policy against that of Rome. Clement, of his own choice, removed the papal see to Avignon, in France, 1309. This papacy remained in France until 1377, or a period of nearly 70 years. In Roman literature, it is called the Babylonian captivity. Gregory XI restored the papacy to Rome. The papacy during its French residence was frivolous and corrupt. It was the mere tool of the French court. Gregory dying, Urban VI was elected in his place, 1378. He was in the Roman interest. The French electors declared the election illegal, and chose an anti-pope, Clement VII, who ruled in Avignon. This singular picture was now presented: two popes, each independent of the other, one ruling in France and the other in Rome, each hurling anathemas at the other, and each surrounded by a court, a full quota of cardinals, and an obedient clergy. It was a disgrace to all Europe. The quarrel was violent. Immorality increased. The only hope lay in general councils. But the popes wanted no general councils. Their hope to restore peace and prestige to the papacy lay in a personal government. But the reformatory spirit in the laity and a large part of the clergy demanded the general voice of the Church, as it might express itself in a council. A council was accordingly ordered to meet in Pavia in 1423. The place of meeting was changed, on account of a pestilence, to Siena. But there were only a few sessions. The representation was ridiculously small, and on account of the plea that so small a number of delegates could not represent Christendom, the Pope dissolved it. 7 years later another council was called to meet in Basel. It was of a highly reformatory character. The Pope dissolved it by direct order. But enough delegates remained to carry on its work. The Pope afterwards recognized it, but removed it first to Ferrara and later to Florence. The delegates, however, acknowledged no removal. On the contrary, they continued their work, for which the Pope excommunicated them. The council, in return, deposed the Pope, and chose another in his stead, Felix V. This measure was fatal to the council. The delegates grew tired and disbanded. The outcome of all these troubles was the triumph of the papacy and the restoration of the old solidarity. The immorality continued the same as before. The last popes before the Reformation were no improvement upon their predecessors. The degrees of the reformatory councils were condemned. Superstition was the order of the day. Clerical offices were at the option of the highest bidder. Indulgences were sold throughout Germany. The people were neglected. The clergy seemed to think the Church existed for their use and convenience. But the clock now struck for a new life. A strong voice from Wittenberg was heard. The old issues were dead. A new order was now established, and Europe had something else to think about besides the wrangles of schoolmen and the counterblasts of rival popes. End of chapter 31. Part 2, Chapter 32, of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32, Retrospect. The condition of the European Church at the close of the medieval period was in marked contrast with that at the beginning. The uncertainty as to whether Christianity could adapt itself to the universal spiritual needs of Europe was now solved. The East and the West changed places. The East, overridden by internal divisions and trampled by the Saracen conquerors, passed into an oblivion which has lasted until modern times, and has been only in part relieved by the rise of the Russo-Greek Church. Had the Eastern Church adhered to orthodox standards and preserved its spiritual unity, it is not at all likely that its vast territory would have been overrun by the Saracens. On the contrary, there is every reason to believe that from Constantinople, Jerusalem, Antioch, and Alexandria, and other centers, the whole of India, China, Japan, and other Oriental countries would have been evangelized many centuries ago, instead of just now becoming great mission fields for Western Christianity to rescue from paganism. The transfer of universal interests to the Western Church was complete at the close of the Middle Ages. No questions were asked of the Eastern patriarchs. Rome held the power in its own hands until a stronger force, the Reformation, appeared in Germany. The stages of progress are well defined. From the 8th century to the middle of the 11th, the German peoples became evangelized and gave full promise of their future large place in universal Christian thought and life. From the middle of the 11th century to the 13th, the papacy grew into enormous proportions. There never floated before the mind of Julius Caesar or Trajan a larger empire than that to which Gregory VII and other occupants of the Roman See aspired. The Saxon and the Latin Christian, at the end of the Middle Ages, confronted each other. The Latin represented the past, the Saxon the future and the permanent. The force which destroyed the old and strong Roman conditions was titanic. The Saxon hammer was irresistible. The Germans of the north were kinsmen to the Saxons and the Angles of Britain. Wycliffe and Luther were from a common cradle of Teutonic honesty and liberty. The Roman conquest of Britain was political. The spiritual conqueror, in all later history, was still the Saxon. Every triumph of religion and liberty in the England of modern times can be traced back to the Teutonic element in the English race. In the great advance of modern peoples, the Latin is inferior to the Saxon in all spiritual upbuilding. The sad moral condition of South America, Mexico, Spain, Italy, and the Jesuit missions in India and other Eastern countries is a striking proof of what the world would be today had not the Saxon been at the head of the world's greatest affairs. The tree must be tested by its fruits. We have only to examine the map of the conquests of the Saxon Christian and compare it with that of the Latin Christian in order to see where the honor of all great modern advancement belongs. End of chapter 32. End of part 2. Part 3, Chapter 1 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, The Reformation, A.D. 1517 to 1545. Chapter 1, The Heralds of Protestantism. The Reformation, like all great historical movements, was of slow and unattractive development. Long in coming into notice, it was equally long in finding its champions. The cause was waiting for its men, and when the need was supreme they appeared, with heroic spirit, great organizing genius, and amazing power of endurance. Protestantism was an oak of young and vigorous growth in the first quarter of the 16th century, but its roots lay deep in the soil of the 14th. The Reformation possessed two characteristics, one national, with all the individuality that might be expected of race and land, the other cosmopolitan, having general fiber and color, always the same, whatever the country or people, from Norway to the Alps, and from Transylvania to the Bay of Biscay. The Reformation has proved to be the chief turning point in modern history. It is that great religious and intellectual revolution which marks the boundary line between the Middle Ages and the modern period. The call for regeneration was deep and loud. Superstition had become interwoven with the pure doctrine of the gospel. The morals of the clergy, from the papacy down to the humblest monks, had become corrupt. The highest ecclesiastical offices were reached by vicious means. The common people were purposely kept in ignorance. Against these evils, ruinous at once to intellect and soul, the Reformers made their bold protest and called upon the people to rally to their standard. Their aim was, at first, a purification of the Church within itself and by its own servants. This proved a total failure. The next step was to withdraw from the fold and establish an independent confession and a separate ecclesiastical structure. This succeeded, and the result is that vast and aggressive sisterhood of Protestant churches which exists today in all the advanced countries of the world. The pioneers of reform in religious life and doctrine were obscure, and some of the very names have not become known to history. But their work was heroically performed. Protestantism, when it emerged from its seclusion and became a thing of the noonday, had the great benefit of a slowly laid and solid basis. But not all the predecessors of the successful reformers of the 16th century were unknown men. Some of them, a few in each country which took its place in the community of Protestant nations, have become familiar names and belong in the same front line with the reformers themselves. It is not difficult to account for the failure of those first workers for the religious regeneration of Europe. More than one generation is always needed to achieve a moral revolution. A work that shall last for the ages requires a larger and longer sacrifice than a few calm toilers through a few decades. The heralds of the Reformation trod in new paths. They labored steadily on, without a single encouraging precedent, and ran the constant risk of losing their heads. An archbishop's voice could silence behind the bolted doors of the London Tower the loudest protesting voice in Britain, while the mere roll call of the Council of Constance could hasten even Huss to the stake. When the real reformers came upon the scene of action, especially in Germany, the risk of losing life was not so great. Charles V aped towards the Protestants the charity of Julian the Apostate towards all the faiths of the later Roman Empire. Hence, while Charles V was Emperor of Germany, he openly favored moderate measures towards the Protestants. That is to say, all repressive methods must be adopted except death itself. In Holland, however, Charles V dealt out death with merciless hand. In his commands to his son, Philip II, in whose favor he abdicated, he urged him to spare no pains to uproot the new heresy. But there was a difference between his relation to Germany and to Holland. Of the former, he was only emperor by election. Each country had its separate ruler, and the civil relations were in charge of the rightful princes. But Charles V was king over the Netherlands, having received that country by inheritance. Therefore, when the Dutch rebelled against the civil authorities and declared themselves Protestants and Republicans, it was a revolution against his personal authority. He accordingly put to death the Protestants of that country without the least hesitation, while in Germany he never went so far as to claim such rights. In England the condition was still more encouraging for Protestants. Henry VIII not only professed their faith, but protected his subjects against all interference on the part of the priesthood and the management of the Pope. In sharp contrast with this general improvement in personal safety during the progress of the Reformation was that previous insecurity. The herald of reform was not safe an hour. He had no protector. There was no organization of sympathetic minds. Each earnest individual who longed for the better day became an object of suspicion and, in due time, of bitter persecution. The shedding of blood for a slight offense, especially against the Church, was an easy thing to bring about. The secret methods of silencing honest speech had long since grown into a fine art. The two kinds of reformers were happily blended in the foreground of the Protestant picture. The herald who cried in the wilderness was a fit companion of him whose coming he proclaimed. The former, because silenced for the moment, appeared to fail. The heralds of Protestantism taught their successors, by their own experience, what dangers to avoid and what were the true forces of success. Luther, for example, in the most delicate and difficult part of his career, his relation with the princes of Saxony, learned from the indiscretion of Savonarola, in his dealing with the Medici and the temporal government of Florence, that the reformer is never fully master of himself and can never be the finally successful leader, unless he holds severely aloof from all political management and confine his labors to the one work of religious reform. Luther saw that the moment the reformer turns aside from his work, he is in danger of forfeiting his entire mission. He has, in any event, lost his crown, the sublime unity of moral purpose. The Paris reformers planted the first seeds of Protestantism in France. In the reformatory councils, they spoke strong words for universal regeneration. The University of Paris, where they taught, was the scene of their hard, hotly contested, and unrequited labor. Peter de Ali, born 1350 and died 1425, contributed largely towards awakening a desire for a thoroughly new religious life in priesthood and people. His genius ripened early. He saw the vanity of the prevailing scholasticism, and applied its better qualities to biblical interpretation. He laid before the Council of Constance a plan for the reformation of the Church, which proved of no avail. He nullified his own work, however, and stained his otherwise fair fame by voting for the condemnation of Huss. He never withdrew from the Roman Catholic Church, and died in discontent with the evils which he failed to remedy. His great service lay in the distrust which he created towards the papal authorities, and in the dissatisfaction with the Church, which pervaded his sermons, lectures, and writings, and which in time became a dangerous factor against the Romanism of the land. D'Ailly made several excursions into the field of science, and Columbus was indebted to him for his idea of a western passage to the Indies. He stood high in the estimation of the Church. John Charlier Gerson, born 1363 and died 1429, was a disciple of D'Ailly. He rose to great prominence in the University of Paris, and, withdrawing from scholasticism, aimed at the reconciliation of mysticism with Christianity. He laid great stress on the necessity of a pure religious experience, protested against the corrupt state of the Church, and declared that the two rival popes, in Rome and Avignon, should be removed rather than that Christians should be compelled to endorse either the one or the other. His sermons, after he became pastor of a church in Paris, attracted large audiences because of his eloquence and his bold position for ecclesiastical reform. He became an exile because of the opposition of the Duke of Burgundy, and only in his later life, in 1419, returned to France. He resided in Lyon and died in the Roman Catholic fold. He saw but little fruit of his reformatory labors, and passed away with only the hope that others might possess what he had striven, in much sorrow and disappointment, to attain. He was a transitional character, possessing the qualities of both the Romanist and the Reformer. For example, he did not recognize the Church and the papacy, but the Bible as the only rule of faith, and the one to which all final appeal must be made. At the same time, he opposed the reading of the Bible in the popular language in the rural churches, and believed that all should submit unconditionally to the Church. Nicolas Clement, born 1360 and died about 1440, was a disciple of both D'Ailly and Gerson, but he marked a great advance beyond them in reformatory spirit. He declared that the councils were superior authority to the papacy, that the Pope was inferior to the Council of Constance, and that the Bible had authority even over the council. He boldly advocated the doctrine of the invisible Church, and held that the Church can only exist where the Holy Spirit is present. He was an eloquent defender of the independence of the Gallican Church against the absolute rule of the papacy. The Paris theologians failed in their work, and from very obvious causes. They never withdrew from the Roman Catholic Church, or took steps to establish a separate ecclesiastical organization. This has been a general cause of the failure of French Catholic reformatory movements, even down to our own times. When the final hour came, the Paris reformers hesitated to revolt. They halted, and did not take the one last step of departure from the communion which they could not love or approve. Besides this fatal mistake, the attack of the Paris theologians was not a steady, earnest, and specific progress. It was a sudden blast, and often repeated, but not an onward march. Some of the weakest points of Romanism were entirely overlooked by them. They expressed, for example, but little sympathy with reformatory measures in other countries. They belonged to the learned class, moved in that circle alone, and, unlike the German reformers, who also arose in a university, were without popular tastes and affinities, and had only a limited, though cultivated, constituency during their whole career. On the other hand, they planted the seeds of a permanent popular dislike of the prevailing order of things, and were the real and direct precursors of the brave Huguenots. The mystics of the 14th and 15th centuries arose as a spiritual reaction against the supremacy of the scholastic philosophy. Remotely, they were an opposing school to all the immorality and spiritual oppression of the times. They saw the injury inflicted on the Church by the long and fruitless discussions of the schoolmen, and aimed to call back the Christian mind to the sense of dependence on God, the need of a profound religious experience, and a contemplative and receptive attitude of the soul, which awaits constant communications of the Holy Spirit. The mystic attached too little importance to the written word, and magnified the worth of merely spiritual impressions. He was contemplative and rhapsodical, and held himself constantly ready for new revelations. Intuitions were his second Bible. He did not regard monasticism as the solution for the spiritual dearth of the times, neither did he think the best way to build up a new religious life was to separate from the Church. His thought was to preach to the people and awaken them to a sense of their needs, and thus, from the center, to reform the whole body of the Church without disturbing the existing economy and order. The mystic cared not who might be the pope of the hour, or whether there was a pope at all. He considered that personage a fine piece of ornamental work, like a marble saint in a cathedral chapel, but having no relation to the general architecture of the edifice. The one concern of the mystic was the condition of the individual heart, the religious life of the private believer. Germany was the central scene and native country of the most notable reformatory mystics. Master Eckhart, who died about 1329, belonged to the Dominican order of monks, and produced a strong impression by his writings and preaching in favor of a purer religious life. The general drift of his teaching was that the doctrines of the Bible were the only truth, and that this truth has its proper effect in the purity of the heart. We reach purity by introspection. God is in the soul. We look outwardly when we should look within. But purity must be deeply rooted in the soul, for God will not enter where there is an unholy thought. Many of Eckart's order pronounced him a heretic because of his fearless speech. The three fundamental objections to him were his bold charges of immorality in the clergy, his strong language against the worship of Mary, and against the power of purgatory to purify a corrupt soul. John Ruysbroek was born 1293. He became prior of the monastery of Grunthal, near Brussels, and was the founder of the Dutch mysticism. He saw a universal sinfulness in his age, priests and people alike overwhelmed and whirled on by the current of sin. The prime source of the prevailing corruption was the impurity of the Church and its incapacity to resist the temptation of gold and lust. It was too far gone to save itself. Even the popes, said Ruysbroek, bowed the knee to the god of gold. The Church had no healing power. Only God in the soul could deliver from sin. Ruysbroek was a twofold character, contemplative and mystical on the one hand, and, on the other, the practical and everyday reformer. He had two constituencies. His voice reached palace and hut with equal force. Henry Suso, born in Swabia in 1295, took his name from that of his mother's family, Suess or Sus, which he Latinized into Suso. His early religious life was spent in self-torture and contemplation. He lived in a thick gloom. His thought was that only by the suffering of the flesh could God be pleased. His close-fitting shirt of 150 nails, with points turned inwards towards his flesh, was his favorite and royal robe. He loved it better than the purple. For 16 years he tortured both soul and body. By the hearing of Tauler in Cologne, he was admitted into larger liberty. He became less ascetic and more a citizen of the world. He called himself the servant of the eternal wisdom, to whom he paid a lover's homage as to a radiant May Queen. He was passionately fond of music, and, when in ecstasy, fancied himself in the midst of angelic ministers. Of his book, The Horologe of Wisdom, he said that it came to him in moments of supreme joy, when he lay passive in the power of the high inspiration. He summed up his whole theology in the following: A meek man must be deformed from the creature, conformed to Christ, and transformed into the deity. The entire tendency of Suso's teaching was in favor of religious reform. His life was one long lament over the evils of his times, for which he held the Church responsible. He declared of the popes that good government had departed from them, and that they thought more of gold and the putting of their relatives into power than of the Church of God, and that the cardinals, bishops, abbots, teachers, monastic orders, and secular clergy were corrupt and debauched, and unworthy their places of honor. He believed that his whole generation was so depraved that a reformation would be a very miracle of divine mercy. He feared the miracle might never come. His pleas were lamentations. He was the Jeremiah of the 14th century. John Tauler, born 1290 and died 1361, was a devoted disciple of Eckhart. He was more a man of the people than his master. He spoke in plain language, and often aroused the sensibilities to the highest pitch. He excelled all the medieval mystics in his burning zeal, his popular sympathies, and his profound adherence to the doctrine of justification by faith. In this last sense, Luther followed only in his footprints. He was the most eloquent preacher of his times. Strasbourg was the chief scene of his ministry. There was much realistic power in his preaching, that often people were overcome and became insensible during the delivery of his sermons. He taught that there are 3 stages possible to the heart: nature, grace, and the direct shining of the divine Spirit. When this last and highest stage is reached, the soul forgets itself, and God possesses it wholly. The human spirit is as molten wax, in which the Holy Spirit makes its image. Tauler rebuked the priestly pretensions of his times, and cried aloud for each man to think and feel for himself. He declared the true priesthood of every Christian man, and insisted that the Christ should dwell within us. Like some of his mystical predecessors, whose language was too strong for the fashion of the times, he was threatened with excommunication. But he continued his preaching against the prevailing sins of the Church without serious interruption, and the authorities in Rome were finally compelled to let him proceed, as a person more dangerous to interfere with than to be at liberty. The Black Death, a violent plague, together with the papal interdict, rested upon Strasbourg. But Tauler's preaching attracted the entire population, diverted their thought, and was the only relief to the sorrow and suffering of the people. He declared that the troubles were a divine visitation because of the sins of the people, and that only by repentance and a pure life could relief come. His principal work was his Imitation of the Poor Life of Christ. Of all the mystics, Tauler was the nearest approach to a universal character. Real goodness, like genius, is at home in every age. Tauler was not only reverenced by the devout and zealous Christians of his own time, but stands out as a grand and towering figure in the spiritual world of all later periods. He was a striking example, in a dark age, of how far one man can lift up his generation and furnish light for even later ones. A voice as unto him that hears, a cry above the conquered years, to one that with us works. When the Reformers arose, they immediately discovered in Tauler a kindred soul, one in whom they found great joy, and who had contributed largely to herald their approach. He was but an elder brother to the groups in both Wittenberg and Oxford. Luther himself edited the Theological Germanica, supposed by some critics to have been written by Tauler. Luther's own words would not suit Tauler when he says, in his preface to the Theologia Germanica, that it was written by a German gentleman, a priest and warden in the house of the Teutonic Order at Frankfurt. But whether by him or not, it reflects his pure spirit and that of all the better mystics, and is singularly in harmony with Tauler's preaching. Luther communed with Tauler's writings as with a living and present friend. To John Lang he wrote, "Keep to Tauler." He gave his friend Spalatin this advice: "If you would be pleased to make acquaintance with the solid theology of the good old sort in the German tongue, get John Tauler's sermons, for neither in Latin nor in our own language have I ever seen a theology more sound or more in harmony with the gospel." The school of St. Victor was one of the marvels of the times. It represented, in organized and compact form, the aspiration of the age for purer thinking, for spiritual absorption, and for revolt against the prevailing ecclesiastical evils. Within 80 years of its founding, in the 11th century, it could count its 30 abbeys and 80 priories. Its two most notable members were Hugo and Richard. They were at once speculative thinkers and spiritual mystics. They aimed to harmonize mysticism with scholasticism. These were but terms of the day for the two old, and still ever new, names of revelation and science. Both Hugo and Richard saw no antagonism, but held that each was the complement of the other. Hugo aimed to solidify and clarify spiritual thinking by logical methods. He disdained the rigid uniformity of the traditional creed of Romanism, and called for freedom and faith, and freedom in faith. He declared that there is an eye of the soul, by which we contemplate and see new truths, and by them attain to a blessedness of the soul and a peaceful trust in God. The common and natural faculties cannot see deeply. The spiritual sense alone is far-sighted and able to apprehend, in the distant spaces, the spiritual truth. But we must guard against delusion. Not the fancy, but faith can reveal it to us. Richard of St. Victor was a native of Scotland. In 1162 he became prior of the abbey. Ervisius was the abbot, and therefore responsible for the discipline. The morals in the abbey had been at a very low ebb, and Richard saw in them a picture of the moral prostration of his times and the need of a new spiritual life. He regarded mysticism as the only hope of relief. But it must be a carefully adjusted, firm, and well-rounded system. None of your wild and absurd fancies of a disturbed brain. Build up mysticism on logical scholasticism, and you have what you need to cure the evils of the day. Thus Richard reasoned, and wisely enough. But when he came to touch the revealed truth, he lost his balance. He converted all Scripture into a string of shining allegory and metaphor. He surpassed all the fancies of Origen and the Alexandrian school, and found in the Bible an illimitable realm of truth. No history or incident existed that did not mean far more than the letter said. He made meditation the great theological basis. Contemplation was a height which could be reached by 6 steps, the uppermost of which is penitence. When the soul once stood on that, it was above the low steps of imagination and reason, and was lost in sublime ecstasy. The age was corrupt, thrice dead, and plucked up by the roots, and nothing could save it but purer morals, a return to better thoughts, and the coming back of the Church to an unselfish and zealous spiritual life. The Brothers of the Common Life were an association of mystical minds who made it their aim to reform the Church by a purification of the heart. They placed more emphasis on the regeneration of the soul than the outward organization of the Church. They held that, if once the heart is right, the outward forms will soon assume right shapes. The whole life must be centered in the love of God, and then the heart will be sanctified. Thomas à Kempis belonged to this fraternity. His Imitation of Christ has always been a favorite among both Romanists and Protestants, and has had the largest circulation of any book except the Bible. It has been translated into all the principal languages, and is known to have passed through 300 editions. The Friends of God were an organization of laymen, which flourished in the latter part of the 14th century. They were warm in their attachment to the Roman fold, and yet were alarmed at the evils which they saw about them in both clergy and laity. This society was a strong proof that the moral declension of the times was seen and understood by devout minds among the laymen as well as by ministers of the gospel. Its members extended throughout Western Germany and the larger part of Switzerland, and contributed largely to prepare the way among the people for Luther and his coadjutors. Nicholas, a layman of Basel, and a convert through the preaching of Tauler, wrought in connection with them, and was their most conspicuous representative. Among their members must be reckoned Conrad, abbot of Kaisersheim, the nuns of Unterlinden, in Colmar and Basel, the sisters of Ethelgal, the knights of Rheinfeld, Pfaffenheim, and Landsberg, and the rich merchant Rulman Merswin. The love of God was the one universal law which the Friends of God insisted upon. They declared that the Church had closed its doors to the truth, and that the only hope for their opening was a higher spiritual life. Tauler called the Friends of God the pillars of Christendom, and the protectors for a while from God's just cloud of wrath. Holland was one of the earliest and most forward countries in which the spirit of reform was manifested. The universities were the great fountains whence the Protestant stream arose, and from which it descended into the less educated masses. John Pupper, born about 1401, took the family name of Goch from the place of his birth, a town near Cleves, and called himself John of Goch. He founded the priory of the canonesses of St. Augustine in Mechlin in 1451, and for 25 years occupied the office of rector or confessor to the nuns. He combined, in rare harmony, the spiritual and the practical. He held that faith must precede reason, for reason without faith is a blind and a false guide. Scholasticism is a mere logical play, and must be fought by sound theological logic, which draws its power from the written word of God. The scholastic philosophy is false, because it is not based upon the Bible, but on Aristotle. His whole theology has been strikingly summarized into of God, through God, and to God. We derive all from him. He is our Father, the giver and teacher of all good. We should give to him our deepest love and supreme confidence. All freedom is based on love, and love is our best assurance of future blessedness. John of Goch's entire system of doctrine was reformatory, a protest against the usual modes of laying down doctrine and a holding up of mere good works to contempt. In practical life, he hurled his strong lance against the sale of indulgences and the personal corruption of the clergy. The mission of the early Dutch reformers was very important. They caught the spirit of the times and were bold and defiant in their protest against the immorality of their day. If we ask, why was it that Holland gave such a prompt and cordial reception to the doctrines of Luther and Calvin, the answer is, the soil was fully prepared for the precious seed. The Dutch people had been taught, by these early preachers of a purer morality, that the time was fully come for a new spiritual order. They did not know whence the light would break, but the whole land was astir with a longing for it, and an expectation of its speedy dawn. Hence, when they heard the strong words from Wittenberg and Geneva, they rejoiced in them as the fulfillment of their hopes. To them the new truth was no surprise. They had listened to their own prophets and believed their burning words. End of chapter 1. Part 3, Chapter 2 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, The Humanism of Italy. Important general movements, without connection with prominent characters, were likewise in progress to hasten the approach of reform. Chief of these, in the field of intellectual progress, was the revival of literature, which took the name of humanism. The studies were purely human and literary, as distinguished from the theological themes which had long held sway in all the universities and learned circles of Europe. Great attention was given the Greek and Latin classical writers. Even down to our time, in some places, the literature and languages of Greece and Rome are denominated the humanities. This is especially the case in the Scotch and English universities. In the Italian Renaissance of learning, however, Hebrew also came in for its share of attention. Political events had a large share in producing this new turn of the world's thought. The great Italian poets of the 14th century had written on topics suggested by classical writers. Boccaccio depended on Greece for his material, while Dante and Petrarch drew their inspiration from Roman sources. As notable public teachers in Italy, who contributed largely to the development of humanism, not only in that land but in the countries north of the Alps, Chrysolorus taught Greek literature in Pavia and Florence, and John of Ravenna instructed in Latin literature in Padua and Florence. A further impulse was given to Greek studies by the fruitless attempt made at the Council of Florence to secure a formal union of the Greek and Roman Catholic churches, when the Byzantine Emperor, John VII Palaeologus, was present in person, and Bessarion, Archbishop of Nicaea, brought his plan for the union of the long-separated churches. The points at issue were of too serious a character for any return to a common communion. The most serious one was the papal primacy, which the Roman Catholics insisted upon, and which the Greek delegates accepted, but which the Greek Church repudiated. But these negotiations, however vain so far as union was concerned, were exceedingly fruitful in sowing in Italy, and especially in the Roman fold, an ardent love for Greek letters, not only for the Greek of the church writers, but also for the productions of the purest Attic authors. Greece became, even to ecclesiastical scholars and students, an enchanted land whose treasures were suddenly thrown open for the enjoyment of the whole learned world. The capture of Constantinople by the Turks in 1453 was the culmination of the great movements which brought about a love for the classic studies in Italy. It was, in fact, of more weight than all other agencies combined. The flight of Greek Christians westward amounted almost to a national migration. Large numbers fled to Italy, settled along the Adriatic coast, swarmed into all the interior cities, and soon began to be felt as a political and spiritual force throughout the peninsula. Rome, Florence, Siena, and all of the larger cities became the home of learned Greeks, who brought with them the classic treasures of their former country, and cultivated them in their new home with such zeal that the Greek writers, who had been in obscurity for 1,000 years, were soon familiarly known to the Italians. Even before the capture of Constantinople, Greek scholars from the Eastern Empire had entered Italy. Between 1420 and 1430, George of Trapezium, Theodore Gaza, and John Argyropoulos had taken up their residence in Italy, and after the capture there came a multitude, represented by such men as Constantine Lascaris, Demetrius Chalcondylas, and Emmanuel Moscopylus. No branch of Greek letters was overlooked. Poetry, eloquence, art, and philosophy came in for full recognition. Each department had its enthusiastic representatives. What Bessarion and Gamestius Pletho accomplished in infatuating large numbers of Italians with the new mania for the Platonic philosophy was achieved by others in every sphere of Greek culture. The revival of the Latin classics came in as a competing factor with the Greek. The Italians were too jealous of the triumphs of their own immortal ancestors to permit the Greeks to monopolize attention. Hence we find a great school of learned Italians laboring earnestly for the re-enthronement of their writers of the Augustan age, Gasperinus, John Aurispa, Guarinus, Pagans, Laurentius Valla, Nicholas Prothes, Christopher Laudinus, and Angelo Politianus were representative of this class. The Italian princes favored the revival of both Greek and Latin letters. The Medici of Florence, from 1429 to 1492, gathered about them the most learned men of Italy and patronized every department of classic science and art. Their court was the most splendid literary center of modern times. In their gardens the princes of thought convened and held communion on all the great themes of science, literature, and art which were then agitating Europe. From the Medician gatherings many young minds, like Raphael, derived an inspiration for great work, which afterwards took form in art and poetry and philology. They constituted the literary exchange of the century. The religious tendency of humanism in Italy was purely negative. The general spirit was not alone indifferent to Christianity, but positively hostile to it. The influence of the Medician court, and even of the papacy, was exerted simply to revive the classics, and so put an end to the theological discussions which had absorbed attention. There was no disposition to resort to the Bible, but rather to make the famous writers of the pagan times a substitute for the inspired authors of the Scriptures. Skepticism was the craze of the hour. Even learned hierarchs considered it well enough at once to hold office in the Church and observe a suspicious silence on the divine origin of Christianity. The expression is ascribed to Leo X, "What little use the fable of Christ is to us and our people has been known to all centuries." Whether the charge be true or not, it is a fact that it expresses the theology both of Italian humanism and the papal court of the 15th century. Erasmus, who resided for a time in Rome, wrote in lamentation over the blasphemous expressions which he constantly heard from prominent ecclesiastics. Humanism elsewhere in Europe was very different from that of Italy, so far as sympathy with evangelical religion was concerned. North of the Alps, the taste for the classic languages and masterpieces spread with great rapidity, but it was turned into a theological and religious channel, and served to hasten the Reformation. The Scriptures were studied with all that new interest which came from the revival of philological learning. Panzer relates that 100 editions of the Latin Vulgate Bible were printed between the years 1462 and 1500. The first edition of the Greek Testament, however, which was printed, was not edited by a skeptical humanist, but by Erasmus, and appeared in 1516. Hebrew received profound attention, and hence the Old Testament became a book of minute and laborious study. This new attention to the Bible led immediately to a comparison of its high standard of morals and doctrine with the present fallen state of the Church in both these fundamental departments. The invention of the art of printing was highly favorable to the new intellectual departure, and humanist works soon spread throughout Western Europe. Heidelberg and Erfurt became centers of German humanism. Maternus Pistorius, of Erfurt, stood at the head of the German poetic group. Conrad Muth, of Gotha, led in the same direction and assailed the prevailing scholasticism with irresistible satire. Rudolf Agricola, of Heidelberg, was a profound scholar and turned his attention chiefly to the promotion of Greek criticism. He was a versatile character, and was well worthy of Guizot's eulogy, "a good painter, a good writer, a good poet, and a learned philologist." He died in 1485. John Reuchlin, of Germany, Erasmus of Rotterdam, and Thomas More of England were champions of the new humanism. Reuchlin's service lay in the department of Hebrew studies. He issued a strong protest against the prevailing neglect of the study of the Old Testament in the original Hebrew. His Hebrew grammar, 1506, was a masterpiece of learning, and long remained the favorite textbook in that field throughout Europe. Erasmus confined his philological labors chiefly to the Greek, and was the principal promoter of New Testament studies for the first generation of Protestants in every land. He turned the New Testament, as one would a powerful piece of artillery, against the whole fabric of the ignorance, superstition, and immorality of his times. His Greek edition of the New Testament, enriched with notes and paraphrases, constituted a scriptural arsenal for fighting the battle of the Reformation. Thomas More was a friend of Erasmus, and became, late in life, an earnest literary worker for the cause of reform. The chapter in his Utopia, which is entitled The Religion of the Utopians, is a shrewd and correct picture of the corruption of his times and of the demand for a new order of morals and learning. End of chapter 2. Part 3, Chapter 3 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, The Reformatory Councils. The councils of Pisa, Constance, and Basel were formal acknowledgments, on the part of the Roman Catholic Church, of the evils within its pale and the necessity of relief from them. The 14th century opened with a bitter controversy between the Church and the leading civil rulers. It was the old question of authority, whether Pope or King was the supreme head. The struggle centered in Pope Boniface VIII and Philip the Fair of France. In a bull issued in 1302, Boniface condemned Philip's declaration that the civil ruler is independent of papal authority. Thereupon Philip caused the arrest of the Pope, on the ground of his shameless life. The Pope was rescued, however, by his Italian supporters, and died shortly afterwards. His successor lived but a short time, and in 1305 the French Archbishop of Bordeaux was chosen Pope, and bore the name of Clement V. He was thoroughly identified with the French policy, and in 1309 removed the papal see from Rome to Avignon in France. This was the beginning of the Avignon papacy, popularly called by the Romanists the Babylonian captivity, from the light in which it was held as an ecclesiastical calamity, and from its continuance of nearly 70 years, 1309 to 1377. The whole period was one of great spiritual decline. At no time have the morals of the papacy been at a lower ebb. Meanwhile, the German rulers came into angry collision with the popes. Ludwig of Bavaria was a bitter opponent of the chains of the papacy. In Rome, and even throughout Italy, the divisions were very violent, and the whole papal structure was threatened with destruction. Gregory XI put an end to the Avignon papacy in 1377. Immediately after his death, the Romans elected an Italian pope, but the French elected a pope of their own, who resided in Avignon. There were, therefore, two popes, one in Rome and another in France, each claiming the supreme authority, and each surrounded with his court and a college of cardinals. This papal schism lasted 30 years. Its effects were widespread, the entire Roman Catholic world being drawn into the strife. The only possible relief seemed to lie in a general council. The Paris theologians, with Gerson in the lead, were the principal agents in securing it. This council convened in Pisa in the year 1409. The rival popes were summoned to attend it, in order to have their competing claims adjusted. Each feared for his position, and both refused to attend. Another pope was accordingly chosen, Alexander V. There were, therefore, at this time, 3 rival popes, all regularly elected, all claiming infallibility as the Lord's anointed vice-regents, and each fulminating maledictions upon his rivals and their supporters. The Council of Pisa failed of its end, for it was wrested from its original intent, that of reforming the Church and healing its dissensions, into a contest of parties. The Council of Constance, 1414-18, was called to heal the scandal of the three-headed papacy, which still continued, and to bring about reforms. All the three popes were called to the council, but only John the 23rd, the successor of Alexander V, responded. John was a dissipated and accomplished rascal, but shrewd and full of makeshifts. He hoped to win his point by filling the council with Italians, but the council resolved to vote by nations, each nation having but one vote. Through the influence of Deili, the decision was reached that all three popes should be compelled to abdicate, and that a new election take place. This program was carried out, and on November 11th, 1417, Odo Colonna was elected as Martin V. This council is famous for the passing the decree that an ecumenical council, rightly constituted, has its authority immediately from Christ, and that therefore even the Pope himself is subject to it. It was also famous, or rather infamous, for condemning Huss to death. In the face of Deili's and Gerson's hopes for reform, Martin, with true ecclesiastical prudence, prorogued the council. The Council of Basel, 1431-49, was convened by Martin's successor, Eugene IV. It took the Constance program of reform as its basis of operations, and aimed at a thorough regeneration of the Church, from its papal head to the secular clergy. The Pope was alarmed at the persistency and depth of the reformatory spirit, and declared the council dissolved, and called another, first at Ferrara and then at Florence. But the Basel Council would not break up, even with the disadvantage of a rival council and the absent Pope. The Pope therefore issued his ban against the council, whereupon the latter removed the Pope and elected a new one, Felix V, in his stead. But the disadvantages were too great for the Basel delegates to resist. They lacked cohesion, and too many of them were open to overtures from Rome. One by one its members slipped off, and in time it was compelled to cease for lack of numbers. It performed, however, an immense service. Its place of session, just across the Rhine from Germany, made it an object of profound attention throughout the freer Europe north of the Alps, while the evils which the council labored in vain to remove became more than ever a source of sorrow and of heroism in dealing with the universal spiritual declension. All these three councils failed of their prime object, but they revealed to the world the fact that no prospect for reform could exist in any new council. The only way open for improvement was now clear: the independence of the individual reformer. The personal conscience was compelled to fight, with single lance, for the revival of truth and virtue. It was the hour when the fate of modern times depended on the one man. End of chapter 2. Part 3, Chapter 4 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. The German Reformation. Martin Luther, from his birth to the retirement in the Wartburg Castle, 1483 to 1520. All the Teutonic countries had been getting ripe for the great ecclesiastical revolt, and central Germany now became the theater for the Reformation. The popular mind was so fully ready that the only great need now was a man of sufficient courage, ability, and singleness of purpose to become the representative of his generation. Martin Luther responded to the universal aspiration for a leader to guide into new and safe paths. Luther was born in Eisleben, Saxony, November 12, 1483, and died in the same place February 18th, 1546. His father, first a slate cutter in Mora, and then a miner in Eisleben, was a man of humble tastes and scanty means. He belonged to the peasant class. The boy Martin, in later life, recalled the fact that his mother used to carry on her back the wood necessary for the comfort of the humble home. In this son were combined the characteristics of both the northern and the southern German. There were the calm judgment, the solid sense, and the sturdy valor of the colder blood of the north. But with these he possessed a gentle, cheerful, and tuneful nature, a sympathetic and social feeling, which stood him in good stead in his later struggles. As a boy, he was fond of the village sports, had an ardent love for his friends, and as keen an antipathy towards his foes, possessed a quaint and grotesque humor and innocent wit, and to the day of his death took pride in his lowly ancestry and modest home. His nature seemed to derive its very grandeur and ruggedness from the neighboring Harz Mountains, and its depth from the mines beneath his father's thatched cottage. When the burden of his great mission was upon him, and he was the trusted friend of princes and the learned, he was accustomed to say, "I am a peasant's son. My father, grandfather, and remote ancestors were nothing but veritable peasants." But little liberty was granted to the boy of genius and destiny. His parents made free use of the rod, and thereby nearly spoiled their child. The least indiscretion brought severe castigation. His mother once punished him, because of some trouble about a nut, until the blood flowed. In the years of his strong manhood, when looking back upon this harshness, he saw the mistake of his parents, and said, "My parents' severity made me timid. Their sternness and the strict life they led made me afterwards go into a monastery and become a monk. They heartily meant it well, but they did not understand the art of adjusting their punishments." But, with all the severity of the home, these parents seemed to recognize the genius of their son. They determined that he should have an education, and designed him for the law. In 1497 he was sent to Magdeburg, in order that he might prepare for the university. But the expense was too great for the means of his parents, and he was removed to Eisenach, where he could live with relatives and attend school at less expense. It was then the custom of the poorer scholars in Thuringia to go about the streets and sing at the doors of the people for alms. Young Martin needed such help, and a wealthy lady, Ursula Cotta, was so charmed by his singing that she took him to her own home, where he had the advantages of an excellent teacher. In 1501 he went to the University of Erfurt, one of the centers of humanistic learning in northern Europe. He here came in contact with the advancing learning of the times, and was captivated by it. Neither mind nor heart had rest. With great nervous power he went from one science to another, and mastered each with a thoroughness and dispatch which amazed the professors. The department which he made his specialty was philosophy. On finishing his course, and taking his degree as Master of Arts, he bade the world farewell, and in 1505 entered the Augustinian cloister as a monk. The resolution seemed to be instantaneous, but his later confessions reveal the fact that he had been led gradually, by certain providential experiences, such as the death of a friend at his side by lightning, to take this step. He now subjected himself to severe discipline, denied himself all comforts, tortured his body, and fasted and prayed to a degree that almost proved fatal to his life. But he kept at his studies, in this respect differing from his brethren, who said, "If this brother studies, he will rule us." The words were a prophecy which was literally fulfilled. In 1508, Luther was called to Wittenberg as professor. While in Erfurt, he had come to a knowledge of the Bible, and had seen the difference between the simple gospel and the life and practice of the Church of his times. His mind was in doubt. He continued his ascetic life and waited for the light. The University of Wittenberg had been founded by Frederick the Wise in 1502, and, like Erfurt, was now alive with the new learning of the age. Here Luther had a field, the first of his life, for his remarkable powers. He carried with him the timidity of the monk, but the fire and magnetism of the master mind. He was so diffident that only the greatest persuasion could induce him to preach. "You will kill me," he said to Stampitz, who had been the cause of his call to Wittenberg. "I shall not go on with it for a quarter of a year." Luther had been in Wittenberg 2 years when he started on a journey to Rome. To one of his thirsting mind and religious fervor, such an opportunity was hailed with inexpressible delight. He had been doubting the practices of the Church, but no thought of keen criticism had arisen in his mind. He was still the devoted servant of his order, the Augustins, and a firm and full believer in the one Roman Catholic Church. When he caught his first view of the eternal city, he fell upon the earth, and, with uplifted hands, cried out, "I greet thee, Holy Rome, thrice holy from the blood of the martyrs which has been shed in thee." The scenes which now passed before his eyes had but little influence in strengthening his love for the Church. He saw too much ostentation and pride to satisfy his self-denying nature. While ascending the Scala Santa, or Pilate's staircase, as a reverent and penitential pilgrim, the words came to him, "The just shall live by faith." He descended the steps, left Rome, and betook himself back to Germany. But he did not repudiate the authority of the Roman Church at that time. Kostlin says, "The exhibition of ecclesiastical corruption which he saw did not at the time occasion any revolt in his mind." Luther was still a devoted monk, but had felt the power of a new life. He did not dream of separation from the Church. He continued his lectures on the biblical books, and fascinated his hearers by the boldness and novelty of his views. His life now moved on without excitement or serious change for 7 years. All the while he was growing in the confidence of the students and in fame abroad. His lectures were attractive beyond those of anyone else, while his sermons, differing by their plain speech and direct presentation of the truth from the current preaching, were heard with an intensity of interest new in Wittenberg, or any other part of Germany, since the Mystics. During this quiet interval a new indulgence was published in Germany, and the tickets of pardon were sold in the public places of the land. Between 1500 and 1517, no less than 5 indulgences extraordinary had been published, and put up for sale to any buyer. They were wonderfully successful. The money flowed in from every quarter. The cause of the indulgences was alleged to be for defense against the Turks, but it was a singular fact that it had to go by the very circuitous way of Rome and the papal treasure box. The bishops cried out, half in joy and half in complaint, against the weight of the silver, "100 of German coin fly light as feathers over the Alps, and no bearer of the heaviest burdens, not even Atlas himself, can drag such heaps of money." The sale of the indulgences aroused Luther's nature to a high pitch of excitement. He was now ready for his mission. He went over the whole case against Rome, as he saw it, and arraigned the Church in a bill of charges, which he called his 95 Theses. They were directed principally against the sale of indulgences, but they included the whole burden of Luther's soul. He insisted that the Church taught the truth, but that there were excrescences which must be removed. On October 31st, 1517, he nailed his theses to the door of the Schlosskirche of Wittenberg. Now began the storm which lasted until the day of his death. The theses were soon heard from in Rome, where the Pope wrote of him to the Elector of Saxony as that notorious son of wickedness. He was ordered to recant, but replied, "I cannot recall." He was ordered to Rome, but only wrote a respectful letter in reply to the command. He was summoned to a disputation in Leipzig in 1519 with Eck, where he attacked the doctrines of the primacy of the Pope, indulgences, and purgatory. The humanist Mosellanus thus described the young monk on this first great appearance before the world. He was of medium height. His face and whole body were as thin as a skeleton, caused by long study and much care. His voice was clear. His address bore every mark of great learning and acquaintance with the Bible. His bearing was friendly and attractive. He was full of vitality, and calm and joyous amid the threats of his enemies, as one would be who undertakes great things with God's help. In controversy, he was defiant and incisive, as a theologian ought to be. Luther left Leipzig with a deeper determination than ever to continue his work. He still had no thought of leaving the Church. He would be an obedient son and servant, and thought only of ever remaining in fellowship with the received faith. But he was carried on by the force of his convictions, and by some providential occurrences, in which indeed he seemed to have little part. He now struck the most vital blow of all. He attacked Rome in a new department. He wrote an Address to the Nobles of the German People, in which he advocated the suppression of nunneries, abolition of the interdict and ban, independence of the temporal power, and the denial of transubstantiation and other false teachings of Rome. This was rebellion, and shortly afterwards brought its natural punishment from Rome, excommunication. Luther said, "I would regard the Pope as Pope, but they want me to regard him as God." He posted a notice on the church door inviting the people to go out with him in solemn procession through the Elster Gate, and, in presence of the citizens, professors, and students, publicly burn the papal bull. This notice was observed, and, in presence of the multitude, Luther burned the bull on December 10th, 1520. But Rome was even worse off without him than with him. Charles V had been elected Emperor of Germany on June 28, 1519, and it was now a serious question what position he should take as to the reform. He was a Habsburg, and therefore a rigid Roman Catholic, but he was also diplomatic, and was determined to do nothing that would endanger his political strength. He turned the matter over carefully in his mind, and, as at the Diet at Worms, April 1521, his election contract was to be signed, and such additional business transacted as related to the affairs of the Church, he resolved, before the council met, that he would give Luther a hearing and condemn his doctrines. Luther was summoned to Worms, and promised a safe conduct. Before starting, he wrote to Spalatin, "If His Majesty calls me to account, so that I am ruined, and am looked upon, on account of my answer, as an enemy to the empire, still I am ready to come, for I have no intention of fleeing, nor of leaving the word in danger, but I mean to confess it unto death, so far as Christ's grace sustains me. But I am certain that the bloodhounds will not rest until they have put me to death." His friends reminded him of Huss's death at the Council of Constance, but their remonstrance had no influence. He would go to Worms, though the devils were as many as tiles on the housetops. Every argument was used. Threats were multiplied, but all to no avail. When he had finished his defense, he said, "Here I stand. I cannot do otherwise. God help me. Amen." Carlyle describes the historical significance of this occasion, and the importance of Luther's firm attitude, in the following words. "It was the greatest moment in the modern history of men. English Puritanism, England and its parliaments, America's and vast work these 2 centuries, French Revolution, Europe and its work everywhere at present, the germ of it all lay there. Had Luther in that moment done otherwise, it had all been otherwise. The decree of the Diet at Worms against Luther was as follows: "Thus this individual, not a man, but one like the devil in human form, under a monk's cowl, has gathered into one noxious mass a number of heretics who have been long concealed, and hold most damnable heresies. And he has even devised some fresh ones, under pretense of preaching faith, which he has industriously made everyone believe, in order that he may destroy the true faith, and, under the name and guise of evangelical doctrine, put an end to all evangelical peace and love and all good order." The sentence of ban and double ban was pronounced upon him and every friend and adherent to his heresy, and, after a certain date, May 14th, all persons were cautioned against harboring or protecting him, and he was ordered to be delivered up to the officers, wherever found. When Luther was returning from Worms, and before the publication of the ban against him, some knights, at the instance of Frederick the Wise, took him to the Wartburg Castle on the heights above Eisenach, lest he might be captured by his enemies and possibly suffer death. He here lived as Junker George, Squire George, a sobriquet given him by the jovial knights. He used his pen vigorously during his 8 months in Patmos, as he called his sojourn. No day was without its line. While here, he translated the New Testament entire, and parts of the Old. The New Testament was printed in September 1522, and did more than anything else to make the Reformation permanent. It went through 16 original editions in 10 years, so great was the thirst for the Word, and the reprints in the same time amounted to 54. Luther's Bible was translated directly from the Hebrew and the Greek, with wonderful clearness and force of style, and is a fairly faithful version. It almost created the German language, crystallizing it in forms of strong, pithy, and expressive speech. End of chapter 4. Part 3, Chapter 5 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Luther, Further Labors and Personal Character, 1520 to 1546. Luther was now compelled to pay the penalty of every great reformer. He had to shield his work from the errors of his friends. Karlstadt, a firm adherent of the Protestant cause, began to think that Luther did not go far enough. He declared that the Reformation was still tinged too strongly with Romanism, and, at the head of a fanatical band, the Zwickau Prophets, he made a fierce fight against Luther. Luther wrote to them from his Patmos in December 1521 as follows: "This business has been undertaken in a harum-scarum fashion, with great rashness and violence. I do not like it at all. And, that you may know it, when it comes to the point, I shall not stand by you in this business. You have set about it without me, and so you may see how you can get out of it without me. Believe me, I know the devil well enough. It is he alone who has set out to bring disgrace on the word." The fanatics would tear down every reminder of Romanism, the ornamentation, pictures, and everything else but the bare walls of the churches. They would make such a thorough work with Rome that not a trace would be left of the old order. They would destroy every work of Christian art, in sculpture or on canvas, wherever found. They turned prophets and saw visions. Luther, from his watchtower, saw the danger that threatened the whole Protestant cause, and was ill at ease. He would stay no longer in the Wartburg. Duke George was ready to arrest him, wherever he could be found at large, but Luther was willing to take the risk. His true friend, the Elector, cautioned him of his danger from Duke George, but the reformer wrote back, "One thing I can say for myself, if things are at Leipzig as they are in Wittenberg, I would still go there, even if it rained Duke Georges for 9 days, and every one of them were 9 times as fierce as he." He plainly told the anxious elector that he did not want his protection, that there was no real protection in a ruler of such faith, and that he, Luther, would go under God's protection to Wittenberg. He kept his promise. On March 3rd, 1522, he left the Wartburg, and proceeding without a guard, reached Wittenberg in safety. The condition of things was alarming. The Zwickau prophets had frightened the reformers. Melanchthon was too weak in nerve to withstand their boldness. He could not resist them, and trembled for the whole Protestant fabric. The prophets declared that they had received special revelations from God to go even further than religious reform, to resist all civil authority and set up a temporal kingdom. When Luther appeared in Wittenberg, it brought confidence to his friends and to Protestants. He was wise in every movement, and did not even mention the names of the fanatics. For a week he publicly preached against them, but with consummate tact, and as a result they left the city a disorganized mass. The German peasantry had long been oppressed by the princes, and had several times risen in revolt. In the years 1476, 1491, 1498, and 1503, they had rebelled against their rulers, but were overcome, and yet were kept down only by violent means. The peasantry saw, in the present religious convulsion, another opportunity for revolt. A league was formed in 1514. By 1524 the insurrection broke out publicly, and by the spring of 1525 it was general. The peasants were largely in the Protestant interest. They pleaded the Bible as their justification in demanding liberty of conscience and freedom from civil oppression. Luther was now put upon trial in a new direction. He studied the matter closely, and then took the side of law and order, but in an address to the princes told them of the wrong of oppression, and cautioned moderation in dealing with the fanatics. The peasants were fully conquered, and their leader, Munzer, was beheaded. Luther now addressed himself more than ever to severe literary labors. He saw that his work needed consolidation. He must instruct the people, who were looking to him for spiritual guidance. The Münster fanaticism was proof of the great need of Protestantism for the most judicious and safe instruction. So, by pen and speech, he wrought with prodigious vigor. Through the kindness of friends, his sermons and lectures were published immediately after delivery. They were robust in style, and consisted of strong and often homely speech. The people read each word with the gladness that came from an immediate understanding. His translation of the Bible, the strongest and most nervous and comprehensible ever executed, went all over the land. His principle in translation was contained in his own words, "For translating the Bible, we must have a pious, true, industrious, reverent, Christian, learned, experienced, and disciplined heart. We must ask the mother in the house, the children in the alley, the common man in the marketplace, how to speak German, and put the language they speak in his own jaws." As a specimen of Luther's care that he might translate the Bible into a language which the people might understand, he had a butcher kill some sheep for him, and tell him the names of every part, in order that he might translate accurately those parts of Leviticus relating to the Jewish sacrifices. He wrote his friend Spalatin a request to give him the names and minute descriptions of all the precious stones contained in Revelation 21, as constituting the walls of the celestial city. Luther's works multiplied rapidly. About 120 separate writings appeared from his pen. His smaller and larger catechisms became a household possession throughout German Protestantism. His 30 hymns were sung in palace and hut with equal joy. The favorites were his martial hymn, "A mighty fortress is our God, a bulwark never failing," his Christmas hymn, "From heaven above to earth I come, to bear good news to every home," his children's hymn, "Sleep well, my dear," and the hymn of Providence, "Flung to the heedless winds or on the waters east." Luther's writings were born of the occasion. He saw deeply and felt intensely. He held himself ready to sing or speak or write as he perceived a need and felt an inspiration. He thought in images, and all his works abound in striking pictures. To him the devil was no myth, but a visible creature, whom his own eyes had seen all too frequently. Hence he frequently addressed him as Mr. or Madame Devil. Luther's commentaries were practical expositions, little space being given to philological discussions. It was his habit to present the argument of a book in a full introduction, and in language that the uneducated could understand. His interpretations were crisp and strong declarations of the author's meaning. He gave conclusions, and but little of the process by which he reached them. Luther's personal characteristics were of a very striking character. He was of ardent and impulsive nature, and called things by the first name that came to him. He was born for war, and yet was always sighing for peace. His element was the smoke and flame and violence of the hot battlefield. Yet, strangely enough, he thought himself very mild in language. When a friend once expostulated with him on the harshness of his language against the papacy, he replied, in all seriousness, "On the contrary, I complain that, alas, I am too mild. I wish that I could breathe out lightning, and that every word were a thunderbolt." A hair-splitting theologian once quoted to him St. Augustine's reply to the question, where God was before heaven was created, that he was in himself, and then asked the Reformer what his answer would be. Luther replied, "He was building hell for such idle, presumptuous, frivolous, and inquisitive spirits as you." His opinions were very decided concerning some physicians. "Alack for him that depends on physic! When I was sick at Smalcald, the doctors made me take as much medicine as though I had been a great bull. 'Tis these wretches that people the graveyards. Though able, cautious, and experienced physicians are the gift of God, those without fear of God are mere homicides. I consider that exercise and change of air do more good than all their purgings and bleedings. When I feel indisposed, I generally manage to get around by a strict diet, going to bed early, and keeping my mind at rest." In faith, Martin Luther was as fervent as any crusader in the heat of conflict. The time of prayer was his supreme hour. Every prayer was an importunity. He would not think of silence, much less refusal. He argued with God, and showed him how unlike himself it would be not to grant his petitions. He caught hold of the very robe of the Master, and would not let go. Or rather, he violently grasped the divine arm with both hands, and held it until his prayer was answered. He had the habit of recording his wants in the form of a catalogue, and taking them to God in order, as petitions which God could hardly be true to his own honor if he failed to answer. He was overheard to offer the following prayer just before his appearance in the presence of the council at Worms: "Almighty, everlasting God, how terrible this world is! How it would open its jaws to devour me! And how weak is my trust in thee! O thou my God, help me against all the wisdom of this world. Do thou the work, it is thine, not mine. I have nothing to bring me here. I have no controversy to maintain, not I, with the great ones of the earth. I, too, would fain that my days should glide along, happy and calm. But this cause is thine. It is righteous, it is eternal. O Lord, help me. Thou that art faithful, thou that art unchangeable. It is not in any man I trust. O God, my God, dost thou not hear me? Art thou dead? No, thou art hiding thyself. O Lord my God, where art thou? Come, come. Thou hast chosen me for this work, I know it. O then, arise and work. Be thou on my side, for the sake of thy beloved Son, Jesus Christ, who is my defense, my shield, and my fortress. I am ready to forsake life for thy truth, patient as a lamb. Though the world should be full of demons, though my body should be stretched on the rack, cut into pieces, consumed to ashes, the soul is thine. For this I have the assurance of thy word. Amen. O God, help thou me. Amen. And then, as if in soliloquy, Amen. Amen. That means, yes, yes, this shall be done. When Luther saw the great need of sustaining and building up the people who were following his leadership, he devised wise plans for ecclesiastical organization. In 1527, he and Melanchthon, at the instance of the Elector John, drew up a plan of general visitation. An order of doctrine and service was established. Parochial schools were instituted, catechetical service was enjoined, and full arrangements made for a complete ecclesiastical life. At the Diet of Augsburg, 1530, the Augsburg Confession, drawn up by Melanchthon, was adopted for the Protestants of Germany. In the convention at Smalcald, the Protestants formed a compact, which was the basis of their subsequent civil and ecclesiastical unity. The theological standard of the Protestants was the Loci Theologicae of Melanchthon. Luther never undertook a systematic treatment of doctrine, but committed this work to his nearest friend, Melanchthon, who was a complement to him in many other respects. Luther's private life was of a piece with his public career. His labors before the world drew all their inspiration from his pure and simple home life. In 1525 he married Catherine von Bora, a nun of the cloister of Nipchen, and henceforth his home became the center of his labors and the rallying place of friends. His children were his loving companions. In the intervals of his engrossing labors he would sing, and, getting new inspiration, would again take up his pen. Walther, the electoral chapel master, who was deputed to assist Luther in the arrangement of music for public worship, thus wrote of him, "Many a precious hour did he sing. I have often seen him, the dear man, become so happy and transported in spirit that he could not get enough of it. He knew how to say wondrous things of music." Luther was especially fond of having the students visit him and sit at his table. He was always thinking of others, and how he might instruct and comfort. His engrossing labors bore heavily upon him. His early ascetic life left an impaired constitution, which he was never able fully to restore. He went on a journey to assist in reconciling a difficulty between the Mansfield counts, and died from home, but in the place where he was born. He breathed his last, after thanking God for the revelation of his Son, and for having given him the privilege of testifying for him before the world and the Pope. End of chapter 5. Part 3, Chapter 6 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Melanchthon and Other German Reformers. Philip Melanchthon. The friends and helpers of Luther came from every class. Of all these, Melanchthon was destined to be of most service, not only as an immediate co-laborer with Luther, but as a promoter of the general cause of Protestantism. He was born in Bretten, South Germany, in 1497, and was educated at Pforzheim, Heidelberg, and Tübingen. When only 17 years of age, he became a professor in the Tübingen University, and began to attract attention by his remarkable knowledge of the classic writers. He edited Terence and other writers, and threw a new light upon both Greek and Roman writers. His fame spread abroad into other countries. Erasmus wrote of him the following: "What hopes may we not conceive of Philip Melanchthon, though as yet very young, almost a boy (he was only 18), but equally to be admired for his proficiency in both languages. What quickness of invention! What purity of diction! What vastness of memory! What variety of reading! What modesty and gracefulness of behavior! And what a princely mind!" To Oecolampadius, the same man, Erasmus wrote, "Of Melanchthon I have already the highest opinion, and cherish the most magnificent hopes, so much so that I am persuaded Christ designs this youth to excel us all. He will totally eclipse Erasmus." He was called to Wittenberg as professor in 1518, and the same week began to lecture. He produced a profound impression immediately. Luther heard him and was charmed by him. A friendship immediately sprang up between them, which was never broken until death terminated the union of 28 years. The annals of literature and theology do not furnish a more beautiful illustration of the manner in which a great work can be performed by the combined action of two men than we find in the case of Luther and Melanchthon. There was no resemblance between them in quality of mind or temperament. The one thing which they had in common was the great cause of reform, and to that all other interests and gifts were made subordinate. The labors of Melanchthon were directed at once to the improvement of the methods of study in the university. His students increased rapidly, and soon rose to about 2,500. He insisted that the old scholastic philosophy was ridiculous, and consisted of terms rather than ideas. He urged the students to the fountainheads of truth, and placed before them the Bible as the only source of real knowledge. He then entered into the strife concerning indulgences, Luther going before him, and Melanchthon following closely with his philological lore, his fine logic, and his marvelous unfoldings of scriptural truth. The life of Melanchthon was now so thoroughly identified with that of Luther that it is difficult to separate the two. They lived in the same town, Wittenberg. They were in constant consultation, each doing what he was most able to do, and both working with unwearied zeal for the triumph of the cause to which they gave their lives. During Luther's stay in the Wartburg, Melanchthon was sorely grieved. He needed Luther's martial spirit, his strong will, his quick intuitions as to the best measures to win new victories. Hence he wrote such words as these: "I feel the need I have of good advice. Our Elijah is confined at a distance from us, though we are expecting and anticipating his return. What shall I say more? His absence absolutely torments me." On the other hand, Luther felt the need of Melanchthon's calm spirit, and, among many other words of the same character, he wrote from the Wartburg, "For the glory of the Word of God, and the mutual consolation of myself and others, I would rather be consumed in a blazing fire than remain here half alive and utterly useless. If I perish, the prophet of Christ will not perish, and you, I hope, like another Elisha, will succeed Elijah." Luther, however, was sometimes out of patience with Melanchthon's great infirmity, despondency, and wrote him the following, in reply to Melanchthon's gloomy picture of the Protestant outlook: "Let those who please talk against us, but why are we to be always looking on the dark side of things? Why not indulge hopes of better times?" He compared Paul's appearance with Melanchthon's in the following words: "Paul must have been an insignificant-looking person, with no presence, a poor, dry little man, like Master Philip." While Luther was still in the Wartburg, he, nevertheless, longed for the society of his poor, dry little man more than for all the robust men of the fatherland. So, when he returned to Wittenberg, and put the fanatics to shame and flight, he wrote with great joy to a relative, "I am in Amsdorf's house with my beloved friend Philip Melanchthon." Melanchthon's regularity in work was a marvel. He was seldom known to miss a lecture from any cause. On the day, in 1520, when he was married to Catherine Crappin, the burgomaster's daughter, he departed for once from his inflexible punctuality, and posted on the roster the following release of his students from hearing him on Paul's epistle to the Romans. A studiis hodie facit oti gradia Philippus, nec nobis Pauli dogmata sacra leget. Rest from your studies, Philip says you may. We'll read no lectures on St. Paul today. Year after year passed by, and Melanchthon was always at his post, lecturing to the many students who had come from different countries to hear him. If, in the interests of the good cause of reform, he was absent for a day or two, he always returned to his post with renewed vigor. His lecture-room was his throne. He was devoted to theological students, and made them his trusted friends. In his last illness he thought of them, and wished, when too weak, to be dressed and deliver a lecture to them. He died in 1560. A short time before his death he wrote his reasons why it is better for the Christian to die than to live, the column on the right containing the blessings gained by dying, and that on the left the evils avoided. Evils removed. You leave your sins. You are delivered from controversy and the rage of theologians. Advantages gained. You come to the light. You will see God. You will contemplate the Son of God. You will understand those wonderful mysteries which you cannot comprehend in this life, namely, why we are made as we are, and the union of the two natures in Christ. No man appreciated Melanchthon's character and work more highly than Luther. Of his Theological Commonplaces, Loci Theologicae, Luther said, "For theological study it is the best book next to the Bible. Melanchthon has no ground for fear." Of Melanchthon's books, as a whole, he said, "I love his books better than my own. He plows and plants and sows and waters with joy, while I am only a coarse forester, digging up the roots and tearing out the thorns." Melanchthon was the theological builder for the German Reformation. He wrote the two symbols of the Lutheran Church, the Augsburg Confession, 1530, and the Apology for the Augsburg Confession, both admirable statements of doctrine, and he presented the so-called Saxon Confession, a declaration of the Protestant faith, to the Council of Trent, 1551. The friendship between Luther and Melanchthon, as a powerful factor towards the success of the Reformation, was only an illustration of a general fact. There were other attachments not less charming. The whole period of the planting of Protestantism abounds in remarkable adjustments and surrenders of individual tastes and capacities for the achievement of a great end. Each man was as necessary to the rest as their joint work was necessary to the success of the whole movement. It was a harmony of opposites, and as complete a providential blending of diverse natures as the world had seen since the days of the apostles. All temperaments and all classes of society were drawn upon to make the one harmonious picture of a young and vigorous Protestantism. Some of Luther's first and strongest friends were of the princely and noble class. Of the rulers, we count no less than 6 who were devoted friends of the new movement for the liberation of the conscience, and followed the leadership of Luther, namely, George, Maurice, Frederick the Wise, John, and John Frederick, all princes of Saxony, and Philip of Hesse. While enjoying the full confidence of these men, Luther never faltered in the assertion of personal independence. He never compromised a principle. In fact, he gained the confidence of the princes not merely by his valiant defense of the truth, but by his candor towards them. With the princes, we must not omit to join 2 fearless knights as friend of Protestantism, Ulrich von Hutten and Franz von Sickingen. These men offered Luther the use of their swords and a home in their castles, but he declined them both, saying that his was a spiritual conflict. In Luther's immediate circle, as co-workers with him, the scholars Justus Jonas, George Rohrer, Cruciger, Forster, and Bugenhagen stand next to Melanchthon. These men were mostly won to the cause of reform by the reading of Luther's writings, or the hearing of his lectures, or by his hymns, and, having once come within the charm of his person, became his willing co-operators in the various departments for which each was fitted. Bugenhagen was elected pastor in Wittenberg through Luther's influence, and was a powerful organizer of the new Protestant church in North Germany. Jonas was a professor in the university, and through his eloquence the city of Halle was led to adopt the Protestant cause. Lucas Cranach, the most celebrated German painter of his times, was an intimate friend of Luther, and through him we have accurate portraits of the parents, the entire family of Luther, and nearly all his friends and fellow workers. Cranach had a keen sense of the grotesque and satirical, and it was his pleasure to furnish woodcuts as adjuncts to Luther's stinging words against the abuses of the times. End of chapter 6. Part 3, Chapter 7 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The Reformation in German Switzerland. The political condition of Switzerland was highly favorable to the introduction of Protestant ideas. The country was divided into cantons, or districts, an arrangement that had existed from early times. Each canton was, in a measure, independent of the rest, and yet was connected in a federation with all the others. While the Roman Catholic Church held sway over all, the people of each canton claimed the right of deciding what their confession should be. The spirit pervading all the cantons was that of civil liberty, and so, when the Protestant doctrines descended from the north, the Swiss saw in them a system of religion closely allied to their political traditions and preferences. Freedom in the state, as the Swiss mind saw it, was inseparable from freedom of conscience. In Zurich, the largest city in eastern Switzerland, the doctrines of the German reformers, and especially the works of Luther, took strong hold. The people, speaking the same language with the Germans, read the earliest Protestant writings with interest, while correspondence with the reformers fanned the flame. Ulrich Zwingli was the leader of the new movement in Switzerland. He was born in Wildhaus in 1484. In his 9th year he went to Wesen, where he enjoyed the instruction of his uncle, the dean of that place. He was designed by his parents for the priesthood, and no pains were spared to fit him for his calling. In 1494 he went to Basel, and for 3 years was a student in the St. Theodore School. He then went to Bern, where the celebrated humanist Heinrich Wulffen introduced him to a profound knowledge of the classics. He then went to Vienna, where, having Latinized his name, he appeared as the student Congentius. In 1502 he returned to Basel, and, in addition to prosecuting further studies, taught in the Latin school of St. Martin. Wyttenbach came to Basel as professor, and he entered a bold protest against indulgences. Zwingli came under his influence, and from that time onward it is likely that the seeds of Protestantism lay in his mind. In 1506 he became priest at Glarus, and remained there 10 years. All the while he was an ardent student. He was enraptured with the new humanism, and yet he regarded it only as an aid to the study of the Bible. He wrote at this time, "Nothing but God shall prevent me from acquiring Greek, not for fame, but for the sake of the Holy Scriptures." In 1516, Zwingli went to the celebrated Abbey of Einsiedeln, which is situated on a lofty mountain on the north side of Lake Zurich, and is still visited annually by many thousands of pilgrims. Zwingli, seeing the blind idolatry of the worshippers of the miraculous image of the Virgin Mary in that abbey, began to preach against the superstition. Zwingli awakened violent opposition in Einsiedeln. He was branded as a heretic, and yet was made by Pucci, the Pope's agent, the object of great attention and flattery. The hope was to conquer him by dissimulation. But Zwingli saw through the deception, and kept steadily on in his course. He did not remain, however, any longer in Einsiedeln, but moved to Zurich, 1519, where he was priest in the cathedral. Here his sermons created the greatest sensation for their freedom of utterance and evangelical tone, and were attended by multitudes from all parts of the country. Indulgences were just now sold in public in that city, and Zwingli proclaimed against them. Zurich was ready for the Reformation, and it was only waiting for a leader. The humanist circles were tired of the old darkness, and were eager for the light of the gospel. The uneducated masses were overwhelmed with the opposition of the Habsburgs and the priesthood. "I wish," said Zwingli, "that they had bored a hole through the Pope's letter, and hung it to his messenger's back, that he might carry it home. If a wolf is seen in the country, you sound an alarm, that it may be caught, but you will not defend yourselves from the wolves that ruin the bodies and souls of men. How appropriate their red hats and cloaks! If you shake them, out fall ducats. If you wring them, out flows the blood of your sons, brothers, and friends." Such language could not be tolerated. Maledictions were hurled against Zwingli. But he continued to preach, and the people thronged to hear him. He was fearless, scriptural, and discreet. He was now drawn within the circle of reformers, and at once became their head among the Swiss. He preached strongly against indulgences, Mariolatry, clerical celibacy, and, indeed, the whole cluster of those perverted doctrines against which Luther was warring in the north. Mass was abolished in Zurich, and, one by one, the institutions of Romanism fell to the ground. Zwingli's 67 articles committed him so thoroughly to the Protestant cause that no retracing of his steps was supposable. He was very busy with his pen. His Choosing and Freedom of Foods, his Christian Introduction, and True and False Religion were masterpieces of polemical literature. The simplicity of Zwingli's views of worship was a fundamental quality. His repugnance to Romanism was so strong that he resolved on a complete renunciation. He would have no pictures or organs or bells in the churches, or any reminder of the old faith. He was morbidly intense in his dread of all materialistic elements. He differed radically from Luther on the doctrine of the Lord's Supper, the German reformer holding to consubstantiation, while Zwingli regarded the bread and wine as only symbols of the body and blood of Christ. The two reformers came into open difference. A discussion was arranged, and they met in the castle of Marburg, October 1529, where each defended his views. No compromise was reached. Luther, with a piece of chalk in his hand, wrote in great characters on the table, "Hoc est corpus metum," "This is my body," and with this appeal to Christ's own words, by which to defend his belief in consubstantiation, the discussion closed. Henceforward there was no agreement between German and Swiss theology on the Lord's Supper. Luther and Zwingli returned to their fields of labor, each as firmly intent upon the one work of reform as though he did not differ from his brother on non-essentials in theological interpretation. Bucer tried very hard to harmonize the Swiss and German differences, but failed completely. The Helvetic Confession, adopted in 1536, became the final standard of doctrine for the Protestants throughout eastern Switzerland. The religious conflict in the Eastern canons became so bitter that it grew into an appeal to arms. Zurich, which had been included in the bishopric of Constance, threw off all episcopal allegiance, banished Latin from its churches, and burned the time-honored relics. Some of the Eastern canons followed the lead of Zurich, while others remained firm to Catholicism. The result was a civil war. The Roman Catholic cantons were aided by the Pope, the Austrian Empire, and even by Spain, while France and England helped the Protestant cantons. In the Battle of Cappel, near Zurich, October 11, 1531, the Protestant army was almost annihilated and Zwingli was killed. Yet a moral victory remained with the Protestants, inasmuch as they were allowed by the Treaty of Cappel the free exercise of their religion in their own cantons, while restoring Catholicism in the 5 cantons. Basel was an important center of Protestant movements in German Switzerland. The council which had been held there in the preceding century had left a strong desire for reform among the people. The university was a rallying place of minds intent upon the liberty of science. Erasmus lived in its cloisters for a time, and gave his scholarly energies to the good work. Hedio, Capito, and Reublin preached the new doctrines with energy and success. Œcolampadius, though a German by birth, became pastor of St. Martin's Church, and was the acknowledged leader of the cause in the city. In other parts of eastern Switzerland, the Reformation spread with amazing rapidity, and, in addition to Zurich and Basel, the cantons of St. Gall and Schaffhausen renounced allegiance to the Roman Catholic Church and introduced Protestant worship and doctrines throughout their territory. End of chapter 7. Part 3, Chapter 8 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, The Reformation in French Switzerland. The influence of the German reformers was felt more slowly among the French-speaking people of Switzerland than among those who spoke German. The difference in language made the work of indoctrination no easy process. The course of Protestant evangelism in French Switzerland was simple: an Eastern current, setting in from German Switzerland, and a Western one coming directly from France and entering by Geneva as a door. The two met in Bern, which city at once became a center for the dissemination of new doctrines throughout the French cantons. After the Battle of Cappel, the movement spread rapidly, and went as far as Geneva, where it allied itself with the forces already in operation there. Very soon a strong Protestant party arose in that city, which was firm in the beginning, and never wavered until it gained a complete victory. Geneva had long been an object of the ambition of the Dukes of Savoy, an historical struggle later commemorated by Byron in the incident which suggested his Prisoner of Chillon, an historical poem in which Bonnivard tells the sad story of a long period of persecution for conscience's sake. My limbs are bowed, though not with toil, but rusted with a vile repose, for they have been a dungeon's spoil, and mine has been the fate of those to whom the goodly earth and air are banned and barred, forbidden fair. But this was for my father's faith I suffered chains and courted death. That father perished at the stake, for tenets he would not forsake, and for the same his lineal race in darkness found a dwelling place. We were 7, who now are 1, 6 in youth and 1 in age, finished as they had begun, proud of persecution's rage. 1 in fire and 2 in field, their belief with blood have sealed, dying as their father died, for the God their foes denied. 3 were in a dungeon cast, of whom this wreck is left the last. A religious convention was held in Geneva in 1534. Farel, who was the representative of the new doctrines, labored by speech and pen for their introduction. As in eastern Switzerland, so here, the people were their own rulers, and had resisted all attempts at absorption by ambitious princes. Popular meetings were held, where both Romanism and Protestantism were discussed freely. The doctrines of the Reformers spread, however, until the majority of the citizens declared in favor of them. Anton Froment and Peter Viret cooperated with Farel in prosecuting the one work which lay near their hearts. All the great reformers had a prompt and subtle perception of character. They seemed to recognize their helpers by unerring instinct. One July evening, in 1536, a French stranger called on Farel, asked advice, expressed sympathy with the Reformation, and was about to take his leave and proceed on his journey. But Farel was so attracted to him that he invited him to spend a few days. This stranger was John Calvin. He was born in Noyon, France, 1509, and died in Geneva, 1564. He received an excellent education, and was thoroughly prepared for the practice of the law. His acquaintance with the classics was intimate. His first work, written when a young man of 23, was a critical edition of Seneca's essay on clemency. He studied in Paris, Bourges, and Orleans. While in the last place, and about the year 1532, he came in contact with a German reformer, who told him more fully than he had known the great doctrines of the Protestants of Germany. Calvin resolved to turn his attention to theology, and to accept the doctrines of the new reform. In due time, we find him going abroad. There was no peace for his soul, nor any rest for his body. He went southward, and for a time stayed in Angoulême, where, for a century, there lingered certain pleasant traditions of the quiet stranger, who studied hard by day and night. He left Angoulême, and knew not whither to go. In the preface to his Psalms, he spoke of this period of early uncertainty and anguish of soul. God led me about by so many circuitous paths that I could nowhere find rest. During 1534, he wandered about in many directions, conversing with the most cultivated people, and doing all that lay in his power to communicate a knowledge of Protestant doctrines. We now find him suddenly in his native Noyon, now publishing a little book, the Psychopanieia, against the French Anabaptists, now halting a while in Paris, and now, with a good prospect of being cast into prison with the rest of the outspoken foes of the papacy, resolving to go to some hidden corner in Germany, where he could study theology in quiet. Of all Calvin's friends, only one accompanied him, Louis du Tillet. He was in full sympathy with him, and the two resolved to travel together and share each other's fortunes. The two fugitives had no easy task to reach the limits of France. A servant stole all their money and ran away. They reached Basel in 1535 in a penniless condition. But the Protestants of that hospitable city had welcomed Farel 10 years before, and also, later, both Coppe and Corneau, and now they welcomed with the same cordiality both Calvin and his friend. While here, he devoted himself with passionate eagerness to biblical studies, for he knew that the Bible underlay the entire Protestant fabric. He heard unfavorable news from France. The Protestants were thrust into prison, and their lives were in constant danger. They were without cohesion, guidance, or intention. Calvin resolved to write a theological system for their special benefit. He now conceived the idea of his Institutes of the Christian Religion, which he published in 1536, and which became the doctrinal standard for all the Reformed churches of the continent and Great Britain. Calvin had no great sense of relief when his book was completed. His work was published under the assumed name of Martianus Lucanius, and so retired had been his manner of living, and so timid his nature, that no one knew of his plan or who this new author might be. Probably to avoid discovery, as much as for any other reason, he determined to leave Basel. He, in company with his friend Duthier, journeyed to Italy and stayed a while in Ferrara, where Renata, the Protestant daughter of Louis XII of France, was duchess. He then quietly returned to his native town, Noyon, and arranged the affairs of his now broken home, and left it forever. He took with him his brother Anton, who was in full sympathy with his views. He now turned his face towards Germany again, intending to make Strasbourg, or perhaps Basel, his permanent home. The war of this time, 1536, made his journey a dangerous undertaking, and, the way to Strasbourg being closed against him, he was compelled to go southward through Savoy. One evening, about July 1st, he arrived at Geneva. He expected to stay one night, and in the morning to proceed northward. Farel was fascinated by his scholarship and spirit. Farel invited Calvin to settle in Geneva and take charge of the new Protestant church of that city. Calvin refused. He pleaded his youth, inexperience, constitutional timidity, and the need of continuing his studies in a place where he could have perfect quiet. He begged to be spared. But Farel saw in all these reasons only the better ground why Calvin should stay in Geneva. He said, in great excitement, to him, "You plead your studies, but, in the name of the Almighty God, I say to thee, God's curse will overtake thee if thou deprivest God's work of thy help, and seek thyself more than Christ." Farel's threat accomplished what his persuasion could not do. The call of an hour lengthened into a visit, and the visit into a whole lifetime. The acquaintance between Farel and Calvin ripened into one of those beautiful friendships with which Christianity has always abounded in its periods of throe and agony. By a natural gravitation of his genius, Calvin assumed the direction of the Protestant movements from Geneva as a center. He was soon in charge of the civil administration of the city, and remained identified with the interests of its citizens until his death. Without knowing it, the group of Genevan reformers were rather waiting for guidance than following a settled policy. They were pausing for a leader, and now they found one in Calvin. To a man of less nerve and wisdom than Calvin, the work of organizing the Protestants of Geneva into a compact and aggressive church would have been a hopeless undertaking. He saw that the first need was a common platform of faith, a confession. In 3 months' time, the Genevese possessed their confession, in 21 articles. Farel's name stood as the responsible author, but Calvin's exact style and strong spirit pervade every part. On November 10th, it was placed before the city council for adoption, and was accepted. Then came new measures, one after another, in rapid succession: a plan for popular education, a scheme of organization of the church in Geneva, measures of discipline and support, and a catechism. Civil regulations were shaped according to the new ecclesiastical constitution, and some of the regulations were severe and exacting in the extreme. The theologians were novices at civil legislation, but there was no want of Spartan inflexibility. The Libertines, a political party of Geneva, who were opposed to the strict life of the Reformers, and saw in the Reformation a restraint on the morals of the people, arose against both Farel and Calvin, and secured their banishment. Farel, after a stay of 7 weeks in Basel, went to Neuchatel, and thence to Metz, where, and in the neighboring Gors, he labored zealously for the gospel. Calvin went to Strasbourg, where he had once found a refuge from persecution at home. The two reformers were at once brought into close relations with the Strasbourg circle of Protestant leaders, Bossuet, Capito, and Hedio. It was a happy company. Calvin calculated on a permanent stay there, for they saw little hope of the early rise of Protestant authority in Geneva. He took papers of citizenship as a Strasbourg resident, and later, in 1540, was married to Idelette von Buren, a lady in every way worthy of his confidence and affection. He became pastor of the French emigrant church, and with his practical duties was absorbed in his studies. In due time, the people of Geneva repented of their error in banishing the two reformers, for they found they needed them for the government of the city. Calvin was recalled, but, with true nobility of soul, refused to accept the offer unless Farel, his early benefactor, was also permitted to return. The same liberty was therefore granted Farel, though it is not known that he accepted the privilege. But Calvin was welcomed back to Geneva amid the rejoicings of the whole population. Henceforth, Calvin stood at the head of affairs and continued in that relation until his death. He belonged to Geneva henceforth, and Geneva to him. The organization of the Genevese Church was perfected in directions where it had proved to be weak. Calvin preached repentance, that the entire population should repent of their sins of many years, and begin to serve God anew. Viret became a powerful aid to him, and there was no want of strong and wise leadership. Laws relating to the clergy, the church, divine service, and schools were enacted, and there was no department passed by in the new administration under the direction of Calvin. A Protestant university was established in that city, where young men were trained in the new doctrines of Protestantism. A theological seminary was organized in Lausanne, under the direction of Viret, and strongly aggressive measures were employed to extend the work throughout the French cantons. The work left unfinished by Calvin at his death was taken up by Beza. His nature was different from that of Calvin. The latter had a broader mind, was stronger in purpose, and could have ruled a kingdom had he been born to an earthly crown. He was a master in the management of men, less by accommodating differences than by inducing men to accept his own views. His theology found its way into Germany, where it produced the Reformed Church, was taught in the University of Heidelberg, extended to Holland, formed the basis of the prevailing confession there, crossed the Channel into England, exerted a marked influence on the new Anglican Church, ascended into Scotland, became the theological foundation of the Scotch National Church, came over to this country with the Pilgrims in the Mayflower in 1620, and has had no small share in molding the faith of the people in the colonies and states and the territories which have grown from them. Beza, 1519 to 1605, carried on the work left unfinished by Calvin. He was a man of noble birth, trained for the law, of fine gifts, a scholar and a poet. In 1549 he was appointed professor of Greek in the Academy of Lausanne. He revived the sacred dramas of the Middle Ages, wrote a successful one himself, in which he cleverly contrasted Roman Catholicism and Protestantism, aided Calvin in his Commentaries on St. Paul's Epistles, and completed a metrical version of the Psalter. He made a notable defense of Protestantism before Charles IX and a brilliant assembly of nobles and clergy in the Abbey of Poissy, near Paris, September 9, 1561. His great service to the Reformed faith, however, was rendered in his Latin version of the New Testament, 1556, and his edition of the Greek Testament, 1565, both fully annotated. The later editions of his Greek text were the main basis for the authorized version, and his Latin version also exerted a great influence upon the King James translators. The Second Helvetic Confession, adopted in 1566, became the formula of faith for the Protestants of all French Switzerland. It was in general harmony with the Augsburg Confession, but with more emphasis on the doctrine of election. The Protestantism of Geneva and other parts of French Switzerland exerted a strong influence on the cause in France. The intercourse was constantly maintained. The works from the Genevan press, and especially the tracts, were carried by tradesmen and others into most of the southern provinces of France, and aided largely in creating a French sentiment and giving courage to the rising Huguenots. Thus Geneva, which became a refuge for the fugitive Calvin and other French Protestants, became a fort which, for generations, and indeed down to the present time, has discharged its Protestant artillery against the very country which produced and drove out its best sons and daughters. End of chapter 8. Part 3, Chapter 9 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The English Reformation, First Period, 1509 to 1553. The early attempts at reformation in England were in advance of those in any other part of Europe. To that country belongs the honor of having discovered the need of a universal religious regeneration in Europe. The beginnings of reform centered in Wycliffe, born about 1315. He was a student, and afterwards professor, in Oxford. His first position of hostility to the prevailing doctrines was his declaration against the mendicant monks, who went up and down the land, extorting money from the people, and preaching against learning and progress in every form. He issued several pamphlets against them, and called loudly to his countrymen to get rid of them. So signal was his service that he was promoted to a wardenship in Oxford, namely of Balliol Hall, or college. 4 years later, in 1365, he became master of Canterbury Hall, or the Christ College of a later day. Schemes were soon in progress on the part of Langham, Archbishop of Canterbury, to eject Wycliffe, and the Pope issued a bull to that effect in 1370. Wycliffe replied by a tract against the papal policy arraying itself in hostility to the nation. The king, Edward III, was already in revolt against the Pope, and took up the cause of Wycliffe, who was appointed a royal chaplain and rector of Lutterworth. Wycliffe gained a clearer view every year of the corruptions of the Church, and preached boldly against them. He was summoned by the authorities of the Church for trial for heresy, but the meeting ended in a violent dispute between the Bishop of London and the Duke of Lancaster, and nothing was done. He was indicted before the Pope for 19 alleged heresies, and in 1377 the Pope issued no less than 5 bulls against him. A second time he was tried, and escaped through the sympathy of the people. The court, which was held in Lambeth Palace, broke up in disorder, but not without commanding Wycliffe to stop preaching and writing. But he was, if possible, more industrious than ever. He spared no evil that he saw about him, and hurled anathemas against wilful pope and deluded priesthood. He died a natural death in his own house in Lutterworth. The same council which executed Huss, that of Constance in 1415, condemned the writings of Wycliffe, and in 1428 his dust was taken from the grave and cast out upon the Avon. The event gave rise to Fuller's lines, "The Avon to the Severn runs, and Severn to the sea, and Wycliffe's dust shall spread abroad, wide as the waters be." Wycliffe's greatest service to the coming Reformation was, first, his translation of the New Testament, and afterwards the whole Bible, into English. It was the first attempt at reproducing any considerable portion of the Scriptures into the popular tongue, and was a new revelation to the English people. The original of his translation was the Latin Vulgate, a very faulty source, but yet good enough to create a thirst for better things and prepare the way for the pure word. Between Wycliffe and the reformers of Henry VIII's reign lay a period of nearly 2 centuries. But through all those years the seeds planted by Wycliffe never died. No great interval passed without some bold spirit arising and saying strong words of protest against the errors of the times. The age was not ripe as yet for organized effort. The herald's mission must first be wrought out. The political character of the English Reformation was a striking feature from the outset. In this regard, the new movement differed from that in all other countries, except Holland. While the people were fully ready for religious revolt, the first organized rupture with Rome came from the king, Henry VIII. The influence of his court was favorable to the cause, not as a spiritual necessity, but as a means of national independence. Then came the inflow of Protestants from the continent. Many learned men crossed the Channel and settled in Oxford and Cambridge, and conducted discussions in favor of the Reformation. Among them may be mentioned Ochino, Peter Martyr, Martin Bucer, Paul Fagius, and Tremellius. But greatest of all the men from abroad was Erasmus, whose Greek New Testament found a ready entrance into England. He settled in Cambridge and taught there. Henry's grievance against Romanism was purely personal. He wanted more wives than Rome was willing to grant him. He had been married, while his father was yet king, to Catherine of Aragon, the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, and the widow of Henry VII's eldest son, Arthur. The king, for political reasons, chose Catherine as wife for his second son and successor on the throne, Henry VIII. After a marriage of nearly 20 years, Henry VIII resolved on a divorce from Catherine and the disinheriting of their daughter, Mary. His object was to marry Anne Boleyn. But the question was, how to get the Pope's consent. Wolsey was deputed to do this work, and to proceed in person to Rome. Should the Pope consent, he would offend the Emperor Charles V, who would be insulted by the divorce of Henry from Catherine. Should he refuse, he knew that it would be an affront to England. He chose the latter, as by that course he thought he would have less to lose. What should Henry VIII do? He had made public his determination. The religious revolt in Germany proved to him that rebellion against the papacy was in the air of the age. His own people were eager for reform. So he determined to put away his wife, disavow his daughter, and make Anne Boleyn his queen. This brought about an open rupture with the Pope. Henry's real purpose was a national Roman Catholic Church, with himself as head. But this proved an impossibility. He saw there could not be 2 independent Catholicisms, one on the Tiber and the other on the Thames. He was borne along by the current of his people, and found himself finally compelled to link himself ostensibly with the new Protestantism, and yet, in reality, deeply in sympathy with the old Romanism. Henry VIII was a Roman Catholic in all but name and endorsement of the papacy. He despised the Lutheran doctrines, and even wrote against them. His book against Luther was so fully Romanist that it was hailed in Rome as a powerful attack on Protestantism, and it even secured to Henry VIII, from Leo X, the title of Defender of the Faith. Luther, however, went on steadily. He was master of his theme, and, besides refuting the positions of Henry, paid him the compliment of saying, "When God wants a fool, he turns a king into a theological writer." There was no positively settled policy on the part of king or parliament. One day the Roman Catholics, under the lead of Cardinal Pole and Bishop Gardiner, had the confidence of the king, and on another Thomas Cromwell and Cranmer were the stronger. Parliament was the willing servant of a capricious tyrant, and at one hour was ready to revoke its work of the preceding one. As a proof of how nearly England remained Roman Catholic under Henry VIII, we may mention the fact that, at his dictation, in 1537, Parliament established the following 6 articles of faith. 1. Transubstantiation, or the real presence of Christ in the bread and wine of the Lord's Supper. 2. Sufficiency of communion in one kind only. 3. Illegality of the marriage of priests. 4. Obligation of vows of celibacy. 5. Propriety of retaining private masses. 6. Necessity of the confessional. It must be remembered, however, that, notwithstanding all these attachments to the old Romanism, the country was gradually drifting away from it. The old order was breaking up. The Bible was publicly distributed, and Protestant doctrines were gaining more friends every day. Clement, 1466 to 1519, and Sir Thomas More, 1480 to 1535, were the great influence in bringing about the revolution in the popular mind. The former had studied the classics in Italy, and brought with him to Oxford an ardent love for the new humanism. He introduced expository preaching, and a perpetual divinity lecture 3 days of each week in St. Paul's Church. His great object of attack was the profligacy of the Church, from the papacy down, through all grades of priesthood, as he had witnessed it in Rome. He cried aloud for the redemption of his beloved England. "O Jesu Christ, wash for us not our feet only, but also our hands and our head. Otherwise our disordered Church cannot be far from death." Sir Thomas More was a student in Oxford when he imbibed the new learning, and became intimate with Erasmus and Colet. He was made Lord Chancellor of England on the fall of Wolsey, and was held in high esteem by the king. He strongly opposed Protestant doctrines, however, and could never bring his conscience to assent to the supremacy of Henry over the Church. He incurred the king's displeasure by disapproving the latter's divorce from Catherine of Aragon, and absented himself from the coronation of Anne Boleyn. He refused to take the oath of allegiance to her as queen, and was sent to the Tower of London, and afterwards beheaded. He was a model of eloquence, purity of heart, domestic virtue, simplicity, and tenderness. After kissing his executioner, he said, "Thou art to do me the greatest benefit that I can receive. Pluck up thy spirit, man, and be not afraid to do thine office. My neck is very short. Take heed, therefore, that thou strike not awry, for saving of thine honesty." Cranmer was, of all men of his time, most powerful in hastening the English reform. He erred in favoring the divorce of Henry and Catherine. He was rewarded by the king with the highest ecclesiastical preferment in his gift, the Archbishopric of Canterbury. But Cranmer was a pure and unselfish man, and expressed only his real convictions. When he afterwards yielded to Henry so far as to pronounce his marriage with Anne Boleyn void, he was still the same pure man, but unwisely and irresolutely submitted to the pressure of the king. Cranmer became one of the regents of the kingdom after Henry's death. The young Edward, who succeeded Henry, was a Protestant, but he died early, and was succeeded by Mary, a rigid Roman Catholic. The court was at once filled with men in sympathy with her. The reformers were now in danger. Cranmer, Latimer, and Ridley were thrown into the Tower. Cranmer, in a moment of weakness, signed a recantation, but soon withdrew it. He, with Latimer and Ridley, was burned at the stake in 1556. His last words were, as he held in the flames the hand with which he had written his recantation, "This unworthy hand, Lord Jesus, receive my spirit." The publication of the Bible in the language of the people was the most powerful single agency in bringing about the English Reformation. Tyndale translated the New Testament, which was printed in Worms in 1526, and introduced into England, and circulated quietly over the country. Miles Cloverdale's translation of the entire Bible appeared in 1535. This was the first complete English Bible ever printed. Without bearing any imprint of place or printer, the evidence is strong, founded on the resemblance of types, that it was printed in Zurich by Christopher Freshover. Cloverdale also published several of the Psalms in verse, with musical notes. The date is not known, but it was probably before 1538. The following was the way in which he set out his little book on its singing mission. Be not ashamed, I warrant thee, though thou be rude in song and rhyme, thou shalt to youth some occasion be in godly sports to pass their time. The following is his first stanza of Psalm 137. At the rivers of Babylon, there sat we down right heavily. Even when we thought upon Zion, we wept together sorrowfully. For we were in such heaviness, yet we forgot all our merriness, and left of all our sport and play. On the willow trees yet were thereby, we hanged up our harps truly, and mourned sore both night and day. Matthew's Bible appeared in 1537 with the royal sanction. Cranmer's translation of the Bible had, likewise, the royal approval, and was powerful in gaining many minds to the cause of reform. In addition to the Scriptures, other writings were circulated, as formularies of doctrine and the public services. Among these must be mentioned the 10 Articles, the Bishop's Book, the King's Book, and the King's Primer. Then comes Erasmus's Paraphrase of the Scriptures, which, in 1547, was placed in the parish churches. In the same year, the first Book of Homilies went out, with the royal approval. In 1549, the First Communion Office, Cranmer's Catechism, and the First English Liturgy, or Book of Common Prayer, were issued. In 1552, the Second English Liturgy, or Book of Common Prayer, was ordered for use, while in 1553 the 42 Articles of Religion and the larger Catechism were approved and enjoined. At Henry's death, Protestantism in England still continued to be an uncertainty. Much had been done, but no fixed state of things had been reached. Protestant influences were permeating the masses, and this was the most hopeful sign. Both the king and his subjects had rejected the Pope's supremacy. The people had become acquainted with the Bible, and many now possessed copies in their own tongue. The monasteries had been suppressed, and their vast wealth secularized. A visitancy, to arrange services and preach Protestantism, was ordered throughout the kingdom. Religious formularies were made binding upon the people, and all the ecclesiastical offices were filled with Protestants. But Rome was still watchful for the opportunity of restoration in England. It was too fair a land to lose. Besides, there was a powerful party at home which was eager to restore the old order, and, by so doing, to bring itself to power and wealth. End of chapter 9. Part 3, Chapter 10 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. The English Reformation, Second Period, 1553 to 1603. There was great uncertainty as to the succession to Henry VIII. On the occupant of the throne depended largely the question of Protestantism in the British Isles. Henry had left 3 children: Mary, whose mother was Catherine of Aragon, Elizabeth, whose mother was Anne Boleyn, and Edward, whose mother was Jane Seymour. It was now a question as to whether Mary, Elizabeth, or Edward should rule. The result proved that each one wore the crown. But who should first wear it? Henry VIII and Catherine had been divorced, and hence that ruled out Mary. Anne Boleyn was condemned to death, and that was a declaration that her child, Elizabeth, was illegitimate. Against Edward no such objection could be made. His mother died a natural death, too early and too young to be cast away by the king. All England was divided into parties. The friends of Edward were shrewd and bold. They won at last, and seated the boy on the throne in 1547, when he was only 10 years of age. There was a protectorate over him, the first protector being the king's uncle on his mother's side, Edward Seymour, Duke of Somerset; the second, Dudley, Earl of Warwick. In addition to these men, who were Protestants, and gave a Protestant direction to the administration, Cranmer was the constant and practical adviser of young Edward. In due time, England was brought into strong Protestant sympathies, and special efforts were employed to indoctrinate the people in Protestant principles. An improved catechism was used for popular instruction. The Lord's Supper was administered in both kinds, and the Mass, clerical celibacy, the worship of images, and the invocation of saints were abolished. The Protestant ascendancy was marked by cruel repression. Many Catholics, and the more radical Protestants as well, were put to death. Edward VI died in 1553. There now arose new troubles about the succession, and it was a question as to whether a Protestant or a Romanist should wear the crown. The strongest party would again win, and this time it was Mary's friends. Mary had been a sufferer on account of her Roman Catholic faith. The daughter of Henry VIII and Catherine of Aragon, she carried to her new position the bitter memory of the injustice done her, and a determination to restore the land to the faith of her mother and her remote Spanish ancestors. A formal alliance with Spain was brought about through her marriage with Philip II of Spain. No pains were now spared to bring into force the old order. Parliament hesitated, but its members, finally fearing for their heads, tamely submitted. Power was restored to the ecclesiastical courts to depose and punish as they might judge best. No less than 16,000 clergymen were deposed from their positions. Strict celibacy was enjoined on every pastor. The oath of royal supremacy was no longer required. The English language was banished from the public services, and the Latin restored to its old place. All the old ceremonies in use before Henry were brought back again. Protestant teachers were ejected from the universities. A commission was appointed to suppress heresy, and martyr fires were kindled in various parts of England. A low estimate of persons burned places the martyrdoms at 200. The number would have gone to thousands had not many leading reformers fled to the continent. Strasbourg, Zurich, Geneva, and other places became their homes, where they established services in the English language, and waited until the time might come when they could return home. Elizabeth succeeded Mary in 1558. She was gifted with rare caution, strong will, and a quick and accurate perception of character. She was a devoted Protestant, and immediately set to work to complete the interrupted fabric of reform in her dominions. The country was desperate because of material reverses. England was losing at home and abroad, and the people were ready for any change. Roman Catholic rule had proven its inability to make them prosperous and happy. The Queen at once recognized Protestantism as the national faith. The Articles and the Second Book of Homilies were adopted in Parliament and Convocation in 1563, and Protestants were placed in charge of all the churches. The exiles came home from the continent, and were among the most zealous in promoting the work of reform. The Independents were a growing class of people who believed that neither Henry nor Elizabeth had broken fully from Rome. They looked upon the elaborate ceremonial, the episcopacy, the use of robes, and the mild observance of the Sabbath as wretched remnants of the evil times, and would do away with all such reminders of Antichrist. They refused to adopt the new order, and would establish one of their own, in harmony with the example of the Genevan Church. Elizabeth took strong ground against the Independents. Variation from the established order, either to the side of Rome or of Puritanism, was punished with torture or death. The Act of Uniformity was enforced in 1563, and this was the first stroke of separation. By this act, 2,000 clergymen, some of them the most learned and pious in the kingdom, were driven out of their churches and homes. Lords Burleigh and Walsingham endeavored in vain to secure a compromise. The first English presbytery was organized at Wandsworth, and was the practical beginning of all the nonconforming bodies of England. But, despite all the internal divisions of English Protestantism, the Reformation became a fact under Elizabeth. Her long reign brought to England material prosperity, but still more, a strong and enduring Protestantism. The most important event of the English Reformation, in its relation to America, was the rise of the Brownist sect. Robert Brown, born about 1550, was a student in Cambridge. While there, he adopted Puritan views and became a warm advocate of them. His followers went by the name of Brownists, and were alike firm in their hostility to the Church of England and to Romanism. The Brownists were persecuted, not so much by royal order as by the ecclesiastical courts. Unable to circulate their writings or hold public services, they fled from England and organized a church in Amsterdam and afterwards at Leyden. In the latter place, John Robinson was their pastor. They resolved on leaving Holland and set sail for the New World. They landed at Plymouth, Massachusetts in 1620 and became the chief factor for the civil and religious development of the colonies and the United States. Holmes, in his Robinson of Leyden, thus pictures the hour of their departure. No home for these. Too well they knew the mitred king behind the throne. The sails were set, the pennons flew, and westward ho for worlds unknown. And these were they who gave us birth, the pilgrims of the sunset wave, who won for us this virgin earth, and freedom with the soil they gave. End of chapter 10. Part 3, Chapter 11 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, The Scotch Reformation. The Scotch Reformers were of sturdy type, like their own rugged hills. Their country was not as yet under the English crown, but was a separate kingdom, divided into fierce and warlike clans, and ruled by the Stuarts, a royal family in full sympathy with Rome. The bishops and the rulers were in close league to resist all Protestant encroachments. The new doctrines, however, did cross the Tweed, and were adopted there in various parts of the country. Cardinal Beaton was appointed leading inquisitor, and he did not hesitate to kill heretics, and even burn at the stake George Wishart, one of the most celebrated preachers and devout Christians of the time. Patrick Hamilton was the first Protestant leader. He was for a time on the continent, and, though the movement was hazardous, he returned to Scotland to carry out the cause that lay near his heart. He was not long permitted to preach and teach the new doctrines. He suffered martyrdom, and his followers were left without a guide. Mary Stuart was the daughter of James V, King of Scotland. Her father said of her, "The kingdom came wi' a lass," daughter of Robert Bruce, "and it will gae wi' a lass." His words became a correct prophecy. The country was under a protectorate during her minority, about 19 years. Through this period, the drift was constantly towards Protestantism. The Scotch had imbibed the Calvinistic doctrines, and were growing firmer in their attachment every year. Mary, on her reception as queen, caused great offense to them. Her French confessors and courtiers gave extreme Roman Catholic color to the very first days of her reign. Knox expressed the deep feeling of the people when he prayed, "Purify, O Lord, the heart of the Queen from the poison of idolatry. Release her from the bondage of Satan in which she was brought up, and in which, from want of true teaching, she still remains." Mary's life was not blameless. In 1565 she was married to the Earl of Darnley. A disagreement took place between them, and, the queen being attached to an Italian, Rizzio, Darnley headed a conspiracy which murdered him. Darnley himself, according to the general opinion of the Scotch at the time, was put to death by Bothwell, at Mary's insistence, through the combined method of strangling and the explosion of the house in which he lay ill. Shortly afterwards Mary married Bothwell. The people had endured her rule as long as possible. The illustration of Romanism in the rule and life of their queen was enough to make the whole land thoroughly Protestant. The Revolution broke out with great violence, and Mary fled to England. She had been invited by Elizabeth, and, when the invitation was accepted, Elizabeth showed her hospitality by throwing her into prison. Mary hoped that, Elizabeth having once been declared illegitimate, she might lead the Roman Catholics of the country to revolt against Elizabeth's rule, and herself become Queen of England. But Elizabeth was too shrewd to allow such a plan to succeed. Mary was tried and put to death in 1587, and Elizabeth became practically Queen of both England and Scotland. Mary's revenge came, however, after her death, when her son succeeded Elizabeth as James VI of Scotland and James I of England. John Knox was Hamilton's natural successor. He began just where his predecessor had left off, and very soon the Scotch Protestants felt the power of his genius. He was born in 1505, and in 1542 publicly proclaimed himself in Edinburgh as a reformer. His studies had been leading him thither for some time, but from the moment of his public renunciation of Romanism he never wavered. His heroism was as intense as that of Luther. He felt, and therefore he spoke. He was degraded from his office as preacher in St. Andrews, and sent to France, where he was subjected nearly 2 years to hard labor in the galleys. As soon as he was released, he promptly returned to Scotland, and preached the doctrines of the Reformation with great eloquence. When Mary, Queen of Scots, ascended the throne, he fled to Germany, where he established himself in Frankfurt on the Main, as one of the 300 Protestant exiles. He became pastor of the little colony of English refugees. From there he went to Geneva, where he imbibed from Calvin himself the Calvinistic type of Protestantism. He was burned in effigy in Scotland by Mary's order, a very harmless proceeding on her part. In 1558 he published his First Blast of the Trumpet against the Monstrous Regiment of Women. The Protestants formed an organized body, and bound themselves to resistance by a covenant. The country became involved in civil war, and when peace was restored, Queen Mary had 6 interviews with him, and, though moved to tears by his eloquence, afterwards caused his arrest on the charge of treason. But the court acquitted him. He was fearless in all his work. His life was in constant danger, but he at no time hesitated to preach and teach the Protestant doctrines. He died in Edinburgh in 1572. By the time of his death, the triumph of the Scotch Reformation was complete. It was the victory of the people, under the leadership of a brave and true man, against the combined forces of a queen, a court, and a powerful nobility. The Scotch reformers did their work so thoroughly that it was never necessary to do it over again. They had written their protest with their own blood, and it stands to this day. End of chapter 11. Part 3, Chapter 12 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The Reformation in the Netherlands. The union of the Netherlands under the Spanish crown was a firm bond with the old order of monarchical and hierarchical despotism. Charles V, King of Spain and Emperor of Germany, received the country as an inheritance from his grandmother, Maria of Burgundy. The Dutch had always been distinguished for their love of freedom, and, even as far back as the Roman period, Julius Caesar was compelled to annex Batavia to his dominions, less as a conquered than as an affiliated province. The same love of independence still prevailed through all the medieval period, and expressed itself in both civil and religious life. The Brothers of the Common Life, a society which was founded in 1384, made it their chief aim to improve the morals of the people, and looked intently upon a thorough reform. Gerhard Grote and Florentius Radewin represented the order, and the brothers' house in Deventer was a center for both laymen and preachers to teach and preach, and send their evangelists through the country. In the two schools of Deventer and Herzogenbusch alone, there were, at one time, as many as 1,200 students in attendance. When the news of the Wittenberg revolt from Romanism came, the whole country was eager for cooperation. In fact, in no land was there such a complete and popular preparation for the Reformation as in the Netherlands. Luther's writings were caught up with avidity, while his hymns were sung with fervor along the Dutch dikes, in the boats, and in the cottages of the whole country. The Reformation assumed a political character. The people were prohibited from adopting Protestantism, and were slaughtered for disobedience. Charles V's measures were cruel and unremitting, a course which he continued until his abdication. Even among the last words spoken, in the far-off Spanish monastery of Yuste, to his son Philip II, he urged no leniency to his heretical subjects. So violent was the opposition to Protestantism that the people were driven to revolution, and the Spanish army marched thither under the cruel Duke of Alva to reduce the people to submission. The Edict of Worms, the cruel order against all sympathy with the Protestant cause, was made binding upon the Netherlands. The Inquisition was established, and the fires of martyrdom blazed all over the land. To be known as a Protestant was certain death. Not less than 100,000 people were computed to have been put to death for professing the new doctrines. After Charles V abdicated, and Philip II, his son, succeeded him, there was even greater cruelty. After 1555, not a vestige of civil or religious liberty remained in the country. The Protestant nobility formed themselves into the Beggars' League, otherwise called the Compromise, by which they made it their object to overthrow the Spanish authority and establish Protestantism and national independence. They were derisively called beggars by their oppressors. They adopted the term for their entire league, wore plain clothes made of the coarsest cloth, and carried a wooden bowl hung to a wooden chain as an emblem of their simplicity and of their readiness to be called poor for conscience's sake. The Duke of Alva, at the head of the Spanish army, succeeded in conquering the beggars. But the peace was of only short duration. The 7 northern provinces united in a league, the Utrecht Union, 1579, and in due time conquered the Spanish army. William of Orange stood at the head of the movement for national independence, and was succeeded, in 1584, by his son Maurice, who completed the work begun by his father. Erasmus, of Rotterdam, belongs in the front rank of reformers. He was the one cosmopolitan character of the times, and was Holland's greatest gift to the ecclesiastical scholarship of Europe. He did more than any man of the period of the Reformation to disseminate a knowledge of the New Testament. His pen touched all the lands which showed signs of awaking to the new life, for it was he who handed over to the Protestant cause the best and purest philological learning awakened by the Humanists. He was born in 1467 and died in 1536. After a thorough training in the University of Paris, he went to Oxford in 1498, through the influence of Lord Mountjoy, one of his pupils, where he taught privately for a short time. Here began his attachment to Sir Thomas More, which was only interrupted by the latter's death. Erasmus went to Italy for further studies, and took his doctor's degree in Turin. He stayed for a time in Bologna and Venice, at which later place he published his first books. Henry VIII invited him to England, and while on his way thither he wrote his Praise of Folly, the most satirical work of the times. In this he makes Folly speak her own mind and boast of her silliness. The work is a picture of priestly superstition, ignorance, and corruption. Erasmus returned to the continent and dwelt a long time in Basel, where he enjoyed the friendship of Oecolampadius and Baer, then prominent reformers. He divided his time chiefly between Basel and England, all the while writing with great industry and spreading a knowledge of the New Testament. His chief works were his Colloquies, his edition of the Greek Testament, his paraphrase on the same, and his Praise of Folly. He was a profound and versatile scholar, and it was alone as such that he was important as a reformer. He was always hesitant about withdrawing from Rome, allowed himself to come into opposition to Luther, and had no clear conception of that firm and strong theological basis which underlay the Protestant structure. He placed much faith in a compromise, and had not that clear vision to see that such a course was an impossibility in a grave crisis of principle. One of the most unpleasant chapters in the history of the Reformation, abundant as it is in beautiful, lasting friendships, is the unfraternal relationship between Erasmus and Luther. There was a time of cordiality, but this gave place to coldness and even to bitterness. At the first, Erasmus held that Luther's course was right, only that he was too vehement. But he came to differ radically from his old friend. Doctrinally, they differed on the freedom of the will, Luther taking the Augustinian view in almost its full force. Besides, Erasmus hesitated to break openly with Rome, and so the distance between them widened. In the latter part of his life, in fact, Erasmus looked upon the Reformation as a calamity, and broke off all communication with the reformers. Luther wrote the following of Erasmus, a proof of how unable men of genius often are to appreciate each other. I have cracked many hollow nuts, which I thought had been good, but they fouled my mouth and filled it with dust. Erasmus and Karlstadt are hollow nuts. Erasmus is a mere Momus, making his mows and mocks at everything and everybody, at Papist and Protestant, but all the while using such shuffling and double-meaning terms that no one can lay hold of him to any effectual purpose. His chief doctrine is, hang the cloak according to the wind. He only looked to himself to have good and easy days, and so died like an Epicurean, without any one comfort of God. I hold Erasmus of Rotterdam to be Christ's most bitter enemy. I leave this as my will and testament. This was harsh language, unjust towards Erasmus, and not at all in harmony with Luther's generous nature. But it was called out by the Dutchman's profound estrangement from the new reforms. Erasmus's great services to the Reformation consisted in his breaking the spell of priestly influence by the bitterness of his satires, and in the increased Bible study which resulted from the publication, 1516, of his fine edition of the Greek Testament. End of chapter 12. Part 3, Chapter 13 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, The Reformation in France. The outlook for Protestantism in France was very favorable at the beginning. The conditions were such that no violent opposition could be expected, especially along the Seine and in the southern provinces. The 70 years' residence of the popes in Avignon had inflamed the people with a desire for a national Roman Catholic Church and a corresponding hostility to Rome. The Gallican, as against the Papal Church, had long been a hope of French kings and people. There was abroad a spirit of dissatisfaction with the existing order, and an ardent craving for religious liberty and freedom from the despotism of provincial princes. There were 6 principal causes which led to this desire for reformation: the remaining influence of the early Paris reformers, which was still powerful in private circles; the religious fervor of the inhabitants of the Cevennes mountains in the south; the example of the heroic Waldenses in the Vandois Alps; the example and force of the Genevan reformers, with Calvin at their head; the great work of the German reformers, with Wittenberg as their center of life and force; and the literary spirit, or free tendency towards inquiry, which radiated from the university into every part of the kingdom. Nothing was more dreaded by the Romanism of France than the work which was done by the German reformers. The books of Luther found their way into France, and were translated and read extensively. By an order of the Sorbonne, they were publicly burned in the year 1521, and violent threats were made against any French person reading them. Francis I, who succeeded to the throne in 1515, was a mixed character, now half Protestant, and again thoroughly Roman Catholic. In 1535 he was lenient enough to invite Melanchthon to a conference on religious affairs in Paris, a bait which that calm German was too shrewd to accept, gladly replying that the Elector of Saxony refused permission to leave Wittenberg. It will add emphasis to the real meaning of this generous patronage of German scholarship when we remember that, in that very year, Francis I burned to death from 20 to 30 of his own subjects because they were Huguenots. The real danger to the Protestants came from a firm alliance between the authorities at Rome and the French throne. Francis I, whatever pleasant exterior he presented, remained at heart a bitter advocate of oppressive measures against Protestantism in his own dominions. But the Protestants, who in France were called Huguenots, proceeded to the work of evangelization and organization. In 1553, their first church was established and recognized, and the first pastor installed in Paris. They also had 15 other societies in various parts of the kingdom, those in Meaux, Angers, and Poitiers being among the chief. But there was no cohesion between them. They were simply isolated Christian bodies, tired of Romish supremacy, and in thorough sympathy with the great Protestant cause in other lands. However, the scattered Huguenots soon coalesced, and in 1559 the General Synod of Paris met, and the Gallic Confession was adopted as the creed of French Protestantism. The Huguenots possessed a martial spirit. Many of them had a military education, and their fundamental error was their hope that, by political and martial measures, they might succeed in the end. The royal family was divided between Huguenots and Romanists. The Bourbons were with the Huguenots, and the Guises with the Roman Catholics. The subdued opposition came to violent outbreak. The appeal was to arms, and in 1561 the land was convulsed by a civil war which lasted 30 years. 3 wars were carried on, and 3 times a peace was patched up. The third peace, that of Saint-Germain, in 1570, guaranteed liberty of doctrine and public worship to the Huguenots, with the exception of the residents of the court and the city of Paris. Catherine de' Medici became regent in 1560, her son, Charles IX, being only 10 years old. She professed profound sympathy with the Huguenots, but was only playing a shrewd game of deception. She was waiting for an opportunity to deal destruction on every side. The increase of Protestantism at this time was remarkably rapid. The Synod in 1559 had not only adopted a confession which bore every mark of Calvin's hand, but had also thoroughly organized a Protestant church, with a provision for provincial synods throughout the kingdom, and a complete system of church discipline and liturgical order. When the war began in 1561, There were, according to Beza, 400,000 Huguenots throughout France, and Condé's list of their churches, presented as an exhibit to Catherine de' Medici, comprised 2,150 names. They were distributed chiefly through the south and west. Normandy also possessed many of their societies, but in the north the Huguenots were less represented. It was arranged by Catherine that the semblance of a thorough reconciliation between the Protestants and the Roman Catholics should take place. Charles's sister was to marry Henry of Navarre, the leader of the Huguenots. Brilliant festivities were arranged, and the whole land was alive with new joy that, at last, the Huguenots and Roman Catholics could live henceforth in peace, and each worship with equal rights before the law. The marriage was celebrated August 18th, 1572, but on the night of the 24th, a bell in the palace belfry gave the signal for general slaughter. This was the massacre of St. Bartholomew's Eve. The Huguenot chiefs were all in Paris, and their whereabouts was known. Admiral Coligny, an intrepid warrior and a firm Huguenot, was murdered in cold blood and cast out of the window into the stone court below. For 7 days and nights the streets ran with Protestant blood. Outside of Paris the massacre was sudden and overwhelming. The Loire and the Rhone ran red and thick with the blood and bodies of victims. The cities of Meaux, Orléans, Bourges, Lyon, Rouen, Toulouse, and Bordeaux were centers of the persecution. Not less than 30,000 Huguenots fell beneath flame and sword. The pretext for the universal murder was that Coligny had concerted a secret conspiracy against the crown. There is not, and never was, a vestige of authority for even the suspicion of such a thing. At Rome there was great rejoicing over the bloodshed. Pope Gregory ordered the ringing of the bells of the city, and a special medal to be struck in honor of his triumph. The Huguenots were not willing, even yet, to surrender. They had lost immense numbers, but were eager to renew the conflict. The struggle began again, and in 1576 the Peace of Beaulieu guaranteed the Huguenots once more the liberty of worship and doctrine. Henry of Navarre ascended the throne in 1589 as Henry IV. He renounced his Protestantism as the price of his crown, but, by the Edict of Nantes in 1598, he gave full liberty to the Huguenots to worship in places where they had established services, and to stand equal with Roman Catholics before the law. Protestants now increased very rapidly. Henry IV granted them personal safety and the right of worship in 150 places throughout the kingdom, the chief of which were Bordeaux, Poitiers, and Montpellier. By the year 1628 they possessed 688 churches, and by 1637 these had grown to 720. For nearly a century they enjoyed comparative peace, and rapidly multiplied in every department of ecclesiastical prosperity. When Louis XIV came to the throne, he strongly opposed them. No wrong was spared to make France an unwelcome home. There were at this time about 2 million Huguenots throughout the country, though at one time they had numbered at least 1/3 the entire population of the country. In the quarter of a century preceding 1685, not less than 520 of their churches were destroyed. They were permitted to leave the country, and the exile began in 1666. It continued not less than half a century, during which time a low estimate of the number of Huguenots who forsook France places it at 1 million. But still many remained, and, to give a finishing stroke to them, the Edict of Nantes was revoked in the year 1685. This act destroyed the last vestige of civil and religious rights now remaining to the Huguenots. There were still about 1,000 of their pastors, and of those 100 were sent to the galleys or put to death, 600 fled the country, and the other 300 disappeared in unaccountable ways. For a century Protestantism was almost blotted out of the country. Only at the close of the 18th century was there a comparative revival of the old Protestant spirit. End of chapter 13. Part 3, Chapter 14 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, The Reformation in Italy. The Italians were prepared by Savonarola to give hearty credence to the new doctrines. He was born in Ferrara in 1452 and was executed in Florence in 1498. In 1484, he began to preach in Brescia on the Book of Revelation. In 1489, he removed to Florence and became a monk in the convent of St. Mark. He was an eloquent pleader for the reformation of the Church and showed no mercy in declaring against the corruptions of Rome. His great error lay in having interfered with the political convulsions of Florence. Not for his bold protest against immorality alone was he compelled to suffer. He became an object of political hostility on the part of Lorenzo and Pietro, of the Medici family, who had stood in charge of the Republic of Florence. Savonarola was at the head of a revolution against them. The people of Florence, who were witnesses of his pure and sacrificing life, believed in him fully and supported him by their sympathy. Pietro de' Medici, unable to resist Savonarola alone, called to his aid the Pope, Alexander VI, who was already eager to suppress the Florentine monk. The brave reformer fell beneath the power of Rome. Savonarola had wrought alone. He held a free lance, and the power of his speech and the heroism of his life long survived his death. For the moral greatness of the man there was not, and could not be, a martyrdom. Venice was at this very time in the throes of the religious revolution. The works of Luther and his coadjutors were not only circulated, but even printed, along the Grand Canal. Some little skill was needful to escape papal interdiction. For example, the Loci Theologicae of Melanchthon, the Greek term into which he translated his name, after the usage of scholars, from his German name of Schwarzerd, or Black Earth, was translated into Italian and published under the almost undistinguishable but accurately Italianized name of I Principii della Theologia di Ipofilo de Terra Nigra. This work reached Rome and was sold and read for a whole year with enthusiasm. When the copies were exhausted, an order was sent to Venice for a new supply. A Franciscan friar discovered the identity of the author with the German Melanchthon, and exposed it. Of course, Rome was not long in seeing the heresy and ordering the burning of the dangerous book. Chardon de la Rochette wrote, "My hostess, the good Mother Coletti, says her prayers every day before a beautiful miniature, which represents Luther on one side and Melanchthon on the other." Zwingli's works were circulated under the name of Coricius Cogelius, and Bousset's Psalms went abroad in Italy and France as the commentary of Aretius Felinus. Melanchthon was not astray when he wrote to George, Prince of Anhalt, "What libraries have been carried from the late fair into Italy, though the Pope has published fresh edicts against us." The war between the German Empire and Italy broke out in 1526, and in 1527 the imperial army sacked Rome itself, and for a long time occupied Naples. With this army there was a large number of Protestants. They carried the reform south of the Alps, and the contagion spread among the Italian peoples. We have positive proof that Melanchthon corresponded with the Venetian reformers in 1529, and that Modena was a Lutheran city. Italy was the native country of humanism, but the new scholarship was so negative, and manifested itself in the cultivated circles by such positive indifference towards all religious life, that the land, though rising in intelligence, drifted far from the gospel. The poems of Portano, Sannazaro, and Marcellus were nothing but fulsome praises of the gods of Greece and Rome. The clergy introduced the whole dead mythology of the pagan times into their sermons, and drew parallels between Jupiter Maximus and God the Father, Apollo and Jesus, and Diana and the Virgin Mary. The people were left in profound ignorance. Dante said of the preachers of his day, "E'en they whose office is to preach the gospel let the gospel sleep, and pass their own inventions off instead." In another place he became still more bold. The preacher now provides himself with store of jests and jibes, and, so there be no lack of laughter, while he vents them, his big cowl distends, and he has won the meed he sought. Could but the vulgar catch a glimpse the while of that dark bird which nestles in his hood, they scarce could wait to hear the blessing said, which word the dotards hold in such esteem. Of the moral condition of Rome, Petrarch exclaimed, "Foul nest of treason! Is there aught wherewith the spacious world is fraught, of bad or vile? 'Tis hatched in thee, who revellest in thy costly meats, thy precious wines and curious seats, and all the fruits of luxury." The Protestant doctrines spread rapidly through every part of Italy. In the extreme south, or Calabria, where the descendants of some Waldensian emigrants lived, the sympathy with the new doctrines was prompt and strong. In the north, every important town numbered among its people some disciples of the German reformers. Ferrara, Modena, Florence, Bologna, Padua, Verona, Brescia, Milan, Lucca, and Venice had large numbers of devoted reformers, who were reading, praying, and consulting, hoping that the same good providence which had favored their spiritual fathers in Germany would bless their country. Lucca had, perhaps, more adherents to the reform than any other city, but Venice excelled all others in the distribution of the Scriptures. To Florence belonged the great honor of having 3 of its sons, Brucioli, Marmocini, and Teofilo, prepare each an Italian translation of the Scriptures. The version of Brucioli became the favorite. Among the firmest reformers were Ochino, Peter Martyr, Pagliario, Pascali, and Vergerio. None were more fully the objects of suspicion than the 2 former, both of whom succeeded in leaving the country before the officers could arrest them. In no country of Europe were women so prominent in the advocacy of the Reformation as in Italy. There was one court, Ferrara, where the Duchess, Renata, was a firm adherent, and her court was in a quiet way a rallying place for all Protestants. Calvin visited her once, and afterwards kept up a correspondence, until the poor woman was banished for her loyalty to Protestantism. Other women were none the less true, and, either socially or by their writings, did all in their power to advance the new measures. Olympia Murata, Isabella Mauricia, Lavinia della Rovere, Madonna Maddalena, and Madonna Cherbina, both of the Orsini family, the learned Duchess Julia Gonzaga, and the brilliant Vittoria Colonna, were representatives of a large class of noble and heroic women, who were among the first to welcome the doctrines from the North, and also among the first to suffer for their devotion to them. The cause of the Reformation advanced just far enough to be recognized as an opposing and dangerous religious factor, when the orders went out from Rome for its forcible suppression. There was nowhere sufficient momentum to the new cause to organize a church or establish a formulary of doctrine, but there were indications enough to begin the work of resistance. In 1542, the Inquisition, which was already in operation in Spain, was ordered to begin in Italy. Carafa was put in charge of the work, and a more competent man could not be found. In every city where Protestants could be found, they were publicly executed, and without delay. Antonio Pagliario, a prominent humanist, but of intense religious convictions, was burned. The powerful little treatise, The Benefit of Christ's Death, was formerly attributed to him. It had an immense circulation, but was suppressed, and every copy, as was supposed, destroyed. A copy was discovered in Cambridge, England, in 1853, and it has been sent back to Italy to shed its light again in sweet revenge. The book issued from the Reformatory Circle at Naples, and was written by a disciple of Valdez. Pascali suffered a like fate. As a result, by the end of the century, nearly every trace of Protestantism was suppressed. The Council of Trent was the papal method of dealing with Protestantism outside of Italy. It was a recognition by Rome of the necessity of adopting a new course to arrest reform. It convened in December, 1545, and adjourned in 1547. One of its first acts was to revoke the old method of the rule of the majority, and to order that the Pope's consent was necessary to every decree. Reforms in a small way were ordered. The two principal reformatory measures were that better teachers and preachers should be provided by the bishops, and that bishops should be punished for neglect of their duties. But, with these concessions, the work of reform ended. The general spirit of the council was relentless in its opposition to Protestantism. Many Italians escaped death. Owing to the difficulty of detecting them, so soon as they reached the Alps, they were generally safe from arrest. Italy was an aggregation of little duchies and republics, which were often at war with each other, and this want of civil connection favored their escape. The larger Swiss towns and cities had little groups of fugitive Italian Protestants, who received a cordial welcome, and to whom avenues of trade and industry were opened. The canton of the Grisons, in the eastern Alps, was almost populated by them. Its population consisted of 3 folk stems, the old Rhetian, the Italian, and the German, and when the Protestants from the south took their place among them, they gave their impress to the faith and language of the whole people. A body of exiles from Locarno settled in Zurich, and established a Protestant service and organization there. Peter Martyr accepted an invitation of Cranmer to go to England, and became a professor in Oxford. Ochino also went to England, and preached in London. Exiles from Italy, likewise, among whom may be named Paolo di Colli, Grattaroli, Corrado, Teglio, Betti, Celso, and Curio, went to Basel and settled there. All these men were talented, some being authors who had made themselves objects of suspicion at home because of their heroic devotion, by pen and speech, to the new Protestantism. End of chapter 14. Part 3, Chapter 15 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. The Reformation in Spain and Portugal. No country in Europe was under a more complete despotism than Spain. It was too far removed from the life and heart of Europe to respond aggressively to any profound movement elsewhere. The Church and the State were attached together as by hooks of steel. Charles V, and later his son Philip II, ruled in harmony with the spirit of medieval oppression and superstition. There was no need of counsel from the Pope, for they carried out every extreme measure which could be acceptable to Rome. The completeness of the hierarchical rule in Spain can be seen from the statistics of the clergy and minor priesthood of this time. There were 58 archbishoprics, 684 bishoprics, 11,400 monasteries, 23,000 brotherhoods, 46,000 monks, 13,800 nuns, 312 secular priests, and over 400,000 ecclesiastics of other grades. With such a machinery as this, it can easily be imagined that to introduce Protestant ideas was no easy task. Still, in spite of the distance of Spain from the general intellectual activity of Europe, so powerful was the Protestant movement in the North and East that a sympathy with it was awakened even among the people of the Spanish peninsula. Spanish mysticism, a peculiar phenomenon indicative of coming religious life, had already permeated many classes. The new prosperity that came from discoveries in America created an intellectual activity which took note of every new movement in other countries of Europe. The writings of Erasmus, and even of Luther, found their way south of the Pyrenees and were read in secret by many persons of the more cultivated classes. A taste for them had been awakened by the mysticism, which was a popular aspiration for purer morals and ecclesiastical government. The officers of Charles II and other members of his military court came in contact with Luther's doctrines while in the German wars, and when they returned they brought this new attachment with them. As representatives of this class may be mentioned Alfonso de Virves and Ponce de la Fuente. Translations of the Bible into Spanish were a powerful auxiliary. Francis Enzinas, of Burgos, issued the first Spanish Bible in Antwerp in 1543. Knowing that his emperor, Charles V, was a patron of learning, some kinds, he had the simplicity to dedicate his version to that ruler. His reward was a confinement of 14 months in a Brussels prison, on the ground that he had printed in capital letters the passage, "Where is boasting, then? It is excluded. By what law? Of works? Nay, but by the law of faith." Romans 3:27. Entire cloisters, such as San Isidro del Campo, threw off the authority of Rome and adopted the Protestant doctrines. Valladolid, Seville, and Medina del Campo became centers for the distribution of Protestant writings. Rodrigo de Valero, Juan Egidias, Agustin Cazalla, and Diaz were representatives of the new measures. Small societies were organized in many places, and public worship was held. Just as soon as the Spanish people expressed sympathy with the Reformation in an organized and public way, violent means were employed to arrest the work. The Inquisition was ordered from Rome. Fernando Valdez was appointed Grand Inquisitor. He was the very man for the work, having an indomitable will, blind zeal for Roman Catholicism, and intense hostility towards the cause of reform. Autos de fe, acts of faith, or public burnings of heretics, were kindled in 12 cities. All spectators of these scenes were granted plenary indulgences. The first prominent martyr was Carlos de Seso. Then came Domingo de Rojas, Garcia de Arias, Montanos, and Hernandez as leaders of a great host of victims. Even women were not spared, whether from the nobility or lower classes. Maria Gomez, Maria de Bourborges, and Eleonoro de Cisneros were noble representatives of their sex, in joyful readiness to endure martyrdom for their faith. Englishmen temporarily in Spain were likewise executed when known to be in sympathy with Protestantism. Portugal was much less affected by the reformatory movement than Spain. Still, there were indications enough to excite alarm. Diego de Silva was appointed Grand Inquisitor. He performed his work thoroughly, and soon all Protestant traces were destroyed. The causes of failure in the whole Spanish peninsula are not difficult to find. Protestantism was largely a measure of scholars and thinkers. No Spanish Protestant was gifted with popular powers. There was not a strong preacher or a powerful speaker among them. They were men of the study, quiet authors who thought that they could win by the pen alone. They wrote in the language of the learned, and their writings never pervaded the masses. In Spain, there was no exception to the general law that no reform succeeds which is confined to the educated and to the aristocracy. The persistent energy of the Spanish authorities, reinforced from Rome, made thorough work of suppression. The rights of conscience and intellectual liberty shared a common fate. Even all lectures on morals were prohibited in the universities, as favoring, by implication, the Protestant cause. End of chapter 15. Part 3, Chapter 16 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, The Reformation in Scandinavia. The groundwork of Protestantism in the three Scandinavian countries, Sweden, Denmark, and Norway, was already laid in the dissatisfaction of the people with the prevailing order of civil and ecclesiastical government. The barons and priests had long since united in popular oppression. The masses were ground down, and centuries had passed without an improvement in their condition. When the people learned of the reform in Germany, they hailed it as a blessing to them. They eagerly listened to its first representatives in their own country. Olaf and Lawrence Peterson were the first native Swedish reformers. They went to Wittenberg as students of theology, returned to Sweden, and after 1519 were devoted preachers of the new doctrines. But many of the people were reluctant to give up their old faith, which indeed was intermixed with traces of the old Gothic paganism. The king, Gustavus Vasa, was a firm Protestant, and was greatly beloved by his people. He told them that unless they would become Protestants, he would abdicate. This he proposed in public, at a great meeting held in Westnaes, 1526. The people then declared in favor of Protestantism, and at the Diet of Orebro, in 1529 and 1537, and of Westnaes in 1544, the Protestant doctrines were declared to be the faith of the kingdom. The Augsburg Confession was endorsed in 1593, and the Form of Concord in 1663. Apostasy from the state Lutheran Church to Romanism or to any Protestant sect was punished with exile and confiscation of property, and this continued until 1877. Protestantism in Denmark and Norway was introduced by men who had studied in Wittenberg and brought back with them the new doctrines. Christian II, King of Denmark, publicly adopted them and took measures for their approval by the whole people. John Tansen, who had studied under Luther, was appointed pastor in Copenhagen. The Roman Catholic bishops were deposed, and the property of the monasteries was appropriated to the national treasury. Protestantism was publicly adopted in Copenhagen in 1536, and the Diet of Odense in 1539 completed the work. In Norway, the Reformation was introduced and formally adopted in 1528. Dutch missionaries carried it to Iceland in 1551, where an ecclesiastical constitution, similar to that of Denmark, was adopted. End of chapter 16. Part 3, Chapter 17 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, The Reformation in the Slavic Lands. The Hussite preparation was a powerful aid towards introducing the new measures. John Huss was born about 1369 and burned at Constance in 1415. He became acquainted with Wycliffe's writings when at Prague, as a professor of theology and philosophy in the university, through students who had brought them from England. He eagerly adopted them. In 1402 he was appointed preacher in the Bethlehem Chapel, where he preached in the Bohemian language. He afterwards became rector of the university. He attacked all the chief evils in the church in his day, and in due time the opposition to him became intense. The King of Bohemia took his part. The struggle between the Pope and Huss was long in doubt, the people being with the latter and the priesthood with the former. Pope John the 23rd summoned a general council which met in Constance in 1414. Huss was ordered thither, and was promised personal safety. But the pledges were violated, and on July 6, 1415, he was publicly burned, and his ashes cast into Lake Constance. But his cause did not die with him. His followers lived as a political and ecclesiastical party in the retired parts of the country. They withdrew to the rugged mountains of Moravia and lived in quiet. The Moravians, who afterwards went from there and settled in Herrnhut, in Saxony, and, under Zinzendorf, became known as the United Brethren, are the spiritual descendants of John Huss. The Protestantism of Germany had warm sympathizers in every part of Bohemia. Preachers went back and forth between Bohemia and Wittenberg, and Luther was in frequent consultation with them as to the best means of introducing the reform. The Calvinistic theology, together with that of Luther, was likewise introduced. So successful was the work that the greater part of the country became Protestant. The Jesuits, however, made this one of their favorite fields, and, with the emperor on their side, gradually gained the upper hand. In 1627, Protestants were declared heretics, and had to choose between Romanism and death. A universal exile was the result. Bohemian Protestants carried the doctrines of Protestantism into Poland, at this time a powerful and independent kingdom. The crime of the partition and absorption of that country by Prussia, Austria, and Russia was reserved for a later and more enlightened century, being begun in 1768 and completed in 1795. Luther's writings were introduced with great success, but opposed by the king, Sigismund I. His successor, Sigismund Augustus, was favorable to Protestantism, but the movement was weakened by a strife between the Lutheran and Calvinistic confessions, which was closed by the Synod of Sendomir, 1570. The Protestant nobility formed a league, by which a compromise between the Catholics and Protestants was reached in 1573. But there was no general prosperity of the Protestants. They grew in Livonia and other parts of the Baltic coast, but in the interior they led a feeble existence, being ground beneath the schemes of Jesuits and the political revolutions that came from the efforts of Poland to preserve her independence. The work of Protestant disintegration was greatly added by a colony of Italians, who were so permeated with the skeptical humanism of their country that they were illy prepared for an evangelical Protestantism. Hungary and Transylvania were early fields for the Reformation. Many students went from those far-off regions to Wittenberg, and carried back with them a warm admiration of Luther and an inborn devotion to his cause. Martin Cyriaci was one of the number, and he began to preach in 1524 in favor of the reform. Matthias de Vey, for a time an inmate of Luther's house, came to Hungary full of zeal for the new doctrines, and mightily aided them by voice and pen. He was the first to set up a printing press in Hungary, and the first book issued contained, besides a Hungarian grammar, extracts from Luther's smaller catechism, written in the vernacular. In 1541, Erdős published, probably from de Vey's press, the first New Testament in Hungarian. In 1545, the Synod of Erdőd formally adopted a creed, in 12 articles, in substantial agreement with the Augsburg Confession as the theological standard of the country. Much of the fervor which was shown to Protestantism came from the merchants who had attended the Leipzig fair every year since Luther had begun to preach. When these returned, they not only brought back with them books in favor of the Reformation, but a profound sympathy with the doctrines. Reformers went from Basel, which was in the Protestant ferment, and did much to aid in the good work of propagation. The kings, Louis II, Ferdinand, and John Zapolya, opposed the reform, while Maximilian I favored it. The Peace of Vienna, however, in 1606, resulted in its favor. Both the Lutheran and the Calvinist type of theology were represented. The people who spoke the German language and heard of the Reformation from preachers who had studied in Wittenberg adopted the Augsburg Confession, while those who were under the teaching of Swiss preachers adopted the Helvetic Confession. End of chapter 17. Part 3, Chapter 18 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, Survey of Results. The fruits of the Reformation are not difficult to find. Hitherto, there had been but little liberty granted the common people. They were oppressed both civilly and ecclesiastically, and all the political convulsions were of little fruit for them. The Hanse, or free cities, constituted a confederation of powerful centers extending from the North Sea down to the Alps. They arose as a reaction against despotic measures, but no sooner did they gain independence than they were as repressive as their masters had been. The effect of the Reformation was to elevate the people to a thirst for liberty and a higher and purer citizenship. Wherever the Protestant cause extended, it made the masses more self-asserting. Social respect and order were introduced and subjected to firm regulation. Nations were taught a higher regard for each other's rights, and kings learned that their subjects were no longer mere playthings or serfs. In some countries, the aspiration for independence took organized shape. The Reformation became the mother of republics. The Dutch Republic was born of the efforts of the Protestants of the Netherlands to secure liberty of conscience. No thought of civil independence animated the Dutch at the outset. They simply fought for liberty of doctrine and worship. But once in the current, they were carried on. They builded more wisely than they knew, and so founded a nation whose commerce covered every sea, whose discoveries reached the Antipodes, and whose universities became the pride and wonder of Europe. The American Union owes a large measure of its genesis to the European struggle for reform. The Germans who came with Penn to this country were strongly attached to the doctrines of Luther, and immediately began to build churches and establish schools in that interest. The Dutch who settled in New York and the adjacent country brought with them a fervent love of Protestantism, which had been the creative force of their nation at home, and which their fathers had bought at the price of their treasure and blood. The Swedes of New Jersey and Delaware were animated with the same attachment which they had enjoyed in Scandinavia. The Huguenots, who came here and settled in many places along the coast, from Massachusetts down to Georgia, found that safe asylum which was denied them at home because of their fidelity to their conscience. The Pilgrims who came over in the Mayflower, and became the strongest nucleus in the development of our northern colonies, were fugitives from oppression in their native England. All these elements, the finest wheat from the trampled harvest fields of Europe, combined on these shores and became a unit in this western planting of evangelical Christianity. Villers says with truth, after speaking of the debt which the United States owes to the Reformation, quote, "Powerful republics are based on the Reformation. Republican principles, more powerful than weapons of steel, have been introduced among all nations. Great revolutions have come from this source, and those yet to come are innumerable." End quote. The promotion of learning was not the least benefit conferred upon the world by the Reformation. Cultured men were its first advocates. The universities were the cradles of Protestantism. Wherever superstition and other abnormal tendencies appeared, the reformers promptly rebuked them. The translation of the Scriptures had the effect to formulate and solidify the languages as no other literary movement had been able to do. Wycliffe's Bible preserved the Saxon tongue, and our Authorized Version, or King James's Version, shows its constant dependence upon his translation. Luther found the German a mere conglomeration of rude and coarse dialects, and in his translation of the Bible, he grouped the best and purest idioms, and for the first time made the German language a unit. Universities sprang up throughout Germany as an immediate fruit of the Reformation. The University of Leyden was the first creation of the new nation which was born after the siege of that city was raised and the Spanish troops left the land. Not until now, and only as a fruit of the Reformation, was the gospel generally preached in the popular language. When Olympadius, in 1522, began to preach in German, in the castle of Franz von Sickingen, even the friends of the Reform regarded it as a dangerous procedure. His friend, Caspar Hedio, for example, thought it hurrying matters too rapidly. In 1515, Leo X issued his prohibition against the printing and publication of all books translated from the Greek, the Hebrew, and the Arabic languages. But when the Reformation was once in progress, the printing press was free. The study of all the languages became a new fascination, which no edict could destroy. Public schools were introduced, though crudely at first, in Germany, directly through Luther's labors. The intermediate schools, between the lower and highest education, were established. The German gymnasium of our times owes its real origin to the period of the Reformation. During the centuries since the Reformation, over 20 universities, 3/4 of which are Protestant, have been founded in Germany alone. Holland has built up, in addition to the University of Leyden, 5 other universities, and all are the direct result of her Protestantism. Everywhere where the Reformation triumphed and became a permanent force, the cause of education, good morals, and political liberty advanced securely and rapidly. End of chapter 18. Part 3, Chapter 19 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, The 400th Anniversary of Luther's Birth. The memories of the Reformation have been renewed by the celebration on November 11th, 1883, of the 400th anniversary of the birth of Luther. The day was observed with becoming festivities in all the Protestant countries of the world. In Germany, as might be expected, the enthusiasm was more intense than anywhere else. In Berlin there was a procession of children, numbering nearly 100,000, to whom the Emperor William distributed copies of the works of the Reformer. Services were held in all the Protestant churches, and eulogies were pronounced on Luther and his achievements in behalf of all Teutonic peoples. In anticipation of November 11th, the Crown Prince of Prussia, Frederick William, proceeded to Wittenberg, taking with him a laurel wreath, which, amid the silence of the multitude, he laid upon Luther's grave in the floor of the castle church. Immediately afterwards, the people sang Luther's martial hymn, which was caught up by the throngs in the streets and along the city roads. In Eisenach, which claimed the honor of having discovered Luther's genius when a choir boy singing for his bread, the festivities were such as to attract people from every part of the Thuringian forest. In Eisleben, where he was born and died, there was a popular rejoicing not excelled in any part of Germany. The entire day was devoted to the celebration. The nobility and peasantry vied with each other in doing honor to the miner's son. Scenic representations, in which all the leading participants of the Reformation were personified, and marched at the head of a great procession through the streets, constituted the chief feature of the ceremonies by which the quaint town did honor to its own child. Even the old Catholics of Germany, through the example and encouraging words of Dollinger, paid a tribute to Luther's memory, because of the service he had done to the language and spiritual life of the fatherland. In all the Slavic and Scandinavian countries, the same regard was paid to the memory of Luther. Even in the very lands where his writings had been burned, wherever a little Protestant society exists, by whatever denominational name it may be called, religious services were held and tributes to the Reformer pronounced. Such celebrations were observed in Spain, where the Protestants in Madrid, Barcelona, Seville, Bilbao, and other cities united with their brethren in Germany and the whole world in honoring Luther's name and memory. In Paris and other parts of France, where his doctrines had been despised, and from which Calvin, and later hundreds of thousands of Huguenots, had been driven, the same rejoicings took place. In Italy, there was a thoroughly organized plan to celebrate the Reformer's birthday wherever Protestantism had gained a foothold. In Florence, there was first an immense children's meeting, which was followed by a general gathering where missionaries from foreign countries united with the Waldenses and other native Protestants, each making an address in his own language, and the people singing Luther's hymn in Italian, Forte Rocca e il nostro Dio. In Rome, a large memorial service was held, where a sermon was preached, addresses made, and hymns sung. In Naples there was a similar celebration, where representatives of the Protestantism of many countries united in doing honor to the memory of Luther. Even as far south as Sicily, where in the 16th century it was certain death to profess sympathy with the Wittenberg heretic, there was a large meeting in Palermo, under the presidency of the venerable patriot, Emanuele Sartorio. In the United States, all Protestant denominations united in doing honor to the memory of Luther. Every department of his great work and character was made the subject of special consideration in churches from the Atlantic across to the Pacific Ocean. It is a striking proof of the growing interest, even in secular circles, that, on the morning following this unique celebration in Eisleben, all the details appeared, in both English and German, in the New York daily papers. History nowhere furnishes a higher tribute to the recognition of the worth of the worker for his fellow men than in the fact that multitudes of Americans gathered in the churches and public halls to recall in gratitude and love the life and service of a miner's son, who was born when there was not a Christian on this continent, and 9 years before Columbus set out on the voyage that led to its discovery. End of chapter 19. End of part 3. Part 4, Chapter 1 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 4, The Modern Church in Europe, A.D. 1558 to 1892. Chapter 1, Recuperative Measures of Romanism. The territorial expansion of Protestantism, combined with its rapid organization in various confessional forms, produced great alarm in Rome. Even lands which had been supposed to be firm in their old attachments had become intensely Protestant. There was no criterion by which to determine where or when the moral revolution would cease. The division of the German Protestants into the two great bodies of Lutheran and Reformed did not seriously diminish the aggressive power of the Protestants in the heart of Europe. But there was little thought taken of the propagation of the gospel in heathen lands. Had the Protestants on the continent adopted measures for the evangelization of heathen countries, especially the East and West Indies, they would have achieved a task which has been left for their successors in the 18th and 19th centuries to undertake. Even meager beginnings would have been an expression of confidence and heroism. The Roman Catholics, in this respect, were controlled by greater wisdom. It is natural, however, that, the work of conquest being so new, the Protestant bodies should think the consolidation of their work at home their most serious work. The Roman Catholics looked, first of all, to a general council as the best measure to arrest the increasing force of Protestantism. But a council was known to be always a dangerous experiment. It was never adopted except as a last resort. It never failed to have two parties, radical and conservative. Still, so serious was the issue that Paul III called one. It met, in 1545, in Trent, a town on one of the eastern Alpine passes between Italy and Germany. The most of the delegates were Italian, and were devoted to the conservative interests of Rome. But the Spanish and French bishops favored reformatory measures. They declared that the Church must take advanced steps and adapt itself to the new needs of the times. The Pope found the council troublesome and removed it to Bologna in 1547 and dissolved it in 1549. Pius IV, however, convoked it again in 1562 in Trent and dissolved it in 1563. The result was the condemnation of all Protestant doctrines and the assumption of an aggressive attitude in every country. The doctrines of purgatory, the invocation of saints, and the worship of images and relics were reaffirmed. At the same time, the council abolished some crying abuses and brought in disciplinary reforms in regard to sale of indulgences, morals of convents, and education of clergy. In this and other respects, the Reformation produced a beneficial effect upon the Roman Catholic Church. There was no disposition on the part of the Roman Catholic Church to withdraw from even the countries whose governments had boldly committed themselves to the Protestant faith. The more devout minds in the Roman Catholic Church looked to the revival of the monastic orders as the most promising source of strength in counteracting Protestantism. The strict rules of the Franciscans were revived in the Capuchin order, founded by Matthew de Bassi. The main object was care of the poor and needy. Ochino of Italy was a Capuchin, but left Romanism and became a celebrated Protestant. The Carmelites were revived by Teresa of Spain. They devoted their attention principally to humane labors and the instruction of the young. The Cistercians were organized by Jean de Barrière. Neither these nor the restored old orders had any bearing on foreign missions, but were limited to the home field. The Theatines were founded by Gaetano de Thiene. Their chief objects were the care of the sick and criminals and the education of the clergy. Preaching was an important factor in their work. The Angelicas, founded by the Countess of Guastalla, devoted themselves chiefly to women. The priests of the Oratory, organized by Philip de Neri, were learned men for the most part and devoted themselves to biblical studies. The Barnabites were so called from the Church of St. Barnabas of Milan, which was given to them. The order was founded by Antonio Maria Saccaria. The Ursulines, a female order established by Angela of Brescia, applied themselves to the education of young women and to sufferers. The Brothers of Mercy were organized by John de Dio, a Portuguese. They devoted their attention to the poor and the sick. All these orders arose about the same time, during the former half of the 16th century. All Europe was covered by a new monastic network. No class of sufferers was overlooked. The hut and the palace were alike visited. This multiplication of societies of mercy and instruction showed the wonderful religious power which still lived in the old Church. These energies seemed to be stimulated rather than weakened by the great Protestant defection. End of chapter 1.